Chapter 281. Boss Huang is such a troublemaker. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was really delicious. All the dishes in the store were sold out. Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, 3 ordinary employees, were taking a short break on the chairs next to the counter. It's not that they don't want to continue working, but there are still some customers eating in the store. They have to wait until the customers finish their meals and leave before they can collect and wash the dishes. Besides, it's still early for the afternoon dishwashing time, so they just wait a while. Su Hao, Jiang Chao and Lin Zifeng, the 3 assistants in the kitchen, assisted Huang Tao in preparing the honey sauce fire square to be sold in the evening. After putting it in the pot for steaming, they continued to stay in the kitchen, divided the work and cooperated to clean up and wash the kitchen utensils. After Huang Tao finished all these, he washed his hands, and then walked out of the kitchen while wiping his hands. I saw that there were many high school students among the customers who stayed in the store to eat. He walked over with a smile and asked, "How does it taste? I heard that many students in your school praise my cooking." These high school students, because they usually live on campus, can't eat the food of Zenhachi every day. At most, on Wednesday, when visiting day comes, their parents will help buy a portion of food from Zenhachi and send it to school, to comfort the greedy worms in their stomachs. Even so, they still miss the food in Zenhachi very much. So, when the weekend comes and they are free, they come to eat. Several high school students come together. There are several groups. Some take the food home directly. Some stay in the store to eat directly. At this time, the 2 tables were all occupied by Lin Yiru, Ding Jiai and their classmates. When they heard the handsome Boss Huang ask this question, they all responded in a rush. "Boss Huang, the food you cook is so delicious. You don't know that I have been thinking about your food at school. Now I eat the braised chicken wings rice you cook, and I feel that the pain of being tortured by studying for 5 days has been cured. Yes, yes. After 5 days of busy study life, I can eat such delicious food made by you, Boss Huang. On the weekend, don't mention how happy I am. You don't know how long I have been thinking about donpa pork at school. Now I taste the donpa pork wrapped in this rich, salty, and slightly sweet sauce. It is really lean meat without dryness and fat without greasy. It is so soft and sticky that it melts directly on the tip of the tongue. The taste is particularly good. This braised pork trotter rice. And it smells really good. Actually, I couldn't eat the skin of the pig before, but the braised pig's trotters with skin are so chewy that I swallowed them in 1 bite. The rice with the braised sauce is also very delicious. I, who only eat 1 bowl of rice, feel like I can eat 2 bowls of rice. Woo woo woo. Mr. Huang's braised chicken leg rice is also delicious. The sauce is fresh and fragrant. The chicken leg meat can burst out juice with just a light bite. The meat is tender and delicious. It is super delicious to eat with rice. Ah! Am I the only one who thinks the fish ball soup is the best? This soup is so fresh and sweet. And the fish balls are also very chewy. It is really super happy to drink such a bowl of hot and delicious fish ball soup in winter. I declare that this fish ball soup is the best soup I have ever had. Huang Tao was amused by their words. No one doesn't like to be praised, including Huang Tao. Besides, children speak most sincerely. He accepted it with pleasure and said with a smile, "You students are so good at talking. If you like it, then eat more. I am happy that you like what I cook." After Lin Yiru and Ding Jiai finished their meal, they also wiped the table and put the dishes and chopsticks into the automatic dishwasher. When they left, they couldn't help sighing and looking back every few steps, muttering, "Oh, it makes me not want to go back to school. I have to go to the cafeteria to eat those unpalatable meals. I want to come to Mr. Huang's place every day to eat delicious meals. Oh, how great it would be if I could eat Mr. Huang's meals every day. Who says it's not?" At the end, they all envied Xian Xian. I simply envy Xian Xian for having such a good cook and being able to eat such delicious meals every day. And what about them? At most, they can only ask their parents to come and pack meals and send them to them every Wednesday. Alas, without comparison, there is no harm. They left with a melancholy mood. Other customers who stayed in the restaurant to eat were also so full that they couldn't sit up straight. I have gained 3 pounds of weight. How about you? I weighed myself this morning and I gained 4 pounds. How about you? I am about the same as you. Boss Huang is such a troublemaker. His cooking is so delicious that I accidentally ate too much. I weighed myself again when I went back and gained another pound. Being fat is okay. Eating is okay. Isn't the purpose of life to eat a bite of Boss Huang's food? That makes sense. Burp. Boss Huang. We are leaving. You should have a good rest. See you tonight. Huang Tao watched them leave. Everyone. Take care. Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan, and Lin Qiyu saw that the customers had finally left, and hurriedly stood up. They divided the work and started to clean up. Daddy. Xian saw that her father was completely free, and hurriedly ran towards him with her thin legs. Hey. Slow down. Huang Tao hurried over, stretched out his hands, picked her up, and held her in his arms. Xian leaned her head on Huang Tao's shoulder, rubbing her little face against his big face, and whispered to him, Dad, I just made a new friend. His name is Daodu. He is a first-grade student, but he doesn't like to talk much. Oh, I made a new friend. Really? Huang Tao asked with concern. Where did you meet? He was worried that Xian would sneak out of the store alone. Xian smiled sweetly. In the store, Brother Daodu came to eat with his parents. He liked Mimi very much, so I asked Mimi to do a backflip and spin in circles for him to see. Hearing this, Huang Tao felt relieved. Just at this time, Song Gaohua and his family came over. They planned to go home. I came here to say goodbye to Huang Tao. Song Gaohua smiled and said, Xiao Tao. Thank you for your hospitality today. Your cousin has a cram school in the afternoon. Your aunt and I have to send her there, so we will go back first. Is that so? Then you should drive carefully on the road. Huang Tao knew that the cram school could not be delayed, so he did not ask his uncle's family to stay for dinner. Oh, I know. Song Gaohua nodded, and then invited Xiao Tao. If you are free, bring Xian to your uncle's house. Okay. Let's wait until you are done with this busy period. Huang Tao smiled and agreed, and asked Su how to bring the braised food that had been packed in advance for his uncle to take home. Song Gaohua accepted Huang Tao's kindness with a smile. Then, under the eyes of Huang Tao's family of 4, he got in the car and left. Chapter 282, Do You Want to Marry Him? The warm sunshine shines on the old street in the west of the city, bringing the laziness of the afternoon. The kitchen of Jinchi restaurant began to get busy at this time. Ding Suqin led Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu to clean various ingredients. Huang Tao led 3 assistants to prepare various materials for the evening in advance. Xian sat at the exclusive dining table with her grandparents. Huang Yida picked up Mimi, put her on his thigh, and touched her cat's head. Meow. Mimi called lazily. The afternoon sun shone warmly on her body, and fatigue came unexpectedly, making her close her eyes comfortably. So comfortable, meow. Song Xiaolian sat aside and watched an emotional live broadcast of an internet celebrity. As for Xian, at this moment, there is a new way to play with Barbie dolls. Playing house. She is the mother and Barbie doll is the baby. She pretended to hold the bottle and feed the baby, drink milk, and then go to sleep. When Barbie finished drinking milk, she gently laid Barbie flat on the dining table and found a small handkerchief to cover her as a blanket. She stretched out her chubby little hands, gently stroked Barbie's hair, and imitated her father's tone, saying softly, Baby, go to sleep. After a while, she lifted the small handkerchief and said with a smile, Okay. The baby is awake. And now he is 2 years old. The baby has to learn to walk. So be careful. She supported Barbie's arm with one hand and bit Barbie's legs with the other hand to let her learn to walk. Wow. The baby is great. He has learned to walk. Well, baby is 3 years old. It's time to go to kindergarten. Come. Carry your water bottle and school bag. Mom will take you to school. Playing and playing. I felt a little bored. After all, it's boring to direct and act by yourself. What's wrong with Xian? Is it boring to play alone? How about Grandpa play house with you? Huang Yida noticed that she was silent and asked with concern. Grandpa. No. I don't want to play house now. She shook her head, put down the Barbie doll, and then leaned over to look at Grandma's mobile phone. Seeing that Grandma was watching the live broadcast again, she blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in confusion, Grandma, you keep looking at this boy. Do you like him? Do you want to marry him? Song Xiaolian was stunned. Huang Yida was also stunned. Then both of them were amused by their precious granddaughter's words, and both laughed ha ha ha. Xian? She felt that what she said seemed inappropriate. It can be seen that Grandpa and Grandma laughed happily, and they thought that it should be a happy topic. She also laughed happily. For a while, the store was full of laughter. Wang Tao heard the laughter and couldn't help but look up curiously, then looked at Xuan's table through the glass partition of the kitchen. The little girl smiled softly, with her mouth covered in a ladylike manner. The parents looked like they were about to laugh. Mimi lay on Huang Yida's thigh boredly. Drowsy? When Huang Tao's attention shifted, Xian looked at him with a telepathic glance, and happened to meet her father's line of sight. Her beautiful big eyes curved into a crescent. Huang Tao winked at her, giving her the strength to feel at ease, and then returned to the preparation process. Time passed quietly, and it was already 3 o'clock. 9 rich second generations came to line up early again. They were also influenced by the neighbors, and they all brought their own folding chairs, cushions and windproof covers, sitting in a row at the door of the store, browsing the web or watching videos while waiting, killing some boring time. But they never dreamed that they would queue up in front of a small restaurant to buy despite the severe cold, and the kind that has 3 meals a day without interruption. Not only them. At noon, the high school students also came to line up again, just to take advantage of the weekend holiday to satisfy their appetites a few more times. There are also many neighbors who came early. The customers nowadays are really getting more and more competitive. You come to queue at 4 o'clock. Right? Then I'll come to queue at 3:30. You come at 3:30. Then I'll come at 3 o'clock. In order to eat the food in Huang Tao's restaurant. These 9 rich second generations, and many neighbors lined up, like they were punching in for work. No! They were not so active even when they were punching in for work. They even wanted to wait in front of Huang Tao's store right after lunch. As time went by, at 4:40, Huang Tao's preparations were ready. By the way, dinner for the employees was also prepared. Let's eat first. Only when we are full will we have the strength to work later. Huang Tao asked several employees to take care of their own stomachs first, so that they would not be able to take care of their own stomachs when they were busy later. Okay, boss. The employees were busy bringing the dishes prepared by Huang Tao to the table. Then they went to get the food. Huang Tao smiled and asked his baby daughter and parents, Xian, Mom and Dad, what do you want to eat? Braised chicken leg rice? Braised chicken wing rice? Or braised pig's trotter rice? Huang Yida smiled and said, I can eat any. I love them all. Song Xian thought for a while and said, braised chicken wing rice. Dad, I want to eat them all. Xian tilted her head to look at her father, expressing her desire, and then said with a tangled face, but I can't eat so much rice at once. What should I do? Want to eat all? Huang Tao pondered for a moment. He had heard many customers say that they were so tangled when buying food before, struggling to eat braised pig's trotter rice, braised chicken wing rice, or braised chicken leg rice, because all 3 are delicious. I want to eat them all, but I can only choose one of the 3 for one meal. It would be nice if they could have a 3-in-1 rice dish, so they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Thinking of this, Huang Tao's eyes lit up and he smiled. This is easy. Dad will make you a bowl of 3-in-1 braised rice. Really? A shallow dimple appeared on Xuan's cheek. Huang Tao smiled and stretched out his hand to hook her little nose, nodded and said, of course it's true. When has Dad ever lied to you? That's right. Dad never lies to Xian. She thanked him with curved eyebrows. Thank you, Dad. You're welcome. So good. Huang Tao smiled slightly, turned his head to look at his parents, and asked, Mom and Dad, do you want a 3-in-1 braised rice too? Okay. Sure. Huang Yida and his wife agreed happily. To be honest, they also wanted to have it all in their hearts. But they didn't have a big appetite. If they had so much rice at once, they wouldn't be able to eat other dishes. Very tangled. Now that the son proposed to make 3-in-1 braised rice, they naturally won their hearts. Li Qingzhan and other employees all pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know how this 3-in-1 braised rice was legal. Of course, they also wanted to taste the taste of this 3-in-1 braised rice. It's a pity they are not the family of Boss Huang. Hey! Just when Li Qingzhan and other employees sighed helplessly, their boss's question floated to their ears. Do you guys want a bowl of 3-in-1 braised rice? This fell into the ears of Li Qingzhan and other employees, and they were very surprised and moved. In their hearts, they even called Huang Tao a good boss of Huaxia, who always thought about them. Li Qingzhan and others nodded hurriedly, and said with joy, Okay. I can't ask for it. Wait. Wang Tao smiled and walked into the back kitchen. Su Hao and other 3 assistants put down their chopsticks and went to help. Those who helped serve the rice served the rice. Those who cut braised pig's trotters cut braised pig's trotters. Those who cut braised eggs cut braised eggs. Wang Tao put the green vegetables into the pot and blanched them. Then he took the plate from Lin Zifeng, and then placed the cut braised pig's trotters, a chicken leg, a chicken wing, half a braised egg, and 2 green vegetables next to the rice. After the plate was arranged, he scooped a spoonful of the marinade sauce and sprinkled it on the meat. The fragrance was overflowing, and the color became more and more beautiful. A moment. Plates of 3-in-1 braised rice with good color, fragrance, and taste were perfectly presented under his skillful hands. All done. Everyone helped to bring them to the table. Wang Tao placed 3 plates of 3-in-1 braised rice in front of his parents and Xian Xian. Xian Xian looked down at the plate in front of her. In the middle of the plate was a round white rice, with a braised pig's trotter on the left, and attractive chicken wings and drumsticks on the side, and then a semicircle of green vegetables and dark pickled braised eggs. The white rice was like a moon surrounded by stars. Some black sesame seeds were sprinkled on top. She used chopsticks to stir the rice first, mixing the rice and the marinade thoroughly, so that the white rice was covered with the marinade before eating. It will taste better this way. It smells so good. She licked the corner of her lips, resisted the temptation, mixed the white rice a little, and tasted it. It was really fragrant and delicious. Then she immersed herself in the deliciousness of the 3-in-1 braised rice. Others did the same. While immersed in the deliciousness of the 3-in-1 braised rice, they couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Ding Suqin asked while eating, "Boss, will this 3-in-1 braised rice be served tonight?" A word awakened the dreamer. Wang Tao had only thought about satisfying his precious daughter's request before, but forgot whether to serve the 3-in-1 braised rice tonight. Thinking that there are many customers who have the trouble of not eating much, but wanting to eat all kinds of rice. For such customers, this 3-in-1 braised rice is very suitable. He thought for a while and said, "Well, let's serve it tonight." The small plate sells for 50 yuan, and 40 servings are served. The large plate sells for 55 yuan, 60 servings, just to satisfy those customers who want to eat but don't eat much, and also to satisfy those customers who have some choice difficulties. The most valuable thing about the 3-in-1 braised rice is that it is sold in combination. It seems that there is not much profit, but in fact there is still a lot of profit. Okay, I'll raise the price later. After saying that, she lowered her head and ate. She swallowed the meat and vegetables after only 3 chews. It's not an exaggeration to say that she wolfed them down. Wang Tao was afraid that she would swallow them, so he advised her helplessly, "Eat slowly. Don't rush. Don't choke later." Seeing that the boss said so, she slowed down a little, but it was still much faster than before. Chapter 283 Red, Yellow, and Green Bad Boys. It was a little after 5 o'clock. Wang Tao and the employees had filled their stomachs. Then everyone took their seats. Open for business. The 9 rich second generations at the front of the line were the first to rush into the store. They went straight to the automatic ordering machine. Xiao Yuqi rubbed his hands and said anxiously, "Hurry up. Hurry up. Help me order some nourishing fish soup, honey sauce fire square, roast duck, and yellow croaker noodles. The northwest wind outside makes me feel cold and weak. I need to replenish myself." Lin Annan nodded in agreement. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. Even with a windproof hood, I can feel a cold wind blowing straight into my trouser legs. But as long as I can eat the delicious food in Mr. Huang's restaurant, this little cold is nothing. Yes. Liang also nodded in agreement, with a firm look in his eyes. At worst, I'll take cold medicine. I'd rather take medicine than live without delicious food. While they were talking, Ma Junwen, who was responsible for ordering, stood in front of the automatic ordering machine and gently swiped the screen of the automatic ordering machine. Swipe and swipe. I found an extra dish on the automatic ordering machine. 3-in-1 braised rice. 50 yuan for a small plate and 55 yuan for a large plate. His eyes instantly flashed with surprise. Wow! Boss Huang actually launched a 3-in-1 braised rice tonight. Is it the braised pig's trotter rice, braised chicken leg rice, and braised chicken wing rice in one? Junwen, congratulations on your guess. Li Qingzhan, who was temporarily in charge of serving the dishes, heard it. smiled and nodded to his friend, then turned into a qualified waiter and answered a few questions for him. The portion of this 3-in-1 braised rice is divided into large and small plates. The difference between the large and small plates is that the rice in the large plate is slightly more than that in the small plate. The portion of braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs and braised pig's trotters is the same as the portion of the previous single order. In addition, the portion of green vegetables is the same as the side dishes. And the braised egg is slightly different. Only half. Qingjian and I have tasted it for you just now. The taste of this 3-in-1 braised rice is super good and super addictive. Lin Qiyu recalled. Oh! It's another day of envying the three old friends every time the store has new products. They can taste them first. Unlike them, not only do they have to come early to line up, but they also have to suffer the ravages of the cold wind. They looked at Li Qingjian and Lin Qiyu with full envy. Looking at these pairs of envious eyes, Li Qingjian and Lin Qiyu's faces quietly overflowed with a touch of happy and proud smiles. Ah, this feeling of being envied by brothers is so cool. But it only lasts for a few seconds. At this time, Ma Junwen and others' focus is on the 3-in-1 braised rice again. Junwen, order me a big plate of 3-in-1 braised rice. I want a big plate too. A whole chicken wing, a whole chicken leg, and a whole braised pig's trotter. It looks really satisfying. I want one too. The 9 second-generation rich people each ordered a big plate of 3-in-1 braised rice, as well as braised prawns, crab fry cakes, donfa pork, a plate of honey fire square, a whole roast duck, and nourishing fish soup or fish ball soup. Good guy. Are you not afraid of being full? Huang Yida saw this and kindly reminded him, you each ordered so much. You can't finish it. Ma Junwen shook his hand and said disapprovingly, it's okay. If you can't finish it, we can take it away as a midnight snack. But we must not eat too little. Xiao Yuqiu smiled and said, Dad Huang, I'm telling you, when we come here to eat, we are ready to go out holding the wall. Huang Yida. What else can he say? He can only let them do what they want. After all, the food cooked by his own son is really delicious. No one can resist it. Since tasting the food cooked by his own son, Huang Yida instantly understood the feelings of these customers. Because he has the same idea and the same mood. And the customers waiting to order food behind him. After hearing that there is a 3-in-1 braised rice. This is really great. Since I have eaten braised pig's trotter rice, braised chicken leg rice, and braised chicken wing rice, I have been struggling with which meal to eat for lunch and dinner every day. Now I don't have to struggle anymore. Just come to the 3-in-1 braised rice, which solves all my troubles. When I was waiting in line, I struggled for a long time. Should I eat braised chicken leg rice, braised chicken wing rice, or braised pig's trotter rice in the evening? This question has almost become my afternoon struggle. The problem of happiness is coming up again. Who knew that Mr. Huang actually launched the 3-in-1 braised rice in the evening? The portions of braised pig's trotters, braised chicken wings, and braised chicken legs are the same. It must be very enjoyable to eat. Fortunately, Mr. Huang launched the 3-in-1 braised rice. Otherwise I would be entangled every day. Oh my god! The 3-in-1 braised rice was launched so quickly. I didn't expect to come across it. Fortunately, I came here to buy it today. It can be regarded as the first time to taste this delicacy. The customers who ordered food later basically chose the 3-in-1 braised rice happily. Of course, there are also some customers who especially want to eat braised pig's trotter rice or braised chicken wings rice, braised chicken legs rice. They still buy a separate portion as before. The customers who stayed in the store to eat began to immerse themselves in eating after getting the ordered meals. Huang Tao was also happy to see that the 3-in-1 braised rice was so popular. In just a short while, the 100 portions of 3-in-1 braised rice were completely sold out. Originally, it would not sell out so quickly, but some customers were afraid that they would not be satisfied with the large plate. So they ordered a small plate, which caused the portion size prepared by the store to drop rapidly. Damn it! I was just about to order a large plate of 3-in-1 braised rice. Why is it gone? Even the small plate is gone. Boss Huang, can you prepare more 3-in-1 braised rice next time? I haven't even tasted it yet. It's sold out. Yes, it's about the same if you prepare twice as much. This 3-in-1 braised rice must be very satisfying to eat. Boss Huang, can you limit the supply? The quantity is small to begin with. And some people buy 2 at a time. The people behind will have nothing to eat at all. Yeah. It's really uncomfortable not being able to buy it. The customers who couldn't buy it were a little upset. Huang Tao said helplessly, "Today we decided to sell the new 3-in-1 braised rice on a whim. So the quantity is not much. After the store is renovated, the quantity will increase starting next week." After hearing what Huang Tao said, everyone quieted down. There is no 3-in-1 braised rice. At least there are braised chicken wing rice and braised chicken leg rice. These are delicious too. But not long after. What? Braised chicken wing rice is sold out? Damn. There are only a few braised chicken leg rice left. Oh my goodness. Then I'll order another braised chicken leg rice. I'll order 2 braised chicken leg rice. Then, the braised chicken leg rice is also sold out. Fortunately, you can still buy yellow croaker noodles. Crab fried cakes and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs are also good. Now, these staple foods have become popular again. At this time, 3 young men in their 19s and 20s walked into the store. They were dressed in a shabby way. They also had earrings. Their hair was dyed red, yellow and green, like a traffic light. They were obviously bad boys. Chapter 284. What crime have we committed? There are 3 very conspicuous bad boys standing in the store. In addition, the hair color of the 3 of them is so bright that it can blind people's eyes. It immediately attracted the attention of the customers in the store. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eating movements also stagnated. Everyone couldn't help but imagine the scene of 3 middle school boys messing up the place in their minds. The scene is a bit unbearable to watch. Everyone looked at each other and immediately started talking quietly. What do you think these 3 scoundrels are doing here? Are they here to mess things up? If they dare to mess things up, I will be the first one to not let them go with my powerful arms. I will definitely beat them so hard that their own mothers won't recognize them. You want to make trouble for Mr. Huang, right? My son runs a martial arts training center in the city center. I can make him bring a large group of students with superb martial arts skills with just one phone call. Can you scare these 3 little bastards? That's right. If something happens later, we can stop these 3 people with our store? In short, if anyone dares to touch Mr. Huang's store, whoever dares to make trouble for Mr. Huang, they will never stand idly by. They will definitely be irreconcilable with them. When Huang Tao saw Hong Jining and the other 3 in the kitchen, he didn't care much, nor did he look at them with tinted eyes. For him, everyone who enters the door is a guest, regardless of their status. Huang Ida and his wife also had the same idea. So after taking a look at the red light, they continued to act as models for Xuanchuan's painting. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu could not help but be alert when they saw the 3 people coming in. If the people coming in are not good, they are ready to attack the Zenhachi restaurant at any time. The customers who came in to order food later also became nervous. Everyone's eyes finally gathered on the 3 bad boys. The yellow-haired leader, who looked quite masculine and had the aura of a boss, said with contempt, "They are talking about this restaurant, right? I remember they were talking about the Zenhachi restaurant at the corner of the old street in the west of the city. It should be this one." The green-haired man next to him recalled and said with a smile. The yellow-haired man looked around and said disapprovingly, "This restaurant is very ordinary. The boss is also very ordinary. How can he be as handsome as they say? Not even as handsome as me. I think they were deceived by the photos." As he said that, he looked at Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu not far away and shouted loudly, "Hey, waiter, what food do you have here?" Li Qingzhan, Lin Qiyu, "So rude. When I was out, you were still playing in the mud and yelling in front of me. If I hadn't kept my sanity now, I would have crippled you today. If it weren't for his current status." They really wanted to teach him a lesson. But they kept in mind the principle of you are a customer once you enter the store. So they couldn't get angry and had to force out a polite smile. "At present, we only have steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice in lotus leaves and fried crab cakes. If you want to order, you can go to the automatic ordering machine." After saying that, he did not forget to point to the automatic ordering machine at the door, indicating that they could go there to order by themselves. Huang Mao looked unhappy. "Damn. I have to go to the automatic ordering machine to order food. What are you waiters for?" Li Qingzhan, Lin Qiyu, "Believe it or not, I will slap you. When I get angry, I can't control myself." Both of them shot Huang Mao's eyes with no compensation for killing, and believe it or not, "I will shit on you at the same time." Huang Mao was not to be outdone and glared back at them. Both parties stood face to face. The auras were colliding. It felt like in the next second, One of them would come forward and punch the other in the face. Other customers dining in the restaurant felt a tense atmosphere. Oh my God! In a really delicious restaurant. He was so arrogant and domineering. Does he think these diners are just decorations? Everyone couldn't help but stand up slowly and glared at Huang Mao and his friends. Support Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu. He even looked like he was going to fight for Zenhachi restaurant. You want to cause trouble for Zenhachi restaurant, right? Okay. Ask my fist first if he agrees. If you want to cause trouble, get out of here right away. Don't make trouble for yourself. My son runs a martial arts academy in the city. If I make a phone call, you can't leave. Call the police and arrest them. I am a good friend of the city police chief. I can make a phone call and ask him to invite you in for tea and chat in a minute. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu were very surprised. These old men and women who usually look kind, since they are united in hatred for Zenhachi restaurant. And Huang Mao was directly scared. It's just a small restaurant. And his friend is a regular customer of the police chief? Wushu Academy? It seems to be the award-winning Wushu Academy in Wenling City, which has been on the news many times. Scared. But he didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to come and have a meal. Huang Mao looked like he wanted to cry, and said, "No. We just came in to have a meal. Why are you staring at us? Why do you always want to use violence? And you shouted that you would call the police to arrest us." He recently heard that the old street in the west of the city is really delicious, and the food in the restaurant is delicious. The taste can wake you up in the middle of the night. He didn't believe in evil, so he brought his men to eat. As a result, as soon as he entered the restaurant, he was stared at by the diners in the restaurant. The way he looked at them was like looking at a bad guy. And he just spoke a little louder. He was killed by the waiter's eyes. Even the diners were indignant at them. Red Light and the other three felt very wronged. We just wanted to have a meal. Why is it so difficult? Green Hair looked wronged. Yes. We just wanted to come in to have a meal. Why do you want to call the police to arrest us? We didn't break the law. We are really wronged. You are so many and so bullying. You are still shouting to call the police. What crime have we committed? Red Hair couldn't help but wiped his tears and shouted. This. Everyone realized that after these three people entered the store, they didn't seem to do anything particularly out of the ordinary. It seems to be a misunderstanding? This is really embarrassing. But if you want to blame someone, blame your own outfit. It looks too social. The diners had no choice but to smile awkwardly but politely, then quietly sat back on their own chairs and continued eating. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu smiled awkwardly. If you don't want to order from the self-service ordering machine, you can order at the counter. Let's go to the self-service ordering machine. After saying that, the yellow-haired man went to the automatic ordering machine. Green-haired and red-haired followed closely. Huang Tao, who had heard the noise and wanted to come to check the situation, saw that the store had returned to its original harmony, so he continued his work. At this time, two familiar faces walked in, followed by two people. Chapter 285 My Huazi. As soon as he entered the store, when Officer Zhang saw Li Qingzhan carrying a plate, he couldn't wait and asked anxiously, "Excuse me, is there any food in the store?" He was afraid that he would be late. "Yes, there are crab fried cakes and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs to order." Li Qingzhan looked up at the sound. He recognized them at a glance. They were the two policemen who came to the store for breakfast in the morning. Behind them, there were two policemen wearing the same police uniforms. It seems that they should be their colleagues. These two policemen can get along well. They really introduced their colleagues. Li Qingzhan was still very happy about the second visit of the two policemen. After all, they brought their colleagues to take care of his boss's business. "Thank you." Officer Zhang thanked them and led those colleagues to the automatic ordering machine. Wang Ziheng, the director of Qingxi Police Station behind him, suddenly remembered a story about this year's food festival. The chefs from various hotels and restaurants at the food festival almost fought with diners in order to eat a bite of the West Lake vinegar fish made by Mr. Huang from Zenhachi restaurant. At that time, he was curious about how delicious the food of Zenhachi restaurant was to make the chefs of hotels and restaurants do such an extraordinary thing. At noon today, Lao Zhang was also in the station, and he was crazy about recommending this Zenhachi restaurant to him. He almost praised the food of this restaurant to the sky. This made him more curious about this restaurant, and he became interested all of a sudden. In addition, Lao Zhang invited him to come over for a meal after get off work in the evening. He nodded in agreement. Come and see if the food in this store is really that delicious. Now I can smell the aroma coming from the store. His nose is very sharp. Just by smelling the smell, you know that the food in this restaurant must be delicious. And the deputy director Huang Ziqing beside him joked with a smile, Old Zhang, I sacrificed my rest time after work to come here to queue up. If it doesn't taste good, I will settle the score with you. Officer Zhang replied confidently, Deputy Director Huang, believe it or not, you have to call me brother after you finish eating. Good Jingyi smiled sweetly, Deputy Director Huang, don't worry. It must be delicious. The middle-aged man with a big belly who ordered food in front of them listened to their conversation and couldn't help but said to Huang Ziqing, Uncle Police, let me tell you, this Jinchi restaurant has a great smell every time it arrives at the restaurant. Who in the city doesn't know that the Jinchi restaurant on the old street in the west of the city is delicious? Being called uncle by a fat big brother, who is older than him at a glance. Huang Ziqing's eyes twitched. Why do people call the police uncle when they see them? Who made this rule? They are young, aren't they? After Officer Zhang ordered the food on the automatic ordering machine, they found a seat. When the yellow-haired man, who was waiting for the food to be served, saw Good Jingyi passing by, his eyes were brighter than a gas lamp. Wow! This female police officer is so pretty. The green-haired and red-haired men also stared at her. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a police officer, they would have gone up to chat with her. Good Jingyi felt the strange looks of the three of them, and heard the frivolous tone in their words, and immediately warned them with her eyes. Wang Zhiheng and the other three also used their eyes to warn. The three people at the red light were suddenly warned and felt a little embarrassed. The yellow-haired man took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, gave one cigarette to each of the two brothers, and then took another cigarette and put it in his mouth. Click! The yellow-haired man picked up the lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, and threw the lighter on the table, signaling the red-haired and green-haired men opposite to light it themselves. This cigarette? Just a few puffs. Good Jingyi, who smelled the smoke at the next table, frowned and said, You three, put out your cigarettes. Hey, 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 who the hell are you? You are too nosy. Who should put out the cigarette? The yellow-haired man tilted his head and saw that it was this group of policemen. He held back the words that he had not finished speaking, and his expression was very stiff. An awkward expression that wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh, wanted to cry but couldn't cry. That police sister. I just smoke a cigarette to relieve my craving for cigarettes. It doesn't matter, right? Good Jingyi raised her chin slightly, motioning for Huang Mao to look at the no smoking sign on the wall, and said seriously, You didn't see the obvious sign on the wall? I see it now. I see it. The three people at the traffic light quickly threw the hot potato in their hands, the cigarette, on the ground. Then, they stepped on it with their feet. The rest was also thrown into the trash can. But their hearts were bleeding. After all, this is Huazi. It's not cheap. Besides, they only smoked 3. And they were just smoked. What a pity. However, they didn't care about the pain at this time, because the 4 policemen stared at them expressionlessly, making the 3 of them feel very uncomfortable. Officer Zhang, Huang Ziqing and Wang Zhiheng kept scanning the faces of the 3 people at the red light. Suddenly, Huang Ziqing fixed his eyes on Huang Mao's face and asked abruptly, Young man, I think you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Huang Mao, who thought Huang Ziqing looked familiar, couldn't help but tighten his face when he heard this. He was nervous and his voice was stuttering. No, I haven't seen you. Oh, I remember we met there. Huang Ziqing slapped his thigh and said, You are Jian Zai's, right? You live in room 601, Unit 3, Building 8, by Kuiyuan, at the beginning of last month. At 9 o'clock on the evening of the 10th, you were beaten by a high school student in Xingho Internet Cafe. That person is you, right? Jian Zai's couldn't help but look embarrassed when he heard this. He lowered his head and said in an awkward whisper, Well, to be precise, I wasn't beaten, but it was a relationship dispute. Huh? What a relationship dispute? Wang Ziqing was instantly amused by his words. He laughed and said, You kid flirted with someone's girlfriend in the internet cafe, and wanted to beat her up after a disagreement. What happened? You couldn't beat her and got beaten up instead, and the police were called. You call this a relationship dispute? Life is already so difficult. Don't talk about some embarrassing things. Jian Zai's was speechless, and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He also glanced at the other diners in the restaurant, and Li Qingzhan and Gu Jingyi who were carrying the plates, lowering his head with shame on his face. Then he begged helplessly, "Uncle Police, please stop talking. Okay? After all, this is very embarrassing." Hee hee. Huang Ziqing smiled, and didn't say anything else. After all, cases like this happen all the time. But when he went to Xinghu Internet Cafe to find out the situation, he still felt it was a bit absurd. Especially after watching the surveillance video provided by the Internet Cafe. He felt speechless. It stands to reason that a young man of 1.8 meters tall, strong and with yellow hair is very intimidating. But it's just such a character. He was beaten up by a high school student who was a full head shorter than him, and wore myopic glasses to look at the gentle and thin one. He was crushed the whole time. He was beaten without any room to fight back. When he saw them coming to find out the situation, he actually cried out of grievance. A typical golden exterior, rotten inside. If it wasn't too weird, he wouldn't still remember the other party after more than a month. He said seriously, "If you come to eat, eat well. Don't make a fool of yourself here again. Understand?" Obviously, he said this to Huamao. He also said this to Hamao and Lumao. They just yelled in the store, and spoke frivolously to Gu Jingyi. They heard it clearly. To be honest, there are actually quite a lot of bad teenagers like this. They sleep until noon every day. They either go to the internet cafe to surf the internet or go to the billiard room to play billiards. When it's late at night, they post some sad words about autumn and moon in their circle of friends, trying desperately to show their presence. If they do something bad, they just have the intention, but not the courage. But if they affect the business of merchants, it's not good either. So, we have to suppress them when we need to prevent them from causing trouble here. Then they will have to be dealt with by the police. All unstable factors must be nipped in the bud in time. Want this? The eyes of Huang Ziqing and the other 4 people looking at Huang Luding and the other 3 became more and more fierce. Huang Luding and the other 3 looked like they wanted to cry, but had no tears. They just came here to have dinner. Why were they suddenly targeted by the police and were lectured? Let's eat first. Huang Ziqing saw that Li Qingzhan had already served the meal to Huang Luding and reminded him. Yeah. The 3 of them quickly picked up the chopsticks from the chopstick holder and lowered their heads to eat the crab fry cake. 1 chopstick of rice cake was put into their mouths. The 3 of them moved surprisingly in unison. And they all paused. Then, they sped up their eating. Wang Jiheng looked at this scene, shook his head, and whispered, "Look how scared these 3 kids are. They dare not breathe." Red Hair responded weakly, "No. It's because the crab fried cakes made by the boss are so delicious." Green Hair kept talking, puffing his mouth and said, "Yeah. It's really delicious. Really delicious. It's delicious. But the boss who looks ordinary makes crab fried cakes so delicious." Yellow Hair now admires Huang Tao in his heart. Huang Ziqing and Wang Jiheng couldn't help sighing after hearing this. It seems that they were really scared. But Gu Jingyi and Lao Zhang, who had tasted the pan-fried buns made by Huang Tao, didn't think so. They felt that the crab-fried cakes were really delicious. At this time, Li Qingzhan brought the food ordered by the 4 policemen. "Hello. Your crab-fried cakes. Lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. Please enjoy." "Thank you." The 4 policemen thanked him in unison. Huang Ziqing and Wang Jiheng looked at the crab-fried cakes in front of them and became interested. Wang Jiheng swallowed his saliva. "This crab-fried cake looks really good. It smells good too. I tell you, it tastes even better." Huang Ziqing took a bite first, praised it, and then devoted himself to it, starting the immersive eating mode. After taking a bite, Wang Jiheng also immersed himself in it and ate seriously. "Delicious. Waiter, another bowl." After eating, Hong Luo Ding shouted loudly with unsatisfied taste. As soon as I finished shouting, I remembered that there were 4 policemen sitting at the next table. They quickly lowered their voices and said, "Another bowl. If you want to eat more, you have to queue up again. This is an unwritten rule." The diners in the restaurant said. Red street light. What a broken rule. Although I complained in my heart, I still obediently queued up again, praying that I could get a seat again. Huang Ziqing finished a bowl of crab fry cakes and said with a happy face, "I didn't expect that there is such a delicious restaurant in our old street in the west of the city. I told you, and you still don't believe it." Officer Zhang said happily, You only know how to handle cases every day. And you are almost isolated from the world. You haven't even heard of such a famous restaurant. Now I believe it. Wang Ziqing smiled and said, maybe I have heard of this restaurant. But I was too busy at work. So I just listened to it and didn't take it to heart. After that, Wang Ziqing started to eat the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Then he started to immerse himself in eating again. Chapter 286 decided to close the restaurant for 2 days. After waiting in line for a long time. Finally, it was the turn of the 3 people, Hong Lu Ding, to order food. They happily went straight to the automatic ordering machine. However, you didn't know until you operated it. And you were completely dumbfounded. They were all sold out. In an instant, they were shocked. Ah? What? The crab fried rice cakes are gone? Why are there so few? I haven't eaten enough. Ah? Even the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs are gone? Why am I so unlucky? Fuck. No way. Old. I worked hard in the line. But I didn't get the crab fried rice cakes by 1 portion. And I didn't even get the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. I am a big loser. If it were in the past, they would definitely burst out. But the crab fried cakes in this small restaurant are so delicious. And there are 4 police officers still eating in the store. So they swallowed their curse words and hurriedly changed their words. They dared not even ask Huang Tao to make more for them. Oh! If they had known this, they should have ordered a few more at the beginning. But even if they regret it now, it's too late. The 3 of them hung their heads. Helpless. What else can they do? They can only come back tomorrow to eat. Before leaving, the 3 of them walked to Wang Ziqing's table and said politely, Uncle Police. Sister Police. We're leaving first. You guys take your time eating? Wang Ziqing and the others were eating so hard. They didn't hear it at all. They didn't take it seriously. And smiled and said to Huang Tao in the kitchen, Boss, thank you for the hospitality. We're leaving first. If you get along well with the boss, you might be able to get him to reserve a portion of the food in the store in the future. They had a beautiful plan in mind. Huang Tao, who was completely unaware, looked up at the 3 red lights through the glass baffle of the kitchen and politely responded, Take care. Welcome next time. Boss, your food is so delicious. We will definitely come again. See you tomorrow. Jian Zizha said with a smile, as he walked out of the store with red hair and green hair. When he heard the 3 words see you tomorrow, Huang Tao suddenly remembered that he would not be open tomorrow. Tomorrow, the walls of the 2 stores will be broken through. And business will definitely not be done in this way. After all, when the wall is broken, dust will fly everywhere, which will make it difficult to cook. And the customer experience will be greatly reduced. It happened that tomorrow was Sunday. And he planned to take Xian and his parents out for a good trip. So he decided to close the store for 2 days. 2 days. It was enough for the decoration team to finish the shop. I wanted to talk to the 3 people from Hong Lu Ding about this matter, so that they wouldn't make a wasted trip tomorrow. But they had already left. I had to give up. Huang Tao looked at Ding Suqin not far away and said, Sister Suqin, go to the printing shop and print a notice of suspension of business. And then post it at the door of the store. This means that the store will be closed tomorrow. Ding Suqin understood it all at once. But she had never made such a notice of suspension of business, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Boss, what should I do with this notice? How should I tell the people in the printing shop? When Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu heard that the store would be closed tomorrow, they felt a little uneasy. It's time for a holiday. If so, won't they be able to eat the delicious food made by the boss? When they thought of this, they really wanted to shout to Huang Tao, Boss, don't take a holiday. We can continue to stick to our posts. But in the end, neither of them said it. After all, this is the boss's decision. And as a qualified employee, you have to obey the boss's decision. Huang Tao thought about it and said, I'll send you the content of the announcement on WeChat later. And you can just ask the printing shop to print it out. Then he took out his mobile phone. Open WeChat. Turned out Ding Suqin's avatar. Tapped the screen. And edited the text. Due to renovation reasons, our store will be closed for 2 days. We apologize for the inconvenience. We will reopen next Tuesday. And welcome everyone to continue to visit. Send. Ding Suqin, who received the message, checked the content and asked with a smile, Boss, there is no work now. How about I go to the printing shop now? Okay. Huang Tao nodded in agreement and continued to say to the employees, You will take paid vacations tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Paid vacations? Really? Boss? Ding Suchin, Su Hao and Lin Zifeng all showed a touch of surprise, and looked at Huang Tao excitedly. When Lin Zifeng worked in the last hotel, he did not get any salary even if he took a vacation due to hotel reasons. I didn't expect this boss to be so generous that he actually let employees take paid vacations. In his heart, he even called Boss Huang a good boss in China. Ding Suchin and Su Hao were the same. Especially Ding Suchin. She was very satisfied to find the job in Zenhachi restaurant. The workload was not too heavy. Colleagues were also very kind and friendly. And they got along like family. The boss was also very nice and took good care of her, often packing up meals in the restaurant for her to take back to her daughter. It was really not easy for her, a divorced woman with a daughter. If the boss hadn't made an exception and let her work in Zenhachi restaurant, she really didn't know how she could find a stable job to support the lives of her and her daughter. Now even if she takes a holiday, it is a paid holiday. She was really surprised and happy. She thought in her heart that she must be more diligent and work harder to do a good job in logistics in the future. Li Qingzhan and other 3 rich second-generation employees, who are not short of money, think that their boss's move is very humane. But they still think more about how good it would be if they could continue to work without taking a holiday. If their parents knew their thoughts, they would definitely be shocked. At work, their parents have spent a lot of time talking. Especially the parents of Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu. They wanted their sons to work in their company first to get some training, so that they can inherit the family business in the future. But what can they do? They said that work was too tiring, and they didn't want to work in the company. They also said that their family was so rich that they would not have to worry about food and drink even if they didn't work. Typical salted fish. And now, they don't want to take a holiday just to have a bite to eat, and want to continue to work as waiters. If their parents knew, would they not be shocked? Huang Tao smiled and nodded and said, "Really? You should all take a good rest these 2 days." Seeing that the boss had made the decision, everyone didn't know what to say. Ding Suchin also hurried out and went to the printing shop to print. At this time, the 4 policemen were full. Wang Ziqing touched his stomach. "I have to come to this shop tomorrow. Old Zhang, you are really nice. You recommended such a treasure shop to me at the first time." Wang Zhiheng patted old Zhang's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Tomorrow I will tell the gang in the station about such delicious crab fried cakes and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. I won't allow them to not know." They chatted for a few words, took a short rest, and felt that they were not full. So they got up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Officer Zhang smiled and said, "Director Huang, Deputy Director Huang, you 2 go first. I will send the plates to the bowl basket first." When this was said, Wang Zhiheng and Huang Ziqing were both surprised. However, seeing the diners at the table in front, they also cleaned up their own bowls and chopsticks after the meal. Could this be another unwritten rule of the store? If so, then let's abide by it. Wang Zhiheng and Huang Ziqing, the 2 directors and deputy directors, also rolled up their sleeves and cleaned up quickly. Someone wiped the table. Someone cleaned the dishes. They put the dishes in the dishwasher together. Before leaving, they did not forget to say hello to Huang Tao. "Boss, we are leaving first. You are busy. Goodbye," Huang Tao said with a smile. "But because of renovations, our store will be closed tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Don't miss it." "Oh!" Wang Ziqing was surprised and said with a look of disappointment, "It's closed tomorrow. I was thinking of coming to eat tomorrow." "Alas, you could only come next Tuesday." Although Wang Zhiheng was helpless, he also understood. Officer Zhang said helplessly, "Then Mr. Huang, I'll see you next Tuesday." Good Jingyi was also a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to bring her mother here to eat tomorrow. Now this idea has gone down the drain. But fortunately, she had foresight and packed a portion of crab fried cake for her mother. Walk out of the store. Wang Zhiheng smiled and asked, "Jingyi, can I take you home?" Good Jingyi, who didn't want to be special, declined. "Director, no. There is a bus at this time. I can take the bus back." "Okay." Wang Zhiheng thought about it and nodded. "Then be careful on the road." Several people left and went to their own homes. Chapter 287. People leave, and the tea gets cold. When Ding Suchin posted the printed notice of suspension of business at the door of the store, just in case, Huang Tao sent another message in the WeChat new product group. Super delicious Zenhachi restaurant. Due to renovation, our store will be closed for 2 days. Please tell each other. New and old customers. Don't miss it. At this time, around 7:30 in the evening, the loyal customers of Zinhachi Restaurant have also eaten dinner and have free time. Some lie on the sofa and watch videos, and some watch TV with their families. But when they saw the message sent by Huang Tao, they all cried silently in their hearts. My heart will go on. What? Suspend business for 2 days? Why do you have to suspend business for 2 days? I can't bear this kind of pain. Hypocritical sincerity. No. I was thinking that I would take my family to buy braised pork trotter rice tomorrow because I was on vacation. I was determined to buy it. But you, Mr. Huang, notified me in the group that Zinhachi Restaurant would suspend business tomorrow? Or would it be suspended for 2 days? The world has changed a lot. I rely on the delicious food you make every day to survive. What should I do with your sudden suspension of business for 2 days? Woo. 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 I have fainted on the sofa. Your tenderness is my pain. This news was so sudden that I almost dropped my phone. I also felt that the world was not beautiful at all. Your dazzling tenderness. I never thought that one day Zinhachi Restaurant would suspend business. And it would be suspended for 2 consecutive days. My God. How should I solve breakfast, lunch and dinner for the next 2 days? 281 Jianghu. These days, I have seen that the next door to the Zinhachi Restaurant is being renovated. I heard that the restaurant next door is rented by Mr. Huang, and he is currently working overtime to renovate it in order to expand the store. So the announcement of suspension of business now means that in 2 days, will the Zinhachi Restaurant expand its store? If so, will the portion of all the food in the store increase in the future? Will there be more varieties? Then, we don't have to queue up so hard to buy. If this is the case, then I can accept the suspension of business for 2 days. Life a journey at where you fall. There you lie down. Brother, we are both 9 years of compulsory education. How can you be so smart? If it is said that in 2 days, it will be a Zinhachi Restaurant with unlimited supply of various dishes, then I can accept it. Well, I know that I am dreaming. But please don't expose me mercilessly. Let me stay in this beautiful dream for a while, covering my face. Looking at the wailing of customers in the WeChat group, Huang Tao was also helpless. He edited a message to comfort everyone. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused to you, and we sincerely thank you for your understanding and support of our store. The store will be open as usual next Tuesday. We will prepare more portions of various dishes and welcome new and old customers to visit. Seeing that Huang Tao said this in the group, everyone stopped talking and expressed their understanding and continued support for Zinhachi Restaurant. When the customers who were dining in the store left, they saw the notice of suspension of business posted on the door of the store, and they immediately understood it. They walked out one after another, complaining uncomfortably as they walked. Oh, I won't be able to eat the food made by Boss Huang for 2 whole days. I'm going to die of greed. Yes, if I don't eat the food made by Boss Huang for 1 meal, I feel uncomfortable all over. Oh, let's think about where to go for food tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Oh, it's just that you can't taste this kind of food anywhere else. For a while, sighs were heard everywhere. There's nothing we can do. Who let their tastes be spoiled by Huang Tao? Oh, why did you spoil their tastes? And still cut off their food for 2 days? And still make them wait? Boss Huang, what's the difference between you and a scumbag? Gu Jingyi carefully protected the takeaway bag in her hand all the way, fearing that it would be crushed by too many people on the bus. Back to her own community. Look up at the window of her house. It was pitch black, but she knew very well that her mother must be waiting for her at home, and she was secretly sad by herself. Oh, she sighed a little tiredly, and then went upstairs. Take the key and open the door. Click. She casually pressed the light switch next to the door, and shouted into the house while changing her shoes, Mom, I'm back. No one responded. She put the takeaway box on the dining table and walked towards her mother's room. Click. Following her hand, she pressed the light switch in her mother's room hard. The light came on. As expected, Mom Su Jiahong sat alone on the bed, her head against the headboard, covered with a quilt. Looking listless, Gu Jingyi came forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and asked with concern, Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Jiahong rubbed her nose. I feel uncomfortable and have no appetite. Did you catch a cold? Just take some cold medicine. Gu Jingyi reached out and touched her mother's forehead. No fever. She was relieved. Just as she was about to get up to get the cold medicine, she heard her mother's voice. Wang Jing told me that you went out on a police mission this afternoon? Good Jingy was stunned. And suddenly understood. In the afternoon. Because the police station was short of staff. She finally volunteered to go on a police mission. But her mother found out again. No wonder when she went to dinner with Director Wang and his team. Director Wang smiled and said to her, "Your mother called us this afternoon. She asked us to take good care of you." Why did she call? Why did she call? We would take good care of you even if she didn't call. She stepped forward helplessly and explained, "Mom, it's just an ordinary dispute. Many people in the institute went there. Since so many people went there, why did you go there? Wang Jihan clearly promised to take good care of you. Is that how he took care of you? He asked you to go on a dangerous mission?" Su Jiahong cried and said. Then suddenly sat up straight, looked at her daughter, and asked, "Did your master ask you to go there?" "No." Good Jingy looked helpless. Su Jiahong wiped her tears and said, "Jingy, when your father was on duty to arrest the suspect, your master was one of the auxiliary police officers. If he had been a little smarter and more alert, your father would not have died." Good Jingy pleaded. "Mom, can we not talk about the past? How can we not talk about it? Your father is dead. You also have a blood phobia. You can't blame Uncle Zhang. Right? Why not? Uncle Zhang was also injured at the time. Besides, I've long since recovered from my blood phobia." Good Jingy held her mother's hand and said, "So don't mention this anymore." Hearing this, Su Jiahong silently leaned her head against the head of the bed, with her back to Good Jingy, sobbing. As the saying goes, people leave and tea gets cold. Good Jingy sighed helplessly in her heart. "Mom, everyone in the station is very nice to me. It's just that I don't want to be special. I'm so squeamish as a police officer." She reached out to pull her mother's hand, trying to pull her up from the bed. "Okay. Mom, let's not talk about the past. I packed a portion of crab fried cakes for you. Can you get up and eat some? Okay?" As she said this, she shook her mother's hand coquettishly. Su Jiahong wiped her tears and got up. "Don't cry. Come and put on your shoes." Good Jingy quickly brought her slippers and put them on. Holding her mother's arm and leading them to the dining table, she opened the takeaway box and said, "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to eat seafood? I specially packed a portion of crab fried rice cake for you. Let me tell you, this crab fried rice cake is really delicious. Look at how good the crab meat is. Very fresh and plump. The color is also beautiful. And the rice cake is also soft and chewy. I guarantee you will want to eat it again after eating it." Su Jiahong, who originally had no appetite, walked closer to smell the crab fragrance, and then looked at the crab in the takeaway box. The meat was plump, and the crab shell was red. Just looking at the color alone made people's appetite. Look at the rice cake, softly attached to the crab, full of the delicious crab meat and the rich crab roe. More tempting than the crab itself. She took the chopsticks from her daughter and said, "Then I'll try this crab fried rice cake." In fact, she couldn't resist the temptation of the crab aroma. She picked up a crab and took a bite. The snow-white crab meat was bitten out of the crab shell, with distinct strands and a little elasticity. And every bite could satisfy the taste buds. She tasted the rice cake again. The freshness of the crab was fully integrated into the rice cake, which was tender and juicy, soft and chewy. Eating and eating. Her depressed mood also dissipated immediately. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but show the arc of pleasure of eating delicious food. She accidentally ate more than half of it, and couldn't help but nod and praise, "It tastes really good." As a housewife for many years, Su Jiahong can tell the difference between good and bad crabs. Not only is the meat of this swimming crab good, but the freshness and fragrance of the crab are also perfectly stimulated. Besides, this rice cake is also a must-try, which can be said to add a lot of color. Yeah, I said his crab fried cakes are delicious. Good Jingy was not surprised to hear her mother's affirmation and praise. After all, men, women, young and old love to eat the delicious food of Zinhachi restaurant. Su Jiahong really didn't have time to reply to her daughter at this time. She started to eat crab meat again. Good Jingy smiled and continued, "Mom, this restaurant is called Zinhachi restaurant. It is at the corner of the old street in the west of the city, very close to our police station and not far from our home. In addition to crab fried rice cakes, she also has lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed ribs and honey sauce fire square, donfa pork, yellow croaker noodles, braised chicken leg rice, braised chicken wing rice, braised pig's trotter rice. If you don't want to cook at home later, you can go and buy some to try. But you have to go there early. If you go too late, many things will not be available. Or, you can go there early to line up and order first. And then I'll come over after get off work, and we can eat together in the store. If you don't want to go, I'll pack a portion for you to take back after I get off work. It's just that I get off work late. So many orders are not available there. For example, this morning, I was lucky enough to buy the last 5 pork-filled pan-fried buns, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 2 braised eggs. Is it really that popular? Su Jiahong shook her head with a smile. After all, I remember the key information points, such as Old Street, in the west of the city, and really good food restaurant. Chapter 288 Whose little cat is this? On Sunday morning, Wang Tao was awakened by the piercing alarm of an electric car outside the window. This was the deepest and most comfortable night he had slept in recent days. A dreamless night. He slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head and saw Xian beside him. The little guy was still sleeping soundly, with a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. It seems that she had a beautiful dream. Wang Tao leaned over her smooth forehead and kissed her gently, then climbed up on tiptoe, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Mom Song Salian got up early. At this time, on the balcony, Wang Tao and Xian took off their clothes after taking a bath last night and soaked them in a basin. She planned to help her sons wash them out later. After the clothes ran up, she heard the noise, looked up and saw her son coming out of the bedroom, and asked, "Where is Xian? Still asleep?" "Yeah." Wang Tao nodded. "Let's not go to the store today. Let her sleep a little longer." Song Salian felt sorry for her granddaughter. She got up early and went to bed late with her father at a young age. If she didn't have a job, she really wanted to come and take care of Xian. At least Xian could sleep a little longer in the morning. But, I'm going to retire in 2 years. I have to wait a little longer. When I retire, Xian will be in elementary school. She will be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at school. And she can also help with homework. Wang Tao glanced at his mother's bedroom and living room, and didn't see his father. He asked in confusion, "Mom, where is my dad? Why don't I see him? Did he go for morning exercise?" "I asked your dad to go to the nearby market to buy wonton wrappers and pork." Song Salian responded with a smile, and then asked, "Xiao Tao, can we eat wontons in the morning?" "Sure." Wang Tao smiled slightly. "I love everything you make." Song Salian's words made her heart ripple with joy, and she smiled and said, "You are so sweet." Just at this moment, the door rang. It was Juanita who came back. As soon as he entered the door, he said with a smile, "Kai Lian, I bought all the ingredients you wanted for you." Seeing that his son had gotten up, he asked casually, "Son, are you up? Xian is still sleeping?" "Dad, you are back." Wang Tao nodded. "Well, Xian is still asleep. I'll go wash up first." After that, he walked into the bathroom. Song Salian poked her head out and shouted, "Old Huang, put all the dishes in the kitchen. I'll come over after I wash my hands." "Okay." Juanita did as he was told. Song Salian washed her hands and followed him into the kitchen. The two began to work. Juanita was responsible for washing. Song Salian put the clean shanks, chicken racks, Sichuan fritillaria and seafood into a pressure cooker and boiled them together. This is the broth she often uses to make wontons. An hour later, this broth will become the soul of the delicious wontons. Then, she prepared the filling, washed the fresh tenderloin, and removed the tendons on it. The filling made in this way is often smooth and delicious. Chop, chop, chop. She began to chop the meat filling, in order not to disturb Xuan's sleep. She also tried to slow down and lower the volume. Wang Tao, who had finished washing up, stood at the kitchen door and asked, "Mom, do you need help?" Song Salian felt sorry for her son and wanted him to take advantage of the holiday to have a good rest. She shook her head and refused. "No. Your dad and I can do it. You can go back to your room and rest for a while." Juanita shook his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm here to help. You can do your own things." Wang Tao respected his mom and dad's ideas and asked, "Really? Really? Okay. I'll go back to my room. Go quickly. Don't wake Xian up. And see if she kicked off the quilt." Got it. When Huang Tao returned to his bedroom, Xian had already woken up and was sitting on the bed and putting on her clothes. Daddy? Seeing her dad coming in, she shouted with a smile. Hey, get up. He stepped forward and helped her put on her clothes. Xian was small and weak. Although she had learned to dress herself, she could not help but dress crookedly and improperly. It looked a bit messy. He took Xian down from the bed, picked up her slippers, and asked her to put them on. Come on. Put on your shoes. Let's brush our teeth and wash our faces first. And after breakfast, Dad will take you to see the snow in another place. Okay. The first rule for a father to treat his children is to keep his promises. Once you have promised something, you must find time to fulfill it. Unless there are irresistible factors, you must do it. See the snow? Xuan's beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb, and she asked in disbelief, Really? In her young memory, she had only seen snow once in her life. Although it was a long time ago, and she was still very young at that time. Her memory is very vague. But she still remembers that there was a little snow in the sky. And it fell to the ground and disappeared. No snowball fights. No snowmen. But she still looks forward to the days when it snows. Of course it's true. Huang Tao smiled. But Dad has a condition. Xian blinked. What condition? Yeah. Huang Tao bent down, pointed at his side face and said, Kiss Dad. Xian pouted her pink little mouth without hesitation and kissed Huang Tao on the side face. Very good. Huang Tao laughed and took her to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Xian ran to the kitchen with her slender legs, blinking her eyes and curiously asked, Grandpa and Grandma, what are you doing? Oh, Xian is awake. Song Salian turned her head after hearing the sweet voice, showing a kind smile and replied, making wontons. Xian was eager to try. I'll help you make them. Okay. Come here. Grandma will teach you. Okay. Song Salian leaned on Xian and taught her hand in hand. First spread the wonton skin on the palm of your hand. Scoop a ball of filling with a spoon. Put it in the middle. And stack it up and down. Left and right. And it's done. The little guy's hands-on ability is still quite strong. And he quickly got the hang of it. Huang Tao also joined in. With Huang Tao's help, Song Salian's speed was much faster. In the kitchen, 4 figures leaned side by side. After a long time, more than 100 wontons were neatly placed on the chopping board. The pink color of the tender meat shows evenly from within the skin. Appetizing. Baba's wontons are the best looking. Like small ingots. While Grandpa and Grandma's are like small squares. Mine are. After such a comparison, Xian felt that her wontons were a bit ugly. Huang Tao encouraged and praised. Xuan's wontons are of different shapes. Very cute. Xuan's wontons are really good. Huang Ida smiled and said, When I was Xuan's age, I didn't know how to make wontons. Hearing what Grandpa and Dad said, the little guy's mood instantly improved. Huang Tao turned his head to look at Xian, and her chubby little face was stained with some flour. The little girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fair and tender skin was faintly blushed, with flour on her face. She looked even more playful and cute. Hey, whose cat is this? Xian? Huh? Where is the cat that Daddy is talking about? Xian looked down quickly, but she couldn't see the cat at all. She couldn't help showing a trace of confusion on her face, and thought for a while and said, Dad, we only have little yellow cat Mimi. No cat. Huang Ida and his wife looked at her cat-like face and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Xian, you put the flour on your hand on your face, and you became a cat? Oh. Xian suddenly understood who the cat that Daddy was talking about was. It turned out to be her. She quickly got down from the stool and ran to the bathroom, ready to look in the mirror. Huang Tao followed closely, ready to help her wash her face again. Song Salian put the wontons into boiling water to cook. They immediately became like fish in water, turning over and rising. Huang Ida started another stove and spread eggs. She added seaweed, pickled mustard tuber, and dried shrimps to the bowls one after another according to their respective preferences, and scooped a spoonful of broth. The clear broth flowed down and poured into the bowl. It bloomed instantly. Then the cooked wontons were gently shaken into the bowl, and the tender yellow pickled mustard tuber and transparent dried shrimps rolled on the water surface, emitting bursts of fresh fragrance. Some egg shreds were sprinkled on the soup, and a few chopped green onions were rubbed. In the misty hot air, a bowl of pleasing and unique wontons came out of the oven. When Huang Tao came over after washing Xuanxuan's face again, he smelled the unique fresh fragrance of wontons. Song Xiaolian saw the father and daughter coming out and called out, "The wontons are already cooked. Hurry up and eat them while they are hot." The family sat down neatly around the dining table. Xian ate very happily. The wontons were one bite at a time. The dough melted in the mouth, and the tender and fragrant soup tasted very good. Of course, in her heart, if she had to choose the best cook, it would still be her dad. Chapter 289: A Wonderful World. It was less than 8 o'clock in the morning. Some sunlight had already fallen on the balcony floor, and there was dust floating in the air. The Huang Tao family dressed warmly and brought some essential equipment for home travel. They were ready to go out. Meow. When they went out, Mimi heard the sound and followed them, wagging her tail. It thought Huang Tao and the others were going to the store. Xian stopped, turned her head to look at Mimi, who was wagging her tail, then looked at Huang Tao and asked, "Dad, what about Mimi? Dad just said that we were going to another city to see the snow, so we must play all day before going home." Huang Tao touched Xian's head and said, "Just let it stay at home." But Xian bit her lips lightly and looked up at Huang Tao. Mimi must be so lonely at home. Lonely? Okay. Maybe lonely. He thought about it, leaned over and picked up Mimi, and said, "Then let's take Mimi with us. Anyway, it's convenient to drive there by yourself. There is no situation where pets are refused." Okay. Xian smiled. It's naturally a very happy thing to be able to see the snow with good friends. She was happily led out of the house by her grandparents and got in the car. Perhaps because it was the weekend and it was still early, there were not many vehicles on the road. But Huang Tao did not exceed the speed limit. Instead, he followed the navigation instructions and drove at the standard speed all the way. Xian sat in the child's seat and looked out the window curiously. In Xuanxuan's 4-year life, she spent most of her time in her own community. She seldom left home, and at most she would go shopping in the city mall with her father. She had never been to other cities. So when the car got on the highway, everything around her made her feel very fresh. She suddenly found a brand new world, opening its arms to her. A wonderful world. Although she was so young that she couldn't explain it, she felt genuinely happy and joyful. The highway followed the valley, passed through a long cave, twisted and turned, like a long ribbon, wrapped around the Emerald Mountains. In short, everything made her feel extremely fresh and curious. After an hour and a half of driving, finally arrived at Tianshi. Wow! Xian looked at the white outside the car window and cried out in surprise. What a heavy snow! Grandma and Grandpa. Mimi. Look, snow. Meow. Mimi, who was lazily lying on Juanita's thigh, raised her eyelids and called out in response. Song Xiaolian sighed. This snow is really heavy. I haven't seen such heavy snow in many years. Yes. This snow is really heavy. Unlike our Wenling, even if it snows, it is only a light snow, and it only snows for a short time. Just like. Juanita thought for a while and said, it's just like it's snowing alone. Who says it's not? Huang Tao smiled and found a parking place. After parking the car, he didn't rush to let Xian get off. Instead, he put on a thick down jacket, a knitted cashmere hat, and small gloves for her. After making sure she was warm enough, he carried her out of the car. Little snowflakes, come to my hands. Xian has curved eyebrows and shallow dimples. She stretched out her gloved hands and let the snowflakes fall on her hands. Seeing the snowflakes really fall on her hands, she giggled happily. Then she stepped on the snow to the left and right, hearing the crunching sound coming from her feet. She laughed even more happily, looking at Xuanxuan's happy and joyful appearance. Huang Tao's heart was full of warmth. Quickly took out the camera and recorded this scene. Meow meow. Mimi was undoubtedly seeing snow for the first time. She stared at the falling snow in front of her with her round eyes. Very curious, fresh and surprised. What are these white things that look very light? It looked at the poop shoveler Huang Tao with doubts, as if asking, shit shoveler, what are these white things? Unfortunately, there was no response. It had to stretch out its paws and touch it. White and clean. Can I eat it? It scooped it up with its paws and tasted it. Ah! It was ice cream. It wanted to bury its whole face in it. But after being scolded by Juanita, It laid down on the snow and felt so comfortable sleeping. Juanita and his friends saw it and shook their heads speechlessly. Xian, tired of stepping on the snow, smiled and looked at Wang Tao, Dad, Grandpa and Grandma. Let's make a snowman. The big blinking eyes were full of eagerness. Wang Tao and his friends agreed happily. Okay. She was so happy that her eyes curved into crescents. After thinking for a while, she said, Then I will make a big snowman. Okay. I'll listen to you. The family did it as soon as they said it. After finding a place with a lot of snow, Wang Tao and Juanita first picked up a snowball and rolled it on the snow, trying to make it into a big snowball. But Juanita's skills were not good enough, and the snowball could not be rolled up, and it scattered after a while. Helplessly, he had to pile up the snow with his bare hands. Mimi saw it, raised his butt, put the center of gravity on his front paws, and took turns to dig back with his hind legs. The snowflakes were dug up high and splashed everywhere, but as it was digging and spinning in circles, after a while, a small pile of snowflakes appeared in the center of the circle. Hey! Mimi is good, Song Xiaolian praised in surprise, and then called her baby granddaughter, Xian. Let's step on the snowflakes that Mimi dug. Xian hurried over and stepped on the snowflakes, trying to make them solid. But she was almost covered with snowflakes dug by Mimi. Almost became a living snowman. Everyone burst out laughing. Xian pouted, Mimi, you are so naughty. But Mimi, who is immersed in the world of shoveling snow, seemed not to hear it, and worked hard to shovel a few more piles of snow. Oh! Since it is so hard to help, forgive it. Xian can't be angry with her good friend. Song Xiaolian, who was standing by, stepped forward and patted the snow off Xian. Then they patted the snow pile together, picked it up, and piled it on the snow piled by Juanita. Before long, a snowman taller than Xian was piled up. Wang Tao's snowball also rolled bigger and bigger, and finally became a big snowball. He patted it a few times to strengthen the hardness of the snowball, and moved it to the piled snowman, which became the head of the snowman. He grabbed a handful of snow and gently sprinkled it on the snowman's head, giving the snowman a short, fluffy hair. Song Xiaolian picked up 2 dry branches and inserted them into the snowman's body as arms, and used branches as eyebrows. Wang Tao used stones on the ground to inlay eyes and buttons. Juanita picked up some yellow leaves and wrapped them around the snowman's neck as a scarf. Well, what should I use for the mouth and nose? Xian thought about it. Her eyes lit up, and asked, Dad, can I use bananas and oranges to make a nose and mouth for the snowman? Xian is so smart. Dad will get it for you right away. Wang Tao smiled and went to the car to get bananas and oranges. Xian took the banana and inserted it under the snowman's eyes, which was considered a high-raised nose. He peeled another orange and placed it just below the snowman's nose. The snowman began to smile. What a beautiful snowman! Everyone worked together and pooled their wisdom. The final product was really good, which made Xian very happy. Song Xiaolian took out her mobile phone and gestured, shout out. Xian, you all stand in the middle of the snowman. I will take a picture of you. Wang Tao picked up Xian and squatted down on one side of the snowman. The father and daughter raised one hand in tacit understanding and made a hard gesture. Xian also tilted her head and put her face to her father. Cheese. The intimate scene between the father and daughter was captured by Song Xiaolian's mobile phone. Okay. Another one. Xian put her arms around her father's neck, turned her head, and kissed her father on the face with a smack. Song Xiaolian quickly pressed the shutter to record this scene. Although the snowflakes were flying and a trace of coolness was rushing towards him, his heart was full of warmth. Chapter 290, It was a wrong decision after all. Time goes back. 8 o'clock. Qingxi Subdistrict Police Station. As soon as Wang Jiheng arrived at the bureau, he patted the shoulders of his colleagues on duty and mentioned the Zenhachi restaurant. Let me tell you, there is a restaurant called Zenhachi on Qingxi Old Street, not far from our station. The crab fried rice cake and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs taste absolutely amazing. The crabs are fresh and plump, and the ribs are big and meaty. This Zenhachi restaurant is really conscientious and has craftsmanship. Seeing that the colleagues on duty were a little hesitant, he said confidently, wait until the store expansion and renovation is completed next Tuesday. You can go to the store to try it. After tasting it, you will know the beauty of this crab fried rice cake and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. Several colleagues on duty were stunned just now, just thinking why this Zenhachi restaurant sounded a little familiar. When they are free, they also like to browse Weibo. Love to read local news. When Zenhachi was on the food festival, it was on the hot search in the city. They had seen it before, of course. But when they saw all the rainbow farts in those entries, their first feeling was surprise. They were surprised that a small restaurant was on the food festival. And they were surprised that the comments from netizens were so beautiful. They even thought it was too exaggerated. They always felt that it was likely that the owner of this Zenhachi restaurant hired a water army to operate behind the scenes, or had a strong background. So it was on this food festival. Later, they also saw reports about Zenhachi in local news. And even many relatives and friends posted food from the food festival in their circle of friends. All the food was from the Zenhachi booth. They all highly recommended it. When they saw the food pictures posted by relatives and friends, they were tempted at the time. But because they were tied up in official duties and could not get away, they did not go to the food festival on purpose. Later, in the latest issue of the electronic publication of Food for All Food, they saw Zenhachi restaurant again. This made them sigh in their hearts. Mr. Huang, the owner of Zenhachi restaurant, is really good. The content of the electronic publication was very detailed. In addition to the introduction of the food, it also evaluated the hygiene and comfort of Zenhachi restaurant. It also interviewed the boss and customers. The long article was accompanied by soul-stirring food pictures. Well, they were tempted again. The address was just on the old street in the west of the city. So they went straight there after get off work in the afternoon. Wow! The queue almost blinded their eyes. For the sake of their appetite, they continued to wait in line because they were already here. But what happened? Before it was their turn, they were told that everything was sold out. Their eager waiting was ultimately in vain. So far, they no longer went to patronize the Zenhachi restaurant. After all, queuing is really unbearable. Plus, they have been busy with work recently, and their greed has dissipated. So the Zenhachi restaurant has been stranded in the depths of their memories. It was only after Director Wang mentioned it that they remembered it again. I know that Zenhachi restaurant. It was on this year's food festival, and it was reported in the news. It was also the #1 hot search in our city. Recently, it was on the Full Food magazine. Now it is very popular in Wenling City. And it is also quite famous in other provinces and cities. It is that Zenhachi restaurant. I heard that everyone who has eaten it said that it is delicious. And many nearby neighbors line up every day, wishing to eat every meal. I also heard that a group of rich second generations went to Zenhachi restaurant for a big meal and then went to apply for a job there, just to eat the food there every day without queuing. Wang Jiheng and several colleagues, who had not heard of this news, were shocked. Is it so exaggerated? Not exaggerated. You will know if you go to Qingxi Old Street for a while. There is more. To be honest, it's a pity that we didn't buy it after we patronized it. Wang Ziheng, who has tasted the food at Zenhachi restaurant, doesn't think it's exaggerated. Ask yourself, if it were him, he would also go to the restaurant to apply for a job, just to eat the food made by Mr. Huang every day without queuing. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the 2 young men who were serving dishes in the restaurant. By the way, could they be rich second generations? It was less than 10 o'clock in the morning. The 3 people of Honglu Ding drove their motorcycles to Qingxi Old Street and headed towards Zenhachi restaurant. In the past, they would not get up until noon. The reason why I got up so early today, I was awakened by greed. The 3 of them originally planned to go to KTV after dinner, but after eating a bowl of crab fried rice cake at Zenhachi restaurant, they decided not to go to KTV at night. Not for anything else, just to save some money and eat more of the food at Zenhachi restaurant. So, after they failed to buy it in the second queue, they went home directly. They played games to kill time, then went to bed. Then, they all had similar dreams all night. They dreamed that there were bowls of tempting crab fried rice cake floating in the sky. They were so tempted that they drooled. I wanted to reach out and take it, but I took it in vain. Then I woke up. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep again. I decided not to stay in bed. I got up, washed up, and came to the door of Zenhachi restaurant on an empty stomach. After all, who would want to eat ordinary meat buns and steamed buns after eating such delicious crab fried rice cakes? If the economy allows, they will naturally choose better ones. I was hungry, so I could eat more in the store. At this time, They were excited to see that there was no one queuing in front of the store. They all thought they were the first to arrive. Now they don't have to worry about not being able to buy other things in the store. Haha. The green-haired man was so happy that he almost cried. There is no one queuing in front of the store. Brotherja. The three of us are the first to come here. Now, we finally don't have to queue for so long. The red-haired man said with confidence. I didn't get to eat another bowl of crab fried rice cake made by the boss yesterday. I must eat enough today and try all the other delicacies in the store. Stop talking nonsense. The yellow-haired Jian Zizha interrupted the red-haired man and reminded him, hurry up and line up. Otherwise, there will be too many people coming. They quickly parked the motorcycle on the side of the road and went straight to the door of the really delicious store. But when they got closer, there was a big lock hanging on the closed glass door. There was also a notice on the right glass door saying due to renovation. This store will be closed for 2 days. Huh? What's going on? Why has the business been suspended for 2 days? It was still open last night. And I didn't hear about this? Green hair touched his hungry stomach. A look of disbelief on his face. Yeah. It was still open last night. How come it's closed for renovation today? Red hair looked at the ruthless iron lock on the door. And his heart was crying. Fuck. It's closed for 2 days. I'm going to die of greed. Yellow hair couldn't help but want to swear. But he remembered Huang Ziqing's words and swallowed it back again. Red hair asked, Brotherja, what should we do next? Yellow hair was unhappy and helpless. What else can we do? We can only go to other stores to eat. Green hair sighed. Oh, we can only come back next Tuesday. The three left in disappointment and went to a nearby noodle shop to eat noodles. Wait for the noodles to come. The three picked up chopsticks and took a bite. Suddenly found that the noodles in this shop were too bad. I couldn't eat it at all. The taste of crab fried rice cakes was all in their minds now. That's right. They couldn't forget it at all. And they couldn't eat anything at all. They felt that their lives were over, and they had to rely on Mr. Huang's food to survive. In their hearts, there was a voice always shouting, Mr. Huang, please come back soon. I can't bear it alone. Please come back soon. My stomach is full because of you. Please come back soon. Bring back my food. Don't let my stomach be as empty as the sea. Chapter 291. Where did you go? Jiang City. Mission Hills Golf Manor. Qin Hongxiao learned from WeChat last night that her son Jiang Chao would be home today. She was so happy that she didn't sleep all night. She thought that her son must not eat well, sleep well, and lose weight when he was working alone. He had to make up for it. So, as soon as she had breakfast in the morning, she drove to the nearest imported supermarket. She went shopping. Then she brought all the good ingredients back home. At this moment, she was busy cooking for her son. Old man Jiang Shuyi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching an anti-Japanese war movie. The volume was turned down very low, almost like watching a pantomime. That's right. He turned down the volume on purpose. He was afraid that his ears were not good, so he could not hear the footsteps of his precious grandson coming home in the first time. He looked at the door from time to time, and raised his hand to look at his watch from time to time. He looked left and right. Still no one was seen. He looked anxiously towards the kitchen and asked, Hongxia, did Xiao Chao say what time he would be back? Hearing this, Qin Hongxia asked Aunt Xie to look into the pot, then walked to the kitchen door, poked her head in and said, Dad, it's probably around 10 o'clock. It's almost time. Don't worry. Eat some fruit and wait slowly. No hurry. No hurry. Make more delicious food to nourish Jiang Chao. This child has been alone outside for a while, and he definitely won't take good care of himself. Maybe he has lost weight. Jiang Shuyi said he was not in a hurry, but he couldn't help but poked his head in the door, looking at his concern for his grandson. Qin Hongxia smiled, saw through it but didn't say anything, then went back to the kitchen and continued to work. Boom boom. Just then, the roar of the engine came from far away. It stopped suddenly outside the door. It must be Xiao Chao who is back. Jiang Shuyi stood up quickly and walked to the door with his crutches. Qin Hongxia heard it and hurried out of the kitchen without washing her hands. Seeing that his grandfather and mother came out to greet him personally, Jiang Chao smiled and ran towards them while waving excitedly, shouting, Grandpa! Mom! Is this our Xiao Chao? Jiang Shuyi looked at Jiang Chao, whose facial contours were gradually rounding, and said with a look of doubt, It's Xiao Chao, but he seems to have gained some weight. Qin Hongxia almost didn't recognize him. Jiang Chao smiled and said, Grandpa. Mom, are you coming out to greet me? It's too grand. Until Jiang Chao walked in front of him. Jiang Shuyi accepted the fact that this was his precious grandson. Xiao Chao, you have gained a lot of weight. Jiang Shuyi looked at his precious grandson. Before he left, he was just a tall and thin young man. Like a stick. Now he looks fatter. He looks rosier. He looks more energetic. It seems that he is doing well when he is alone. At least the food is good. Qin Hongxiu was worried that her son would lose weight. But he gained weight instead. But it is good. Good. Jiang Chao did not expect that the first thing his grandfather said when he saw him was that he was fat. He did not feel it until his grandfather said so. He touched his face and found that he was really fatter. He smiled and said, It is mainly because the food in the store is too good. I eat too much every meal, and then I gain weight. Qin Hongxiu asked with a puzzled look, Can the food in your restaurant be better than at home? You know, every meal at home uses the best ingredients. But I haven't seen my son eat much. Jiang Chao said the main reason. It's mainly because my boss is a good cook, and the food is delicious. It hurts. This is a roundabout way of saying that Qin Hongxiu's cooking skills are not good. Forget it. After all, he is a serious chef. And her half-baked cooking skills are naturally incomparable. Besides, his son became a kitchen helper just for his cooking skills. Jiang Shuyi was originally very curious about the restaurant where his grandson worked. And now he saw that his grandson, who has always been picky, has gained weight. It can be seen how delicious the food in the store is. He suddenly became interested. Xiao Tao, is your boss's cooking skills really that good? Of course. Jiang Chao put his arm around his grandfather's shoulders and walked to the living room, saying as he walked, Grandpa, let me tell you, my boss's cooking skills are really amazing. Listening to his grandson's description of the various delicacies in the Jinhaoqi restaurant, Jiang Shuyi became more curious. Curious about how the food in this small restaurant tastes. Jiang Shuyi's interest became stronger. And he smiled and said, Really? Then Grandpa will go there to try it someday. Okay. Otherwise, you can come back to Wenling with me tomorrow afternoon and stay at my place. On Tuesday, I will take you to taste the food in the store. I guarantee you won't want to leave after eating. Is it so exaggerated? Jiang Shuyi thought about it. His grandson didn't want to come back just because he ate a meal in that store. And he stayed there as a kitchen assistant. But then he thought, at his age, he has tasted all kinds of delicacies. Besides, his sense of taste has also decreased a lot now. And it is impossible for him to not want to leave after eating once. Of course, since his grandson has such a heart, he naturally agrees, Okay. Then I will go with you tomorrow afternoon. Dad, how is your health? Qin Hongxiu said worriedly. Jiang Shuyi disagreed and said with interest, Don't worry. It's just a short distance. I can handle it. Jiang Chao smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I will just drive slowly. Seeing that the old man insisted, and seeing that his son said so, she couldn't say anything more, lest he make the old man unhappy. Heidelberg Villa. As soon as Li Qingzhan entered the door of the house, he walked and shouted into the house, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back. His father Li Yuanfu was resting at home today, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Seeing that his son, who had been hidden for a long time, finally came out, the nameless anger in his heart, it jumped up all of a sudden. He held the newspaper in his hand and said in a dignified manner, You little brat. You still remember to go home? Tell me, where have you been these days? Also, a few days ago, you spent more than 5 million to buy a house in Wenling. Tell me, what are you going to do? I'm not planning to do anything. I just bought it to live in. Li Qingzhan smiled and told the truth. Besides, I'm not the only one who bought a house. Qi Yu and others also bought one. Buy it to live in? Could this kid have a girlfriend in Wenling? And then buy a house to hide his beauty? Wait. Qi Yu and his gang also bought a house? Could they also buy a house to hide their beauty? But on second thought, it's impossible. Right? It's impossible for all these guys to have girlfriends at the same time. Right? But here comes the question. Did they really buy a house just to live in? Was it for doing something bad? He was extremely worried about his son, who had a bad criminal record, and always felt that there was something fishy about his son buying a house. He frowned and said, You don't live in your home, but you live in Wenling? What do you want to do? Li Qingzhan knew that his father didn't trust him. Nothing? I just found a job in Wenling with Chiyu. Work. When these words fell into Li Yuanfu's ears, his jaw almost dropped on his shoe with a clang. With a look of why don't I believe it, he looked at his son and asked in surprise, You and Chiyu found a job in Wenling? What kind of job did you find? Where did you work? Li Qingzhan said very seriously, I worked as a waiter in a really delicious restaurant on the old street in the west of the city. What? Waiter? Li Yuanfu's chin almost fell on his shoe again. You know, over the years, he has been trying hard to get his son to work in his company. He just won't do it. Even if he was given the position of general manager, he didn't want to do it. Now, he actually went to a restaurant in another city to work as a waiter. This is the most surprising gossip he has heard in all these years. He, the son of Li Yuanfu, actually went to work as a waiter. If this gets out, people will laugh at him. Li Yuanfu was speechless and said in a commanding tone, You will quit this job tomorrow and go to work in the company. Except for the position of chairman. You can choose other positions. Dad, I won't quit. Say it again. Just say it. I won't quit. You grown wings. Right? Believe it or not. I'll cut off your credit card. Even if you cut off my credit card, I won't quit. Looking at his son's tough and disobedient attitude, he wanted to pick up his slippers and throw them directly on him. You want to piss me off to death. What's wrong? What's wrong? Grandma Qin Yuman heard the quarrel and hurried out of her room. Seeing that the father and son were quarreling, she quickly protected her precious grandson and accused her son. Xiao Cheng finally came home. Why are you quarreling with him again? If he is quarreled away by you, I will never let you go. Mom, just spoil him. Since the old lady had spoken, Li Yuanfu naturally didn't dare to teach his bastard son a lesson again, lest he make the old lady angry, which would be bad. So he had to give up with a helpless look on his face. I don't care for the time being. Continue reading the newspaper. Grandma, I'll help you. Li Qingzhan helped his grandma to sit on the sofa with a well-behaved look. Qin Yuman held Li Qingzhan's hand and said lovingly, Xiao Cheng, tell Grandma where you have been recently. Li Qingzhan smiled and said, Grandma, I went to Wenling and found a job. Oh, you found a job. Qin Yuman was very surprised, but also agreed with his approach. Smiling kindly, my little Cheng is grown up, is sensible, and knows how to find a job. So what job are you looking for? Li Yuanfu said unhappily, working as a waiter in a small restaurant. I didn't ask you. Why are you talking so much? Qin Yuman glared at Li Yuanfu, then smiled at her grandson. Being a waiter is not bad, but it's too hard. It's better to listen to your father and join the company. Li Qingzhan said firmly, Grandma, I will not resign. So don't persuade me. Qin Yuman, seeing her grandson's attitude was so determined, she didn't say anything else, thinking that when his freshness wore off and he knew he was tired, he would remember the good things at home and would come back obediently. This situation also happened at Lin Qiuyu's house. It's just that the elders in the family couldn't persuade him, so they had to let him go. They also thought that he was just trying to be fresh for a while and feel the life of ordinary people. When he felt enough, he would come back naturally. But this time, they all underestimated the determination of Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu. Chapter 292 I just miss my mom. After enjoying the beauty of the snow scene, feeling the joy of making snowmen and playing snowball fights, Huang Tao's family of four came to a nearby restaurant to solve each other's hunger. The hygiene of this restaurant is not bad. Looking at the dishes, they are all cooked with good color, fragrance and taste, and the price is quite affordable. After consulting Xian and her parents, Huang Tao ordered a fried potato, a plate of fried pork with golden needles, a wild river shrimp, a fish head pot, and a bowl of tomato egg soup. Of course, white rice that can fill the stomach is naturally indispensable. At this time, Xian ate quite happily, mainly because of the excessive consumption of physical strength. Plus it is past mealtime now. Hungry, she likes to eat small potatoes. The small potatoes are slightly larger than quail eggs. The skin is golden and crispy. It looks very appetizing. Take a bite. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. There are a lot of seasonings and chopped green onions on it. It is very mellow. Chew it. The small potatoes are soft and fragrant. It goes well with rice. She ate several small potatoes in a row. Mom and Dad, come and eat. While Huang Tao was busy picking up food for Xian and her parents, He reached out and took a few tissues to wipe off the cumin and other seasonings left at the corners of her mouth. Xian said with a smile, "Thank you, Dad." "You're welcome." Huang Tao smiled lovingly and asked, "Xian, are you tired from playing this morning?" Xian shook her head like a rattle. "Not tired." Huang Tao thought for a while and said, "Do you want to continue playing in the afternoon?" Xian said without hesitation, "Yes." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Then Daddy will take you to the amusement park later." "Okay." "Amusement park?" Xuan's eyes sparkled instantly. And she nodded happily, "Yes. Yes. I like going to the amusement park the most." She used to go to the amusement park often. There are carousels, small trains, small teapots, Ferris wheels, pirate ships, roller coasters, and other fun rides. But, later, her father was too busy running a shop and had no time to take her to the amusement park. Now, she is naturally very happy to go to the amusement park with her father again. Besides, there are Grandpa and Grandma together. It's a pity. Mom is gone. If Mom was still there, it would be even better. In the past, Mom and Dad took her together. Later, Dad took her alone. When she thought of her mother, she felt a little lost. Cece has a mother. And the other children in the kindergarten also have mothers. And she? No mother. She lowered her head and ate the rice in the bowl. But she didn't mean to put it into her mouth. Huang Tao noticed that his precious daughter was different. And he asked softly, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy?" Song Xiaoyan's eyes were kind. And she asked with concern, "Xian, are you tired? If you are tired, you can sleep in the car for a while. After you have rested, it won't be too late for us to go to the amusement park." Huang Ida also asked anxiously, "Or is the food not to your taste?" Xian, if you don't like these, Grandpa will give you something else." Xian shook her head gently, raised her sad eyes, and looked at her grandparents and father, and whispered, "Grandma, I'm not tired. Grandpa, I don't dislike it." Huang Tao suddenly found that Xuan's eyes were moist. Those were clearly tears. His heart suddenly tightened. What happened? His heart trembled. And he quickly embraced the little guy with his big hands, sitting on his lap, and asked softly, "Baby, tell Daddy, what's wrong with you?" Huang Ida and Song Xiaoyan also looked at Xian with nervousness and concern. The little guy hugged his father's neck tightly, leaned his head against his father's chest, and said softly, "Dad, I just miss Mommy. Mommy." Xian rarely mentioned this word, and she hadn't told Huang Tao that she missed her mother for a while. But Huang Tao knew that she had always been thinking about her mother in her heart. It's just that the little guy didn't say it. The reason why he feels lost now is probably because he remembers that his mother was always there when he went to the amusement park before. He gently wiped away the tears from Xuan's eyes and said softly, "Xian, do you still remember what your mother looks like?" "Yes." She nodded, then shook her head, "But I don't remember it clearly." It's normal not to remember it clearly. After all, his wife passed away for more than a year, and Xian was still young at that time. He thought that Xian has grown up a little, and is much more sensible now. Although she didn't say it, her heart was like a mirror, and she understood it. He thought about it, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the little guy's head, and said softly, "Then Daddy will show you a photo of Mommy." Okay. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, and looked up at her father with expectation. Huang Tao quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the album, and showed Xian the photos he had treasured in it. He slowly turned the pages one by one. When the little one saw the photos of his mother, he couldn't bear to blink and kept staring at the photos. As he watched, a smile gradually appeared on his little face, and his little mouth kept talking. "Wow, Mommy is so beautiful. Daddy, look, this is me. Mommy is giving me a bath." "Huh? Where is this? Why can't I remember? Is it on the grass in the park? Is Mommy encouraging me to walk? Wow, this is the playground. Mommy and I are riding the carousel together." The electronic photos stored in the mobile phone, floating with the traces of time, seemed to be telling one beautiful memory after another. The beautiful past events of getting along with her mother that were buried deep in Xuan's memory were awakened in an instant. Although vague, they were still very sweet and beautiful. Huang Tao blinked his eyes, blinked away the tears in his eyes, and lowered his head to kiss Xuanxuan's little head. Song Salian and his wife looked at their precious daughter quietly with a loving face. And then, they turned their faces away at the same time, and touched their own eyes silently. Dad, I will miss Mom in the future. Can I see Mom's photo? Xian tilted her head, blinked her eyes, and looked at him expectantly. Although the stars are beautiful, they can only be seen at night. Sometimes it rains at night, and you can't see them. And you can't see your mother's face in the stars. She thinks it's better to see her mother in the photo. She can see her mother smile. She can also touch her mother's face. She can even kiss her mother's face. Okay. Of course. Wang Tao nodded, lowered his head, and kissed Xuanxuan's face, his heart full of love. Huang Yida and his wife are the same. Chapter 293, I won't take Xian to suffer this. The Fantasy Children's Amusement Park in Tianshi is located in the XC district. It is not far from the restaurant where Huang Tao is. It can be reached in 20 minutes by car. It is an old amusement park with a long history. Although compared with the newly built theme parks such as Disneyland and Fantasyland, the Fantasy Children's Amusement Park seems a bit outdated. But in terms of scale, it is still much larger than the amusement park in Wenling. There are more attractions. Most importantly, the tickets for the various attractions in the Fantasy Children's Amusement Park are still easy to buy. No need to wait in a long line. Unlike Disneyland, you have to wait in line for several hours to play a carousel. Of course, Wang Tao will not take Xian to suffer this. Soon, Wang Tao drove to the parking area of the Fantasy Children's Amusement Park. After getting off the bus, before we even reached the entrance of the park, Xian was already attracted by the tall Ferris wheel. She pointed at it with her chubby little hand and shouted excitedly, "Wow! What a big Ferris wheel! Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, look! This Ferris wheel is bigger than ours. Dad, I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Can I?" Seeing his daughter eager to try and full of interest, how could he not be satisfied? He put the small backpack containing children's water bottles, sweat wipes, wet wipes, small towels and other equipment on his shoulders, and nodded in agreement. "Okay. I'll arrange it for you later." At the entrance of the children's park, Wang Tao used his mobile phone to scan the code to check the ticket and pass the gate. Just when he was in the restaurant, he had already booked the ticket for the children's park online. He planned to spend the whole afternoon with Xian, letting her have a good time. "Let's go!" Wang Tao held Xuanxuan's hand and walked into the gate of the amusement park. Huang Yida and Song Salian followed closely with a smile. The Fantasy Children's Park is a large semi-indoor amusement park. It covers a large area. The facilities for playing inside are also very complete. Although there are not many high-tech toys, there are many traditional attractions, such as bumper cars, pirate ships, carousels, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, etc. Everything is available. Wang Tao bought a package ticket, except for a few items that require additional fees. All others are free. However, if there are many people playing, you also need to wait in line. Originally, he wanted to see where the line was the shortest, so he would go there first. But his precious daughter wanted to play the Ferris wheel, so he had to arrange it first. Fortunately, there were not many people playing the Ferris wheel. After waiting in line for a while, it was their turn. The four of them walked into a Ferris wheel box. With a clang, the door of the Ferris wheel was closed. Then, there was a creaking sound of rotation from outside. It was clearly audible. Then the Ferris wheel kept turning. At first, Xian leaned on the window with her hands, blinking her big eyes, looking out with a sense of freshness. After all, this was her first time riding a Ferris wheel. In the past, her father always said that she was too young and would not let her ride. This time she got what she wanted, so she was naturally excited and curious. As the height of the box slowly rose, the fear of gradually hanging in the air quietly spread in Xuanxuan's heart. Suddenly I felt a little panic, and the dizziness from looking down from a high altitude swept over me quietly. "Daddy, I'm scared." Xian subconsciously shrank her head back, moved her butt towards her father in fear, and reached out to grab her father's arm. Wang Tao, who was just enjoying the scenery outside the window with interest, turned his head when he heard his baby girl's cry, and then was grabbed by his baby girl's arm. "Xian, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here." He quickly stretched out his other hand, held Xian in his arms, and gently patted her little arm to give her a sense of security. After hearing Xuanxuan's cry, Wang Yida and his wife all turned their eyes to Xian and said kindly and softly, Xian, don't be afraid. Grandpa and Grandma are here too. Don't be afraid. Xian, who was held in her father's arms, felt safe while relying on him. With the caress of her grandparents, her fear of heights was also reduced. After all, she was a child. After the fear dissipated, her curiosity overflowed again, and she couldn't help stretching her neck and looking out. Wow! Daddy! Look! Everything below has become smaller. Xuan's eyes were filled with a magical look. Dad? The people below have become so small. Dad? The cars have become smaller. They are as small as bugs. Dad? Is that the big umbrella in the store? It looks like a small red mushroom. Xian couldn't wait to share everything she saw with her father. Yes, they have indeed become smaller. Wang Tao nodded and smiled tirelessly in response. Gradually adapting, Xian broke free from her father's embrace and once again lay on the window alone to watch. Just at this moment, a silver-white plane slowly passed by the horizon, leaving a vast expanse of white. Plane. The sharp-eyed Xian spotted it at once, and she pointed to the sky with excitement. Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, look, it's a plane. A plane. Hearing this, Wang Tao leaned over in cooperation. The big head suddenly squeezed together with Xuan's small head. This caused Xian to giggle like a silver bell. The two of them were in a playful mood and scrambled to watch the plane through the window. Wang Yida and his wife looked at the father and daughter, who were like live treasures, and they couldn't help but smile lovingly. Coming down from the Ferris wheel, Wang Tao took Xian to play bumper cars again. Wang Yida and his wife felt that they were too old, so they did not participate. Instead, they watched the father and daughter play from the outside. Of course, they also took on the role of photographers, recording every moment of this beauty. At this time, Wang Tao and Xian were in the parking lot, bumping into other people's cars and having a lot of fun. Xian's giggles never stopped. Afterwards, the father and daughter ran to ride the pirate ship, holding bubbles and shooting at the cartoon characters in the middle of the pool. They got on the pendulum again. As they swung back and forth, the father and daughter shouted and screamed happily. Then they ran to play on the carousel. Xian held the pole with one hand and made a happy yes sign with the other hand. This scene was also recorded in the camera by Song Xilian. Are you tired? Come! Drink some water first. After getting off the carousel, Wang Tao took the backpack from his father with a smile, took out the small thermos, opened the lid, and handed it to Xian. Xian took it obediently and drank the water in big gulps. Wang Tao touched Xuan's back again and felt a little sweaty. So he reached out to her back with a small towel and wiped it, and then stuffed a sweat-absorbing towel into her back to prevent the sweat from drying later, and the wet underwear from touching her back and getting cold, thus catching a cold. Then he took the small towel and wiped the fine sweat on her face. Xian held the kettle and drank water, blinking at her father, letting her father help wipe the sweat off her. This scene is so heartwarming. Chapter 294. Is this still the son I know? Time goes back again. Back to 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Heidelberg Villa. Li Qingzhan's home. Li Yuanfu is still sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs and reading the newspaper. Li Qingzhan chatted with his grandmother Qin Yuman for a while. He also chatted with his grandfather Li Xinzhong, who came back from a stroll, and explained his recent situation. Naturally, the old man was surprised. He persuaded him with heartache. He wanted him to give up this not-so-decent job. In the end, he couldn't persuade his grandson, so he had to give up for the time being. Okay, it's good for one person to go out and hone his skills. Li Xinzhong smiled helplessly and said, since you have made up your mind, Grandpa will follow your choice. Li Yuanfu saw that the old man couldn't shake his son's decision, and shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, what kind of magic potion did this really delicious restaurant give his son? It made his son so obsessed with this job that he used to look down on. If he knew his son did this just to be able to eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang every meal without queuing, he would definitely be shocked again. Bored Li Xinzhong took a chessboard and put it on the coffee table. He kindly invited his precious grandson and said, Xiao Cheng, come and play 2 games with Grandpa first. How about it? Grandpa's chess addiction came back again. What else can Li Qingzhan do? He can only accompany Grandpa to have fun. Just when Li Qingzhan was about to agree, Li Yuanfu on the side spoke first. Dad, you asked him to play chess. You know his level. But he is a bad chess player. And the more he plays chess, the worse he gets. Hi. This is a blatant contempt. Humph. How about I give you this position? You come? Li Qingzhan raised a sly smile and glanced at his father. Then turned his head and said to his grandfather, Grandpa, how about my dad play a few games with you? Li Yuanfu. His chess skills are equal to his son's. So he will definitely be crushed by his father. Then he will probably be laughed at by this brat. In that case, where would his face be? He waved his hands quickly and said, No. No. You two can play. I haven't finished reading the newspaper yet. I didn't expect you to play with me. Li Xinzhong looked disdainful, then looked at Li Qingzhan kindly, and said with a smile, Xiaocheng, for the sake of fairness, Grandpa will let you have one car and one cannon. Li Qingzhan smiled and declined, Grandpa, you don't have to let me. Let's play a fair game. After that, he turned on his mobile phone, downloaded a chess master, and adjusted it to expert difficulty. Okay. As you say. Li Xinzhong didn't force it, and nodded in agreement. He began to place the green pieces on his side. Li Qingzhan sat on the sofa inside the coffee table and began to place the red pieces on his side. The Chu River and Han River. The flags were set, and the two began to kill each other. Li Xinzhong made the next move. Li Qingzhan pressed a step on the mobile phone. The robot made the next move, and he learned a step. This time, Li Qingzhan was dumbfounded. I also lost a game. Hey, I actually lost. He had a look of doubt on his face, mixed with a little surprise. Xiaocheng, your chess skills have improved rapidly. Hearing this, Li Yuanfu came over and said in disbelief, It's true. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for a few days, his son's chess skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Is there a chess master in that restaurant? Give him some pointers? Just at this moment, the kitchen sliding door was pushed open from the direction of the restaurant. And then Qin Yuman's voice was heard. Dinner is ready. Li Xinzhong smiled and stood up. Let's go. Xiaocheng. Let's go eat. However, he never expected that after hearing his greeting, his precious grandson actually said, Grandpa, I'll serve the dishes. Li Xinzhong? Li Yuanfu? Qin Yuman? Then Li Qingzhan walked into the kitchen, saw the nanny coming out with the dishes, and took the food from her hand and took it to the dining table. The nanny was a little surprised. Young Master Li actually came to serve the dishes himself. She was completely stunned by this unexpected move. She was not the only one stunned. Li Yuanfu and Li Xinzhong, looking at such an incredible scene, they were also in a trance. You know, Li Qingzhan, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, has never done any housework since he was a child. Even if the bottle fell, he would not help it. But now, he actually take the initiative to help. Serve the dishes. He also takes the initiative to help arrange the chairs. This shocked Li Yuanfu and Li Xinzhong, the male owners who have always been invincible in the business world. Ahu! What's going on? Under their calm faces, their hearts are roaring wildly. Looking at Li Qingzhan, they couldn't help but reveal a hint of this is still the son I know. Dad? Grandpa and Grandma? What are you all doing? Eat the dishes? Li Qingzhan, who was used to it, had no idea that his beloved family was shocked by his move. He smiled and greeted them. Eat. Eat. The three of them smiled in a daze and picked up their chopsticks to eat. They finished the meal in a daze, and Li Qingzhan subconsciously stood up to clean up the dishes. The three elders looked at the figure cleaning up in front of the table as if they were watching rare and exotic animals. Li Xinzhong and his wife were almost in tears, looking at their grandson's skillful cleaning movements. He must have done a lot of these rough jobs in that store. Although the grandson insisted on staying in the store to work, he didn't seem to be unhappy about these rough jobs. But Li Xinzhong and his wife were still full of bitterness. This was his grandson, who was so cute and well-behaved. He just told jokes to make them laugh, and even played chess with him. An old man. Li Xinzhong and his wife covered their chests, and their gloomy faces scared the nanny, who came to clean up. The nanny looked carefully at the figure, who was carefully cleaning the dishes and chopsticks, and hurried forward to help. Confused. What did this young master of the Li family do today? The nanny did not dare to speak to guess the master's thoughts, and hurriedly followed Li Qingzhan to send the clean dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen. Li Yuanfu looked at his son's back as he carried the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen. That back figure instantly hurt his heart. He silently took out his mobile phone and sent money to his son. Li Qingjian, who had just arrived in the kitchen, suddenly felt a vibration in his trouser pocket. He took out his mobile phone and saw a notification text message pop up on the lock screen page. 95588. Your bank card account with the last digit received a transfer of 1 million renminbi from a user with the last digit on December 15th. The current balance is 1,128,926 renminbi and 90 cents. Please check and enter the amount in time to verify the amount. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. He paused. His eyes fell on the pile of numbers, and he didn't have time to react. The next second, the ding sounded again. 95588. Your bank card account with the last digit received a transfer of 1 million renminbi from a user with the last digit on December 15th. The current balance is 2,128,926 renminbi and 90 cents. Please check and enter the amount in time to verify the amount. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Li Qingjian? Chapter 295. Money can't buy the one you love. Good times always make people feel that time passes quickly and slips away in the blink of an eye. It was evening soon. Xian was tired from playing. Huang Tao held her and let her lie on his shoulder to rest for a while. He reached out to brush away the broken hair on her little face and said softly, Xian, we should go home too. No. Xian hugged her father's neck, shook her head gently, rubbed her little face against Huang Tao's shoulder, and said in a coquettish tone, Daddy, I want to play for a while. Play for a while. She had a lot of fun, although she was a little tired, but she still felt unsatisfied. She wanted to continue playing. If it were in the past, Huang Tao would definitely be completely defeated by Xuan's coquettish offensive. He promised her lovingly and continued to play with her. But now, even if he wanted to agree, the amusement park would not agree. You can't prevent the amusement park from closing. He had no choice. He had to explain to his precious daughter helplessly, Xian, it's not that Daddy doesn't want you to play for a while, but the amusement park is about to close. Look, the pirate ship over there has stopped, and many children are following their parents to the main entrance of the amusement park. Xian. Song Xiaolian saw that it was getting late, so she said helpfully, why don't you wait until the next holiday and let your father bring you here to play? Okay? Yes. Or wait until the Chinese New Year. Huang Ida thought about it and smiled kindly. When your father doesn't open the store, he will rest at home. Let's take some time and come here early in the morning to play, and play all day. Okay? Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked around, looked at the stopped amusement equipment, and looked at the children holding their parents' hands, reluctantly walking out. All of this told her that it was indeed as her father said. The amusement park was about to close. Okay. She nodded obediently. Then let's go home first. Come back next time when Daddy is not busy. So good. Huang Tao looked at her. The more he looked at her, the cuter she became. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her on her little face. The family of four walked out of the gate of the amusement park and walked towards the parking lot. There were small stalls next to the parking lot. There were people selling candied haws, cotton candy, hydrogen balloons, and sugar paintings. Daddy? When Huang Tao carried Xian past a three-wheeled electric vehicle selling hydrogen balloons, Xuan's beautiful big eyes were immediately attracted by the various hydrogen balloons. Seeing that her father was about to pass by, she quickly shouted, pointing at the hydrogen balloons and said, Look at so many balloons. Oh, that's a hydrogen balloon. Huang Tao looked in the direction of her little hand and asked with a smile, Xian, do you want one? Yeah. She nodded vigorously, with light in her eyes, yes. Okay, let's go pick one. Huang Tao smiled and carried her to the stall selling hydrogen balloons. Xian tilted her head and looked at the colorful and variously shaped hydrogen balloons tied to the back seat of the car. There were patterns of big bad wolf, pleasant goat, beautiful goat, little rabbit, little monkey, etc. Xian was dazzled by it. The stall owner was a slightly plump middle-aged man, wearing a short cotton-padded jacket and a warm earmuff hat. When he saw Huang Tao and his family coming over, he smiled and said, Little friend, which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Xian turned her head to look at her father, as if asking for his opinion. Huang Tao smiled and said, Xian, Tell the boss which one you like, and let him get it for you. After getting the nod, Xian bit her right index finger, stared at the hydrogen balloons in the back seat of the car for a moment, then pointed decisively at the Peppa Pig-shaped hydrogen balloon and said, I want the pink Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is her favorite. Huang Tao smiled at the stall owner. Boss, just take the pink Peppa Pig. Okay. The stall owner untied the pink Peppa Pig that Xian specified and handed it to Xian. Little friend, come and take it. After touching it, he did not forget to remind her, be sure to hold the rope tightly. Don't let go. Otherwise it will fly away all of a sudden, and you can't catch it back. Thank you, uncle. Xian thanked politely, took the rope tied with Peppa Pig, and held the rope tightly in her hands with both hands, fearing that she would let Peppa Pig fly away if she was not careful. Come, let me tie it around your wrist, so it won't fly away, and you don't have to keep pulling it and get tired. Song Salian came over, took the rope from Xuan's hand, and tied it outside Xuan's clothes. This way, Xian completely freed her hands. She shook her arms, which were tied with the rope, and the hydrogen balloon rose and fell with the shaking of her arms. No matter how she moved, it wouldn't fly away. She smiled happily and squinted her eyes, and thanked politely, thank you, Grandma. The stall owner looked at Xuan's cute and polite appearance and was very happy. He also wanted to have such a daughter. Unfortunately, he has no daughter in his life. He looked at Huang Tao with envy. Song Salian rubbed Xuan's little head and smiled lovingly. You're welcome. Just when Huang Tao was about to pay with his mobile phone, he was stopped by his father beside him. It's inconvenient for you to pay with a child in your arms, so let me do it. Huang Tao was not polite either, so he followed his father's wishes and nodded. Okay. Then you pay? Huang Ita took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code hung on the front of the car by the stall owner with WeChat. According to the price written on the WeChat printout, he confirmed while entering the number. Boss, 15 yuan. Right? The stall owner nodded. Yes. 15 yuan will be credited to the account via WeChat. Boss, I've paid. Huang Ita took back his mobile phone. Although the price is a bit expensive, a hydrogen balloon costs only 1 or 2 yuan at most. But if his precious granddaughter likes it, it is worth it. After all, money can't buy the good in your heart. The most important thing is that his precious granddaughter is happy. The family of 4 got on the bus happily. Along the way, Xian kept holding the Peppa Pig balloon and refused to let go. This is her darling now. Song Salian thought that the little one had played for a whole day and would definitely fall asleep in the car. Unexpectedly, she kept playing with the Peppa Pig balloon after getting on the bus. She was afraid that Xian was tired. So she smiled and asked, Xian, do you want to sleep for a while? We still have some distance to go when we get to Grandma's house, with new toys to play with. She naturally lost all her sleepiness. She shook her head and said, Grandma, I'm not sleepy. Song Salian asked again with concern, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some cake or fruit? Xian shook her head again. Grandma, I'm not hungry. Huang Tao listened to the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren and smiled without saying a word. Alas, I can only say that there is a kind of sleepiness, which is called Grandma thinking you are sleepy. There is a kind of hunger, which is called Grandma thinking you are hungry. Chapter 296. Did you have fun? The sky was dotted with stars, each one like a bright diamond, scattered in the deep blue sky. Huang Tao drove his parents back to his hometown. He stayed there and had dinner. After a short rest, he got in the car with his parents' reluctant eyes and exhortations. Back home, Huang Tao opened the door and said to Xian while changing her slippers, Xian, Daddy will take you to take a bath, and go to bed after the bath. Okay. Okay. Xian, holding the rope of the Peppa Pig hydrogen balloon, nodded obediently. He smiled and put the things in his hand on the dining table in the restaurant, and said softly, then you play for a while, and wait for Daddy to put the water in, and then call you. Xuan's eyes curved. Yeah. So good. He smiled and walked into the bathroom. A bucket of hot water was filled in Xuan's exclusive plastic bathtub. He used his elbow to test the water temperature. No problem. Just right. He shouted to the outside of the door, Xian, come and take a bath. I'm coming. Hearing the shout, Xian reluctantly put her new favorite Peppa Pig hydrogen balloon on the sofa. Whoosh. The hydrogen balloon flew to the ceiling, causing the little guy to tilt his head back and open his mouth involuntarily. Wow! It's amazing! She was surprised for a moment. She remembered her father's call just now, and hurriedly ran to the bathroom with her thin legs. Daddy? Daddy? She used body language with curved eyebrows to describe the scene to Huang Tao. I put the Peppa Pig balloon on the sofa, and it flew to the ceiling in a flash. Really? Huang Tao responded with a smile, and helped her take off her clothes. Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, Dad, no matter how you throw the balloon up, it won't fly into the sky. But this hydrogen balloon can fly into the sky by itself. Why is that? Oh! The little guy can also learn to think about problems. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. Huang Tao carried her into the bathtub and thought for a while, and said, generally, balloons are filled with air. It is as heavy as the atmosphere in space, so it is impossible to rise into the sky. This hydrogen balloon is filled with a kind of hydrogen that is lighter than air. So the hydrogen balloon is lighter than air, and the air can support it to rise into the sky. Listening to her father's explanation, Xian felt it was so profound I didn't understand it a little bit. She blinked her big eyes as if she understood it. Indeed, for her age, it is normal not to understand. When you grow up, you will understand. Huang Tao smiled and gently touched her little head, then gestured, now lean your head against the groove of this bathtub. Lean back, close your eyes, and Daddy will wash your hair. Yeah. Xian, who was lying in the bathtub taking a hot bath, did it obediently. Huang Tao took out the children's shampoo, squeezed some in his palm, and then rubbed it hard to make some foam, and then spread it on Xian's hair. He washed her hair gently, rubbed it with a dry towel a few times, and wrapped it up. He also helped to get a bath ball, squeezed some children's shower gel on it, and rubbed it for her. He washed her from head to toe, and then wrapped her in a clean bath towel, wiped the water stains off her body, changed into a clean set of autumn clothes and pajamas, still her favorite Peppa Pig pattern. Come! Daddy will help you blow dry your hair. Huang Tao smiled and called, plugged in the hair dryer, and gently helped her blow dry her hair. Xian squinted her eyes due to the hot wind, and looked comfortable, even cuter. Huang Tao looked at the deep dimples on the cheeks of his precious daughter in the mirror. The more he looked, the cuter she became. He wanted to go over and kiss her immediately. Perhaps the hair dryer was blowing too hard, and from time to time, a few naughty hairs scratched Xuan's face, making it itchy. She puffed her little mouth, playfully blew at those naughty hairs, and blew them out, blowing them up. Huang Tao looked at her playful self in the mirror, smiled dotingly, and helped to lift those hairs over. Now, Xuan's vision was much clearer, and her little face was no longer itchy. Okay, Daddy will carry you to the bedroom to sleep. After drying her, he put away the hair dryer and reached out to pick up Xian. Come to the bedroom. Put her on the bed. Turn on the small table lamp on the bedside table. Then put the plush pig Peppa beside her. Pull the quilt over and cover them. The soft light of the table lamp reflected on her rosy little face, like a very tempting apple. It makes people want to take a bite. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her little face, and asked softly, Xian, did you have fun today? Happy. Xian lay in the warm quilt holding the plush pig Peppa, with two shallow dimples on her cheeks, nodded and said, it's fun. Today, her father took her to play in another city for a day. First, they went to see the snow scene, built snowmen, and had snowball fights. In the afternoon, he took her to the playground to play many fun rides. In the evening, they went to Grandpa and Grandma's house for dinner. Xian had a lot of fun. Huang Tao reached out and lifted her bangs on her forehead, and asked with a smile, well, do you want to play again in the future? Yes. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, and her words were full of affirmation. Huang Tao smiled dotingly, lowered his head, and kissed her smooth forehead. Then you go to sleep first, and next time during the new year, Dad will take you and Grandpa and Grandma out to play together. Okay? Okay. Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Huang Tao touched her soft hair and said gently, then go to sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Huang Tao lay on his side beside her with his head on the pillow, quietly looking at her face that looked like a little angel. I never get tired of looking at my little cotton padded jacket. After a few seconds, Xian quietly opened one eye. And as a result, her eyes met Huang Tao's. Don't panic. Dad loves her the most. She was quite experienced, and smiled calmly with curved eyebrows. Dad, you haven't told me a bedtime story yet. Huang Tao laughed dumbly. Originally, I thought my baby girl must be exhausted after playing all day. So I prepared a bedtime story for tonight and skipped it. Unexpectedly, the little guy was still thinking about it. You? Huang Tao dotingly reached out and hooked her little nose. Turned around, reached out and took a picture book on the bedside table, and said with a smile, Then Dad will tell you the story of Little Gray Rabbit Finds Friends. Xian nodded like a chick. Okay. Huang Tao flipped through the picture book and read softly. There is a group of little white rabbits living on the grass. They play together all day and play games together. It's lively and happy. Among these rabbits, there is a little gray rabbit. When everyone plays, he always stands far away and watches. The story is quite long. Slowly, when Huang Tao talked about the little gray rabbit coming out of the bear's house and meeting the fox, Xuan's tiredness came unconsciously. She finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and closed her eyes. She fell asleep. She fell into a dream. It seems that she is really tired. Huang Tao closed the picture book and looked at his daughter for a long time, looking at the sweet arc on the corner of her mouth. He believed that Xian would have a good dream tonight. He smiled slightly and tucked Xian in. When he reached out to turn off the desk lamp and prepared to go to bed, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 297, 30,000 Active Fans. Listening to the cold system prompt sound that suddenly sounded in his mind, Huang Tao paused before he touched the lamp. Huh? Is this a task? Don't ask why I don't think the system is going to issue hidden rewards. The question is that he didn't do anything related to cooking at the moment, and the system couldn't give rewards for no reason. He thought so in his heart, and then continued to reach out and lowered the brightness of the lamp, so as not to affect Xuan's sleep. Ding! Task: open an official Weibo account. As a future chef, how can your food store not have an official account on Weibo? Please open an official Weibo account and have 30,000 active fans. The number of likes and comments on the first Weibo posted must not be less than 1,000. P.S. Purchase zombie fans do not count, and comments and likes do not count. Huh? This time, the rewards were not announced in advance. Huang Tao was a little surprised, but he didn't care. Even if the reward was announced in advance, he could only look at it, but couldn't get it immediately. Okay, let's think about how to complete this task first. Thinking about the famous task released not long ago. It has not been completed yet. He couldn't help but click to check the progress. Jiang City, 9984/10,000. Lin City, 9595/10,000. Lu City, 9168/10,000. Jia City, 9094/10,000. Shao City, 8973/10,000. The progress has increased, but not much. He currently has no better solution to this problem, so he can only let it go. Who made his hands not so long that they can reach all the other cities? Of course, if he starts a live broadcast, there may be some effect. Here comes the problem. As a chef, what talent can he show when he starts a live broadcast? Cooking? It's not impossible, but it's still difficult to build up a fan base from scratch. Besides, after tomorrow, he will have to devote himself to his great cooking career again, and he has no intention to do these things at all. After all, his main job is a chef. Running his own small shop well is the kingly way. As for internet celebrity anchors, he has never thought about it. Let's set up the official Weibo first. But how to set it up? He leaned his head on the bed cushion and fell into deep thought. When he was browsing Weibo before, he also saw the official accounts of many larger restaurants on Weibo. There are quite a lot of fans. Every time a new dish is launched or an event is held in the store, they will post on Weibo to interact with fans. Some large stores even have super chats. Many bloggers who like to share their daily life will also post photos of the food and tasting experience taken in the store on their own Weibo after tasting the food in this restaurant. By the way, bring up the super chat topic. In this way, it will be more or less popular. The official account of the restaurant will also be open on a daily basis, in a relaxed and humorous or soft and cute style. It will show a sense of presence in front of fans. It is not difficult to build an official Weibo account. The difficulty lies in how to manage it well, and how to attract 30,000 active fans to follow. You still need to learn more about these. If you manage it well, you may be able to increase the number of fans in other cities, and thus complete the task of becoming famous. He took his mobile phone and carefully swiped the official accounts of some catering industry giants. Wow! It's really first-class marketing. Every photo of food can fully arouse the appetite of the audience. Every paragraph of copywriting tempts fans from all angles. Looking at the number of readings and likes and comments, it's not small. He wrote down these skills while reading. He also found 2 or 3 official accounts of popular online stores that have been very popular recently to learn. When it was nearly 10:30, he finally finished dressing up the newly registered Weibo account. Name: Super Delicious Zenhachi Restaurant. 1-sentence introduction. It's so happy to be able to eat a meal of Zenhachi restaurant every day. Location: the corner of the old street in the west of Wanling City. As for the avatar, he directly used the logo of Zenhachi restaurant printed on the takeaway box. Well, how can I put it? It is grand and straightforward, making it clear at a glance. Then, he edited the first Weibo message and sent it out. He also forwarded a recommendation from the All Food Beauty magazine about his Zenchiho store. Finally, he casually created a super topic. After finishing it, he sent his official Weibo account to the new product group, hoping that everyone would pay more attention and click to follow. Some old customers, who had not yet fallen asleep, when they saw this message, they all paid attention, and they did what they said. Click to follow. They also liked and commented on the first Weibo message posted by Huang Tao. Huang Tao looked at the gradually increasing number of fans, liked and commented, smiled, and expressed his gratitude in the group, then put down his phone. He glanced at Xian, who was sleeping beside him. The little girl was sleeping sweetly. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and a faint smile appeared. He smiled slightly and kissed her on her little face. Xuan's little face twitched, and she turned sideways and continued to sleep. Huang Tao reached out to turn off the desk lamp and laid down beside her quietly. Across the internet, Jiang Han, as a typical representative of contemporary young people who cultivate immortals, was still browsing a certain blog. Jiang Han, who could not eat the food in the Zenhachi restaurant because of the renovation, was very greedy. In order to relieve this greed, he looked at the food he had taken of the Zenhachi restaurant before, but he was still not satisfied. He went to the official Weibo of All Food and looked at the food photos about the Zenhachi issue. Suddenly, he saw a user named Super Delicious Really Delicious Restaurant, who followed the Weibo of All Food magazine. Huh? Who is this Super Delicious Really Delicious Restaurant? A big question mark rose in his mind. At first, he thought he was dazzled. He saw it wrong. He looked carefully. There were indeed 3 words really delicious. Could it be Mr. Huang's? With some expectations, he clicked on it and saw the food introduced, and the address, and the avatar of the Really Delicious logo. All these indicate this is the official Weibo account of the Really Delicious restaurant. Damn! Mr. Huang actually quietly opened an official Weibo account. He looked surprised, but his hands didn't stop moving. He immediately followed the account. Then he quickly returned to his Weibo account and posted a message. While after much anticipation, the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant is finally here. Super Delicious Zenhachi Restaurant. Everyone can follow it. Then he copied and pasted this message to the Weibo of Full Food magazine, so that more people can see it. Huang Tao, who was still asleep, never thought that while he was sleeping, the number of fans of the official account had increased sharply. There were many likes under the new Weibo, and many more supportive comments such as expectation and pen refills. Chapter 298. The filling is sweet, but not as sweet as you. It was another early morning. The sky was still green, and a thin mist covered the entire Wanling city. Huang Tao's biological clock was not completely disrupted by his vacation. Even though this so-called clock had neither minute hands nor second hands, nor ticking sounds, Huang Tao still woke up under its urging. The first thing he did after opening his eyes, he still turned his head to look at his precious daughter beside him. At this time, she was lying on her side, sleeping soundly. She just kicked the quilt a little, revealing her little butt wrapped in pajamas. This scene made him cry out, "Ah!" He didn't know when Xian kicked the quilt that was originally covered tightly. Fortunately, the air conditioner was always on. Otherwise, she would catch a cold. He quickly and gently pulled off her pajamas and covered her with the quilt again. Xian, who was covered with a quilt, was obviously a little dissatisfied. She smacked her lips, frowned, twisted her body, and kicked her thin legs hard a few times, trying to slide the thick quilt on her body down a little. Unfortunately, the thin legs were not strong enough to shake the thick quilt. Wang Tao smiled and lowered his head to put his lips on Xuan's forehead. Measure her temperature. The temperature is normal. He was relieved, reached out to pick up the phone under the pillow, and checked the time. He clicked on Weibo again, opened his official Weibo page, and looked at the number of fans, likes and comments. He didn't expect that he would gain 15,395 fans after sleeping for one night. There were also many supportive comments under the first Weibo post. It seems that there are more than 1,000 comments. There are also many likes. More than 1,000 too. Huh? There are quite a lot of night owls. Wang Tao searched curiously, except for a small number of old customers in the new product group who followed, liked and commented. The rest were all the credit of the food blogger named Jiang Han. He knew this Jiang Han. At first, he came to his restaurant to eat purely to fight against counterfeiting. But in the end, he was conquered by the food in his restaurant and became a loyal customer of Zenhachi Restaurant. Now, he is also promoting the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant. Wang Tao thinks that this person is not a bad person and can get along with him. At the moment, he also reciprocated, while following Jiang Han's Weibo. He also liked the Weibo message he posted about the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant. Seeing that Xian was still sleeping, he thought that he didn't need to go to the restaurant today, and it was still early before school. Let her sleep a little longer. He got up first and made breakfast, then called her to get up and eat. It is better to act than to think. He got up quietly, put on his clothes lightly, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Daddy? Wang Tao had just washed his face when he heard his precious daughter's cry. He paused for a moment, and was about to put down the towel and go to the bedroom when he saw his precious daughter's figure appear at the door of the bathroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Xian. He saw Xian coming out in only pajamas. So he quickly hugged her in his arms and wrapped her small body with his coat to prevent her from catching a cold. He hurried back to the bedroom. He helped her put on her clothes. Looking at her sleepy and cute look, he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her on her little face. Xian chuckled. Dad's beard is prickly. Wang Tao reached out and touched his face. Hey, you know what? The beard that was just shaved yesterday actually has stubble again. It's really a bit prickly. Dad will shave them all later. Wang Tao smiled, carried Xian to the bathroom again, helped her prepare the water for washing, and helped squeeze the toothpaste, and said softly, Xian, brush your teeth and wash your face first. Dad will make you glutinous rice balls after shaving your beard. Okay. Xian nodded obediently, picked up the toothbrush, and brushed her teeth seriously in front of the mirror. Wang Tao faced the mirror, picked up the razor and shaved off all the prickly stubble. Done. Wang Tao saw that Xian washed well, so he went to the kitchen with peace of mind. He brought a clean basin and poured some water-ground glutinous rice flour into it. He took another bowl of water and poured it into the water-milled glutinous rice flour while stirring it in the basin with chopsticks. When all the water-milled glutinous rice flour in the basin turned into dough, he began to knead it into a smooth dough. After the dough was kneaded, he put it aside for later use. Then, he began to prepare the fillings for making glutinous rice balls. First, he had to fry the black sesame seeds. He cleaned the wok, wiped it dry, and put it on the gas stove. Turn on the fire. Pour the black sesame seeds brought by my mother into the wok in an appropriate amount. Turn to low heat. Pick up the spatula in the wok and slowly turn the black sesame seeds. This step looks simple, but the difficulty coefficient is not small. Make sure that every black sesame seed in the pot is heated evenly. Don't let it get mushy because it can't be turned over. And don't let it be without heat. In short, it is necessary to ensure that the black sesame seeds are stir-fried evenly. Fortunately, he inherited his mother's true teachings. In addition, he is good at cooking, so this step is still a piece of cake for him. As he stirs, the black sesame seeds in the pot gradually dry up, and even wisps of green smoke come out. A moment, the pot exudes a scent of black sesame. Wang Tao immediately turns off the fire and takes the pot off. To prevent the black sesame seeds from getting mushy, he casually takes a stainless steel tray and pours the stir-fried black sesame seeds into it. Spread it out to cool. He also repeatedly washes the remaining pig fat that his father bought yesterday. After washing it, put it on the chopping board. Kick off the fascia with a kitchen knife, and cut it into small cubes for later use. When the temperature of the black sesame seeds in the tray drops and becomes warm, he takes a fresh keeping bag and pours the black sesame seeds into it. Spread it flat on the chopping board and crush it with a rolling pin. But don't crush it into powder. Otherwise it will lose the unique taste of the black sesame filling. Just crush it and let it emit fragrance. After crushing, he poured it into a clean basin, and then poured in the pre-cut lard cubes and soft white sugar. The amount of soft white sugar should be almost equal to the lard cubes. He started to mix the filling, as he needed it, and with the residual heat of the black sesame pieces. The soft white sugar quickly sank into the filling, melted, became the adhesive in the filling. The originally dry black sesame pieces and the distinct lard cubes were all glued together. Before long, it became a shiny filling ball. He picked it up and put it on the chopping board. "Dad, what are you doing?" After washing her face and playing with the Peppa Pig hydrogen balloon in the living room for a while, Xian ran to the kitchen and saw her father dividing a black and shiny thing into balls slightly larger than glass balls. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Wang Tao said, as he was doing it, "Dad is making the fillings for the glutinous rice balls." She thought it was fun and volunteered, "Dad, I'll help you." Wang Tao smiled and nodded. "Okay. Then you wash your hands first." "Yeah." She stood on the stool obediently, turned on the faucet on the sink, and washed her hands seriously. She wiped her hands on a clean towel again. She joined the ranks of dividing the fillings. She followed suit and took some of the fillings from the ball of fillings and rubbed them in the palm of her hand. The unique aroma of the filling went straight into her nostrils, fragrant and sweet. She pursed her lips and looked up at her father, who was busy and focused. She took a little bit of the filling from her hand, put it in her mouth, and tasted it. "Hey, it's sweet." Wang Tao looked at her successful little appearance of stealing and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "Dad." Xian didn't expect to be discovered by her father. She had a strong desire to survive and said with curved eyebrows, "You know, the filling is very sweet, but not as sweet as you. Your little mouth." Wang Tao felt sweet in his heart. After all the fillings were ready, he put them all in the refrigerator's cold storage room and refrigerated them temporarily. He took the glutinous rice noodles and rolled them into long strips first, and then divided them into small pieces. Roll these small doughs into rounds to form thick round cakes. Xian followed suit. Wang Tao put the round cake into his palm and pressed it in the middle of the top with his thumb, pressing and turning it. The round cake then formed a depression like a wine cup. The glutinous rice dumpling skin was ready. "It's so difficult." The small dough in Xuan's hand turned as her thumb pressed, and then it turned over completely. It became a flat dough. Wang Tao smiled. He rolled her overturned dough again and rolled it into a round shape. Then he led Xian hand in hand to press and turn the small dough. After a while, the small dough in Xuan's hand also formed a depression like a wine cup. Xian looked at her own hands. With the help of her father, she turned the small dough into a wine cup like a magic trick. She enjoyed the joy of success happily and praised her father. "Dad is so awesome." Wang Tao smiled and took out the fillings from the refrigerator. He stuffed one into Xuan's glutinous rice dumpling skin, and then helped her to pinch the glutinous rice dumpling skin to slowly close the mouth. After it was sealed, he put it in the palm of his hand and rubbed it a few times to make the ball more round. In this way, a delicious and beautiful glutinous rice dumpling was wrapped. While Xian was busy admiring the glutinous rice dumpling she made, Wang Tao put the fillings on all the other glutinous rice dumpling skins. One after another, round glutinous rice dumplings appeared under his skillful hands. He was also busy. And then, he started boiling water and started to cook glutinous rice dumplings. There are also skills to cooking glutinous rice dumplings. It doesn't mean that you just boil the water. Throw the dumplings in, and let them roll around in the pot. The reason why the glutinous rice balls are delicious is not just because they are cooked, but because they are cooked. Although there is only one word difference between cooking and cooking, the difference is huge. This cooking, it means using boiling water to slowly cook the glutinous rice balls. This is done to keep the glutinous rice balls in perfect shape. After all, the outer skin of the glutinous rice balls is made of glutinous rice flour. If it is cooked over high heat, The boiling hot water can make the outer skin of the glutinous rice balls change from round to flat, or even crack, so that the filling inside flows out, completely deformed, thus affecting the appearance. Secondly, it can also make the filling thoroughly cooked, because lard cubes are added to the filling of the glutinous rice balls. If the cooking time is too short, the lard cubes inside will be difficult to cook thoroughly, and it will be difficult to melt them into lard. So you have to use hot water to cook them slowly. When the water in the pot was about to boil, Huang Tao poured the glutinous rice balls in. When the water in the pot was about to boil, he turned down the heat and picked up the spatula to push the bottom of the pot gently to prevent it from sticking. Then he just waited. When all the white, tender and round dumplings in the pot floated on the water, he immediately turned off the heat. He didn't rush to serve the dumplings, but let them continue to float in the pot for a while. Let the fillings cook more thoroughly. A few minutes later, he brought a big bowl and used a soup spoon to serve the dumplings, the kind that was served with the soup. This was to allow the dumplings to better maintain their round and perfect appearance. If you use a colander to serve, once the dumplings are without the protection of water, they will become soft and even crack and leak. Of course, this little trick was also learned from my mother. Xian, who had been drooling with greed, followed her father around. When she saw her father put the big bowl on the stove, she asked with bright eyes, "Dad, can we eat?" "Ouch. My little greedy cat can't wait." Huang Tao smiled and said patiently, "Not yet. Just wait a little longer." He took a can of sugar osmanthus, scooped 2 spoonfuls with a small spoon, and poured it on the glutinous rice balls. In an instant, a faint fragrance of osmanthus floated out of the basin. This fragrance was faint, not strong, but very nice. Well, it smells like the fragrance of osmanthus itself. It seems that the sugar osmanthus my mother bought is of good quality. He smiled and was about to tell Xian next to him that it was time to eat. But the cold ding prompt sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Could it be that the task of opening an official Weibo account was quietly completed? Chapter 299 Independent Research and Development. Smells so good. So good. Xian wants to eat. Xian sniffed hard with her cute little nose. And the fragrance was refreshing. She couldn't help but stick out her pink tongue and lick the corner of her lips. Her stomach gurgled and started to jump impatiently. Okay. Xian wants to eat. Dad will start eating now. Hearing this, Huang Tao responded with a smile, and then reminded Xian, "Move aside. Dad is going to bring the dumplings. Be careful not to touch them." Xian moved aside obediently. Huang Tao carefully brought the big bowl of dumplings to the dining table. Xian was still very sensible. She took the initiative to help her father carry the washed bowls and spoons and put them on the dining table. Then she climbed onto her own exclusive dining chair and sat on it obediently. She placed her hands on the table, leaning slightly towards him, tilting her head, staring at the white jade-like dumplings in the big bowl. She looked salivating. "Come! Dad will serve you." Huang Tao saw her greedy look, took her small bowl, and asked jokingly, "Xian, how many dumplings do you want to eat?" Xian said without hesitation, "A lot." Huang Tao pretended to be puzzled. "How many are a lot?" Xian blinked, thought for a while, stretched out 10 fingers, and said, "Then let's start with 10. Okay." Huang Tao smiled and put 10 dumplings in the small bowl given to her, pushed the small bowl in front of her, handed the spoon to her, and gently reminded, "It's a little hot. Blow it before eating." "Dad? I know." She nodded obediently, looked down at the glutinous rice balls in the bowl, and licked the corners of her mouth greedily. Then she picked up the spoon, scooped up a round glutinous rice ball, pouted her little mouth, and blew on the glutinous rice ball in the spoon. Blow away a lot of hot air. Feeling that the temperature is about right, she brought it to her mouth and touched the glutinous rice ball on the spoon carefully, feeling that the temperature is just right. Then she bit the glutinous rice ball in small bites. The sweet and black sesame filling immediately burst out and flowed along the tip of the tongue. Sweet. She narrowed her eyes and wrinkled her nose. "It's not hot. It's delicious." Huang Tao smiled and said, "If it's delicious, eat more." "Yeah." Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then looked up at Huang Tao and said with concern, "Dad, you eat too?" Huang Tao nodded, scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon and blew it. It was so delicious after taking a bite. The sweet taste is far from comparable to those sold outside. It tastes fragrant, soft and tender, and super aftertaste. Not bad. Not bad. It's really good to be able to make such a taste without the blessing of the system. In short, he is quite satisfied with the glutinous rice balls he made. Meow. Mimi, who smelled the fragrance, came over, tilted her head, and looked at them sadly, as if saying, "Big master, little master, do you still remember Mimi in the cat bed?" "Oh, I forgot about Mimi." Xian looked down at Mimi and belatedly remembered her good friend. "You eat it. Daddy will serve it some." Huang Tao brought 5 glutinous rice balls and poured them into Mimi's exclusive cat bowl. Mimi lowered her head and ate happily. He returned to the table and listened to the system's prompt sound while eating. Congratulations to the host for successfully making glutinous rice balls, completing the hidden side quest independent research and development, and obtaining a perfect level food upgrade card. Does the host want to use this perfect level food upgrade card on the glutinous rice balls now? So it's this? This surprise was indeed a bit sudden for him. Originally, he thought that the task of opening an official Weibo account had been completed. Who would have thought that he had made a pot of glutinous rice balls at home for breakfast, which became the self-developed research and development in the system's mouth? Although he had expectations, he really didn't expect that this move would accidentally complete the hidden side quest. But remembering the last time, he suddenly had an idea to put white rice, braised pig's trotters and braised eggs together, and blanch some vegetables. The system judged it as a perfect braised pig's trotter rice. And he also completed the hidden independent innovation task and obtained a kitchen utensil. Well, I can only say, surprises are everywhere. Since the system rewarded a perfect level meal upgrade card, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. He is now worried that there are too few varieties of breakfast. It is just right to wait for the glutinous rice balls to be upgraded and sold as breakfast. Increase the variety of breakfast. He turned his heartbeat into action in an instant. He replied to the system in his mind without hesitation, "Upgrade," as soon as the voice fell. In his mind, it seemed that a golden light flashed rapidly. Then, in his mind, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect level food to upgrade the intermediate glutinous rice balls to perfect level glutinous rice balls. As the system's prompt sound fell, a lot of glutinous rice ball experience and related knowledge quickly flooded into his mind. This glutinous rice ball is probably one of the most traditional Chinese foods. Originated in the Song dynasty, Mingzhou at that time, which is now Ningbo, was popular with a new food. It used black sesame and lard as stuffing, added a little white sugar, and rolled into a round shape with glutinous rice flour on the outside. After cooking, it tasted sweet and delicious, with a unique taste, because it floats and sinks in the pot. It was originally called floating Yuanzi, and later it was renamed Tongtuan. Whether it is round or round, whether the glutinous rice balls are salty or sweet, whether the glutinous rice balls have stuffing or not, whether the glutinous rice balls should have sharp corners, and whether there is any difference between glutinous rice balls and yuan xiao. In short, they all symbolize family reunion. Moreover, there are thousands of delicious glutinous rice balls. But there is only one hometown. Today, we have to quickly prepare the ingredients for making glutinous rice balls, so that we can sell this new glutinous rice balls tomorrow morning, and give new and old customers a surprise. He thought about it, and decided to call his mother later to ask where the black sesame and sugar osmanthus were bought. This would save him from running around the market looking for them. He looked up and saw that the glutinous rice balls in his daughter's bowl were almost empty. So he smiled and asked, Xian, are you full? Do you want more? Xian said with a bulging mouth. No, I'm full. Indeed, the outer skin of the glutinous rice balls is made of glutinous rice flour. A lot of granulated sugar and diced lard are added to the filling, which is high in calories and easy to make you feel full. Besides, the glutinous rice balls he made were not small. Such a little kid could be full after eating 10 glutinous rice balls. He did not force her to eat more, lest she would be full and feel uncomfortable. Seeing that there was still sesame filling on the corners of Xuan's mouth, he took out a tissue and wiped the corners of the little one's mouth. He casually ate 2 bowls of glutinous rice balls. After eating, when Huang Tao was washing the dishes, the little one also ran over, moved a small stool to the side of Huang Tao, stood on it, looked at Huang Tao with a side face, and said with curved eyebrows, Dad, let me help you wash. worried that she would get her sleeves wet. Huang Tao smiled and said softly, "Baby, Dad has almost washed everything. Can you help Dad put the bowls and spoons in the cupboard later?" Xian thought about it and nodded. "Okay." She waited obediently on the side. After her father washed the dishes, she carefully took them and put them in the cupboard, and then put the spoon in the chopstick holder. Huang Tao touched her little head and praised, "My Xian is great." "Yeah." Xian accepted her father's praise happily. "Let's go. Dad will take you to school." Huang Tao picked up his school bag and the children's thermos filled with warm water, and walked out of the house hand in hand with Xian. Chapter 300. Isn't that a lifetime meal ticket? It was a little after 8 in the morning. In a luxurious apartment, a ray of sunlight came in through the gap in the curtains, and the narrow light climbed over the head of the bed and fell on Lin Monli's smooth and tender cheek. Lin Monli was still asleep, and her sweet dreams were not disturbed by the sunlight. She turned over comfortably, and her long hair was scattered on the bed with the movement of her head, and then playfully stuck to her side face. The soft nightgown wrapped tightly around her body also quietly spread out, revealing her smooth jade-like skin that was hidden. "Ah, ha!" She woke up from her sleep, yawned, and stretched. She sat up with her clothes messy, head resting on the head of the bed. She reached out to touch the bedside table. After touching the phone, she took it. The white fingers lightly swiped the phone screen and browsed Weibo. "Huh? The super nice Senhachi? Is it the official Weibo account of Mr. Huang's store?" At first, she thought she had seen it wrong. Looking at the avatar again, it was undoubtedly the logo of Zenhachi. She suddenly became alert and clicked on the avatar. Looking at the introduction and the address again, she was sure that this must be the official account of Zenhachi. "This Mr. Huang opened an official Weibo account without notifying me." At this moment, Lin Monli did not feel her little woman's attitude. Her face flushed, as if she was angry, and her eyes could not help but reveal a soft wave. If her good friend Yang Xiaobing saw it, she would probably be shocked. Although she was angry, her body was still very honest to pay attention to Huang Tao's official account. She took a screenshot of the introduction of Zenchichi. Then, she immediately returned to her Weibo. She tapped the screen of her mobile phone and edited a message. "This is the official account of Mr. Huang's store. Super delicious Zenchichi. Everyone can pay attention to it." And presented the screenshot just now. It is convenient for more people to see it, so that they can pay attention to the official account of Zenchichi at the first time. Then, she copied and pasted this message, and sent it to her best friend Yang Xiaobing's WeChat. No one responded. "This Bing. I guess she is still asleep." Before her best friend replied, she lifted the quilt and stood up. When she looked down, she saw her spring light suddenly exposed. She quickly wrapped the collar of her nightgown and retied her belt. Shwa! The curtains were pulled up by her, and the dazzling morning light rushed in all of a sudden. She squinted her eyes to adapt to the sunlight. When she could bear the sunlight, she looked down at the beautiful scenery outside the window in the morning and felt the warmth of the sun. Yang Xiaobing had also woken up at this time. She was lying on the bed, with one hand supporting her chin and the other hand flipping through her phone, checking the WeChat messages sent by her bestie. "Wow! Mr. Huang actually registered an official Weibo account. This is great. In the future, I can get to know the food of Zenhachi restaurant through the official Weibo account at the first time," she explained in surprise. And without stopping her hand, she clicked follow. She then forwarded the message sent by Lin Monli on Weibo. Then she copied and pasted this message and posted it in her own circle of friends. As soon as this message was sent, it was seen by many relatives and friends who were browsing the circle of friends. Friends with Weibo accounts all went to Weibo at the first time and clicked follow Huang Tao's official account. Some even liked and commented. Jiang Ling was one of them. Xian's father. "You are so mean. I just ran into him at the kindergarten gate, but he didn't tell me about it. Now I have to learn about this from my cousin's circle of friends." Jiang Ling felt that his daughter Cici and Xian were good friends, so he was also a good friend of Mr. Huang. But Mr. Huang didn't tell him a word about such an important matter that morning. He felt that he was being too sentimental. Wait. By the way, how did his cousin know Mr. Huang's official number? Could it be that she and Mr. Huang had a private contact? If that's the case, that's pretty good. If my cousin works hard and takes down Mr. Huang and makes him her husband, then, rounding off, he would have a lifelong meal ticket. He is not the only one who has this idea. Yang Jiaqing, the old father, who was worried about Yang Xiaobing's marriage, suddenly had an idea when he saw the message his daughter sent in the circle of friends early in the morning. He hoped that his daughter could get together with Mr. Huang, so that Mr. Huang could become his son-in-law, then give him a successor from the next generation. Well, okay. He admitted that he mainly wanted to get Huang Tao's lifelong meal ticket. Yang Xiaobing, who was replying to her bestie's message, sneezed suddenly. She would never have thought that her father, in order to make a living, actually had the idea of letting her give birth to a baby for Mr. Huang. Yang Jiaqing shook his head helplessly again. How could it be so easy? Would Mr. Huang be interested in his leftover daughter? It's hard to say. He felt that this matter was a bit shaky. Yang Jiaqing had no confidence in his own daughter, and Jiang Ling copied and pasted the cousin's information to the kindergarten class group to spread the word. Cece's father, big news! Big news! Big news! Xuan's father opened the official Weibo account of the store. Cece's father, this is the official account of Mr. Huang's store. Super delicious Zhenhao Haoqi restaurant. Everyone can follow it. As soon as the two messages were sent, the group exploded. Hao Hao's mother, Xuan's father, finally opened the official Weibo account, so we can receive the latest food news at any time. Shiqi's mother, yes. In this way, as soon as Xuan's father posts the store dynamics, we can receive it in the first time. Teacher Yi, wow, I just registered last night, and now there are almost 20,000 followers. Let's follow it too. Teacher Su, follow, like and comment. For a while, the parents and two teachers in the group all took action. Follow, comment, like, all are included. In the Linjiang University campus forum, a post about the official account of Zhenhachi restaurant also quietly appeared and quickly became a hot post. On today's new discovery of Zhenhachi restaurant, the official account of Zhenhachi restaurant is finally here. Super delicious Zhenhachi restaurant. Everyone can pay attention to it. The first thing many students do when they wake up is to check their phones. When they see this post with the words Zhenhachi restaurant, they click in without hesitation. Then read the content of the post carefully. LZ, this morning, because the host was craving for the food of Zhenhachi restaurant, he specially checked the food magazine of All Food magazine about Zhenhachi restaurant. I wanted to see the pictures to satisfy my craving, but I didn't expect to make a major discovery. I found that Mr. Huang had quietly registered an official Weibo account. Are you surprised? 1L, without saying too much. Here are the screenshots. Pictures speak louder than words. Picture JPG. When this news came out, many students were naturally surprised and delighted. 2L, I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. In the future, I can get the first-hand information about the situation in the store in time. I will follow it now. 3L, this logo, this introduction, and this address are definitely the official account of Zhenhaoqi restaurant. Since it is the official account of Zhenhaoqi restaurant, how can I not support it? 4L, this official account looks very good. It is worthy of Mr. Huang's handwriting. What are you waiting for? Follow it first. 113L, I have followed, liked, and commented 3 times. I hope Zhenhaoqi restaurant can bring us more delicious food in the future. 200L, Zhenhaoqi restaurant is really a surprise every day. Ahem. Mr. Huang, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? 1008L, Mr. Huang actually quietly opened a Weibo account. Fortunately, the host found it and posted a message to explain it. Otherwise, I still don't know about it. If I missed the information about the food, I would have cried too late. Thank you for posting. Everyone should take action and pay attention to it. For a while, students from Linjiang University also followed it. Some even did it 3 times in a row. The news that Zhenhaoqi restaurant had an official Weibo account also spread throughout Linjiang University. Chapter 301, I call this clear separation of public and private. After sending Xian to the park, Huang Tao drove to the old street in the west of the city to check the progress of the renovation of his own store. He parked the car in the parking area on the side of the road. As soon as he got off the car, he met many old men and women strolling around, and they all greeted him with a smile. Hey, Mr. Huang, you're here? Mr. Li was pleasantly surprised and asked cheerfully, are you going to the store? Huang Tao smiled and nodded. Yes. Mr. Zhang's somewhat cloudy eyes showed a hint of expectation, and he asked anxiously, Mr. Huang, how is the decoration of your store going? Can it open as scheduled tomorrow? Mr. Jiang, Don't worry. We will definitely open as scheduled tomorrow morning. Huang Tao smiled, gave Mr. Jiang a reassuring answer, and then kept it a little suspense and said, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be new products tomorrow morning. Oh! There will be new products tomorrow morning. That's great. Mr. Chung heard it, and slapped his thigh happily and said, Mr. Huang, you don't know? You are closed for the past 2 days. But I am so greedy. I must eat Tian Ling Dai tomorrow. Mr. Huang, what new products will be launched tomorrow morning? Can you reveal it in advance? Mrs. Chung asked the most critical question at once. The other uncles and aunts all pricked up their ears when they heard this, expecting Huang Tao's answer. Unfortunately, Huang Tao still pretended to be mysterious and said, come to the store tomorrow morning, and you will know what the new product is. Hey! The uncles and aunts responded disappointedly but reasonably. Okay. Then we will come tomorrow morning and taste the new product by the way. They still have great confidence in Huang Tao's craftsmanship. No matter what new product it is, it must be delicious. Thinking of this, they are even more looking forward to the new product. Okay. Huang Tao welcomed him and said with a smile, then you can come and try it tomorrow morning. Uncle Li thought for a while and asked, Boss Huang, our new product will not reduce the number of other stuffings of pan-fried buns, a treasure porridge, and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Right? He wanted to eat new products, but he couldn't bear to give up the other stuffings of pan-fried buns and 2 kinds of porridge. Conflicted, Huang Tao smiled slightly. No. Every morning in the future, we will make more new products, and the amount of other stuffings of pan-fried buns and porridge will also be increased on the original basis. After hearing this, several uncles and aunts all laughed happily. Laughing happily, Grandpa Li nodded with satisfaction. That's fine. That's fine. The middle-aged man with a big belly who was walking the husky stopped and said after hearing their conversation, if you ask me, Mr. Huang, you really should make more. It's not enough every time. Damn it. I don't know who eats so fast. Ah! The husky cried out in agreement, as if saying, I really should make more. It's too difficult to eat a bite of your food. Now the kitchen has been enlarged. A few more stoves have been built, and a few more employees have been hired. It's natural to increase the amount of dishes. Huang Tao smiled. Don't worry. We will do our best to make more. Okay. That's great. The middle-aged man with a big belly nodded with joy, and then said, Mr. Huang, you are busy first. If there is anything you need help with in the store, just let me know. Yes. Do you need us to help clean up the store? We are idle anyway. The uncles and aunts thought that after the decoration of the store was completed, it would be a mess and need to be cleaned up, in order to allow Huang Tao to open the store as scheduled tomorrow. They were even willing to drag their arms and legs that had been used for 60 or 70 years to clean up the store for Huang Tao. Huang Tao smiled and declined. I plan to ask the housekeeping service to do this. Thank you for your kindness. Okay. Mr. Huang, you are busy. We will leave first. Several uncles and aunts left and went for a walk. Huang Tao went to his own store. When he met Jiang Wei, who was sitting in front of the convenience store and watching the store in the sun, the other party greeted him with a smile. Boss Huang, are you here to see the progress of the renovation? Yes. Huang Tao nodded and joked with a smile. Brother Jiang, you still understand me? Boss Huang, you? Jiang Wei laughed. I came into your store this morning and took a look at the progress of your store's renovation. Judging from the progress, it will be completely completed in the afternoon. Huang Tao smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Wei, he walked into his own store. The wall has been opened up and made into a round arch. The doors and windows of the next door have all been removed and made into floor-to-ceiling windows. The main door is still the main door on this side. The internal structure of the kitchen has also expanded. The space has become slightly larger than before, and there are 2 more stoves, which are also larger. After a few words with the decoration team, it was confirmed that it would be fully completed around 2 p.m. Huang Tao thought that he had to quickly prepare all the equipment needed in the store. He quickly opened the e-commerce platform and placed an order for the stoves, pots, pans, air conditioners, and other items that he had already added to the shopping cart. Tables and chairs can be delivered to your door in the afternoon if you place an order in the same city. After finishing these, he made an appointment for housekeeping service online, asked them to come and clean up at 2:30 p.m. After finishing these, he realized belatedly that he had not called his mother to ask her where to buy black sesame and sugar osmanthus. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called his mother. A moment. The call was connected. Huang Tao called his mother. Mom. Are you at work? Yes. Song Salian's affirmative voice came from the other end of the phone. And then a puzzled and slightly worried voice came. Son. You called me at this time. What's the matter? After all, it was only one night since she was separated from her son. Logically speaking, her son could not have called her so many times in such a short time. So, she was worried. Mom, I just want to ask you, where did you buy the black sesame and sugar osmanthus you brought me this time? I'm going to have new glutinous rice balls in the store tomorrow. And I want to buy some black sesame and sugar osmanthus. Song Salian was naturally happy to help her son, and quickly said, This. I bought it from Lao Jitu in our village. If you want it, I'll help you contact him. Okay. Huang Tao told his mother about his idea. Mom, please help me buy 200 kilograms of black sesame and 60 kilograms of sugar osmanthus. The quality should be the same as the one you bought. Please ask if it can be delivered to me. It would be best if it can be delivered at 4 o'clock this evening. Black sesame can be stored for a long time. So it's also appropriate to buy more and put it in the store. Besides, the amount of glutinous rice balls made in the store every morning will be used up quickly. Song Salian responded quickly, Okay. Mom will contact you right away. There will be no problem with door-to-door delivery. Lao Jinta's son has a small four-wheeled vehicle that is specially used for delivery. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Mom. Your mom is very reliable. Don't worry. That's right. Huang Tao smiled. Mom. Tell me how much money you need for the goods later, and I'll transfer it to you. Your child. What do you mean by yours and mine? Why do you make such a clear distinction? The money of our old couple will not be yours in the future. Besides, your mom can still afford this little payment now. This is the store's business. How can I let you bear the payment? This is called distinguishing between public and private affairs. Okay. Okay. Mom knows that you distinguish between public and private affairs. The mother and son talked for a while before hanging up the phone. Song Salian just hung up the phone and called Lao Jitu again. Lao Jitu planted a lot of black sesame this year and was worried about the sales. Now when he heard that Song Salian's son wanted to buy 200 kilograms of black sesame and 30 kilograms of sugar osmanthus, he was naturally happy. He was also willing to deliver the goods to the door. After all, this is a big customer. Although they are all from the same village, Song Salian naturally stands on the side of her son, and she uses her bargaining skills in the vegetable market. In the end, black sesame and sugar osmanthus were both sold at a price 2 yuan lower than the market price per kilogram. Song Salian sent the address to Lao Jinta's WeChat and paid the money. Lao Jintu promised to deliver the goods before 4 p.m. Because they are from the same village, there is no need to worry about the other party running away. Song Salian then sent this message to Huang Tao via WeChat, and gave Huang Tao Lao Jinta's phone number and WeChat for contact. When he saw the message, Huang Tao felt that his mother's ability to do things was still very efficient. Chapter 302 Avoid Wasting Money. At dusk, the winter sunset fell, restrained its original brilliance, left the clouds, and slipped to the horizon alone. The sky gradually darkened, but Jinhaochi restaurant did not fall into silence because of the dark sky, but was bustling with activity. That's right. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the employees in the store came to the store without any prior arrangement, wanting to help. Even Ma Junwen and other 9 non-employee rich second generations came spontaneously to see if there was anything they could do to help. Many students from Linjiang also came to the store, such as the young couple Yan Ming and Lin Yuhan, the 2 roommates Xiao Ji and Xiao Wei, the roommates Kai Jiejia and Su Meiqi, and Su Hao's girlfriend Shin Qiuma. They all took advantage of the afternoon, when they had no classes, to see how the renovation of Jinhaochi was going. Will it be open as scheduled tomorrow? When they saw that the renovation of the store had been completed and was in the stage of cleaning and tidying up, they rolled up their sleeves and helped to work without saying anything. Of course, for such a thing as helping with work, Jian Wei, a good neighbor of Huaxia, was naturally indispensable. A group of people worked hard. They didn't complain about being tired. Everything was done to make Jinhaochi open as scheduled tomorrow. Even the rich second generation, who had always been lazy, were willing to stretch their arms and legs for more than 20 years to help Huang Tao clean and tidy up the store. Looking at the busy figures of these enthusiastic old customers, Wang Tao was grateful. In his heart, he was even more impressed that Jinhaoqi could have such enthusiastic customers. It was his blessing. Since so many people helped to clean up, he had to cancel the housekeeping service, so as not to spend more money. Save the money and treat these enthusiastic customers and employees to a meal. Wouldn't it be nice? Xiao Ji and Xiao Wei moved a new table with 4 tables, but didn't know where to put it. They asked Wang Tao with a smile, "Boss Wang, where should this table be placed?" "Put it by the window in the next room. The other 3 tables of 4 should also be placed by the window. There are also these 2 round tables, which are in the middle, with 2 tables on each side, leaving an aisle. This long table should be against the wall at the back. And these 2-person tables, put." Wang Tao arranged with a smile. By the way, he asked them to help move the counter to a small empty space at the entrance of the store, and then move the cold drink cabinet to the side of the automatic ordering machine. In this way, the location where the cold drink cabinet and counter were placed before can be used to place an additional 2-person table and 2 4-person tables. 10 more seats were added at once. When all the tables and chairs were placed, the whole store looked brand new. It also looked a lot brighter and spacious. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Tao nodded contentedly. He picked up his phone and took several pictures of the store's furnishings from multiple angles. Then he logged into his official Weibo account and checked the number of followers. There were already 27,365. The number of comments and likes on the first post had already exceeded 1,000. As long as the number of followers increased a little more, the task would be completed. Of course, there was no rush. Just let it go. Then, he posted the photos he had just taken on his official Weibo account. Super delicious Jinhaoqi restaurant. Jinhaoqi restaurant's expansion and renovation was completed at 2 o'clock today. After a group of enthusiastic old customers and employees cleaned and tidied, Jinhaoqi restaurant has changed a lot. Now I can't wait to share with you the renovation pictures of Jinhaoqi restaurant. The number of dine-in seats has also increased a lot. In the future, the amount of each dish will also increase. In the future, we will work harder to provide you with more delicious food in addition. We will resume business tomorrow morning, December 10th. Picture 1.jpg. Picture 2.jpg. Picture 3.jpg. Picture 4.jpg. Picture 5.jpg. 5 pictures constitute the current appearance of Jinhaoqi restaurant. The decoration of the store is simple style. Well, it is said to be simple. That is, the walls are just painted white. The counter is on the left side of the store entrance, and the automatic ordering machine and cold drink cabinet are on the right side of the store entrance. The solid wood dining table and chairs, coupled with the warm lighting, give people a comfortable and warm feeling. The spacious semi-open kitchen is clean and tidy, and all kinds of kitchen utensils and appliances are also available. The hood-type dishwasher is still placed in its original position. During the 2 days of closure, customers missed Jinhaoqi restaurant. That's right. They just craved the food in Jinhaoqi restaurant. After following the official Weibo account of Jinhaoqi restaurant, many customers spontaneously participated in the Hangla check-in activity at mealtime. What are card in the second day of missing Jinhaoqi restaurant? Card in for the countdown to the resumption of business tomorrow at Jinhaoqi restaurant. And card in the second day of craving for Huang Laban's food. 2 days is a long time. For those customers of Jinhaoqi, it is as long as a century. Especially when it comes to mealtime. It is simply torture. If it is short, it is also quite short. After enduring the first day of missing the food of Jinhaoqi, isn't it the countdown day for the resumption of business of Jinhaoqi? Thinking of this, everyone feels that there is still some hope in this torture. At this moment, customers and netizens who have seen the new Weibo content of Jinhaoqi are all excited. These rainbow farts are like free money. Jumping out. Shan Yu does not know what is in his heart. Wow. I like this place more and more. The whole store looks much more spacious and bright. Shishwilian Yinrong Ranchin, as expected of Mr. Huang. This action is so fast. The whole store is done so quickly. Gulyalu, it has finally come out after much anticipation. This decoration style is the simple style I like. I give Mr. Huang a thumbs up. Pen refill. Splashing ink painting colorful clothes, after waiting for 2 days. It was worth it. Can I dream of a working person who can have all the dishes of Jinhaoqi restaurant freely? Pitiful. Ling Chuangting Yunyan Junan, whether the dishes of Jinhaoqi are free or not is not so important to me. Congratulations to Jinhaochi Restaurant for successfully expanding its store. I hope it will get better and better in the future. And it will last for a long time. So that I can eat the food of Jinhaochi Restaurant for the rest of my life. Things go against one's wishes. So I don't know, love. Wow. The layout upstairs is really big. It's so big that I admire it. Fist. Crybaby. Little Willful. No matter what. I will definitely eat the first meal of Jinhaochi Restaurant after its expansion tomorrow morning. How many towers in the mist? The little cutie from another province fainted on the sofa, hoping that Jinhaochi Restaurant could open a branch in our city. In this way, we, the people from other cities, can also taste it. Instead of satisfying our cravings with the pictures of Jinhaochi Restaurant's food. Thingawimishi, waiting for Jinhaochi Restaurant to expand and open tomorrow. Jiaotue Ryaoshu, waiting for Jinhaochi Restaurant to expand and open tomorrow +1. Huang Tao was scrolling through these comments, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In order to liven up the atmosphere, he posted another wave of previews. Super delicious Jinhaochi Restaurant, dear customers. There will be new food waiting for you at Jinhaochi Restaurant tomorrow morning. I hope everyone can support it. Comments were quickly scrolled out. Splashing ink painting colorful clothes, support. Definitely support. Even if I have to crawl tomorrow. I will get up and go to Jinhao Restaurant to support you. Crying and making trouble. Little Willful, wow. I'm looking forward to what the new food is. However, when I think of it being produced by Jinhaochi Restaurant, no matter what food it is, it must be delicious. How many towers in the rain? Come on. Let's place a 10-cent bet and guess what the new product of Zinchiho Restaurant will be tomorrow morning. Shishwilian Yinyong Ranchin, since it's breakfast. I guess it's Jingtuan. Thangawinmishi, tofu pudding. I like tofu pudding. Or the sweet kind. Splashing ink painting Nishong. I think it's steamed buns. Since there are pan-fried buns, how can there be no steamed buns? How many towers in the rain? I just want to know when Zinchiho Restaurant will open a branch in our city. Who can understand my silence? The person above. Same question. Jiaotue around the waist. This question has to be answered by Boss Huang. But it is estimated that it will not be open for a while. After all, Boss Huang has just expanded the store not long ago. And it is impossible for him to have the energy to open a branch in the near future. Huang Tao was busy asking these enthusiastic customers and employees to discuss where to go for dinner in the evening. While they were discussing, Huang Tao saw that it was getting late. So he drove to the kindergarten to pick up Xian first. Therefore, I have no problem answering questions from netizens from other cities. Chapter 303 Top 10 Classic Dishes. Early the next morning, Xian had a wonderful dream. She dreamed that her father's store was reopened. She sat on the exclusive dining chair in the store and was about to enjoy the pan-fried buns and glutinous rice balls. Then, she was awakened by Huang Tao's voice. She rubbed her still hazy eyes and called softly, "Daddy? Hold me." "Okay. Daddy will hold me." Huang Tao quickly reached out and took the little guy into his quilt and held him in his arms. In her father's arms, Xian finally found a sense of security. She gradually woke up from her sleepy sleep. She hugged her father's waist and pouted, saying, "Daddy, is it dawn? Are we going to the store?" "Yes." Huang Tao helped Xian to put away the broken hair on her face, and smiled and nodded in response. "Are you still sleepy? If you are too sleepy, sleep a little longer. Let's eat something before going to the store." No. The little girl shook her head like a rattle. This was because she was afraid that she would fall asleep again, and her father would leave her at home and go to the store alone. She supported herself on the bed with both hands, sat up, and began to touch her clothes. Huang Tao helped her put on her clothes and put them in order. Xian frowned and said shyly, "Daddy, I want to pee." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Then go to the bathroom first. Daddy will come over after he tidies up the quilt." Yes, she put on her coat and jumped off the bed, put on her slippers, and ran to the bathroom. She first sat on the toilet and peed. Then she walked to the front of the sink and dragged out the small stool under the sink. Stand on it. First, squeeze toothpaste on Dad's toothbrush. Then take Dad's tooth cup and fill it with warm water. These are not difficult for Xian at all. She has completely mastered the position of the faucet handle to adjust the warm water that is most suitable for her. Of course, all this is thanks to Huang Tao's good teaching. When Huang Tao came to the bathroom, He saw that his own washing tools were ready. No need to ask. He knew which snail girl did it. It was his little cutie Xian Xian. Oh! My Xian Xian is so great. She actually helped Dad to get it done. He couldn't help but kiss Xuan Xuan's little face. Itchy. Both father and daughter took their own toothbrushes. Brushed out a mouthful of white toothpaste foam. Then gulp, gourd, puff. Spit it out and rinse your mouth. Huang Tao and Xian Xian raised their heads and opened their mouths synchronously, making a grinning gesture. The two made the same movements. They are indeed father and daughter. After washing and wiping off their perfume, Huang Tao gave Xian Xian a new hairstyle. A heart-shaped double ponytail bun. With a pink down jacket. A sweet and graceful little beauty appeared in the mirror. Wow! Xian Xian looked at her hairstyle in the mirror. And looked at it left and right in front of the mirror. Feeling very happy. So beautiful. Huang Tao smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "Yeah." Xian Xian nodded quickly. And said without hesitation, "I like it. Then let's go to the store." After changing her shoes, Xian Xian happily took her father's hand and skipped out of the door. The lazy cat Minnie, who had been motionless just now, also hurried out, went downstairs. In the community, I met Uncle Jiang, a neighbor who got up early to exercise. He looked at Xian Xian, who had changed her hairstyle again, and praised her with a smile. "Boss Huang, your Xian Xian is so beautiful. When she grows up, she will be a disaster to the country and the people." Huang Tao couldn't help but curl up his lips with a proud arc when he heard these words. After he greeted Uncle Jiang, he carried Xian Xian into the car. The group drove to the Jinchi restaurant. There were already many customers queuing outside the store. Those who came in the early morning were generally the neighbors nearby and the students of Linjiang University, as well as the 9 rich second generations who had nothing to do. Some played cards. Some swiped the screen. Some listened to music. In short, there were all kinds of things. And occasionally they chatted with familiar people or people in the queue. Seeing Huang Tao and his daughter coming over, they greeted them as usual. After a brief exchange of greetings, Huang Tao entered the store. After telling Xian Xian a few words, he went into the kitchen. At this moment, the 8 treasure porridge and preserved egg and lean meat porridge had been cooked by Su Hao, and now they were emitting bursts of rice fragrance. The braised eggs had also been braised in a stainless steel braising pot by Su Hao. The fragrance was also drifting out. The flour needed for the pan-fried buns had been kneaded and fermented. The various fillings needed had also been chopped by Jiang Chao and Lin Zifeng and placed aside, just waiting for Huang Tao to stir the seasoning. Huang Tao first lifted the lid of the pot and checked the boiling conditions in each pot. Very good. Everything was within his requirements. It seemed that Su Hao's cooking skills had improved noticeably under his training. He nodded with satisfaction, and then joined in the great cause of seasoning the fillings. After all the fillings were seasoned, they were handed over to Su Hao. He was asked to lead Jiang Chao, Lin Zifeng, and Ding Suqin to make pan-fried buns. He was busy preparing his new glutinous rice balls. Fortunately, Jiang Chao had already cut the required pork fat into dices for him. It saved him a lot of effort. And Ding Suqin also put the required water-ground glutinous rice flour, sugar osmanthus, black sesame, hot water, and cold water on the stove for him to take. He took a clean stainless steel plate and poured a large amount of water-ground glutinous rice flour into it. First, add hot water and then cold water to the glutinous rice flour, and stir it in the basin with chopsticks. When the water-ground glutinous rice flour in the basin has all become dough, start kneading. Just at this moment, in his mind, the cold prompt sound of the system suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening a Weibo official account, having 30,000 active fans, and the number of likes and comments on the first Weibo post has exceeded 1,000. Reward random cooking skills. Braised meat with dried vegetables. Braised meat with dried vegetables. It is a traditional famous dish made of pork ribs, pickled mustard greens, white sugar, soy sauce, rice wine and red yeast rice, which has the effect of nourishing yin and regulating. On September 10, 2018, Xiao Guokai was officially released, and braised meat with dried vegetables was rated as one of the top 10 classic dishes in Zhejiang. Production. Wow! This task has been completed quietly. It seems that a new product is coming. As his mind raced, the recipe of stewed meat with dried vegetables instantly turned into a stream of light that only he could see. and sank into his brow. He immediately felt that he had thoroughly mastered the process and experience of making this dish. At this moment, the cold voice of the system sounded again. Huh? Could it be that the famous task was also completed quietly? He felt that another reward was waiting at him. It's a pity. His beautiful idea was finally in vain. That's right. What he finally waited for was a new task. Not the completion of the task. The new task has been released. Please check it. Task. Please sell 10,000 bowls of glutinous rice balls. P.S. Since the host only buys glutinous rice balls during breakfast time, this system does not impose a time limit. Huh. System. When did you become so reasonable? Huang Tao was a little surprised. But not much. Okay. It seems that I have to make more glutinous rice balls every morning, in order to complete the task as soon as possible. Huang Tao can only drag his arm, which has been used for nearly 30 years, and work hard. Chapter 304. Guess right. I'll treat you. Time passed quietly. The hands ticked on the wall clock, moving towards 7 o'clock. At this moment, there were more and more people queuing outside the Zenhachi restaurant. Slowly, a long line formed. In this winter, it is not easy to line up on the roadside for a bite of food. The customers who were originally doing their own things now keenly smelled a different smell. It's not that their noses are so sensitive, but over the past few days, they have been used to the smell of the pan-fried buns, porridge and braised eggs in the Zenhachi restaurant. Suddenly, a different smell appeared, and it became more and more obvious. It smells a bit like fried sesame. Uncle Lee, who was in the front line, sniffed hard and said in wonder, Huh? Why do I smell the aroma of fried sesame? Yeah, I smell the aroma of sesame too. His wife, Aunt Lee, nodded and said with a smile, It seems that the new product this morning is related to sesame. What? A new product is coming this morning? Why don't I know? Old Chin, who was just waving his folding fan and looking calm and composed, suddenly became uncalm when he heard the second half of Aunt Lee's sentence and asked immediately. Old Lu, a good friend on the side, also asked in confusion, New product? Why don't I know? Yes, Boss Huang told us yesterday morning that a new product would be coming this morning, and asked us to come and try it this morning. Uncle Lee's tone was full of arrogance. Look, my wife also wants to try it. So we came together. Uncle Chung, who was not far away, nodded with a smile and said, Yes, Mr. Huang told us yesterday morning. Old Chin, Old Lu, we all have a relationship with Mr. Huang, and each meal costs several dozen yuan. Why can Mr. Huang tell you the news in person and in advance? Old Chin and Old Lu looked at Uncle Lee and his expressions, and they became unfriendly. Old Lu got angry when he saw these neighbors who knew about the new products in advance. His usual gentleness was gone, and he said with dissatisfaction, Old Lee, watch your face. Old Chin was also unhappy and said, Old Chung, look at your big mouth. It's almost up to your ears. Next time we play chess, I won't kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. I'm not the Chin family. Andy! Uncle Lee and his friends didn't get angry when they heard it, and they still smiled from ear to ear. Old Chin remembered that Aunt Lee's words just now seemed to be unclear about what the new product was. He couldn't help but ask jokingly with a smile, Old Lee. Old Chung. Then tell me, what is the new product this morning? The smiles of Uncle Lee and Uncle Chung froze in midair. Who knows? Boss Huang was unwilling to reveal anything. Seeing them speechless, Old Chin understood it all at once. This bunch of neighbors also didn't know what the new product was. Now, he felt much more balanced in his heart, gently shaking his folding fan and smiling, saying, Come on. Come on. Everyone guess what the new product is this morning. If you guess it right, I'll treat you. Many college students behind him asked in a booing manner, Old Chin, do you really want to treat us if you guess it right? People in Zenhachi can't cheat people in Zenhachi. Yes. People from Zenhachi can't cheat people from Zenhachi. Listening to what they said, Old Chin couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. He shook his folding fan and said seriously, People from Zenhachi don't cheat people from Zenhachi. If anyone cheats people from Zenhachi, they will never be able to eat the food made by Mr. Huang in their lifetime. Since Old Chin said so much, everyone stopped talking and started discussing what new products to launch this morning. Uncle Chung thought for a moment and said, Sesame? What can be made with sesame? It can't be sesame pancakes? A college student said. I think it's sesame paste. Don't ask why. I just love it. I don't think it's sesame paste. Qin Weihao shook his head and recalled. Because my uncle asked me to deliver pig fat to Mr. Huang in the morning. Do you think this new product is related to pig fat? The flour stall owner echoed. Morning. Mr. Huang asked me to deliver glutinous rice flour for the first time. Pig fat. Black sesame. Glutinous rice flour? It seems that this new product is sesame dumplings. Old Qin shook his folding fan and said calmly. Mr. Huang is going to make. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the rich second-generation Ma Junwen behind him. I know. It's sesame dumplings. Old Qin. He wanted to show off. But he didn't expect Cheng Yao Jin to come out halfway and cut off his pretensions. He gently waved his folding fan again and said slowly and calmly, not bad. Not bad. Knowing how to use large shows that Mr. Huang has really mastered the essence of making glutinous rice balls. This temperament. This demeanor. So impressive. But everyone's attention was not on him at all. They all looked at Ma Junwen curiously and asked in confusion, how did you know? And you are so sure? Ma Junwen smiled. My 3 good friends have applied for the assistant chef and waiter positions in Mr. Huang's kitchen. This is inside information. Lin Anan nodded and testified, yes. Li Qingzhan, Jiang Chao, and Lin Qiuyu, the 3 employees in Zenchichi, are all our friends. They just replied to us in the group that the new product this morning is sesame dumplings. Fuck. You actually have this way. Come on. Let's add WeChat. If there are any new products in Zenchichi in the future, please tell me in advance so that I can line up in advance. For a while, many people stopped talking about guessing the new products and directly surrounded Ma Junwen's rich second generation. And they were so excited. Ma Junwen said proudly, you don't need to say that. I have already told my 3 brothers that they will inform me as soon as there are new products in the future. That would be great. Many neighbors and college students flattered, brother. Whether we can eat the new products made by Mr. Huang in the future depends on you. Ma Junwen said vividly, my brother said that the glutinous rice balls are ready. And Mr. Huang has also made a pot for them as employee meals. It tastes soft, sweet and delicious. They can eat Mr. Huang's freshly cooked dishes every day. And they can also eat Mr. Huang's new products in the first place. I'm so envious. Alas. Who made them fail to apply for the job? Otherwise, they could have enjoyed the first pot of glutinous rice balls happily. It's really delicious. Inside the store, everything has been packed up. And Huang Tao, the employees and Xian have already had breakfast. The store is open for business. Many neighbors walked into the store and bowed to Huang Tao to congratulate him. Boss Huang. Good morning. Congratulations on the opening of the store. And the business is booming. Make a fortune every day. Huang Tao looked up and responded, thank you for your good words. After a few implicit words, everyone consciously lined up in front of the automatic ordering machine to order food, and smiled when they saw the new sesame glutinous rice balls. Hey, it's really like what the rich second generation said. It's really glutinous rice balls. Didn't I say it just now? People in Zenchichi don't cheat people in Zenchichi. Wow. Look at this picture. It looks great. The price of 15 yuan a bowl is also very moderate. I have to buy a bowl to try. Boss Huang, you've made new delicious food again. I have only one stomach. I want to eat shengjianbo and babao congee. And I also want to eat sesame glutinous rice balls. What should I do? What should I do if I only have one stomach? But my body is very honest and ordered another portion of sesame glutinous rice balls. After receiving the order reminder, Huang Tao started to make glutinous rice balls. Jiang Chao and Lin Zifeng were responsible for serving the shengjianbo and porridge with various fillings ordered by the ordering customers. And Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu served them to the tables of the customers. Some college students even ran to the kitchen and took a photo of Huang Tao cooking glutinous rice balls through the glass partition, and then posted it to the comment area of the 3rd new product preview of Zenchichi's official Weibo account. The new product of Zenhachi this morning is sesame dumplings. The sesame dumplings I ordered are already in the pot and will be ready to eat soon. Are you envious? How many towers in the mist and rain? You will choke when you eat. Who can understand my silence? You will be burned when you eat dumplings. Splashing ink and painting colorful clothes, you will be soaked by the soup when you eat pan-fried buns. Wind and smelling the code, your grandfather will be pointed at when he plays chess. Chapter 305 White and tender indeed. It is tempting. Soon, bowls of glutinous rice balls were brought out from the kitchen window by Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu. They were placed on trays. They were sent to the tables of customers who stayed in the store. The glutinous rice balls in the bowls were small and exquisite, with exquisite workmanship. They were round, like the full moon on the 15th day of the lunar month, and as big as small walnuts, white and tender, and crystal clear. Sweet sugar osmanthus was used to embellish the flavor. After being heated, it showed a uniform and bright honey color, and the bowl exuded a burst of osmanthus fragrance, which not only added to the charm of the glutinous rice balls, but also doubled the appearance of the glutinous rice balls. Just looking at it, people can't help but start to drool. Ma Junwen sniffed the glutinous rice balls in the bowl. Damn! This smell is so fragrant. A fragrance of osmanthus. Lin Anan looked at the steaming glutinous rice balls and licked his lips unconsciously. This glutinous rice balls are round and white and tender, and they look really tempting. The sesame glutinous rice balls made by Boss Huang are really tempting. But I think the taste of meat glutinous rice balls is also very good. Xiao Yuqi recalled, when I went to Jinshi and Lanqi in the past, I had a bowl of meat glutinous rice balls in the morning, which were filled with bamboo shoots, tofu, and meat. Sometimes I also added a spoonful of lard, chopped peppers and chopped green onions. The taste was really good, and the key was that it was not like sweet glutinous rice balls, which would make you sick of eating too much. Although he was a sweet glutinous rice ball contestant, he also thought that meat glutinous rice balls were delicious. Forget his lack of position. If we talk about the universality of daily consumption, sweet glutinous rice balls can only be snacks. You can't stand eating them every day. Meat dumplings can be used as 3 meals a day, and it is easier to promote. I think Mr. Huang should make meat dumplings. If there are meat dumplings, I will definitely order a bowl without hesitation. As for sweet dumplings, I can only apologize that I can't support them. Liang, who doesn't like sweet dumplings and only likes salty dumplings, can't accept sweet dumplings, so he only ordered pan-fried buns and ate treasure porridge. As for the new sesame dumplings, he is not interested at all. Anyway, I think sweet dumplings are delicious. Ma Junwen, who likes sweet dumplings, shook his head in disapproval, and then explained the reason. When I ate salty dumplings before, I always felt that I was eating fake dumplings. This glutinous rice wrapped a ball of unwilling pork. I always felt that the pork was wrong. It's the door. Shouldn't it be wrapped in a thin wonton or dumpling skin and have a love affair with flour? As for this fine white glutinous rice, isn't it the destined combination of black sesame and granulated sugar in the past and present life? In short, he stood firmly in the sweet position. Lin Anan echoed, I agree with Ma Junwen's statement. Sweet glutinous rice balls are delicious. Use black sesame and lard as fillings. Add a little white sugar, and roll them into a round shape with glutinous rice flour on the outside. After cooking, they taste sweet and delicious, with a unique taste. Liang said firmly, no matter what you say, I still stand firmly on the side of salty glutinous rice balls. Don't try to turn me gay. Ma Junwen and Lin Anan replied in unison, sweet glutinous rice balls are delicious. Liang still stood firm. Salty dumplings are delicious. A battle between salty and sweet was about to break out. Xiao Yuqi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Stop talking, and eat quickly. There are still many people waiting for seats in the back. Let's not delay Mr. Huang's business. After hearing this, they ended the topic, staring at the glutinous rice balls in the bowl. Ma Junwen and Lin Anan became even hungrier. However, the glutinous rice balls that had just come out of the pot could not be eaten yet. The temperature was too high, and it was easy to burn the mouth. If you want to eat glutinous rice balls, you still have to be a little patient, especially for this kind of glutinous rice balls with lard filling, even if the skin is not so hot. After biting it open, it is like eating a soup dumpling, and the lard that pops out instantly can still give people an unexpected surprise. It can also be said to be a shock. So at this time, except for Liang, everyone else used a spoon to stir the sesame glutinous rice balls in the bowl, trying to lower the temperature. When the sesame glutinous rice balls were no longer hot, they took the spoon and started eating. A bite of soft, glutinous and chewy, with a unique aroma of glutinous rice. The filling inside is sweet and delicious, especially the melted fat and sugar juice. Hot, fragrant and sweet. accompanied by a strong aroma of lard. Plus the characteristic of black sesame that the more you chew it, the more fragrant it is. That feeling is really wonderful. It makes people have endless aftertaste. I feel like I am alive again. And the fatigue brought by playing games last night, and the sleepiness from getting up early this morning have all dissipated. Ma Jun praised with an intoxicated face. It's delicious. This is the most delicious sesame glutinous rice balls I have ever eaten. When I bite it, the sesame seeds inside immediately come out. And the sesame seeds that are sweeter than honey, and the soft glutinous rice ball skin are slowly swallowed into the stomach. This taste is really wonderful. It seems that the breath I exhale also has a hint of the fragrance of sesame and osmanthus flowers. This feeling is so wonderful that people can never get tired of eating it. The others, except Liang Luyang who had not tasted it and could not comment, all praised it highly. It is really delicious. Although I like sweet dumplings, I didn't like sesame dumplings before. I like the sweet dumplings without fillings. But the sesame dumplings made by Mr. Huang are different. Delicious. Delicious. I found that I have fallen in love with sesame dumplings. How to make it so smooth, soft, chewy, moist and sweet but not greasy. It's amazing. Lao Qin on the side shook his folding fan and said with admiration, because Mr. Huang has mastered the essence of making dumplings. He directly mixes lard with fried and crushed black sesame mixed. This is the most traditional way to make sesame dumplings. And Boss Huang has mastered the heat of frying black sesame and the skills of cooking dumplings very well. If the frying black sesame is 2 seconds off, the fragrance will not be lost. And the skill of cooking dumplings is not to cook them, but to let them mature. Only by letting them mature can the dumplings maintain a perfect appearance. Let the lard inside melt into lard, and then penetrate into the dumpling skin, making the dumpling skin have a little crystal feeling. Old Qin sighed that Huang Tao was deep in his heart. When these rich second generations heard it, they all showed an expression of although I don't understand. I am shocked. Ma Jun sighed. No wonder these sesame dumplings are so delicious. It turns out that there is a lot of knowledge in it. Liang Luyang, who originally watched these brothers eating the delicious sesame dumplings, smelled the fragrance of the sesame dumplings, and listened to the brothers' intoxicated high praise. And he was curious about how delicious the sesame dumplings made by Boss Huang were. At this time, he heard the pertinent analysis of the senior expert Lao Qin. It made him even more curious. Coupled with his trust in Mr. Huang's craftsmanship, he actually had a desire to taste one. So, he smiled and said to Xiao Yuqiao, are you unable to eat? Otherwise, I will reluctantly help you eat one. Who can't eat? I can still eat another bowl. Xiao Yuqiao quickly protected the bowl, and then realized that these words came from Liang Luyang's mouth. And he couldn't help but be stunned. He was not the only one who was stunned. The other brothers, after a moment of stunned, all showed surprise. But everyone saw through it but didn't say it. In order to make Liang Luyang gay, Ma Jun reluctantly sacrificed one of his sesame dumplings to Liang Luyang. Liang Luyang didn't hesitate, picked up the spoon, and put the dumplings in the spoon into his mouth. I just felt the mellow fragrance, and the taste was just right. You don't need to bite it with your teeth. Just squeeze it with your tongue, and you can taste the sweet and smooth sesame filling, accompanied by the sweet taste. It permeates in your mouth. The sweet, but not greasy taste is great. It makes him want to eat more after eating it. Chapter 306 Boss Huang. The police are coming. Chapter 306 Boss Huang. The police are coming. A gust of invisible cold wind gently blew up the transparent windproof curtain hanging at the door of the store. And the curtain was blown up. Ma Jun caught a glimpse of the eye-catching police uniform at the door of the store. In an instant, the fear of being dominated by the police's surprise inspection of entertainment clubs in those years arose spontaneously. My heart also unconsciously became inexplicably nervous. Even the voice became stuttering. Boss Huang. Boss Huang. The police are coming. The other rich second generation saw it and stuttered involuntarily. Fuck. It's really. The police are coming. Ah. The other customers dining in the store heard this startling sound, and they all looked up in the direction of the store door and looked. Sure enough, they saw a policeman lifting the transparent windproof curtain fluttering at the door of the store, and then walked into the store with big strides. The resolute eyes, the steps that showed no regard for relatives, and the aura of righteousness, coupled with Ma Junwen's panicked expression and nervous stuttering tone. The atmosphere in the store suddenly became tense. There were only 2 or 3 people waiting in line in front of the automatic ordering machine. The police walked behind the last person and stood there waiting for the order. This scene. The other customers in the store looked at Ma Junwen and others speechlessly. Hey, hey, hey. The police just came to buy breakfast. Why are you so surprised? They were so scared that they almost dropped the spoons in their hands. If the glutinous rice balls and the spoons fell to the ground, you would have to pay for it. Ma Junwen and others were surrounded by strange eyes, and felt so embarrassed that they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. But what could they do? They could only respond with an awkward but polite smile, and then lowered their heads, and silently ate the glutinous rice balls, or pan-fried buns in their bowls. The moment the food entered their mouths, all their embarrassment and tension were blown away. Lao Qin smiled and greeted the policeman not far away. Comrade policeman. Are you buying breakfast? Yeah. That's right. Huang Ziqing smiled and nodded. The food in this store tastes very good. He was so greedy because he couldn't eat the food in the store because the Zinhachi restaurant was closed for expansion and renovation these 2 days. Even in his dreams at night, he dreamed of eating crab fried cakes and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice. Just after waking up from the dream, he was even more greedy. Later, he remembered that Gujingi and Officer Zhang said that the Zinhachi restaurant also served breakfast in the morning before the expansion and suspension of business. So, he thought that today was the day when the Zinhachi restaurant reopened. So he got up early and came to try his luck. Don't say it. He was really lucky. This morning, the Zinhachi restaurant not only started business, but also heard that new products were launched. Seeing that it was still early, he patiently waited in line with the people waiting outside the store. Now it was Huang Ziqing's turn to order. He ordered 100 pan-fried buns at once, 50 with pork filling, 30 with pork and mushroom filling, and 20 with 3 fresh vegetarian filling. Don't ask why there are so many stores. The reason is that we want everyone in the station to try it together. Don't ask why we only order these 3 kinds of fillings instead of beef fillings and shrimp and pork fillings. The reason is that these 3 kinds of fillings are the cheapest. After all, the income is not high. You have to be careful when treating guests. But even so, it's still $300. But it's okay to be extravagant occasionally. The customer waiting in line behind him stretched his neck to take a look, and was a little surprised when he saw the number of orders. After all, it is quite common to buy 30 or 40 pan-fried buns at a time in the store. But it's the first time to order 100 at a time. But the other party is a policeman, and he didn't dare to say that he bought too much. Fortunately, he was behind him, so there was no problem of not being able to buy. But whether the customers in line behind can buy it, that's all up to them. After Huang Ziqing chose the pan-fried buns, he looked at the time and saw that he still had time. So he ordered a bowl of new sesame dumplings, a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 2 marinated eggs. After paying, he took the receipt to the takeout window and said to Ding Suqin, "Please pack my 100 pan-fried buns with different fillings in separate bags." Okay. Wait a moment. Ding Suqin looked at his receipt, nodded, and then asked, "Do you want to pack the dumplings too?" He shook his hand. "No. I'll eat in the store." Ding Suqin said politely, "Okay. Then you can find a seat first, and the food will be delivered to your seat after it's packed." Okay. Huang Ziqing found an empty table and sat down. Not long after he sat down, Li Qingzhan came over with a tray. "Hello. Your preserved egg and lean meat porridge, sesame dumplings, and 2 marinated eggs." Li Qingzhan placed the meals one by one on his table, and also placed his 100 pan-fried buns on the table, and said politely, "These are the 100 pan-fried buns you want to pack, and they have been packed for you. Thank you." After thanking him, Huang Ziqing wanted to taste the sesame dumplings and preserved egg and lean meat porridge first, but it was too hot. He had to put it aside to cool, and took a pork-filled pan-fried bun from the packing bag. The bottom of the skin was crispy, and the upper half was sprinkled with some sesame and chopped green onions, which smelled fragrant. The meaty aroma, oily aroma, sesame aroma, and green onion aroma mixed together in the mouth for a long time, because the pork skin jelly was added to the meat filling. It tasted juicy, and was particularly enjoyable. He couldn't help but taste the other 2 kinds of pan-fried buns, both of which were delicious. After eating 3 pan-fried buns, he felt happy. After the sesame dumplings cooled down a bit, he scooped a sesame dumpling with a spoon and blew it for safety. He put it into his mouth and it bounced. When he bit it, the sesame inside came out immediately. The sesame seeds, sweeter than honey, and the soft dumpling skin were slowly swallowed into his stomach. This feeling is really wonderful. Delicious. He ate one after another. After eating the dumplings, he immediately finished the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and 2 braised eggs. When his stomach was full, he was satisfied and carried the remaining pan-fried buns, walked out of the Zinchishi restaurant, and walked towards his own parking area. He bumped into traffic policeman Wang Zhoubin, who had just taken off his helmet after parking his police motorcycle on the side of the road. After recognizing him, he smiled and greeted him. "Old Wang, are you on duty?" Wang Zhoubin was surprised to see Huang Ziqing and said, "Old Huang, why are you here?" "I came here to have breakfast." He smiled and pointed to the Zinhachi restaurant behind him, then looked at Wang Zhoubin, raised the pan-fried bun in his hand, and asked, "Old Wang, have you had breakfast?" Wang Zhoubin smiled and responded, "I have eaten at home." "It's okay to have eaten. Come, have another pan-fried bun. I just bought it. It's very delicious." Wang Ziqing enthusiastically took out a pan-fried bun with pork filling from the package and handed it to Wang Zhoubin. Wang Zhoubin declined politely, saying, "I can't eat it. No, I really can't eat it." "Okay, then I'll eat one." Under Wang Ziqing's overbearing force, Wang Zhoubin reached out to take it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Lao Huang. It's just one pan-fried bun. Why are you so polite?" Wang Ziqing smiled, glanced at the time, and then hurriedly said, "Lao Wang, it's getting late. I have to go to the institute. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked away quickly. "Okay, let's talk again when we have time." Wang Zhoubin waved his hand in response to Wang Ziqing's back, and watched him get into the private car. The aroma of the pan-fried buns brought his thoughts back. He looked down at the pan-fried buns, which were white, soft and loose, with golden and crispy bottoms and sesame and chopped green onions on the upper part. He was full and didn't want to eat, but he couldn't help but be tempted. He took a bite and couldn't stop eating. It's so delicious that you can't stop eating. He finished the pork-filled pan-fried bun in just a few bites. "This pan-fried bun is so delicious." He sighed with regret. "If I had known earlier, I should have taken a few more. But now, old Huang is gone far away, and it's too late to regret. I knew the food in this store was delicious, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious." When he came to patrol the old street in the west of the city, he often heard that the food in this store was delicious. But every time he saw the queue, he was persuaded to leave. And then he would settle for the next best thing and go to the noodle shop to eat noodles. Who would have thought? This store's small pan-fried bun is so delicious. You can imagine how delicious other things must be. He suddenly felt that he had missed several hundred million. He looked sideways in the direction of the Jinchi restaurant, and there were still many people queuing, thinking that after finishing his duty, he must go to queue up and buy a few pan-fried buns to satisfy his cravings. I hope there will be more by then. Chapter 307. I don't have time at noon. Qingxi Police Station. Wang Ziqing drove to the station. Just as he was about to get off the car, he was greeted enthusiastically by several colleagues passing by. "Deputy Director Huang. You are here." "Deputy Director Huang. Good morning." "Deputy Director Huang. You look good today." "Yes, I am here." "Good morning." Wang Ziqing smiled and nodded at them, and reached out from the passenger seat to take the large food bag of Shengjianbo, and waved to them. "I bought some Shengjianbo. Come and take one to try." Hearing this, several colleagues waved their hands at the same time, declining his kindness. No, I've already had breakfast at home." "Shengjianbo. I don't really like Shengjianbo." "Thank you for your kindness." "Deputy Director Huang. I won't take it." "Deputy Director Huang. I just finished breakfast. I'm still full." No. "Thank you for your kindness." "Deputy Director Huang. But I brought breakfast. You can keep it for yourself." Wang Ziqing smiled disapprovingly, and continued to greet them enthusiastically. "It's just a Shengjianbo. 2 big bites will solve it. Come, eat one first." As he said, he hurriedly untied the big food bag, and while sitting it in front of them, he did not forget to explain to them, the most of these are Shengjianbo with pork filling, the less are pork and mushroom filling, and the least are Shengjianbo with 3 fresh vegetarian fillings. If you want to eat that kind of filling, just take that kind of filling. Okay. Deputy Director Huang has invited so kindly. If he refuses again, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? Okay. Then I'll have one. Thank you, Deputy Director Huang. Several colleagues nodded in unison. And after responding in unison, they reached out and picked out a pan-fried bun with their favorite filling from the large food bag. At first, they didn't want to eat it. But after smelling the rich aroma of good pork and the fragrance of sesame and chopped green onion, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, looking at the fat white bun in their hands, with black and shiny black sesame and green onion on the top, and golden and crispy bottom. The saliva is even more overflowing. Salivating? What are you waiting for? Just eat it. They put the pan-fried bun into their mouths and took a bite. Oh my god! So fresh. So tender. So juicy. So smooth. So fragrant. So crispy. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. TSK TSK TSK. This is truly a delicacy. After eating such delicious Xingjianbo, who would want to eat those ordinary Xingjianbo in the future? Wang Ziqing looked at these colleagues after tasting it, and they all unconsciously showed an expression of being about to ascend to heaven. And they kept saying delicious and amazing while eating. Especially the colleague who just said that he didn't like Xingjianbo. First, he took a small bite of Xingjianbo, and then he couldn't wait to gobble it up. Eating. It was so delicious that his mouth was full of oil. After eating, he couldn't help but suck his fingers. Wang Ziqing couldn't help laughing. It seems that this guy has completely surrendered to the delicious Xingjianbo. As for Boss Huang's cooking skills, it is hard to find in the whole Zhejiang province. After these colleagues finished the pan-fried buns in their hands in no time, they stared at the big food bag in Huang Ziqing's hand. Their eyes were full of desire. They couldn't help but ask with a smile. Deputy Director Huang, do you have any more pan-fried buns with pork and mushroom fillings? Deputy Director Huang, can you give me another pan-fried bun with pork filling? Just one. Just one. This pan-fried bun with pork filling is so delicious. Deputy Director Huang, where did you buy this pan-fried bun? It's really delicious. It's completely different from the pan-fried buns made in other stores. I agree. This pan-fried bun is so delicious. It's so delicious. Will you think it's like pig food when you eat other pan-fried buns in the future? It's over. It's over. I feel like my life is over. I can't eat the pan-fried buns in other stores anymore. I just want to eat one more. A pan-fried bun. Why is it so miserable? Okay. I'll give you one more. Just eat two to taste it. The others haven't come yet. Wang Ziqing smiled helplessly, opened the big bag of food, and asked them to pick another one. While continuing, this store is at the corner of the old street in the west of the city. It's called Zenhachi Restaurant. Not far from our office. If you want to eat, go there early to line up. You can usually buy it. But this pan-fried bun is only sold in the morning. By others at noon and in the evening. I've tried the crab fried cake and lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs in the store. They are also very delicious. You have a chance. Go and try it. These colleagues ate the pan-fried buns, listened to his words, and recalled. What a delicious restaurant. On the corner of the old street in the west of the city? Oh, I know this restaurant. I have heard that the food in this restaurant is delicious. There are many people queuing up every day and every meal. It is difficult to buy. At that time, during the food festival, the food in this restaurant was also flooded in the circle of friends. Unfortunately, I was busy with official business and could not go to taste it. I have been to that restaurant before, but I came back because there were too many people queuing up. I didn't expect that this restaurant, just a pan-fried bun, is so delicious. Not to mention the other things. Hey! I feel like I missed tens of billions. Who said it wasn't? If I knew that the food in this restaurant is so delicious, I would have to continue queuing even if I risked being late. This didn't sound too abrupt to Huang Ziqing. To be honest, he had such thoughts deep in his heart. After all, he hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. People in their line of work really don't care about food at all. Just enough to fill my stomach. I want to be particular. But I can't be particular. People in their line of work have to be on call at all times. Even if they are resting at home. One phone call means they have to go back to work immediately. Resting is a luxury. So how can I have time to taste the food? Even if I have the time, I don't have the mood. Now there is a food store not far from the institute. The key is that the food is really delicious. Even if you have to wait in line for a while. It is worth it. Just at this time, Wang Yihing's car drove in and stopped next to Huang Ziqing's car. Everyone saw him and greeted him with a smile. Sergeant Wang. You are here. Captain Wang. Have a pan-fried bun. No. I've already had breakfast at home. Wang Ziheng got off the car, waved his hand, and said with a smile, You guys eat? Captain Wang. Have one. I tell you, this pan-fried bun is not ordinary. It tastes great. Captain Wang. I'm not lying to you. It's really delicious. You'll know what I said is true after you try it. A group of policemen surrounded Wang Ziheng and recommended it crazily. Wang Ziheng smiled and said, No need. I've already eaten it. Captain Wang. This is a really delicious pan-fried bun in the store. Are you sure you don't want one? Wang Ziqing raised the pan-fried bun in his hand. Hearing this, Wang Ziheng suddenly became energetic and said, Then I'll have one. Taking the pan-fried bun handed over by Wang Ziqing, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Boss Wang's craftsmanship is really good. Even the pan-fried buns are so delicious. He finished it in 2 or 3 bites. He looked at the remaining pan-fried buns in Huang Ziqing's hand. Huang Ziqing understood and asked with a smile, One more. Wang Ziheng laughed. Then one more. He ate 2 more. Still not satisfied. He wanted to continue eating. Huang Ziqing smiled. Captain Wang. The remaining ones are for other brothers. Wang Ziheng resisted the urge to eat more and nodded. How about we go to Jinchi restaurant to eat in the evening? Wang Ziqing wondered. Why in the evening? Not at noon? Wang Ziheng told him about his schedule today. I have to go to the municipal bureau for a meeting at noon. So I don't have time. Wang Ziqing thought that the time at noon was really tight. After all, they all have to be on call at all times. And they have to go out immediately with a call. He nodded. Okay. Then let's go there in the evening. After get off work in the evening. And call Lao Zhang and others. Okay. Let's go after get off work in the evening. Chapter 308 I Can't Help You. It was almost 8 o'clock. The first ray of golden sunlight came in from the French window of Zinhashi restaurant, and rolled a golden lace on the solid wood tables and chairs, chopstick holders, and paper towels by the window. Not only did it illuminate the Zinhashi restaurant, but it also brought a sense of warmth. At this time, the morning market of Zinhashi restaurant also came to an end. All breakfasts have been sold out. It's earlier than before. You know, this portion is more than half more than before. Plus the new glutinous rice balls. Rounding it off, it can be considered twice the portion. But it was still sold out in advance. It can be seen how strong the fighting power of these customers is. Xian, Dad will take you to school. When Huang Tao took Xuan's school bag, he saw Kai Jijia and Su Meiqi standing outside the store door, looking into the store, and turning to leave. Xian, go to the store entrance and call your sister Jia and sister Meiqi, and ask them if they have had breakfast. Huang Tao raised his chin slightly and gestured. If not, let them come in and eat. And tell them that breakfast is left for them. Oh! Xian responded to her father's words actively, nodding like pounding garlic and saying, Dad, I know it's spicy. I'll go call them. After saying that, she slid down from her exclusive dining chair, stepped on her thin legs, and ran towards the store entrance. Standing at the store entrance, she shouted loudly to the backs of Kai Jijia and the others, Sister Jijia, Sister Meiqi. Ah! Hearing the familiar shouts, Kai Jijia and Su Meiqi could not help but stop immediately, turned around, and responded. Xian smiled sweetly. Sister Jijia, Sister Meiqi, my dad asked me to ask you, have you had breakfast? Hey! Su Meiqi's 2 beautiful eyebrows twisted into a small knot, sighed, and said with a wry smile, What breakfast? I won't eat without your father's breakfast. I watched TV too late last night, so I couldn't get up in the morning. It really delayed things. Hey! Finally, she couldn't help but sigh to the sky again. Kai Jijia also looked like a little complaining woman. It's all because of you. You said you would set the alarm, but you forgot to set it, so I didn't get to eat. Su Meiqi pouted her little mouth. Very helpless, Jijia. You also know that I have always been unreliable. You should have set another alarm for yourself at that time to be double insured. Meiqi, are you blaming me? Kai Jijia retorted, seeing the 2 sisters complaining to each other because they couldn't eat the breakfast made by her father. This worried the cute little Xian Xian. She quickly stopped them and said, Sister Jijia. Sister Meichi. Stop arguing. My dad said he left breakfast for you. Come and have some. Su Meichi and Kai Jiajia were stunned for a moment. That's right. They never thought that Boss Huang actually left breakfast for them. Is he still remembering that they helped clean up yesterday? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a warm current in their hearts. That's great. Su Meichi's face was like a white orchid, with a smile on her face, overflowing with joy and happiness. Come on, Jiajia. Let's go in quickly. I'm almost starving. She quickly grabbed Kai Jiajia's hand and walked towards the store. Several office workers and college students who were about to leave looked at Huang Tao in surprise after hearing their conversation with Xian Xian. Huang Tao could almost see from their faces a third-rate idol drama script. The kind that scrolls automatically. The love-hate relationship between a 29-year-old widowed restaurant owner and two female college students. Their eyes were burning, as if they wanted to stare through him. Huang Tao. Seeing Huang Tao was calm and composed, as if he didn't notice their micro-expressions. These office workers and college students asked with a smile. Boss Huang, what's going on? Oh my god, there are extra meals in the store? Boss Huang, can we make reservations? Yes. They want to eat too. Huang Tao smiled and explained, they helped me clean the store yesterday, so I specially left some breakfast for them. I also gave an extra breakfast to other people who came to the store to help clean yesterday. Of course, those were made separately and were not included in the total amount of breakfast sold. Su Meichi's bright eyes showed a little pride, and she smiled and said, Boss Huang actually treated us to dinner last night. I didn't expect that there would be more this morning. Everyone, don't envy us too much. The office workers and other college students suddenly understood. So this is the situation. It seems that they were thinking wrongly. There was a little more appreciation in their eyes when they looked at Huang Tao. Receiving favors, giving back. And the division is very clear. The things sold and the things given away are all separate. Not bad. Not bad. At this moment, they admire Huang Tao from the bottom of their hearts. Well, Mr. Huang's character is really beyond reproach. Okay. Then I'll come early at noon. Mr. Huang, I'll leave first. There are not many bosses like Mr. Huang who follow the rules. Let's cherish them while we have them. But Mr. Huang, next time if you need any help, just ask. I will be there at your beck and call. Yes. Yes. Next time you need help, Mr. Huang, come to me. Office workers and college students regretted missing out on help yesterday, and secretly vowed in their hearts that they would come to help the first time if there was anything wrong with the restaurant in the future. In this way, they can also get extra treatment. Mr. Huang specially invites them to dinner. When they walked out of the store, they looked at Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The expressions of several college students who were familiar with them also became unfriendly. Meichi, Jiajia, pay attention to your expressions. That's right. Look at your red lips. They are almost grinning behind your ears. Envy! Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi watched the helpless classmates leave with a smile. Huang Tao shouted to Su Hao in the kitchen, Haozi, bring the breakfast that belongs to them. Su Hao looked up at Kai Jiajia and the others, nodded and responded, okay. Boss. Huang Tao saw that it was getting late, and said with a smile, you two sit down for a while. I will bring it to you in a while. I have to send Xian Xian to school, so I won't chat with you for long. Okay. Mr. Huang, you go and do your work first. Don't worry about us. Kai Jiajia put the hair that fell down on her forehead behind her ears, and then remembered, oh, by the way, Mr. Huang, how much is this breakfast? Yes. How much? Su Meichi asked in agreement. Huang Tao waved his hand and said, it's free. I'll treat you too. Su Meichi pouted, how can this be possible? You should pay for the meal. Kai Jiajia also insisted, yes. Mr. Huang, we are very happy that you can save food for us. You must charge for this breakfast. Huang Tao thought for a while, then give 15 yuan. No. You have to pay as much as you should. Finally, when they saw that the breakfast brought by Su Hao actually had new sesame dumplings, they were surprised. Then, they looked at the price list and calculated the price by themselves. They scanned the code and paid 31 yuan each. Huang Tao was stubborn, so he let them do as they pleased. At this moment, he slung his school bag and the small thermos over his shoulder, and walked out of the store with Xian Xian. She whispered, "Dad, I feel that Jia and Meiji are good people. Just like what Dad taught me. I should be sensible, and not take advantage of others." "Yes." Huang Tao looked at Xian Xian lovingly and praised, "My Xian Xian is so smart. Of course. I am your daughter, Dad." The smile was like ripples in the spring breeze, rippling along Xuan Xuan's nose and eyes. "You?" He smiled dotingly. At this time, a figure came towards them quickly. This figure was traffic policeman Wang Zhoubin. "Oh, the pan-fried buns are sold out?" "No." He was on duty nearby. Seeing so many customers suddenly leave the Jinhaochi restaurant, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly came over to take a look. Huang Tao and Xian Xian understood what he said. This traffic police wanted to buy Shengjianbo. Xian Xian waved at him and said, "Traffic police, Shengjianbo is sold out. If you want to eat, come early tomorrow morning. It's really gone." "Thank you, little friend." Although Wang Zhoubin was prepared, he was still as cold as a frostbitten eggplant when he heard the news. Looking at the other party's lost look, Huang Tao could do nothing to help. After all, even the other gifts he prepared for others had been delivered. He said helplessly, "It's open after 11 noon and after 5 p.m. But there are no Shengjianbo. But the other food tastes very good. You can come early to try it." "Ah, it's probably hard to eat." Wang Zhoubin felt a little regretful. But there was nothing he could do. Who told him that the traffic police have different meal times from normal people? Basically, when they have time, they quickly eat a few bites and then go to work. It is not uncommon for them to go hungry for 1 or 2 meals. During the lunch and evening hours, he may not have time to come and eat. Alas, he can only try to come earlier. He left with regret. Chapter 309, the old man is relying on him. After Jiang Chao and Su Hao finished cleaning up the kitchen, they took advantage of their free time and went home with their takeaway boxes. Nothing can be done. There is a 70-year-old old man crying for food at home. Originally, the old man planned to go to the Jinchi restaurant with his grandson this morning, take a look at his grandson's working environment, and then stay in the restaurant for breakfast. But Jiang Chao disagreed. The main reason was that he was afraid that the weather would be cold in the early morning, and the old man's body would not be able to bear it. After all, before leaving, his parents repeatedly told him to take good care of his grandfather. What if his grandfather caught a cold? Not only would he have to face the accusation of his parents, but he would also have to face the risk of taking leave to look after his grandfather at home. It is impossible to take leave. And it is impossible to take leave in this life. Of course. Except for the Zenhashi restaurant. In order to completely nip this risk in the bud, he rejected the old man's proposal. Jiang Shi knew that his grandson was also concerned about his health. And his grandson said that he would buy him a breakfast in the store. So he had to nod and agree, waiting for his grandson to feed him. "Grandpa, I'm here to bring you breakfast." As soon as he opened the door, he smiled and greeted, and shook the food bag in his hand to his grandfather, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Jiang Shi smiled kindly. "I was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to come back." It really fulfilled the saying, "Speak of the devil, and he will appear." After that, he reached out and picked up the crutches beside him, wanting to sit in the restaurant. Seeing this, Jiang Chao, who was still changing his shoes, said, "Grandpa, don't move. Just sit there. I'll bring it to you, and you can eat it in the living room." After that, he went over with a food bag, put it on the coffee table. "Grandpa, I'm telling you, the store has a new product this morning. It's your favorite sesame dumplings. I bought one for you." He untied the food bag and said, "This tastes better than the ones Grandma used to make." When Jiang Shi heard about sesame dumplings, he was stunned. Since his wife passed away, he hasn't eaten sesame dumplings that he likes for a long time. The chefs in his hotel have been replaced one after another. Every time a chef is replaced, he will ask them to make a sesame dumpling. But the taste is not as good as that made by his wife. Now he heard his grandson say that the sesame dumplings made by his boss are more delicious than those made by his wife. And he was half believing and half doubting. He felt it was impossible. But he also felt that his grandson would not say anything nonsense. His love for sesame dumplings is much stronger than mine. Seeing that his grandfather didn't believe it, Jiang Chao didn't explain much, but just smiled and said, "You will know after you try it later." "Okay." When Jiang Shi wiped his hands with a wet towel, Jiang Chao had already taken the takeaway box out of the bag and helped him open the takeaway lid considerately and move the coffee table to his position so that he could get it without effort. Smelling the fragrance of the steamed buns, Jiang Shui swallowed unconsciously. But he still didn't forget to ask his grandson, Xiao Chao. How about you? Have you eaten? I've eaten in the store. You eat a steamed bun first. Let the dumplings cool down for a while. Jiang Chao picked up a pan-fried bun stuffed with pork and shrimp and handed it to his grandfather. Since he had already eaten it, Jiang Shui did not ask him to eat more. He took the pan-fried bun and looked at it. The skin of the pan-fried bun was fried golden and crispy. Some sesame seeds and chives were sprinkled on the upper part. It smelled fragrant. This pan-fried bun looks very good and smells very fragrant. He brought it to his mouth and took a bite. The fresh and fragrant soup flowed out of the thin skin. There was also a fragrance of sesame and chives in the mouth. And it was a little sweet besides being fresh. When chewing, there was delicious and chewy shrimp meat and fresh and refreshing meat filling. Soft and dense dough skin and crispy dough bottom. In short, the aroma of meat, oil, chives, sesame, and shrimp all lingered in the mouth for a long time. After swallowing it, Jiang Shui praised, "This shrimp and pork stuffed pan-fried bun is delicious. Even better than the one made in our hotel. It is fried at the right temperature. And the inside is not dry, and you can taste the soup. The taste is just right. Of course, no one who has eaten the pan-fried buns made by my boss says that they are not delicious." Jiang Chao's pride was beyond words. Jiang Shui did not refute, but smiled kindly. After all, he thought so in his heart. Now he finally understood why his grandson wanted to become Huang's apprentice after eating only one meal made by Mr. Huang. Just for this cooking skill. If he were 40 years younger, he would do the same. Then he picked up the bowl of sesame dumplings and looked at them carefully. They were as delicate and smooth as suet balls, white and shiny. And the black sesame seeds wrapped inside were faintly visible. He felt that he stirred it gently, scooped a spoonful, and blew it twice at the corner of his mouth. He put it in his mouth, tasted it, and sighed with satisfaction. It was the kind of surprise and pleasant surprise. He still remembers how delicious the sesame dumplings made by his wife. And so does his son. In Jiang City, whether he eats in his own hotel or goes to another hotel, he will order a portion of sesame dumplings. But the taste is not as good as his wife's. So when Jiang Chao said that his boss's sesame dumplings were better than his grandmother's, he was skeptical. Now I will taste it. It is really amazing. The flowing black sesame filling, with a strong aroma of oil and the sweetness of granulated sugar, sprayed into the mouth. It quickly occupied his taste buds. The soft texture of the dumplings danced on the tip of the tongue. It tastes smooth and delicate, sweet, with a strong sesame fragrance, and a unique taste in the mouth. Along with the sweet fragrance, the pale glutinous rice noodle soup was swallowed, hot and comfortable, and the mind was at peace. Jiang Shui was very satisfied to taste the sesame dumplings he had been longing for. He said pertinently, "I didn't expect that these sesame dumplings were really good. Compared with your grandmother's, they are indeed better." Jiang Chao knew that his grandfather was completely impressed by Mr. Huang's craftsmanship. He smiled, "Grandpa, if you like it, I will buy it for you tomorrow." Okay. Jiang Shui continued to enjoy the delicious sesame dumplings one bite after another. Just at this time, his WeChat video call rang. It was a multi-person video invitation initiated by his son. "Pick it up." Jiang Mingtao's horse face instantly appeared on the mobile phone screen. Seeing his old father holding a takeaway box in one hand and a spoon in the other, he was a little surprised and said, "Hey, Dad, did you just have breakfast? Or sesame dumplings?" Jiang Shui swallowed the dumplings in his mouth and said, "Yes. Xiao Chao packed them for me from his store. I tell you, the taste of these sesame dumplings is very good. Even better than your mother's." Really? If someone else said this, Jiang Mingtao would definitely not believe it. But coming from the old man, he still chose to believe it. But how delicious must these sesame dumplings be to make the old man speak so highly of them? Before he could say anything else, Chen Hongxia smiled and greeted the old man. "Dad, are you still used to living at Xiaocha's place?" "Yes. I am used to it." Jiang Shui smiled and said, "I am doing well here. Sleeping well. And eating even better." Chen Hongxia thought for a while and said, "Dad, when are you going to come back? I will pick you up then." "Come back?" Jiang Shui shook his head and said, I am not going back for the time being. I am going to stay at Xiaocha's place. When he comes home, I will go back with him. Shen Hongxiao? Jiang Mingtao? Jiang Chao. The old man is relying on him. He seriously suspected that the reason why the old man was relying on him was to eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang. Chapter 310, Will You Still Like Him? Wang Tao drove the car and took Xian to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. As soon as the car was parked, Xian looked through the car window and saw Cici waving to the teacher on duty at the gate of the kindergarten. She said with joy, "Daddy? Look! Look! It's Cici." "Yes." Daddy saw it. Wang Tao opened the car door and responded. Then took her down from the child safety seat, put a small school bag and a small thermos on her back, and said, "Go in with Cici for a while. Daddy will watch you here." He pointed to where he was standing, and then lowered his head and kissed Xian on the forehead. "Yes." Xian agreed crisply, then took a step and ran towards Cici. The small school bag and the small thermos swayed left and right as she ran, making a slight friction sound. After running a few steps, she couldn't help but look back at Wang Tao again. Then she raised her hands above her head with a smile. She made a heart shape to him. Wang Tao felt warm in his heart, smiled and waved to Xian, watched her voice appear behind Cici, and patted Cici's back. Seeing that it was Xian, Cici's eyes immediately showed a touch of surprise. "Xian, I thought you had already entered the classroom. My dad is a little busy today, so he left a little late." Xian smiled with a smile, and did not forget to promote the new products in the store to her friends. "Cici, let me tell you, the sesame dumplings that my dad made for me yesterday are available in the store this morning. They are even more delicious than those made yesterday morning. If you want to eat them, you can ask your dad and mom to come to my store to buy them." "Yeah, I'll ask my dad to get up early tomorrow to buy it." Cici licked her lips subconsciously, her eyes full of envy. "Xian, you are so lucky. You can eat delicious food made by your dad every day. Unlike her, Mom went on a trip with her friends, and Dad was completely out of it. Dad got up late in the morning, and almost made her wear autumn trousers outside. And she couldn't go to Xuan's dad's store to buy breakfast, so he made her a bowl of plain oatmeal, or plain oatmeal without anything to go with it. Dad also taught her, "Look, if you clean the bowl, you don't have to wash the bowl." Dad doesn't know how to comb her hair yet. The ponytail was so tight that even Teacher Yi couldn't stand it. Then he combed her hair again. He also told her, "Tell her dad not to comb her hair tomorrow, and let the kindergarten teacher comb her hair." That's good now. Dad didn't comb her hair this morning, and let her go to school with a messy hair. I really envy Xian for having a good dad. Not only did he change Xuan's hair into a beautiful heart-shaped double ponytail bun this morning, he also changed Xian into a clean and beautiful pink down jacket. It looks great. Look at myself again. My hair is messy, and my clothes are stained. Before my mom left, she prepared and folded several sets of clothes for her to change. But my dad just didn't remember to bathe her, let alone change her into clean clothes. She felt that she was lucky to live until her mom came back. Another day when she wanted to change her dad, and Xuan's mouth was filled with happy ripples. And she nodded without thinking, "Yeah, I think so too." In her little heart, she felt that her father was the best father in the world. No objection was accepted. Cici blinked. "Xian, if your father's cooking was not delicious, and he could not tie beautiful hair, would you still like him?" "Of course." Xian nodded without hesitation. "Even if my father is not good enough, my father is the best in my heart, because I love my father." At this moment, Xian saw the teacher on duty calling them to enter the campus quickly, and hurriedly said to Cici beside her, "Cici, let's go in together." Cici's thoughts that were almost drifting away were pulled back, and she nodded and said, "Okay." The two little people held hands and went to the gate of the garden. Wang Tao, who was standing next to the car, looked at it from a distance and couldn't help but smile. He was very happy that Xian could get along well with the children in the kindergarten. Seeing that the two little people had entered the garden, he was relieved. "Boss Huang." Just when Wang Tao was about to turn around and leave, someone suddenly called him softly. He looked sideways and saw a bearded man standing beside him. Cici's father? Wang Tao looked around and recognized him. Seeing that his eyes were red, he thought he was reluctant to let his daughter go to kindergarten. So, he smiled and patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder. comforting him. Don't be reluctant. You will see her in the afternoon. I'm not reluctant, Jiangling said excitedly with a smile. I finally waited until I said Cece to kindergarten. Why should I be reluctant? Huang Tao misunderstood. The two chatted for a while as usual. Perhaps because they were familiar with each other. Or because they felt that Huang Tao was a good person. Or because they had something in their hearts and wanted to talk to others. Jiangling and Huang Tao chatted for a few more sentences. In such a casual chat, Huang Tao knew that Cece's mother went on a trip with her friends. Jiangling was alone with his child. Not only was life difficult, but Cece also complained about him. It's not easy to be a father. So cherish it while you can. In the end, Jiangling also asked Huang Tao for advice, hoping that he would teach him some parenting experience and training skills. Huang Tao had a bitter smile. To be honest, he didn't have any training skills to teach. The main reason was that Xian was very sensible and not very naughty. She was always very well behaved and obedient. After hearing this, Jiangling realized that it was not him who was not good enough, but his own black-hearted cotton. If it was the well-behaved and sensible Xian, he would definitely be able to hold it. It must be a loving father and a filial daughter. Xian and Cece, who had just entered the classroom, couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Cece would never have thought that her father would have the idea of changing his daughter. Xian didn't expect it either. If she knew, she would definitely refuse Jiangling righteously. Her father can only be Huang Tao. Huang Tao and Jiangling chatted for a few words, and then drove away. Huang Tao did not go back to the store directly, but went to the vegetable market. As soon as he entered the vegetable market, there were enthusiastic vendors who greeted him. Hey, Mr. Huang. I haven't seen you come to the vegetable market for a long time. Why did you come here in person this time? Huang Tao smiled. I came to buy some ingredients. Hearing this, the vendors suddenly felt that Chairman Mao was waving to them. After all, now, as long as they can take this order from Boss Huang, it will be a long-term order in the future. With the quantity required by Boss Huang's store, their daily turnover will definitely increase several times at once. Like Lao Wang, the pork stall owner who supplies Boss Huang, and the stall owners of other stalls. Which one of them is not making a lot of money? They have made more in the past few months than in a year. It's enviable. So now, when they heard that Huang Tao came to buy materials in person, while they guessed that they were going to launch new products, they also hoped that their stalls would catch Huang Tao's eye and promote this business. So, they shouted to Huang Tao with all their might. Boss Huang, what do I have here? You can pick whatever you want. I guarantee that the price is cheaper than other stalls. Boss Huang, tell me what you want. I guarantee that you can get it at a low price and high quality. Huang Tao smiled. Do you have pickled mustard greens? No. The vendors at the door shook their heads helplessly. Ah! My Mao Zedong flew away in an instant. Wuh! A stall owner not far away waved with a smile. Boss Huang. I have it here. I have it here. Come and have a look. Huang Tao walked over. The stall owner did not play tricks, and simply and roughly took out the best pickled mustard greens in the stall and gave them to him. Huang Tao took a look. The pickled mustard greens were fresh, dark in color, and had many tender leaves. The quality is really good. Huang Tao asked, how much do you sell these pickled mustard greens for? How much is 1 pound? The stall owner thought for a moment and said, originally it's 11.3 yuan. If you want it, Mr. Huang, I'll give you the lowest price of 9 yuan. The discount he gave Huang Tao was slightly higher than the discounts offered by ordinary restaurants. He wanted to establish a good relationship with Huang Tao so that they could have long-term cooperation in the future. Huang Tao nodded. He picked up the bag and picked it up. The stall owner also helped to select it. After loading it, he turned on the electronic scale, weighed the pickled mustard greens, calculated the total price, and then gave Huang Tao the remaining 2 yuan. The stall owner said considerately, Boss Huang, how about I deliver it to your store later? No need this time. I drove here. Huang Tao smiled and asked randomly, Boss, give me your phone number or WeChat. Next time I need pickled mustard greens, I'll call you and you can deliver it to me again. The stall owner, who thought that they could not have long-term cooperation at first, suddenly smiled happily when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. After that, he quickly told Huang Tao his phone number and scanned and added WeChat with Huang Tao face to face. This scene made the vendors at the door shed tears of envy. Chapter 311 Use Mother and Child Soy Sauce? After finishing shopping, Huang Tao drove to the store. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the parking area in front of the store. At this time, the vendors had already brought all the ingredients he needed for lunch to the store. All the employees in the store came out in full force and started to move the ingredients down. Jiang Wei also joined this multi-person movement as usual, lending a hand and helping to move together. Boss Huang, are you back? When Huang Tao got off the car and came over with 2 plastic bags, one large and one small, he smiled and greeted him, and hurried forward to help carry them. When he saw the pickled mustard greens and seasonings in the bags, his eyes lit up. Are you going to make a new dish? Yes. Huang Tao nodded and revealed the answer to him. I plan to make braised meat with dried vegetables for lunch. I'll have to ask Boss Huang to leave a portion for me later. I want to try it. Jiang Wei rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Huang Tao smiled. Okay. I'll leave a portion for you and sister-in-law later, so that you can taste it for me. Chatting with Jiang Wei, Huang Tao carried the things into the store. After all the goods were moved, Huang Tao smiled and said to the vendors, Boss, thank you for your hard work. Boss Huang, you're welcome. Everyone smiled, then rode on their own electric tricycles, and said in unison, then I'll leave first. I'll come back to try your new dishes when I have time at noon. Welcome. Thank you all. It's okay. We're leaving. The vendors left first. Boss Huang, I'm busy too. Let's talk again when we have time. After that, Jiang Wei left. Huang Tao led Su Hao and the others to collect the raw materials. In an instant, the kitchen became busy. Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan, and Lin Qiuyu were all involved in the great cleaning business. Su Hao put the clean braised pig's trotters, chicken wings, and chicken legs into the stainless steel braising pot. Jiang Chao and Lin Zifeng took the kitchen knife and started cutting various ingredients. Huang Tao took out the honey fire square from the steamer, poured out the soup, and put it back in before preparing to make dried vegetables and braised meat. He asked Ding Suqin to clean the dried plums that had been soaked in warm water beforehand, and then squeezed out the water. Then soak them in clean water. The reason for cleaning first and then soaking is that the water for soaking the dried plums will be used later. If you don't wash it, it's inevitable that some dust will remain. If you put it in the pot like this, it will definitely affect your appetite regardless of whether it affects the taste. Although this shop is not big, Huang Tao pays special attention to the hygiene of food ingredients. After soaking the pickled mustard greens again, he soaked the red yeast rice in a bowl. This red yeast rice is mainly used to color the meat. When you cook it later, you don't need to put it in the pot. Just put the soaked water into the pot. Wait until the other ingredients are ready. Huang Tao took the clean square ribs and brought them over. Start cutting the meat. He took the god-level kitchen knife and removed the excess lean meat. Let the whole piece of meat present a standard 3-layer appearance, while keeping the thickness of the meat consistent. Then, he placed the meat skin up on the chopping board. He used a god-level kitchen knife to cut down on the skin. When he cut to 2/3 of the meat, he stopped cutting and cut the skin open. But the lean meat below still had to be connected. Then cut every 2 centimeters. After cutting vertically, cut horizontally. The lean meat was connected, but the skin was in the shape of a cross. After his skillful hands changed the knife, the overall appearance of the meat was improved by N levels. Later, Huang Tao soaked the meat with a changed knife in his hands and let it soak out blood. It had to soak for half an hour. Taking advantage of this gap, he and Su Hao began to prepare for other dishes. For a while, Huang Tao was busy in front of the stove. When frying crabs in the pot, he did not forget to ask Lin Zifeng to help boil a pot of water. When the water boiled, the meat was almost soaked. After frying a pot of crabs, he handed it over to his capable assistant Su Hao, and he put the pork belly that had been soaked for half an hour into the hot water pot with the skin facing down. Blanching. This step is to remove impurities from the skin and lean meat. Of course, the blanching time should not be too long. It only takes 2 to 3 minutes. If it is too long, the freshness and nutrition in the meat will be lost. When he saw that it was almost done, he immediately turned off the fire. He picked up the colander on the side and scooped out all the meat in the pot. Put it in the hot water prepared in advance and wash it. Wash the pot. Pour half a pot of clean water into it. Put the previously prepared ingredients of star anise and cinnamon into the pot and boil it over high heat. This is done to allow the aroma of star anise and cinnamon to penetrate into the water. 4 minutes later, he took out all the pork that had been washed in hot water and put it into the pot. Then put the scallion knots into the pot. Pour an appropriate amount of rice wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the fragrance. Cover the pot. Start simmering. Jiang Chao actually knows how to make this dish of braised meat with dried vegetables. And he is quite good at it. When he saw his boss making it just now, he paid special attention to observe it. I have to say, every step of his boss's braised meat with dried vegetables is done very perfectly and professionally. There is no flaw at all. If compared with him, it can only be said that it is better than him. At this time, Wang Tao opened the lid of the pot and skimmed the few floating foams in the pot with a spoon. Seeing Su Hao had fried a pot of crabs, Wang Tao asked with a smile, "Su Hao, do you know what the trick is to make this dish of braised meat with dried vegetables?" Trick? Su Hao thought for a while, put in the water of soaked dried plums, and use mother-child soy sauce. Lin Zifeng smiled and expressed his own opinion. When steaming meat, put some dried plums in the bowl first, and then put the meat skin down on it? Jiang Chao thought for a while, "Boss, is it stewed?" Wang Tao turned down the heat and said, "In fact, although this dish is called braised meat with dried vegetables, if you want to make it delicious, it is not about stewing, but about steaming, and the steaming time must be long enough." Su Hao and the other two carefully pondered Wang Tao's words. It's not about stewing, but about steaming. Think about it. It is true. When making this dish, many people will focus on the word stewing. I think the role of the last steaming is actually not great. Jiang Chao is one of them, because the subsequent steaming time was not long enough. The taste of the whole dish was not good. Wang Tao smiled slightly. When making this dish, it is best to steam it for more than 2 hours. The longer it is steamed, the better the taste and texture will be. This speech was a revelation to the three people. After the floating foam was skimmed off, Wang Tao poured a large spoonful of mother and child soy sauce into the pot. When making this dish, no salt was added throughout the process. The saltiness of the meat all comes from the pickled mustard greens and soy sauce. Therefore, this soy sauce needs to be added more. If it is not added enough, the saltiness will not be enough, which will greatly reduce the taste of this dish. After the seasoning is added, he picked up the lid of the pot and covered it. Simmer on low heat. He was also busy. Let Ding Suqin and others take the soaked pickled mustard greens out of the basin. Squeeze dry water. And let Jiang Chao cut these pickled mustard greens into small pieces. He made another pot. Pour the water used to soak the pickled mustard greens into the pot. Bring to a boil. Wait for the water in the pot to settle a little. He scooped the water from the top into the pot for stewing meat. As for the sediment, pour it into the trash can and don't use it. This operation is because it can evaporate the musty smell in the water of the pickled mustard greens. And boiling can also allow the aroma and salt from the soaking to be fully integrated into the water. After 15 minutes, he opened the lid of the pot again. At this time, the meat in the pot has been colored. There is also much less soup. In the floating steam, there are bursts of light pickled mustard greens fragrance. He poured the red yeast rice water that had been soaked in advance into the pot. Then add an appropriate amount of white sugar. Continue to simmer. This dish requires the skin of the meat to be bright red. But only soy sauce cannot meet this requirement. So red yeast rice water must be added. And sugar is added to enhance the flavor of the food. Make the taste of this dish less monotonous. It tastes salty and sweet. It is endless aftertaste. Of course, this is also the basic operation of Zhejiang cuisine. Another 10 minutes later, when the soup in the pot was reduced to a thin layer, Wang Tao put the dried plums cut by Jiang Chao. Pour half of it in. Continue to simmer. The reason why all the dried plums are not put in is because the dried plums will absorb water. If all are put in, there will be a lot of soup when steaming later. And leaving half is to absorb the steamed soup when steaming later. Wang Tao waited until the soup in the pot was completely dried before turning off the fire. He spread the dried plums that were not put in the pot in bowls. Then carefully take the meat out of the pot. Put the meat skin side down in the bowl. Pick out the scallion knots and star anise cinnamon in the pot. And mix the pickled mustard greens in the pot and those not in the pot. And spread them in the bowls. Press them all. Then cover them one by one with plastic wrap. This is to prevent the steam in the steamer from entering the bowl when steaming, causing more soup. It also allows the aroma of the meat to enter the pickled mustard greens. The aroma of the pickled mustard greens will also be absorbed by the meat. He used a toothpick to poke a few small holes in the plastic wrap. Put it in the steamer and steam it for 2 hours. During this time, he started to prepare other ingredients with Su Hao. Chapter 312 completely crushed. It's time. Huang Tao took a pair of thick gloves and put them on his hands. He walked to the steamer and opened it. A strong aroma of braised meat rushed out instantly. The taste of braised meat with dried vegetables was amplified to the extreme after stewing and steaming. And the fragrance of pickled mustard greens could be smelled. It was much more fragrant than I imagined. Indeed, after steaming for more than 2 hours, the fat steam from the pork had been deeply immersed in the pickled mustard greens. The fragrance of the pickled mustard greens had also fully penetrated into the pork belly. The meat and vegetables were now perfectly integrated. In short, the pork belly is wrapped with pickled mustard greens. The meat is fragrant with vegetables. And the vegetables are soaked with meat flavor. It makes people drool. Jiang Chao smelled the aroma of the braised meat and couldn't help but praise, "Boss, this smell is too fragrant. It feels more than 10 times more fragrant than the braised meat with dried vegetables made by the chef of my hotel." How to say it? The braised meat with dried vegetables made by the chef of his hotel has to be tasted in the mouth to taste its flavor. And the braised meat with dried vegetables made by his boss can smell the fragrance as soon as the steamer is opened. It is rich and strong. Although this braised meat with dried vegetables is his proud specialty, it is compared with the boss's. It is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. I was completely crushed. Lin Zifeng sniffed his nose, smacked his lips and said, "I didn't feel hungry at first. You know there are so many aromas in this kitchen. My sense of smell has been numb, and the glutton in my stomach is not as clamoring as before." But when the boss's new dish of braised meat with dried vegetables came out, the glutton in my stomach actually clamored loudly. And my stomach also started to growl. It smells so good." Su Hao nodded in agreement and praised, "It smells so good. The boss's cooking skills are really superb. It must taste delicious." "Okay. Just flatter me," Huang Tao said to them with a smile. And then continued, "I'll take out a bowl first. Take a photo and upload it to Weibo. And then we will try this dish at noon today. How about it?" "I'm willing. Thank you, boss." Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, who were free not far away, said almost at the same time after hearing Huang Tao's words, and nodded very quickly. Such a working environment is simply too happy. For the first time, they truly felt that work is a happy thing. Of course, in addition to the really delicious restaurant, Ding Suqin smiled gently. "I smelled it early. Thank you, boss. We are lucky to have a new meal today." Lin Zifeng and the others nodded and said in unison, "Boss, we have been waiting for you to say this." "You guys." Huang Tao smiled and took out a bowl of braised meat with dried vegetables from the steamer. Tear off the top layer of plastic wrap. Pick up the prepared plate and put it on the bowl. Then turn the bowl and the plate upside down with both hands. Let the bowl turn upside down on the plate. Gently pat it twice with your hands. Carefully take the bowl down. Then, this famous braised meat with dried vegetables is ready. The pickled mustard greens in the bowl are completely stretched out due to long-term steaming and absorbing pork fat. The crispness of the pickled mustard greens and the fatness of the pork form a visual impact. In terms of color, the pickled mustard greens are black and shiny, and the pork is crystal clear. The combination of the two is a match made in heaven. Huang Tao felt that the person who invented this dish was really talented. This dish looks ordinary, but it tastes very good with rice. Of course, it's not time to taste it yet. Since the store has a new product, it's natural to post a Weibo post first, while notifying customers and fans. It's also good to liven up the popularity of the official account. Huang Tao then began to arrange the dishes. Then he took out his mobile phone, found a good angle, and started taking pictures. Then he posted it on Weibo. Super delicious Jinchi restaurant. New pickled mustard greens and meat are available at noon today. The quantity on the first day is limited. Only 80 servings at noon. Do you want to eat it? Hook, picture JPG. The pickled mustard greens and meat in the photo are shiny red. The neat long-edged meat slices are red in color, evenly and delicately laid on the black pickled mustard greens. Through the oily luster, you can vaguely see the crispy and soft meat slices. From the side, the meat is firm, plump, fresh, fragrant and oily. Anyway, it's very tempting. It's about 10:40, close to the lunch opening time at 11 o'clock. Many old customers have unconsciously developed a habit since the moment they followed the official Weibo account of Zenhachi Restaurant. Before lunch, check the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant. Check if there are any new dishes, fresh news, or other new things. Yesterday, the boss posted a preview of new products on Weibo this morning. As expected, sesame dumplings were launched this morning. The taste is delicious to everyone who has tasted it. But think about it. Whose restaurant has new dishes every meal? But out of habit, I still go to check it out as usual when it's almost time for dinner. Hi! You know what? It's really there. When many people saw the latest pop-up message prompt on a certain blog, they were shocked. While they hurried to look at the pictures, they also praised Huang Tao silently in their hearts. He is worthy of being Mr. Huang. It's really awesome. But then again, are all the catering people so excited now? To be honest, it's pretty good to roll it up like this. I hope Mr. Huang can continue to roll it up at this speed. In that case, they can eat new dishes in the store every meal, and their mother will no longer have to worry that they will get tired of it. Now they clicked on the picture and saw, why does it look a bit like braised meat? Then they looked up and saw the copy edited by Huang Tao. It turned out to be braised meat with dried vegetables. They almost jumped up with joy. Looking at the number of portions sold at noon, there were only 80. What are you waiting for? Just go and line up. When the self-employed customers, who can freely arrange their working time, saw this Weibo message, they quickly took their keys, closed the store, and went out. And those who couldn't go to line up temporarily because of work or school could only pray madly in their hearts, bless fewer people to see this Weibo. Bless fewer people to line up in front of the Zenhachi Restaurant. Bless me to go there after get off work, school, and buy the braised meat with dried vegetables. In the store, Huang Tao and his group have already enjoyed their lunch. And the braised meat with dried vegetables has become everyone's favorite. Everyone couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat wrapped with some pickled mustard greens and put it into their mouths. Pickled mustard greens digest and absorb the meat fat and remove the astringency and become moist. The pork belly is fattened by the pickled mustard greens and is not greasy. The double deliciousness of sweetness and fatness keeps lingering on the tip of the tongue. This wonderful contrast, on the contrary, derives a very amazing taste. The salty and fresh and meaty aromas are intertwined and mixed together, which makes the taste buds extremely satisfied. With a light bite, the fat meat, which is soaked in the soup and looks unusually fresh and plump, melts in an instant and pours on the pickled mustard greens. The pickled mustard greens also absorb enough oil and deliciously release the juice they contain, splashing in the mouth. It is obviously just ordinary pork belly and pickled mustard greens. But at this moment, the taste in the mouth is surprisingly rich, oily and not greasy, salty and sweet. How delicious it is. Chapter 313. This restaurant does not accept private bookings for the time being. Huang Tao and 6 employees were refreshed and satisfied after tasting the delicious braised meat with dried vegetables. Afterwards, Su Hao, Jiang Chao, and Lin Zifeng returned to the kitchen first. Jiang Chao put the braised meat with dried vegetables, honey sauce fire square, and dompa pork on the plate. Su Hao blanched the green vegetables that needed to be paired with various braised rice, and put them all on the plate in the transparent counter. Lin Chiyu helped Lin Zifeng scoop out all the braised eggs, braised pig's trotters, braised chicken legs, and braised chicken wings in the braised pot, and put them in a stainless steel plate. Lin Zifeng was responsible for chopping the braised pig's trotters and cutting the braised eggs, to make it easier to make braised pig's trotter rice later. Lin Chiyu moved the braised chicken legs and wings, as well as the rice cooker for cooking white rice, to the transparent counter. After Ding Suqin entered the price of braised meat with dried vegetables into the automatic ordering machine, she came to the transparent counter, took out the rice spoon and various takeaway boxes, and placed them beside her, prepared to pack for the customers, who will take away the food later. Li Qingzhan cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks he had just eaten, and said to Huang Tao, "Boss, this braised meat with dried vegetables is really delicious." The oil of the fat dripped into the pickled mustard greens, and the pickled mustard greens absorbed the meaty aroma. The pork belly is fat but not greasy, and the pickled mustard greens are oily but not dry. The ingredients complement each other and complement each other. The taste has reached an unprecedented height. This is definitely the best braised meat with dried vegetables I have ever eaten in my life. This is not his intentional flattery. The braised meat with dried vegetables is really delicious. And he just said it in accordance with his heart. Huang Tao was naturally delighted to be praised for its deliciousness. He smiled and said, "Just like it. If you like it, make more in the evening." "That would be great." Li Qingzhan smiled and said, "Boss, I'm not afraid of you making fun of me. I really haven't had enough of this dish of braised meat with dried vegetables at noon. I always feel like I'm not satisfied." Huang Tao said generously, "Okay, I'll make sure you all have a good meal tonight." "Okay." Li Qingzhan smiled and nodded. Seeing that his boss was so considerate and easy to talk to, he thought for a while, and told Huang Tao about his long-buried idea. "Boss, there is something I want to discuss with you." Huang Tao saw that he looked serious, and asked in confusion, "What is it?" "It's like this. At the end of this month, it's my grandma's birthday, so I have to celebrate her birthday well." Li Qingzhan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I thought that your cooking was so delicious. So when my grandma's birthday comes, I want to invite her to our store to celebrate her birthday and have a meal. I'm afraid that there will be too many people in the store, and she won't be used to it. So, boss, can you let me book a place?" "Book a place?" Huang Tao thought for a while and said, "Our store does not accept bookings for the time being." Li Qingzhan's heart was completely cold. But then, he heard his boss say, "But since you are an employee of this restaurant, I can give you an employee benefit and let you book the restaurant. But it has to be after the business hours. Then I will reserve a few tables of dishes for you." Fuck. This up and down is really exciting. Hearing the boss's words, Li Qingzhan's heart, which was almost hanging in his throat, immediately went back to his stomach, and thanked him repeatedly. "Boss, thank you. Thank you so much." He knew what his boss meant. This was reserved for him in the name of employee benefits, not as a reservation for a customer. They were all private rooms. But the meanings were completely different. The business in the store was so good. There must be rules. Just like queuing. If someone cuts in line, the boss won't say anything. And the person cut in line will be useless even if he scolds him. So as long as someone doesn't follow the rules of the store, doesn't want to queue properly, and just wants to cut in line for the sake of convenience, Huang Tao will definitely not tolerate it. If you dare to cut in line, he won't sell you. It's the same with private rooms. You book him a room today, and someone else asks you to book a room tomorrow. Will you book it or not? But it's different for employee benefits. If someone asks you, you say it's an employee benefit, so you have this privilege. Others won't be able to say anything. Besides, he booked the room after the business was over, and it didn't affect the normal business of the store, so others would have nothing to say. Li Qingzhan suddenly felt that it was a wise move for him to apply for the waiter position when he came to Jinji restaurant. Otherwise, this private restaurant would definitely not be possible. He was grateful and quickly took out his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Huang Tao via WeChat. Huang Tao looked at the amount and smiled helplessly. It won't take so much. His restaurant is small, and there are not many dishes. Even if the restaurant is full and the dishes are all served, no matter how delicious it is, it won't cost 100,000 yuan. Will this be too full? Li Qingzhan said disapprovingly. Boss, you can keep it first. Refund the excess and pay the shortfall. Anyway, my grandma has a birthday every year. If I can't finish it this year, I will come again next year. What if my dad and mom also want to celebrate their birthdays in the store? Huang Tao. This is the birthday of the whole family, and they are all planning to celebrate it in his store. He said with a smile. Okay, then I'll go first. Then boss, I'll go wash the dishes first so that I can receive guests later. Okay. Huang Tao also stood up and went back to the kitchen to work. This also means that the lunch business of Zinhachi restaurant has begun. The customers waiting outside the door were so greedy when they learned that there was a new product. Braised meat with dried vegetables. Even so, they still walked into the store in an orderly manner. They lined up in front of the automatic ordering machine to order food. For a while, the store became lively, and Huang Tao and his friends who received the order also got busy. When Jiang Chao was busy in the kitchen, he looked up and saw his grandfather queuing in front of the automatic ordering machine. He was not surprised. After all, his grandfather had just greeted him on WeChat and said that he didn't need to send him lunch at noon, and he would come to the store to buy it himself. The reason was that he was too late to deliver the food. The old man can't wait. Jiang Chao knew that his grandfather wanted to taste the food made by Boss Huang as soon as possible. Since that was the case, He had no choice but to listen to his grandfather. At this time, Jiang Shui had already ordered the meal and found a seat to sit down. From time to time, he looked at the kitchen and saw his grandson circling around a young chef. He understood. This young chef is the owner of this restaurant and also the boss of his grandson. He is called Boss Huang. He sighed. It's really rare to have such cooking skills at such a young age. Not long after, Li Qingzhan brought the meal he ordered to the table. Hello. Your braised meat with dried vegetables. Braised pig's trotter rice. Fish ball soup. Braised prawns in oil. And honey sauce fire square for one person. All served. Thank you. Jiang Shui looked up. Their eyes met. Jiang Shui looked at Li Qingzhan, who had changed so much, and didn't recognize him for a moment. Li Qingzhan recognized Jiang Shui, and seeing that he was stunned, he smiled and said, Grandpa Jiang, I'm Qingzhan. You don't know me, do you? Qingzhan. Grandpa Jiang really didn't recognize you like this. Jiang Shui was still very surprised by Li Qingzhan's change. He couldn't associate the good young man Li Qingzhan in front of him with the lazy Li Qingzhan in the past. However, now he looked much better. It's just, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that one day these rich second generations would have such a change. Hey! Don't say it. This store is really magical. Not only did his grandson beg to be a kitchen assistant in this store, but even Li Qingzhan and his lazy masters became good young people. It seems that Boss Huang is not only a great cook, but also a good trainer. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Qingzhan went to work. Jiang Shui picked up the chopsticks and started with the braised meat with dried vegetables. He picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The meat was thin and elastic, and tasted fat but not greasy. The taste was moderate, not bland or salty. The fat melted in the mouth. The lean meat was not dry, and had a special chewy texture. His cheeks relaxed unconsciously, and the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Delicious. After swallowing, the fragrance lingered on the lips and teeth. Chapter 314 Directly issue a ticket. Time goes back a little. It was close to noon. Traffic policeman Wang Zhoubin came to the old street in the west of the city and walked around. You don't know until you walk around. And after a walk. Hi! There are already more than 20 cars parked illegally. He went forward and took a look in front of those cars. If there are people who have left their contact information, send them a message to notify them. They must come and move their cars within 3 minutes. If they are late, they will be issued a ticket directly. Who would have thought that after 3 minutes, no car owner came to move their car? He looked at the door of the Jinchi restaurant at the corner and saw the long queue. He suddenly understood in his heart. These car owners are most likely in the queue of this restaurant. The reason why they didn't come to move their cars is that they are afraid that they will not be able to queue if they move their cars. After all, the queue is so long. These people don't even care about the ticket for a bite of food. It's outrageous. Although he complained like this, he was looking forward to other delicious food in Zenhashi restaurant. Beep listening to the car horn. Wang Zhoubin looked up at the private cars that kept driving into the old street in the west of the city. The car owners were looking around, looking anxious to find a parking space. Wang Zhoubin could guess with his toes why these car owners drove here at this time. They must have come for the delicious food in Zenhashi restaurant. Well, if this rhythm continues, in less than an hour, this old street will be jammed like an earthworm. So, he has to stay and divert the traffic here. After diverting the traffic, he will go over to have a meal. I just hope that I won't be unable to buy like I did in the morning. He prayed in his heart while going forward to divert the car owners so that they would not park randomly. It's really delicious. There are more and more people queuing up. Those who haven't entered the store to order food are standing there in the order they came. Those who should play with their mobile phones and chat. The male customers are not afraid of the cold wind, and the female customers wear hats and stand against the cold wind, which shows their love for braised meat with dried vegetables. The customer who took the turn to order food at this time, in addition to ordering 2 servings of braised pork trotter rice, a nourishing fish soup and a fish ball soup, also ordered 2 servings of braised meat with dried vegetables without hesitation. The customers waiting to order food behind him were anxious when they saw that he bought 2 servings of braised meat with dried vegetables. After all, there were only 80 servings in total at noon. Many customers have already ordered this dish. If a few more people order 2 or more like him, they will have waited for so long. Wouldn't it be in vain? Su Jiahong is one of them. She is the 50th in the whole line. It's embarrassing to say. She is nearly 50 years old. But she still wants this. After eating the crab fried cake bought by her daughter Gujingi a few days ago, Su Juhong has been interested in it. At that time, I thought that the crab was delicious. Very fresh and fragrant. And the rice cake was also very fragrant. After eating it, I didn't think about it. The result? My daughter kept talking about how delicious the lotus leaf glutinous rice in Zenhachi restaurant was when she came home these 2 days. Although she had never eaten other dishes such as braised food, people who had eaten them said that they were very fragrant and delicious. She also said that if Zenhachi restaurant had not been closed for expansion and renovation these 2 days, and if it weren't for work, she really wanted to eat at Zenhachi restaurant every day. She also said that Zenchiho restaurant was not far from home, and she didn't want to cook at noon, so she could go there early and pack a portion to eat. As a result, she came to the old street in the west of the city to buy things today. When she passed by Zenchiho restaurant after shopping, she stopped for some reason. It was only a little after 10 o'clock. There were already many people queuing in front of the store. This was something she had never thought of. Although her daughter said that she had to come early to queue up. But she didn't expect that someone would come earlier than her. Alas, it can only be said that the food in this store is too popular. Looking at those people queuing, in addition to browsing their phones and chatting, there were also people playing chess and mahjong, which made her feel different and curious. She unconsciously followed the team and lined up behind. Of course, she was impatient while waiting. But the tempting crabs and fried rice cakes with Su Jiaohong made her reluctant to leave and go back to cook for herself. At around 11 o'clock, the line began to move forward. Naturally, she also heard that the store had a new product, braised meat with dried vegetables, at noon, and there were only 80 servings in total. At that time, she thought she was lucky to come across a new product in the store as soon as she arrived. In addition, she liked braised meat with dried vegetables very much, and she thought about buying one to try it later. Now she heard that someone bought 2 servings at once, and she was a little anxious. She was queuing here, in addition to wanting to taste other delicacies in the store. The main reason was not to have this braised meat with dried vegetables. If the braised meat with dried vegetables was gone, then she would lose the new product and lose time. No. It doesn't count as losing time, unless everything else is sold out. Fortunately, the line moved forward quickly. When it was Su Jiaohong's turn, she followed suit and operated the automatic ordering machine. Thinking about the person in front of her who bought 2 servings of braised meat with dried vegetables, she was afraid that the automatic ordering machine would show a message that the braised meat with dried vegetables was sold out in the next second. Fortunately, she was lucky. There were more than 10 servings of this dish. She immediately ordered one happily. Then she ordered a nourishing fish soup, a braised prawn, a fish ball soup, and 2 servings of braised chicken wings with rice. Then she paid, because she had tasted the delicious crab fried cakes beforehand, and had heard from her daughter that the price of the food in this restaurant was a little more expensive than other restaurants. Seeing the total price, she looked normal, because she wanted to take away the food. She did not find a seat to sit down, but stood aside waiting for her number to be called. Just at this time, suddenly, a warm greeting came to her ears. Jiaohong. It's you. Why are you here too? Hearing this, Su Jiaohong was stunned for a moment, then followed the source of the voice and looked towards the direction of the automatic ordering machine. After seeing the other person's face clearly, she was slightly surprised and responded with a smile. Sister Shuan. What a coincidence. I came here to buy food. I'm waiting for them to pack it up. Who would have thought it was such a coincidence? She came to this store to buy food and actually met an acquaintance from the same village on her mother's side. Because of their similar age, they used to play together often. But since they got married, they basically had no contact. Occasionally, they met in the village during festivals, and they just said hello in a hurry. I didn't expect to meet you here today. What a coincidence. Ding Shuan smiled happily. I often come to this restaurant to eat recently. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Jiaohong. How are you doing recently? Su Jiaohong smiled. Very well. Ding Shuan asked casually, where is your daughter? Is she still in college? Su Jiaohong told the truth. She has graduated and is now interning at the Qingxi police station. That's great. She will be a police officer in the future. Ding Shuan was happy for her, and then sighed. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, our daughters have grown up and are working. Apart from getting married and having children, we don't have anything to worry about. How about we get together in the future? Su Jiahong nodded politely. Okay. Ding Shuan suggested. Jiahong, I have organized a middle-aged and elderly choir recently. You are a good singer. Why don't you join our choir? This? Su Jiahong hesitated. To be honest, she still had some resistance to contact with outsiders. The most important thing was that she was still concerned about her daughter. Ding Shuan still said enthusiastically, don't talk about this or that. Let's make it a deal. I'll sign you up, and we'll go to the choir training together. After the training, let's have dinner here. What a pleasant thing. Okay. Su Jiahong was conquered by the last sentence, come here to eat. Of course, there was also the long-lost love for singing. She nodded in agreement. At this time, her meal had been packed, and it was Ding Shujuan's turn to order. The two hurriedly added WeChat. After saying call, Su Jiahong left the store with a packed food bag. Chapter 315, is that the end? West City Police Station. Jingy, your mother is here. A policeman suddenly rushed into the office area and shouted loudly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole station became tense. Old Zhang, who stayed in the office area, felt a sharp pain in his head when he heard this. He shouldn't be working here. He should be patrolling outside. This way he could escape. What a pity! Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. He could only think quickly and come up with an emergency plan. When Wang Ziheng, the director of the station, who had just come down from upstairs and had not yet reached the stairs, heard this, he suddenly felt the fear that had dominated him during the days when Su Jiahong called him to question him. It made his nerves tense. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about the past 2 days. What has happened to good Jingy that has touched the sister-in-law's reverse scale and made her unhappy? But after thinking about it, I can't figure out the reason. Could it be that she is here to settle the score? Even if so, it is impossible to hide. Even if he can hide on the first day, he can't hide on the 15th day. Besides, if he hides, a series of fatal buckles will follow later. What else can he do? He can only be brave and not afraid of difficulties and face it directly. Then he dealt with his sister-in-law with kind words. Sitting in front of the computer to check the surveillance, good Jingy's beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. And she suddenly felt that something was wrong. What is my mother doing? Is she here to talk to the director about her work? Hey! We were all fine at home. Why did she go back on her word? Good Jingy felt inexplicably irritated. Just when she was about to get up and go outside to send her mother away, she saw her mother walking towards her with a food bag in one hand and a handbag in the other, walking in with an elegant pace. Mom, why did you come here without saying hello? Good Jingy hurried forward and put her hands on her mother's shoulders without saying a word, trying to turn her mother around and send her out the door. I'm at work now. Go home first. If you have anything, we can talk when I get back. Why did you let me go just after I arrived? I came to. Before Su Jiahong finished her words, she was interrupted by her daughter anxiously. Okay. You came to see me specially, and now you have seen it. Then I beg you to go home quickly. Don't affect my work here. Su Jiahong. She was still thinking about her daughter, and bought an extra meal and ran to the institute on purpose to have lunch with her daughter. Unexpectedly, she was pushed out by her daughter as soon as she entered the door. Her kindness was wasted. I just came to have lunch with you. You see? Su Jiahong shook her head speechlessly, picked up the food bag in her hand, and continued, I specially queued up to buy this from Zenhashi restaurant. If you don't welcome me here, I will go home and enjoy it alone. When she heard the words Zenhashi restaurant, good Jingy paused, smelling the faint fragrance from the bag, and looking at the words on the takeout box vaguely visible in the familiar food bag. A big question mark rose in her mind. Has my mother changed her personality? However, in front of the delicious food, she couldn't afford to think too much, for fear that if she thought about it for a second, her mother would really leave with the food bag. She grinned quickly. Mom, how could I not welcome you? I'm so happy that you can come. Look, I welcome you with both hands. How could Su Jiahong not know her daughter's personality? Welcoming her was fake. Welcoming the delicious food in her hand was real. She saw through it but didn't say it, and walked in. At this time, Wang Zhiheng and Lao Zhang came over anxiously. Wang Zhiheng smiled. Sister-in-law, why didn't you call me before you came? I can pick you up. I was shopping nearby. It was time for dinner. So I bought some food and came to eat with Jingy. I won't disturb you guys. Will I? Su Jiahong said calmly. Wang Zhiheng and Lao Zhang shook their hands and replied in unison. No. No. Su Jiahong said calmly. Okay. Zhiheng. I'll borrow Jingy from you and let her have dinner with me. Wang Zhiheng smiled. Sister-in-law. Look at what you said. It's time for dinner now. It's only right for Jingy to have dinner with you. Su Jiahong didn't bother to be polite with him. She directly pulled Jingy's hand and went to the long table on the side. Only Wang Zhiheng and Lao Zhang were left with a dazed look on their faces. Is that it? They looked at each other, and both saw incredible colors in their eyes. That's right. In the past, Su Jiahong came to the station and complained to them in tears. They were not used to such a sudden scene. Looking at Su Jiahong, he couldn't help but reveal a look of this is still the sister-in-law I know. Although he didn't understand it. But fortunately it was just a false alarm. At this moment, they didn't bother the mother and daughter anymore, and went to the cafeteria to eat first. After eating, Wang Zhiheng, had to go to the bureau again. Gu Jingy sat happily at the long table, put all the information and miscellaneous things aside, then opened the food bag and took out the takeaway box. Open the lid of the box. You can smell the smell of marinated meat and the faint fragrance of pickled mustard greens. Looking at the 7 or 8 pieces of tempting pork belly, neatly arranged, you can see the black and shiny pickled mustard greens underneath with a slight shake. Her eyes lit up and she said, Is this braised meat with dried vegetables? Yes. Even though Su Jiahong had seen this beauty in the store, she was still tempted. She smiled and nodded, and then said, I heard that it was a new dish launched at noon. It happened to be available when it was my turn. So I bought one and brought it here so that you can try it first. Gu Jingy smiled and thanked from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Mom. Silly child. Why are you thanking me all of a sudden? This sudden gratitude made Su Jiahong a little overwhelmed. She lowered her head and opened the other takeaway boxes to hide her inner fluctuations. She smiled and said, I bought other things. Let's try them. Yeah. Gu Jingy picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork belly with pickled mustard greens to try. If it's too greasy later, you can also neutralize it with pickled mustard greens, although the possibility is not high. After tasting it, Gu Jingy picked up another piece of pork belly and put it in her mouth, then mixed it with rice and ate it with enjoyment. Oh, what a delicious rice smell. I feel hungry just after eating. Jingy, what did you eat? When several colleagues returned to the office, they smelled a strong and overbearing smell of braised meat and sauced meat. They came over and asked with a smile. Seeing Su Jiahong was there, they quickly squeezed out a smile and greeted, Auntie is here too. Su Jiahong nodded. Well, I happened to be doing something nearby at noon, so I bought some food and came to eat with Jingy. My mother bought food for me, and it tastes very good. As they spoke, several female colleagues had already walked to their side, and naturally saw the various dishes in the takeaway box, which were delicious no matter how they looked at them. It looks really good. Which store did you buy it from? Can I order takeout? If possible. I won't eat in the cafeteria some other day. I'll buy some and try it, a colleague said with a smile. Another colleague also nodded in agreement. Yes. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten braised meat with dried vegetables and braised prawns for a long time. The taste of the ones eaten outside is average. The taste of making them at home is even more average. Jingy, your braised meat with dried vegetables and braised prawns smell much better than other stores. Gu Jingy said with a smile. My mother bought them from the Zenhachi restaurant on the corner of the old street in the west of the city. I'm not sure if they can deliver them. So it's the dishes of the Zenhachi restaurant. No wonder they look so delicious. They were lucky enough to taste a pan-fried bun from Huang Ziqing, the deputy station chief this morning. That taste. It is definitely the best pan-fried buns they have eaten in the past few decades. I still miss it. Those dishes were exposed to those pairs of burning eyes. Gu Jingy felt that the takeaway box of braised pork trotter rice seemed to be scalding hot. She smiled and invited, Do you want to come and try it together? No. We are full. If it weren't for Su Jiahong, several female colleagues would definitely accept the invitation and taste it. Now they had to shake their hands and decline. But in their hearts, they secretly hoped that they must go to the Zenhachi restaurant to eat once next time and eat everything. What? Your appetite is too small, and you can't eat so much at once? It's okay. They can go together as a group. Chapter 316. Leave me a portion of chicken leg rice. When it was almost 1 o'clock, the old street in the west of the city slowly returned to normal. No more traffic jams. This also meant that Wang Zhoubin's traffic diversion work had come to an end. He ran to the Jinhao food restaurant without delay. Seeing that there were still a few people queuing in front of the restaurant, he couldn't help but feel happy. Suddenly he felt that he still had a chance. He rushed over and lined up at the back, taking a deep breath and saying thankfully, "There are still people queuing. There should be hope." The middle-aged man with a big belly in the queue in front heard the voice, turned his head, and looked at Wang Zhoubin, and saw that he was wearing a traffic police uniform. So he understood. But there was no surprise in his eyes. After all, the police came to line up because of the reputation. So it's not surprising that the traffic police also came to line up. Suddenly, he found that the traffic police was also looking up at his middle-aged man with a big belly. He immediately showed an awkward but polite smile and chatted with Wang Zhoubin. "Traffic police. Are you here to buy lunch too?" "Yes. That's right." Wang Zhoubin smiled and nodded. Then said with regret, "The Shengjianbo in this store is very good. But it's a pity that it was sold out when I came here after my duty in the morning. Fuck. Even the traffic police couldn't buy it." Now, the middle-aged man with a big belly who couldn't buy the new sesame dumplings and Shengjianbo because he got up late in the morning, felt much more balanced. If everything in the store is sold out when it's their turn later, he won't feel so bad anymore. After all, there were traffic policemen accompanying them. Soon, it was their turn to order. Wang Zhoubin felt uneasy, fearing that everything would be sold out by the time it was his turn. If everything is gone again, he will be filled with sorrow. Wang Zhoubin leaned over the shoulder of the middle-aged man with a big belly and looked at the situation on the automatic ordering machine. He asked anxiously, "Brother, is there anything else you can buy?" The middle-aged man with a big belly politely replied, "There are only 2 chicken leg braised rice and 1 nourishing fish soup left." "Yes." Wang Zhoubin was happy, but also a little worried. He patted the middle-aged man with a big belly on the shoulder and pleaded, "Brother, take it easy. Don't order everything. Please leave me a chicken leg rice. To tell you the truth, I have been craving the food in this restaurant for a long time." Fuck. A traffic policeman actually pleaded with him, an ordinary citizen, for a braised chicken leg rice. The reason for all this was that the traffic policeman had been craving for the food made by Mr. Huang for a long time. The middle-aged man with a big belly felt the same way, and turned to look at Wang Zhoubin with sympathy. "What is it like to have a righteous traffic policeman beg you for a portion of braised chicken leg rice?" The middle-aged man with a big belly, although he didn't want to share a portion, he had to show mercy and order less because the other party was in the same situation as him. He had to reluctantly order less braised chicken leg rice for the other party. The remaining nourishing fish soup was not enough for him and his husky, so it was impossible to keep it. A moment, Wang Zhoubin, who was lucky enough to get the last portion of braised chicken leg rice, thanked the middle-aged man with a big belly, and immediately scanned the code to pay. Then he waited for the food to be packed and picked up. He was a little surprised when he saw the kitchen staff calling the boss Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen. He didn't expect that the father and daughter he asked in the morning were the boss and his daughter of this store. He didn't expect that the boss who made such delicious pan-fried buns was so young, even younger than him. He could only sigh in his heart, young and promising. When his number was called, he hurried forward, took the packed food bag handed over by Ding Suqin, and then happily carried the food bag and walked out of the store. Ride on the police motorcycle, back to the 2nd Traffic Police Brigade. He sat at a long table, opened the food bag, and then carefully saw the logo on the lunch box inside. "This packed box is quite exquisite." Opened the lid of the packed box. Instantly, a domineering marinade filled his nose. Even though he had smelled the marinated food in the store, he was still amazed at this time. Looking down at the rice in front of him, the honey-colored sauce wrapped the chicken leg crystal clear and shiny. The side dish of braised egg. Even the color of the egg yolk has been braised to a dark color, which is very tasty at first glance. The green vegetables are green and juicy, which makes people hungry. He picked up the chopsticks and put the chicken leg into his mouth. After the salty and fragrant marinade, there is a delicate skin, and the meat inside is fat and tender but not greasy. The whole taste buds were opened. He quickly scooped a mouthful of rice and chewed and swallowed it. It is said that the most important thing about this braised rice is the taste of the braised food. And the rice is the most important thing. The rice is full and bright. It can be seen that good rice is used. The water used for the rice is just right. The rice is soft enough without becoming soft. It is not difficult to bite it, but you can feel the graininess of the rice. Wang Zhoubin's mood became more cheerful. And the fatigue brought by directing traffic in the morning suddenly dissipated. Then he took half a braised egg and tasted it. The egg white was tender and chewy. And the egg yolk was tasty, which was better than the salted egg yolk. With infinite expectations, he ate the most common green vegetables. The green vegetables were a whole root. And the saltiness was appropriate and refreshing. There was also a faint pork flavor, which should be scalded with lard. It was extremely satisfying after one bite. This was simply the most delicious braised chicken leg rice Wang Zhoubin had ever eaten. It was simply a delicacy on earth. A colleague, Sun Linhai, who was not far away, finished eating in the restaurant and sat at his workstation to rest for a while, and played a game to relax. He was about to win. Suddenly, a strong smell of braised food came from the rest area strangely. This distraction made him lose. He didn't get angry, and got up and followed his sense of smell to find the source of the fragrance. He saw Wang Zhoubin eating with his head down. Since they were familiar with each other and old partners, he walked over and asked curiously, "Hey, Zhoubin, what did you eat for lunch? I can smell the fragrance from a long distance. It is much more fragrant than the food in our cafeteria." While saying this, he did not forget the purpose of coming here. Looking at the chicken leg meat that had been bitten a few times in the takeaway box, the caramel-colored appearance was very strong. He felt that his stomach, which had just been full, was very hungry again. He swallowed his saliva and continued to ask, "Zhoubin, which store's takeaway is this meal from? This braised chicken leg meat looks very good." Yes, Zhoubin. Tell me which store's takeaway it is, and I'll write it down. I won't eat in the cafeteria next time, so I'll order one and try it," a colleague not far away said with a smile. Other colleagues also pricked up their ears and listened carefully, wanting to know. This store is on the old street in the west of the city, just around the corner, and the taste is really good. Wang Zhoubin didn't hide it, and said it directly. He recalled that there was a takeaway boy waiting in line outside the store like the customers, and most likely he was buying for someone else. He hesitated and said, "That store should not have opened a store on the takeaway platform yet. I will ask later." After saying that, facing the fierce eyes of several colleagues, Wang Zhoubin ate the remaining braised chicken legs cleanly and mixed them with a few mouthfuls of rice. So far, the whole braised chicken leg rice was eaten up by him. Sun Linhai swallowed his saliva again and remembered the address in his heart. If he had time, he must buy a portion to eat back. Another colleague thought more, "Oh, by the way, what's the name of this restaurant? It's a really good restaurant." Wang Zhoubin smiled and reminded, "The food in this restaurant is very popular. There are many people queuing up early. If you go late, it's hard to buy it. I went to buy Xingjianbo after work in the morning, but I couldn't buy any. At noon, I was lucky enough to get a portion of braised chicken leg rice from a line of customers. This store name is a bit familiar." Sun Linhai thought about it, and then remembered, this store has participated in this year's food festival. At that time, I saw many friends and relatives posting pictures of the food in this store in the circle of friends. At that time, I thought their copywriting was a bit exaggerated. Now after smelling the braised chicken leg rice in this store, I think what they said is not exaggerated at all. And it is very pertinent. Other colleagues also remembered this incident belatedly. Indeed, the food in this store is delicious. And you smell it, and it is one of the best. After having a wonderful experience with dried vegetables, Wang Zhoubin smiled sincerely and said, "The braised chicken legs. If you go to a braised food store, it may not be as delicious as this. I just had a braised chicken leg rice. The braised chicken legs are fat and tender, but not greasy. The braised eggs are also tasty. The green vegetables are blanched with lard, which is very refreshing and fragrant. The rice is full and soft and hard." "Okay, stop talking. If you talk any more, I will be hungry again." Sun Linhai stopped him immediately and decided directly, "Tonight I must find a way to eat this braised chicken leg to see if it is as delicious as you said." "Zhoubin." Wang Zhoubin smiled and said, "They have other delicious things at home. Let's go there together after get off work. I hope we can buy it too." Who's on duty tonight?" The colleague looked at them with a sad face. After you finish eating, you must remember to pack me a portion of braised chicken leg rice. Wang Zhobin thought for a while and said, I'll go there again in the evening to see if I need to divert the traffic. Sun Linhai's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. We can go there and take a look. Others understood at once. You too want to go there to eat something. Right? Wang Zhobin did not hide his true thoughts. I must go there to eat something when I have time. But let me tell you, there is indeed some congestion over there in the old street of the West City. The phenomenon of illegal parking is serious. A colleague was puzzled and said, How could the old street of the West City be congested? Wang Zhobin said helplessly, It's all because of this restaurant. You don't know? It's not even dinner time yet. There are nearly 100 people queuing outside the store. It's even more outrageous when it's dinner time. Hundreds of people are queuing. It's spectacular. When this was said, everyone was shocked and a little skeptical. Fuck. Someone parked their car randomly to eat a braised chicken leg rice, causing a traffic jam. It's outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. Hundreds of people queuing? Isn't this too exaggerated? Zhobin, do you know what it means to have hundreds of people queuing? Wang Zhobin said very seriously, Really? It's not an exaggeration at all. When you see it, you will know that what I said is true. Chapter 317 There is heaven, and there is no earth. With the end of lunch, as the customers who stayed in the restaurant left, the restaurant was much quieter. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu, who were sitting on the dining chairs to rest, saw that the customers had finally left, and hurriedly got up. One picked up a rag to wipe the table, the other took a mop to mop the floor. After wiping the table clean, Li Qingzhan went to wash the dishes and washed the dishes. In the kitchen, Huang Tao and Su Hao briefly explained a few words, then walked out of the kitchen, took out the recliner, and opened it to the aisle by the window. He lay on the recliner and covered his belly with a small blanket. Prepare to take a short nap and recharge your energy. The afternoon sun shone on him, and soon his whole body was warm, just like soaking in a hot spring. It was warm and comfortable, as if he could fall asleep and dream in the next second. But Huang Tao took out his mobile phone and lay on the recliner to play. Is he playing? No. No. He is checking the online public opinion. Well, okay. To be precise, he is browsing Weibo. As soon as he opened the background, he saw a lot of likes and comments. So, he clicked on the comments first, wanting to see what the customers and fans had said. Looking at these comments, he couldn't help but smile, wondering if these fans were all atmosphere groups in their previous lives. These comments are very lively. Most of them are AO and ah and go and other emotional repetitions. And some people also said, just looking at the photos, you know that this braised meat with dried vegetables must be extremely delicious. Click in further. Moreover, those who posted on Weibo also mentioned the official account of Zenhashi restaurant. To be honest, Huang Tao likes to read this part the most. He found that the Weibo posts posted by these lovely customers and fans are basically related to braised meat with dried vegetables. Some were excited to come early to line up and finally buy braised meat with dried vegetables at the first time. Some praised the braised meat with dried vegetables as being extremely delicious and the best braised meat with dried vegetables he had ever eaten in his life. And some complained that the meeting delayed their get-off work time and they hurried to buy it, but bought nothing. As expected, those who have eaten it all praised the deliciousness of the braised meat with dried vegetables, and said that he was so awesome in serving new dishes, and asked him to continue to roll out at this pace and serve more new dishes. To passers-by who don't know, it's amazing. It's just braised meat with dried vegetables. Why is it so exaggerated? Just when I was about to say something passionately, I saw a lot of new blogs the next second, also selling braised meat with dried vegetables. And this time, they all had 3 pictures. When passers-by saw it, they were silent. It was obvious that all the photos were taken with the original camera, without any retouching or filters. But it didn't detract from the deliciousness of the braised meat with dried vegetables in the takeaway box or on the plate. The pork was red, fat and lean, crystal clear, and the dried vegetables were black and oily. It was so real that people were willing to believe it. This braised meat with dried vegetables not only looked tempting, but also smelled good. Everyone couldn't wait to eat it. So, they immediately clicked on the comments and begged for the address. The smart ones followed the content of those Weibo posts and found the official account. When they saw the food photos posted on Weibo, they were completely attracted. This is simply a dream shop. I clicked the follow button decisively. Then I looked at the name of the shop, Shinhaochi Restaurant. I memorized this information instantly. Then I looked at the address, Old Street, West City, Wenling City. People from other cities who live nearby plan to take some time to drive over to try it on Saturday or Sunday when they have a day off. Just as a short trip. People from other provinces who live far away can only cry with sadness. Some people who didn't know that Jinhaochi Restaurant had opened an official Weibo account were delighted after seeing this. Many old customers in the city found out about the official Weibo account and learned that the store had a new product. Braised meat with dried vegetables. At noon. So they thought about going over to try it after get off work in the afternoon, hoping that it would still be there. After Huang Tao finished browsing, he wanted to quit and take a nap. But he saw a new red dot on the number of comments. He, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't help but click in again. You don't know until you see it. It turns out that it was a fan who commented on the official account. Paimo Hua Nishang, wow. Can Mr. Huang make more braised meat with dried vegetables tonight? Have pity on us office workers. We can't buy the new braised meat with dried vegetables at noon. If I can't eat it for dinner, I will definitely have a sleepless night. Not to mention, the number of likes for this comment is quite high. Many people followed suit and commented begging and +1 under this comment. Since those fans begged, he just followed the public opinion and made more. After all, he had such an intention. He swiped the screen of his mobile phone and typed a reply. Super delicious Jinhaochi Restaurant. I have seen your requests and have arranged it. There will be more braised meat with dried vegetables in the evening. And it will also be first come first served. Those who were replied to soon started showing off everywhere in surprise. Splashing ink painting colorful clothes, a living Boss Huang. My god. It turns out that Boss Huang not only cooks, but also reads Weibo comments. Crybaby, little willful, oh my god. I was actually picked by Boss Huang. I am so surprised. My little heart is still beating. Shui Lun Yen Yen Ranshin, Boss Huang. Can you make pork rice? The kind with chestnuts. I want to eat it. How many towers in the rain, Boss Huang? I want to eat pomfret sticky rice cake. Most of the people who were replied to by Huang Tao started to wish for the food they wanted to eat after being excited. Just in case it came true. The first person who appeared like this. The other fans saw it. And they all crawled to the comments under the copy of the dried vegetables and braised meat under the official account to wish for various foods. When Huang Tao, who had taken a nap, opened his eyes. After a while, he opened Weibo again and found that there were many more comments. At first glance, they were all recipes. Huang Tao. He looked casually and found that he could cook most of the local dishes. But not very well. They were not good enough for a high-class restaurant. So he could not satisfy the wishes of all fans for the time being. But he might be able to satisfy one or two in the future. Even if the system did not reward these dishes, he could still exchange them for mall points. Of course, the most urgent thing was to earn a lot of points first. As for the current fans' eager orders, he could only choose to hide and not respond apologetically. He stretched, lifted the small blanket, stood up, folded the recliner, and put it in the corner. At the same time, the reply from the official account of Jinhaochi Restaurant was quickly forwarded and shared by fans. Those who had tasted the braised meat with dried vegetables at noon wanted to eat more, thinking that they must go early to buy it in the afternoon. The old customers who missed the braised meat with dried vegetables at noon were even more motivated, thinking that they must taste the braised meat with dried vegetables in the afternoon. Just at this time, the vendors rode tricycles and brought all kinds of ingredients he needed in the afternoon. Before they even reached the door, I heard their shouts, Boss Huang, I've delivered the goods you wanted. Okay, I'll be right there. Huang Tao responded, and then stretched out his hand to greet Li Qingzhan and others. Qingzhan, you guys go outside with me to move the goods. Before he finished speaking, Li Qingzhan and others immediately came over and ran straight to the door of the store. After all, they had heard the shouts just now. For a while, everyone was busy. Those who unloaded the goods unloaded the goods, and those who moved the goods moved the goods. Even the kind-hearted Jiang Guowei next door came to help the moment he heard the noise. After all the ingredients were moved to the kitchen, and the stall owners and Jiang Guowei were sent away, Huang Tao returned to the kitchen and started working with Su Hao and others to prepare for tonight's dinner market. Chapter 318. Performing in the C position. Golden Sun Kindergarten. Sleeping room. Xian was sleeping soundly on the bed. hugging the quilt, just like a quiet sleeping beauty. Her delicate little face, set off by a few naughty strands of hair, looked very pitiful. Perhaps she was having a sweet dream, dreaming of something delicious. She smacked her little mouth a few times, hugged the quilt in her arms tighter, and soon she opened her cherry pink little mouth and was about to chew the quilt. But the next second, this lively and interesting scene was broken by the sound of pleasant music. She was awakened from her sleep. Her beautiful dream was also broken. She pouted her pink little mouth, a little unhappy. The sesame dumplings that were about to reach her mouth flew away. How could she be happy? The other children were also awakened, and they all reached out to rub their sleepy eyes. Papa! Yuan clapped her hands and shouted softly, "Children, get up and get dressed." As soon as the voice fell, Xian, who received the instruction, got up from the bed and sat up with the other children, and began to put on clothes. Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said softly, "After the children are dressed, line up first. Let's go to the toilet, wash our hands, and prepare for snacks." Xian and the children who were dressed well lined up in an orderly manner and followed Yuan to the bathroom to wash their hands. At this time, the nursery aunt came in and brought the children snacks for this afternoon. The dessert was a cup of milk and a small cake. Each child had one. The milk was heated. The temperature was just right. Xian picked up the small cake and tasted it. It was sweet and delicious. Compared with her father's sesame dumplings, she liked her father's more. However, her father said that drinking milk can make you grow taller. So she drank a few more sips. Seeing that Cece and the others were eating cake, she took a bite. It was sweet and soft, and it seemed to be filled with something. She smiled sweetly. "Teacher Yi, what is in this cake?" "The filling is cream." Yuan thought for a while and said. Xian tilted her head, blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a while, and asked, "Teacher Yi, is this cream also related to milk?" Yuan nodded. "Yes." Her beautiful eyes lit up. "Then if I eat it, can I grow taller?" "Yes." Yuan didn't expect Xian to be able to think of this. She praised, "Wow! Xian is so amazing. She can use the word related." Xuan's eyebrows curved, "Because the little people in my head are working. The little people in your heads are sleeping." This made Teacher Yi and the others laugh at once. After eating snacks, there were no classes in the afternoon. It was a free activity. The teachers would take the children to the special activity room in the park and let them do activities according to their own preferences. They could play with toys, draw pictures or play games. But in the afternoon, although Teacher Yi took them to the activity room in line, he did not let them disperse and play their favorite projects. Instead, he announced a news to them with a smile. New Year's Day is approaching, and the kindergarten will hold a New Year's Day event. Each class will have a performance program. Yuan naturally hopes that all the children can participate in this collective program. After all, this is a rare experience and will become an unforgettable memory. As for the final performance effect, it is actually not that important. Just do your best. So starting this afternoon, everyone will enter the formal rehearsal phase. Everyone line up first. Teacher Yi clapped her hands and said, "We will arrange the dance. I won't be fooled by you later." As soon as Teacher Yi finished speaking, everyone rushed to her to line up. "Don't worry." Teacher Yi smiled and said, "Every group of 6, line up in 5 groups, and line up according to size." She and Teacher Su arranged the children into 5 rows according to size. Xian is not small, so she is in the middle. To be honest, she was a little nervous. It was the first time for her to line up so formally, and the teacher said that this performance would be performed on the stage, and there would be children from other classes and teachers watching from the audience. The most important thing is that parents would also be watching from the audience. She was worried that if she didn't perform well, her father would be disappointed. The other children were also nervous. "Children." Teacher Yi looked at the young faces and saw their nervousness. She gently said, "You should look at Teacher Su in front, or look at me, and then follow us to do the movements. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. Take your time. Don't worry. Understand? I know it's spicy." The children nodded obediently, and they felt a little relieved. The next moment, cheerful music sounded in the activity room. "I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't be fooled by you. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't be fooled by you." On Sunday morning, I accompanied my mother to buy vegetables. My mother said that I was really obedient and I was getting better and better. My mother had to leave for something, and asked me to wait there. After a while, an uncle came to me. At the front of the team, Teacher Sue and Teacher Yi lined up in a row, and they began to lead the dance with a smile on their faces. Open your hands and wave your hands. I won't do it. I won't be fooled by you. Teachers Yi and Sue demonstrated the dance moves while talking. Xian opened her eyes wide, stared at Teacher Yi's every move, and then imitated her. Open your hands. Wave your hands. Put your hands on your waist. Stretch your hands. Jump. Because she had never seen this dance before, she watched and learned at the same time. So although she learned it in a very good way, she still missed the rhythm by half a beat. It is also very laborious to learn. After doing a set of dance moves, many fine beads of sweat appeared on Xuan's forehead. In fact, this set of dance moves is not difficult, but it is not simple either. For beginners, it is very good to be able to do the moves well, but it is a bit tiring. When repeating the second time, Xian danced more seriously and better. It was all on the rhythm. Teacher Yi saw it, and was very satisfied. When other children started to learn this dance, because they had never learned it before, they either stood there stupidly after 2 gestures, or their movements were soft and weak, and they had no sense of rhythm, and gestured randomly, or their movements were awkward, in the opposite direction, and hesitant. There are really not many people like Xian who can do the movements well and have a sense of rhythm, and who are also working hard to learn. Moreover, Xian has a strong learning ability. By the second time, her movements were much smoother. It is estimated that it will not take a few days for her to master this set of dance moves proficiently. Really good. Teacher Yi secretly decided to let Xian perform in the center position. Chapter 319 Celebrating New Year's Day Food. Time passed quietly, and it was 4 p.m. It also meant that it was time to leave school. Led by Teacher Sue, the children lined up to leave the classroom and headed towards the kindergarten gate. But Xian did not follow the group, but was stopped by Teacher Yi. Xian, wait a minute. Teacher Yi has something to say to you. Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, her big eyes full of puzzlement. Teacher Yi, what's the matter? Xian, on New Year's Day, there is also a program called Celebrating New Year's Day, celebrating traditional year food, which will be held on the playground. Each class will have 1 or 2 traditional delicacies, and then they will be served to the parents and children in the kindergarten. I was thinking of asking your father to help our class cook food. What do you think? Teacher Yi's smiling appearance was a bit like the wolf grandmother who coaxed the little white rabbit to eat with a carrot. The program she was talking about was another important program on New Year's Day. Every class had to participate. According to past practice, the most popular food class would be selected in the kindergarten. The classes she had led in the past had also participated in this important program, but none of them stood out from the many competitors. They didn't even make the top 3. There was nothing she could do. Other classes were full of talented people, and the cooking skills of those mothers were really great. Not only were they delicious, but they were also very beautiful, and were very popular among the children. After years of failure, she had no hope for this program, and was ready to run with it. Until this semester, Xuan's father came into her sight. The main reason is that Xuan's father's food is particularly delicious. And now, who among the leaders and faculty of the entire Golden Sun Kindergarten is not a food lover of her father? Moreover, many parents and children also like to eat the food he cooks. Of course, she also has a little selfishness. If Xuan's father comes to the kindergarten to cook, then she doesn't have to queue up and can taste his food first. So she came up with the idea of inviting Xuan's father to participate in the traditional food program. So, she told Xian about her idea. If it were another child, Teacher Yi would not be so serious at all. But Xian is different. Among these children of the same age, she is particularly sensible and well-behaved, and beautiful and cute. Basically, no one doesn't like her. The most important thing is that Xuan's father dotes on Xian. If Xian thinks it is feasible, she will talk to her father about it, and it will definitely succeed. Teacher Yi continued, as for the ingredients, the kindergarten will be responsible, and our teachers and the parent committee will also help. But the teacher is worried that your father will not have time to come. After all, your father's store is so busy. Xian thought for a while and said, Teacher Yi, should we invite parents to watch the New Year's Day performance? Teacher Yi nodded, yes. But only one parent is invited to enter the kindergarten. Xian said without hesitation. Then my father will definitely come. She is very confident. Seeing Xuan's determined expression, Yuan's tense heart relaxed a little. Let's go to the gate of the kindergarten first. Don't let your father wait anxiously. Yuan quickly took Xuan's hand and came to the entrance of the kindergarten, where she met Huang Tao. Huang Tao, who had just been queuing at the back, had not seen his daughter in the queue of children, and was very puzzled. When he saw Teacher Yi again, he couldn't help but worry. He was also worried that his daughter had an accident in the kindergarten, or made a mistake, and was left behind by the teacher for education. He had thought that he would ask Teacher Su when it was his turn. Unexpectedly, Xian came hand in hand with Teacher Yi. Seeing that Xian was not injured, he was relieved. After understanding Teacher Yi's purpose, he smiled and said, Teacher Yi, of course there is no problem. I will definitely participate on such an important day. For him, nothing is more important than his daughter's affairs. Besides, this is an important day to witness his daughter's growth, and he will definitely not be absent. Moreover, he is naturally willing to contribute his strength to his daughter's class. After all, isn't Xuan's class's business his business? Thank you. Teacher Yi smiled gently. This time our class should have a chance to win first place. She believed that as long as Xuan's father made a move, the first place would definitely go to their class. Don't ask why. The answer is that she has great confidence in Xuan's father's cooking skills. Huang Tao asked with a smile, Teacher Yi, regarding this traditional food, have you decided what our class is going to make? Teacher Yi tucked the hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears and smiled. I haven't thought about it yet. It's up to Xuan's father to decide. Once you decide, tell me what you are going to make so that I can prepare the ingredients. Huang Tao touched Xuan's little head and smiled. Okay. Then I will think about what to do in the next 2 days, and contact you when I have thought it through. By then, I will probably have to spend another wave of mall points. Teacher Yi thanked. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Xuan's father. No trouble. This is what I should do. What happens in the child's class is the parent's business. After saying that, Huang Tao said goodbye to the happy Teacher Yi, and politely invited her to the restaurant for dinner, and then took Xian to the car. Go back to the restaurant. Dad, on New Year's Day, our class will perform the dance I Won't Be Fooled by You. Teacher Yi and Teacher Su took us to rehearse in the afternoon. Teacher Yi also asked me to lead the dance in front. Do you think I can dance well? On the way, Xian was still a little worried. Of course. Huang Tao answered without hesitation. You are very talented in dancing. You will definitely be able to dance well and very well. Teacher Yi asked you to lead the dance because you dance well. That's why she specially asked you to lead the dance. Xian was a little embarrassed by her father's words. Dad, after you go home tonight, can you help me with the accompaniment of I Won't Be Fooled by You? I want to practice more. If she wants to lead the dance, she must dance the best. This is Xian's little pride. Of course. No problem. Huang Tao had a doting smile on his face. Dad will find it for you and practice with you. Okay. Xian clapped her hands and said excitedly, Okay. Let's practice together. Huang Tao stated in advance, but Dad can't dance. Don't laugh at Dad when the time comes. No. I'll teach you. Xian's beautiful big eyes curved. In her mind, Dad is the best dad in the world. Whatever he does, he can learn at once. And he does it very well. Okay. Huang Tao said seriously, then Teacher Xian, please give me more advice. The teacher Xian made the little guy smile shyly. There were laughter and joy along the way, and he was not lonely at all. This is the ordinary, but happy daily life of Xian and her father. Chapter 320. Please issue the ticket quickly. Around 4:10 p.m. The 2nd Traffic Police Brigade. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Zhoubin called out to his old partner Sun Lihai, who was not far away. Lihai, let's go. It's time to go to the old street in the west of the city for duty. Sun Lihai looked up at the time and said with some disapproval, Zhoubin, it's only a little after 4 o'clock now. Isn't it a bit early for us to go there now? It's not early. If we go there later, this street will be blocked. Wang Zhoubin stepped forward and stretched out his hand to grab his old partner's arm. Let's go quickly. Don't dawdle. And divert the traffic over there as soon as possible, so that we can go to the nearby Zenchiho restaurant to eat earlier. Right. When it comes to food, Sun Lihai suddenly became energetic. And he quickly stood up. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. The two picked up their hats, walked out of the hall quickly, and came to the parking area. Put on helmets, get on motorcycles, and ride all the way to the old street in the west of the city. It's about 4 kilometers from here. At this point, the road is not congested at all, and it's very smooth. After 10 minutes or so, the two arrived at their destination one after the other. As soon as they arrived at the intersection of Qingxi Old Street, Sun Linhai suddenly understood why Wang Zhoubin insisted on coming here so early for duty. The 700 or 800 meters long road was now blocked like a twisted earthworm. The sound of horns came one after another, and they kept ringing from the beginning to the end of the street, and resounded above Qingxi Old Street. Fog. It's really congested. Sun Linhai, who saw it with his own eyes, finally believed what Wang Zhoubin said about the serious traffic jam on Qingxi Old Street. He followed Wang Zhoubin on his bike, driving slowly forward. He also knew that the traffic jam was caused by illegal parking. There were parking spaces planned on both sides of the road, but at this time, these parking spaces were all full, resulting in no room for other cars. So, some people who didn't follow the rules simply parked their cars because they couldn't find parking spaces. If there was one car parked illegally, there would be another car parked illegally. This continued, and finally there were dozens of cars, or even more. The cars parked inside wanted to leave, but they were blocked by the cars outside and couldn't get out. Those who wanted to go out couldn't go out, and those who wanted to come in couldn't come in. In this way, the street was blocked. Moreover, there was no fence in the middle of the old street, and many cars were on the double yellow line, making the already congested lanes even more crowded and twisted. These car owners all came for the Jinchi restaurant. Some people missed the braised meat with dried vegetables at noon, and some people heard that the braised meat with dried vegetables would be available at noon, but didn't have time to come at noon. All of them wanted to taste the braised meat with dried vegetables in the afternoon, so they all drove here in the evening. Wang Zhoubin looked at the traffic jam that was even more congested than at noon, and he didn't have time to be surprised. He quickly cleared the traffic. 2 people divided the work and cooperated. One was on this side, and the other was on the other side, guiding at the same time. He wanted to clear the traffic quickly and let the traffic flow return to normal as soon as possible. Sun Linhai happened to see a car owner who had parked illegally. Hey, comrade, don't you know that you can't park here? Shui Kai, who was fined once at noon, couldn't help but feel a little nervous and apologized repeatedly. Sorry. I won't park randomly next time. No next time. Sun Linhai gave a ticket without saying anything. Shui Kai, who thought he was in the wrong, had to accept it obediently. But he couldn't help but mutter, it's really not easy to eat the food made by Mr. Huang. Not only do you have to line up early, but you also have to face the risk of being fined. This fine is the price of several dishes. It turned out that he came for Zenhashi restaurant. It turned out that Zenhashi restaurant was the culprit that indirectly caused the traffic jam. It was the first time I met Sun Linhai who blocked such a long road just to eat. While I was a little surprised, I also looked forward to the food in Zenhashi restaurant. The fact that the whole street was blocked was enough to show how delicious the food in this restaurant was. Shui Kai urged, Comrade Traffic Police, please issue the ticket quickly. I'm in a hurry to queue up. Sun Linhai, how delicious is this really delicious restaurant? The car owner didn't care even if he was issued a ticket, and just wanted to queue up quickly. He frowned slightly, issued a ticket, and asked the other party to drive away quickly. At this time, other illegal parking also appeared one after another, causing Sun Linhai and Wang Zhoubin to be so busy that even their hands were a little sore from issuing tickets. The car owners who were issued tickets couldn't help but complain. I just came here to eat. Hey, I think I'll ride an electric scooter next time. At least it's more convenient to park. There are 2 bad things about Mr. Huang's store. In addition to the long queues, the location is not very good. Parking is really inconvenient. Every time I come here, it's hard to find a parking space. This time I was fined. It's really barbecue. If you save the money from the fine, you can have several meals of Mr. Huang's 3-in-1 braised rice. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal, as long as it doesn't delay me from queuing. What's the big deal about paying a fine? That makes sense. As long as I can eat the food made by Mr. Huang, I can pay a fine. After all, I can earn money if I lose it. If I lose this dish, I will toss and turn and have trouble sleeping tonight. These words fell into the ears of Sun Linhai and Wang Zhoubin. The former's heart was shocked, but the latter's heart was calm and even agreed with him. After tasting the food made by Mr. Huang, you will fall in love with this taste completely, and don't want to lose it. After about half an hour of their guidance, the traffic finally returned to normal. The two stood on the roadside, and Sun Linhai sighed. These car owners are all here for the Jinchi restaurant. Wang Zhoubin nodded and smiled. Well, I know. This is why I came here. Oh, by the way, Zhoubin, where is this Jinchi restaurant? Sun Linhai asked. Wang Zhoubin pointed to a store with a long queue at a corner not far away and said, Do you see the queue over there? That's it. Oh my god. This queue must be more than 100 meters long? Wow. The business of this store is too good. Sun Linhai was busy directing traffic and issuing tickets just now, and didn't notice the situation here. It's still a little surprising to see it now. Wang Zhoubin saw the surprised expression of his old partner and smiled. Do you believe what I said now? Believe me, there are so many people queuing up. If you don't come early, it will be really hard to eat. Sun Linhai saw that many people were joining the queue one after another, and he couldn't help but get nervous. Let's go to the queue now. Although Wang Zhoubin was concerned about the food, he didn't forget his responsibilities. He said with a smile, But we are still on duty. I guess someone will park illegally later, so we have to stay here for a while. Okay, then stay here for a while. While the two of them were patrolling, they couldn't help but glance at the door of Zenchichi from time to time, hoping that they could still get in line to eat when they passed by later, not asking to taste new products. As long as they could eat the same food in the store, they would be satisfied. At this moment, they could hear the chats of the customers in the queue and the happy laughter of the customers who were going to order food in the store from time to time. Even the guests who were eating at other restaurants nearby would occasionally chat about Zenhachi restaurant. I heard that Mr. Huang has a new dish for lunch, and there are only 80 servings. It's braised meat with dried vegetables, and it's said to be very delicious and authentic. Authentic? How authentic is it? Well, it's authentic anyway. You'll know how authentic it is after you taste it. Alas, it's a pity that the queue is too long. My old cold legs can't stand this. Tomorrow at noon, just like those neighbors, bring a folding chair. Go there at 9:30. Sit there and wait, and you'll definitely get to eat. Listening to the discussions of these people, and smelling the fragrance wafting in, Sun Linhai felt like a cat's claw was scratching his heart. Wang Zhoubin is no exception. Chapter 321 Deliberately Engaging in Hunger Marketing. It's really delicious in the store. In order to let more new and old customers taste the taste of braised meat with dried vegetables, Huang Tao specially made 150 servings of braised meat with dried vegetables. But it was still not enough to sell. When the last serving of braised meat with dried vegetables was ordered by a customer, the customers behind him, when they learned this little news, no! The wailing sound that pierced the sky spread from the head of the ordering area to the end of the queue outside the store. It was inhumane. The listener's heart couldn't help but tighten. Wang Zhoubin, who had seen this kind of scene, suddenly understood when he heard this heart-wrenching wailing. And at the same time, he prayed more in his heart that the customers in line would show mercy and take it easy. In this way, there is still a glimmer of hope when they go to buy later. What's going on? Sun Linhai, who heard the heart-wrenching wails for the first time, thought something bad had happened in the restaurant. So he ran over immediately. He only left one sentence, Zhoubin, let's go and take a look. Seeing this, Wang Zhoubin wanted to call his old partner, but his old partner ran very fast and was about to run to the queue. What else could he do? He could only follow him. Sun Linhai, who ran to the queue first, caught a person queuing at the door of the store and asked anxiously, What's going on? What happened? The customer responded with a sad face, Comrade Traffic Police. I tell you, Mr. Huang's braised meat with dried vegetables is sold out. Sold out. Fool. The wailing is just for this. After learning the reason, Sun Linhai couldn't understand it. He looked at the group of customers in line with a frown. But he couldn't complain about them. To be precise, he didn't dare to talk nonsense, because he vaguely felt that these customers in line were emitting a strong resentment, just missing a fuse. In order not to arouse public anger, he had to swallow back what he wanted to say. Although these customers in line were full of disappointment, they did not lose their fighting spirit because they missed the braised meat with dried vegetables. Instead, They became more motivated and only thought about tasting the braised meat with dried vegetables tomorrow at noon. I've decided that I won't open the store tomorrow morning. I'll just wait outside the Zenhachi restaurant. I don't believe that I can't wait. You said you'd make more. But this is it? Isn't Mr. Huang deliberately trying to sell food on the spree? With Mr. Huang's cooking skills, there's no need to use such tactics at all. Although he has hired 3 assistants to help share the kitchen work, Mr. Huang is the only one who's really in charge of the kitchen. Plus, there are so many dishes. How much can they make? The number of braised meat with dried vegetables increased from 80 at noon to 150 at once. Which is really not easy. You make a lot of sense. And it's hard to refute it. But I still really want to eat it. Oh! I can only wait until tomorrow. I hope I can buy it tomorrow. Listening to the voices of these customers, it was the first time that Sun Lehai encountered a customer who was so regretful for not being able to eat the food he liked. This also made him look forward to the food in Zenhachi restaurant even more. At this time, Wang Zhoubin came over and saw Sun Lehai's expression. He knew that his old partner had understood the situation, so he didn't need to explain more. He smiled and said, "Let's go and line up." Okay. The two of them quickly joined the queue, waiting in line. May there be more when it's their turn. And it's really delicious in the restaurant. Jiang Han, who ordered the meal, picked up the tripod and held up the phone to greet the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh, yes, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am now visiting the Zenhachi restaurant on the old street in the west of the city. Today is the day when Zenhachi restaurant reopens after expansion and renovation. Boss Huang has specially prepared new products for this. In the morning, sesame dumplings were launched. And at noon, braised meat with dried vegetables were launched. Although I was busy with work at noon and couldn't come to buy them, I was lucky enough to get a braised meat with dried vegetables in the evening. It will be delivered later, and I will try it for everyone then. Jiang Han introduced to the phone, and the camera switched to the rear camera. He smiled and said, "Viewers in the live broadcast room, you see, the decoration of the store continues the previous simple style. The kitchen here is still semi-open, but it is much larger than before." After introducing the decoration of the store, he then switched back to the front camera and talked about the embarrassing incident of being fined by the traffic police. Because the live broadcast preview was released in advance, many active fans flocked to the live broadcast room at this time. Anyway, they have nothing to do when they are eating, so it's just right to watch the store visit and eating broadcast. At this time, a lot of comments were floating on the screen of the live broadcast room. It's time for Brother Jiang's live broadcast again. And it's also time for me to eat. Hee hee. Brother Jiang is so lucky tonight. I can actually buy the new braised pork with dried vegetables. I'm so jealous. I went to queue up at noon, but failed to buy the braised pork with dried vegetables. I have to work overtime tonight and can't go. I can only let you, Brother Jiang, taste it for me. Ah, I just heard from Brother Jiang that Mr. Huang has a new product, so I quickly went to Weibo to take a look. I was really tempted by the braised meat with dried vegetables. Woohoo! The child is greedy, and the rice in my hand is not fragrant. Jiang Han looked at the barrage and smiled. When he looked back, he found that the waiter waved to him, and the meal he ordered was already on the table. The camera turned. Wow! It's different after the expansion. The speed of serving dishes in the store is much faster than before. The waiter has helped to deliver the food. Let's go and eat. Li Qingzhan smiled and said, "This customer. The braised meat with dried vegetables. 3-in-1 braised rice. Braised prawns. Honey sauce fire square single serving. And nourishing fish soup you ordered are all here. Please enjoy." Okay. Thank you. After Jiang Han finished speaking, he put the tripod on the table and set up a suitable camera position. The food in the video is exquisitely arranged, and the live broadcast is high-definition pixels that perfectly show every little detail, which is even more tempting. Next, it was time for the audience in the live broadcast room to feel both pain and happiness. The comments were swiping quickly. Woo woo woo. My mother asked me why I was licking the screen, and I said I was eating braised meat with dried vegetables online. Looking at this dish of braised meat with dried vegetables, I just felt that without 2 bowls of white rice, I couldn't stop the car at all. The host ate it equals I ate it. No no no. I am so humbled. I'm so greedy. If it weren't so far away, I would really like to go and taste it. Dear viewers in the live broadcast room, we always eat braised meat with dried vegetables. This braised meat with dried vegetables really tempts me. This reddish pork is so healing. Let me eat a piece first. Jiang Han picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Instantly, he felt that his taste buds were wrapped in a strong, salty, and slightly sweet taste. Then he took a light bite. The lean meat was not dry, and the fat was not greasy. It was so soft and glutinous that it melted directly on the tip of the tongue. The taste was also accompanied by the unique fragrance of pickled mustard greens. He couldn't help but mix it with the rice. Then he subconsciously stretched out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of pork skin with pickled mustard greens and started eating. During this period, he didn't say a word and was completely immersed in the food. After all, he is an experienced live broadcaster. When he was setting up the tripod just now, he deliberately adjusted the camera position so that the camera could capture the whole view of the food on the table, and also capture his upper body. At this moment, the comments were refreshed very quickly. Wow! Seeing Jiang Ji's eyebrows and eyes relax after he took a bite, with a look of enjoyment on his face, I knew that this braised meat with dried vegetables must be very delicious. I want to have the same experience. Immersive eating broadcast is really YYDs. Very good. Jiang Ge, you have successfully made me greedy. Tell me, how are you going to compensate my greedy bug? Seeing Jiang Ge eating so deliciously, I can't wait to get over and eat this table of food through the mobile phone screen and network cable. Jiang Han came to his senses and found that he had eaten a lot of food and had not yet interacted with the fans in the live broadcast room. He raised his eyes, smiled awkwardly but politely, and said, "Excuse me, everyone in the live broadcast room." As soon as I put the braised meat and dried vegetables into my mouth, I couldn't stop eating. I was completely attracted by the food on the table and forgot to share the taste with you. It's okay. I understand. Eating the food made by Boss Huang is such an enjoyment. Only the food made by Boss Huang can make our brother Jiang look so happy. Brother Jiang, even if you don't share, I can tell from your eating habits that the braised pork with dried vegetables made by Boss Huang is delicious. Jiang Han saw that the comments were all friendly, and he continued with a smile. This braised pork with dried vegetables is really a must-try. It is the best I have eaten in my 20 years of life. The pork is crispy and not greasy, and the lean meat is not dry. It is salty and slightly sweet. The unique aroma of pickled mustard greens is also present when you taste it carefully. It feels a bit like eating pork with preserved vegetables. But the meat pieces in this dish are larger than those in pork with preserved vegetables, and it tastes more satisfying than pork with preserved vegetables. He couldn't help but take another bite as he spoke. The live broadcast room became quiet, and the comments were indeed very enthusiastic. Hey, is that Yaoling? Someone is tempting me with delicious food here. It's a real treat to watch the host eat. And it smells even better when I describe it. I can't wait to rush over and eat it now. Forget it. I can't rush over, because I'm from another city. I want to eat. I want to eat like crazy. The popularity of the live broadcast room continues to rise, and more people are online. Many people clicking curiously after seeing the recommendation on the homepage. I wanted to come in and take a look and leave, but I was hooked by the tempting interview on the table. When I saw the host eating so deliciously, I couldn't help but stay and continue watching. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast looked at the delicious food but couldn't eat it, so they naturally wanted to express something. So, many people turned to Weibo and cried about their greed. Even the pictures were directly screenshots from the live broadcast room. Wang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, saw Jiang Han, an old customer, live broadcasting in the store, thinking that this wave of live broadcasting would definitely promote his store. At this moment, he remembered his famous task. His hands kept moving, and he opened the task with his consciousness and checked the progress of famous. Jiang City, 10,000/10,000, completed. Lin City, 9995/10,000. Lu City, 9991/10,000. Jia City, 9987/10,000. Shao City, 9967/10,000. Wow! Not bad. The progress has increased so much. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be completed after the business closes tonight. He knew very well that Jiang Han had contributed greatly to the increase in progress. As his mind raced, the progress had all come to an end. Then, a cold reminder sounded in his mind. Chapter 322 Cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds? Boss, 6 bowls of crab fry cakes. 8 bowls of yellow croaker noodles. Just when Huang Tao was in a daze, Lin Zifeng's voice of calling out the dishes instantly pulled his thoughts back. Oh, I see. Huang Tao nodded, glanced at the nourishing fish soup in the pot, and saw that it was already cooked. So he turned his head and told Lin Zifeng beside him, Zifeng, this fish soup is left to you to serve. Okay, boss. Lin Zifeng nodded immediately, took the soup spoon, scooped up the fish soup, and then poured it into the soup bowls prepared in advance. Huang Tao started another pot, lit the fire, put oil in the pot, poured soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, ginger and other seasonings and ingredients, and prepared to stir-fry crab fry cakes. In the past, in order to pursue the taste of crab fry cakes, he fried one portion in one pot every time. So, although he fried the cakes very quickly, it was still very limited. But with the continuous improvement of cooking skills, now, he can fry several portions in one pot at the same time. The taste is no worse than before. In fact, it is even better. This time is no exception. When the seasoning in the pot is boiled into juice, he directly pours 6 portions of crab fry cakes into the pot. He puts the fried crabs and rice cakes into the pot and turns the fire to the maximum. Grabbing the shovel handle, the upper arm drives the lower arm to exert force, and the full of swimming crab meat and rice cakes in the pot are like a colorful waterfall, and then fall down gracefully and slowly. Every time the swimming crab and rice cake rise, they will drive the juice in the pot and mix with it, instantly color the swimming crab and enhance the flavor of the rice cake. His skill of flipping the wok became more and more skillful, as precise as a scalpel. The 3 feet in the pot was like an absolute domain. He could clearly feel the status of each piece of swimming crab and each piece of rice cake. Lin Zifeng and others, who were watching from the side, were amazed at their boss's cooking skills. How superb! Some diners in the restaurant and customers, who came to the ordering area to order food, opened their mouths slightly when they saw this scene inadvertently. Especially Sun Linhai, who ordered crab fried cakes and waited for the meal. It was the first time he saw Huang Tao frying 6 portions in one pot at the same time. It was also the first time he saw such a beautiful flipping wok. While being surprised, a question mark rose in his mind. Would the taste of this big pot of fried food be unsatisfactory? After a few times, the swimming crabs and rice cakes jumping in the air were evenly coated with light brown soup. The store suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes looked over at the same time, as if they were appreciating the birth of a work of art. A moment, when he flipped the wok for the last time, the rice cakes and swimming crabs that had absorbed the soup fell into the pot without spilling a single piece. This flipping technique was very superb. When he put the crab fried cakes in the pot into the prepared plates one by one, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu hurried forward and put those plates into their own trays. It happened that the light from the ceiling shone on the tray. The crab fried cakes in the plate gave off a crystal clear luster. Jiang Han, who was closest to the kitchen, took a picture of this scene, which stunned the audience and fans in the live broadcast room. And then the barrage flew up. Fuck. Boss Huang's skill of flipping the wok is pretty good. Wow. Boss Huang's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds? Boss Huang's cooking skills are the ceiling. Oh my god. This flipping the wok almost blinded my 24K titanium dog eyes. This flipping the wok. You can't reach this level without practicing for more than 10 or 20 years. Boss Huang is still the best. K sure. Boss Huang is still the best. Jiang Han looked down at the screen of his mobile phone while speaking. The first thing he saw was the number of people in the live broadcast room, and he was stunned for a moment. 1.08 million. This number is not a lot compared to his more than 300,000 fans. But in fact, all anchors know that among the fans who follow them, only active fans will follow every live broadcast, and most fans will come to watch the replay when they are free. More people may occasionally see his live broadcast video at that time, and casually give him a follow, but they will never click in to watch it at other times. The data of 880,000 is the best data he has achieved recently. As expected, if you want a good live broadcast effect, you still have to rely on Boss Huang. At this time, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu have already delivered the crab fried cakes to the table of the customers who ordered the food. The crab fried cakes of the 2 traffic police comrades have also been delivered. Sun Linhai picked up the chopsticks and carefully turned over and looked at the crab fried cakes in front of him. Then he found that every piece of rice cake was almost 360 degrees without dead ends, and was wrapped in light brown juice. And the thickness is uniform. This means that while the heat is also uniform, it also absorbs enough soup. He looked at it for a long time. And after reading it all, he didn't see a piece of rice cake that was unevenly wrapped in juice. He smiled and said, "This crab fried cake looks good. Woo." He picked up a piece of rice cake with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, the soft and chewy rice cake and the rich fragrance exploded in his mouth. It really exploded. He just ran around, busy directing traffic, and his stomach was already a little hungry. This bite made him feel happy in his hungry stomach, and his face unconsciously showed an expression of great enjoyment, as if he was floating in the air. Originally, he was worried that the young boss would fry so many portions of crab fried cake at a time, which would make the crab fried cake taste unsatisfactory. Now it seems that it was completely unnecessary worry. Although it was the first time to eat the food made by Boss Huang, he was conquered by the deliciousness at once. He said with a chubby face, full of joy and admiration, "Delicious. The boss's cooking skills are really good." Wang Zobin, who has become a loyal customer of Zenhachi, said sincerely, "Of course, Boss Huang's cooking skills are simply delicious." While the customers were enjoying the food happily, Huang Tao did not stop his movements, but his mind had already received the system's task completion sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the famous task, which has made 10,000 people in 5 cities clearly know the name of Zenhachi, the names of the 5 dishes in the store, and the boss's surname. Reward random cooking skill, dry fried ring. Dry fried ring, also known as fried ring, is a traditional dish in Hangzhou and is a Zhejiang cuisine. This dish is made of high-quality tofu skin, pork tenderloin, egg yolk and other ingredients. It is bright yellow in color, shaped like a bell, crispy and fragrant, crunchy and refreshing. In 1956, deep-fried bells were rated as one of the 36 famous dishes in Hangzhou. Production. Wow! This is the rhythm of collecting Zhejiang famous dishes. By the way, after collecting them, can we summon the dragon? Just thinking about it, the recipe of dry fried bells instantly turned into a stream of light that only he could see with his naked eyes and sank into his eyebrows. He immediately felt that he had thoroughly mastered the production process and experience of this dish. It seems that new products are coming, he murmured softly with a smile on his lips, and then continued to devote himself to the great cooking career. Chapter 323. Your supper is a bit early. It was almost 7:30 in the evening, and Zenhachi restaurant was still open, because the ingredients were well prepared. All the customers who came to line up had a portion of Zenhachi restaurant's delicacies. Of course, the best-selling dishes were naturally not available. There were still a few delicacies that could fill the stomach, such as steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice, crab fried cakes and yellow croaker noodles. At this time, there were not many customers who stayed in the restaurant to eat or wait for meals. The few customers who were dining sporadically ate the delicacies on the plate with big mouthfuls. The few customers who were waiting for meals were also sitting at the table, waiting patiently. At this time, several private cars drove in from the intersection of the old street in the west of the city in an orderly manner and slowly stopped at the roadside parking space in front of the Zenhachi restaurant. There were also some people riding electric bikes following closely behind, and then parked the electric bikes outside the door of Zenhachi restaurant. "Everyone, we're here. This is the restaurant." After changing into casual clothes, Lao Zhang parked his electric bike and pointed at the storefront of Zenchichi, smiling and saying hello to his colleagues. A colleague who had heard of Zenchichi and had been there before, but was discouraged by the long queue, smiled and said, I know. I've been here before. This is it?" A colleague who didn't know much about Zenchichi looked through the French window and looked inside the restaurant, saying, "Business looks average. I say, don't you see what time it is now? It's almost 7:30. It's strange that business is so good." Wang Ziqing smiled and responded. Good. Jingyi also echoed. "This restaurant has a very good business. There are long queues every day for every meal. If you come here at 5 o'clock, you will definitely be shocked by the long queue at the door of the store." After hearing this, Lao Zhang testified, "I came here with Jingyi for patrol at around 8 a.m. a few days ago, and there were quite a lot of people queuing up." Wang Ziqing continued, "I came here early in the morning to buy breakfast. It was around 6:30 at that time, and there was a long queue in front of the store." Hearing what his colleague said, and with Deputy Director Huang speaking up for the store several times, Colleagues who didn't know Zenchichi would naturally no longer doubt it. Wang Ziheng, who was concerned about food, said anxiously, "Stop chatting. Let's go in." "Yes. Yes. Go in quickly. If all the food is ordered, we will have made a wasted trip." Wang Zicheng was also anxious now, and hurriedly walked towards the store door. Others saw it and followed closely. The wind curtain at the store door was lifted, and a gust of cold wind blew into the store. Wang Tao looked up and saw a group of people pouring into the store. After a while, there were only a few tables and chairs left in the store. The diners who were still eating in the store were a little surprised. At this time of the day, Mr. Huang would be about to close the store. But today there were so many people coming to eat. When Huang Tao saw the four faces of Huang Zicheng and Gu Jingyi, he recognized them, and then looked at the people who came in with them, guessing that they should be their colleagues. Unexpectedly, these policemen not only came again by themselves, but also brought their colleagues to eat together. This is the rhythm of introducing business to him. Lao Zhang saw Huang Tao looking over and asked with a smile, "Boss, can we still order food?" Huang Tao smiled slightly. "Yes. We can make anything that can be ordered on the self-service ordering machine." "Okay." Lao Zhang checked the automatic ordering machine, talked to his colleagues about the dishes, and asked them what they wanted to eat. After getting a definite answer, he began to order. Just as he was ordering, the windshield was opened again, and Wang Zobin, who had changed his clothes, led several colleagues in. He unexpectedly saw Huang Zicheng waiting for food in the store, and said in surprise, "Lao Huang." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng stood up and said, "Hey, Lao Huang, you are here too. I came here for duty in the evening, and after I was done, I had dinner here with my partner. Now I am bringing other colleagues here to get to know the way." They saw that the boss's store was still open, so they wanted to come in and take a look to see if they could order something to eat. Wang Zhobin answered politely, and seeing Wang Ziheng was there, he smiled and greeted, "Wang Sui is here too." "Hello." Wang Ziheng recognized Wang Zhobin's identity and nodded at them. Customers dining in the restaurant, looking at this scene, suddenly felt that a group of traffic police and a group of police officers unexpectedly met here, and suddenly felt that it was quite interesting. After greeting, Wang Zhobin asked Lao Zhang, "What else can you order?" Lao Zhang smiled and said, "There is only lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs left." "Okay." After Lao Zhang ordered, Wang Zobin and his colleagues also hurriedly ordered. When the colleague saw that Wang Zhobin also ordered a lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs for himself, he asked in confusion, "Zhobin, didn't you have dinner? Why are you still eating? This is my midnight snack." The main reason is that he is greedy again. The colleague smiled and joked, "Zhobin, it's not even 8 o'clock now. Your midnight snack is a bit early." After ordering the food, the traffic police saw that the room was full, so they walked through the archway and went to the next room to find a seat. At this time, the windshield in the store was lifted again. "I hope I can order another meal." The three people from Red Light walked in, looked up at the store, and saw a few familiar figures sitting on the dining chairs. "Wow! Why are these policemen here too?" Although Huang Zicheng and the others were in plain clothes, they knew those faces even if they turned into ash. The smiles on the faces of the three people from Red Light froze in midair. It must be because they didn't check the almanac before going out that they met these four policemen again. No! It seems that there are not only these four, but also other policemen. Although they have never seen those policemen, and they are all in plain clothes, they can still feel the righteous temperament of the policemen. Oh my God! Why is there a room full of policemen? How can they eat? If you want to eat in the restaurant, you can go to the room over there after ordering. There are seats over there. Seeing that they were standing there in fear, Li Qingzhan thought they were looking for seats. So he politely pointed to the room over there and said, "Oh, I see. Thank you. We'll go there later." Jian's eyes nodded and ordered the food on the automatic ordering machine. Then he followed the red-haired and green-haired people and ran through the archway to the next room. When they saw, "Wow! Why are there a group of policemen here too?" the three of them wanted to cry. If they were guilty, they could be punished by law instead of having to be monitored by a group of policemen even when they were eating. Now the question is coming. Should they run away immediately? Deep down, they don't want to leave. In fact, they want to stay and eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang. "Young man, come. Sit here." Wang Zhobin smiled and patted the empty seat beside him, and said hello. Thank you. Thank you, uncle. The three people of Red Light thanked politely, and then sat next to Wang Zhoubin tremblingly. The meat was so small and helpless. Not long after, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu delivered the meals ordered by this group of people to their table in batches. The policemen who were still chatting were immediately attracted by the fragrance. No more chatting. Wang Ziheng smiled and said, Everyone, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Okay. The other colleagues responded with a smile, thinking in their hearts, I have to try this lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs to see how delicious it is. So, they all picked up chopsticks and started to taste it. After the first bite, they knew what Huang Ziqing and his team said was true. As expected of a boss who can make delicious pan-fried buns, the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice are also extremely delicious. Kaisher is delicious. This is definitely the best steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice I have ever eaten. As expected of Deputy Director Huang, this recommendation is really good. I hope there will be more such recommendations in the future. It's just that I came late. Otherwise I could have tried other things in the store, which must be delicious too. Boss, do you deliver takeout here? Wang Tao couldn't remember which customer asked about this. He smiled and politely responded, Sorry. No. The main reason why he didn't do takeout was that he felt that the commission rate charged by several takeout platforms was too high, and they would force new merchants to give discounts for a period of time. But it's not. This commission is not discounted. Although the things in his store have good profits and are enough to pay the commission. But he still doesn't want to join. Mainly because he is afraid of affecting the taste. As for those who come to the store to take away, they are generally nearby neighbors and office workers. The distance is short, and he can still control the taste. Oh, that's a pity. A group of police officers sighed helplessly. In this way, if they want to eat other delicacies made by the boss, they can only come early to line up when they are not busy. But their work is usually only a continuous rotation. How can they be busy? When they thought of this, they looked at Huang Tao with resentment unconsciously. This resentful look made Huang Tao, who was separated by the glass partition, feel a chill on his back. Hey! You guys! Why are you all looking at me like that? Chapter 324. This photo is really well taken. Back home, Huang Tao kept his promise and found the dance teaching video of I Won't Be Fooled by You for Xian, and practiced with her for a while. Then, he completely collapsed on the sofa, looking like he was completely exhausted. To be honest, cooking for a whole day was not as tiring as practicing with her. However, in order to make his caring little cotton-padded jacket happy, he was willing to do it no matter how hard or tired he was. Just his shoulders, arms and legs were a little sore. Huang Tao stretched out his hand and pinched his shoulders and arms. Wanted to relieve the uncomfortable soreness. Daddy, let me help you pinch. Xian blinked her big watery eyes. And when she saw her father pinching her shoulders, she knew that her father was uncomfortable. So she immediately came over, half kneeling on the sofa with her long legs. She stretched out her chubby little hands and gently pinched Huang Tao's shoulders and arms. She pinched them in a very realistic way. Huang Tao felt warm in his heart and asked with a smile, Xian, where did you learn this? Xian's beautiful big eyes curved, and she responded with a little proud expression, I saw Grandma massage Grandpa's shoulders like this, and I massaged Grandma like this, and Grandma praised me for being well behaved. Huang Tao smiled and praised, sure. My Xian is so well behaved. After a few massages, Xian tilted her little head and smiled sweetly at him. Daddy, do you feel comfortable like this? Comfortable. Very comfortable. Huang Tao leaned his head back on the sofa backrest and said with a look of enjoyment, if you massage harder, it will be better. Xian understood it all at once, and immediately increased her strength. Using the strength of sucking milk to squeeze hard, she squeezed very seriously. Hard. One by one, and with a sense of rhythm. It's really comfortable. So comfortable. Although it can't be compared with those professional masseurs. This kind of heartwarming feeling is something that no one can give. Xian's little hands, although pinching Huang Tao's shoulders and arms, the comfort and warmth are in Huang Tao's heart. Xian, it's done. After knocking for a few minutes, Huang Tao was afraid that Xian would be tired. So he reached out and held Xuan's hand, saying softly, Daddy's shoulders and arms are no longer sore. Oh! Xian opened her mouth slightly and nodded obediently. Okay. Then next time, if your shoulders and arms are sore, tell me, and I'll help you massage them again. Listening to Xuan's innocent words, Huang Tao felt so warm in his heart. Huang Tao turned around, hugged the little girl next to him, and kissed her pink face twice. The little girl in his arms laughed. The silver bell-like laughter echoed in the living room, making the originally cold living room instantly filled with a warm atmosphere. After playing around for a while, Huang Tao said to Xian, "Come on, Xian, let's take a bath." "Daddy, can I wait a while before taking a bath?" Xian twisted her little butt in her father's arms, adjusted her sitting position, looked at the plate of red beauties on the coffee table, and said, "I want to eat an orange first. Can I?" Huang Tao nodded. "Sure. Daddy will get it for you." After saying that, he put Xian on the sofa beside him, then leaned forward, stretched out his long hand, and took a red beauty. He peeled off the skin casually, and even cut the whole flesh into 2 pieces, and handed it to Xian. "Thank you, Daddy." Xian took it gratefully, picked the largest piece of flesh, put it to Huang Tao's mouth, and said with a dimple, "Daddy, open your mouth. I'll feed you one. And my share." Huang Tao smiled and opened his mouth. When he ate the largest piece of red beauty fed by his daughter, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Well, it's so sweet. This sweet feeling, like clouds and smoke, lingered in his heart. Xian looked at Huang Tao, her little face full of expectation. Ask for praise. Huang Tao understood, smiled, and reached out to touch her little head. Xian is the best. He. Xian laughed happily, then broke off another petal of red beauty to feed her, and then broke off a petal for herself and started eating. She ate so loudly that some fruit juice splashed on her mouth. Huang Tao couldn't help laughing. He reached out to get a tissue, wiped the corners of the little guy's mouth, and said softly, "Look at you. You're almost eating like a little cat." "Daddy, I'm not a little cat. I'm a person. Mimi is the little cat." Xian sat on the sofa, her thin legs wrapped in fleece leggings hanging down, swaying gently, blinking her big watery eyes, looking at her father, and retorted, "Meow." Mimi, lying in her own cat bed, cried out happily. It thought Xian was calling it, so it looked towards the living room. Xian smiled and pointed in the direction of Mimi. "Dad, listen. Mimi said I was right." "Mimi, I didn't. I wasn't. Don't talk nonsense." Huang Tao smiled and nodded, and responded lovingly, "Yes, Xian is right. Mimi is the little cat." Mimi, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, lay back in the cat bed with a look of despair. Since the shit shoveler said so, what else can it do? It can only choose to default and let the little master be happy. It won't lose a pound of weight anyway. Right. And Xian was very satisfied with her father's answer. The little guy giggled, pouted his little mouth and came forward, giving his father a sweet kiss on the side of his face as a reward. In addition to this reward, she also fed another petal of red beauty. Huang Tao took out his mobile phone, glanced at the time, thought for a while and asked, "Xian, let's take a photo together." "Okay." Xian nodded like pounding garlic, and sat next to Huang Tao obediently. She raised her little hand, bent it down, and made a half heart. Originally, she wanted to put her hand on the top of her father's head, but her father was too tall and her little hand was not long enough, so she had to put her little hand on her own head. Huang Tao understood immediately. He stretched out his hand to make up the other half of the heart. He smiled and said, "Come on. Let's shout eggplant together." Eggplant. As the voice fell, the photo was taken. Huang Tao and Xian were surrounded by their own hearts. Both father and daughter had bright smiles on their faces. He hoped that Xian could continue to be so happy. Huang Tao took the mobile phone and sent the photo of the two to his mother Song Xiaolian. "I thought this message would go unanswered because my mother was asleep." Unexpectedly, my mother replied immediately, "Son, this photo is so good. Mom, you two haven't slept yet. Mom, it's time to go to bed early. Xian has to go to school tomorrow, and you have to get up early to open the store, so you need to have a good rest." Huang Tao smiled and sent a voice message, "Okay. Mom, I got it. We'll go to bed now. Dad, I want to say goodnight to Grandma. Xian tugged at the corner of his clothes. Okay. Wang Tao handed the phone to her, and the little guy pressed the voice function on the phone and said, Grandma. Good night. After saying goodnight to Grandma, Xian was taken to the bathroom by Wang Tao. After the father and daughter finished washing, they took a bath, put on pajamas, and returned to the bedroom. Wang Tao turned on the air conditioner to 26 degrees. The father and daughter lay down on the big bed. I feel comfortable all over. Xian leaned to the side, blinked her eyes and looked at him, calling softly, Daddy? Wang Tao looked at her sideways. Well, what's wrong? It's too late tonight. Let's not read bedtime stories. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently, rubbed Wang Tao's chest, grabbed Wang Tao's pajamas, and murmured, Pat Xian. Wang Tao patted her back gently through the quilt and said softly, Go to sleep. Daddy is watching over you. Being patted by her father, Xian fell asleep peacefully, with a sweet smile on her face. I believe that tonight there will be good dreams. Chapter 325 Fighting for Glory. The next morning, Wang Tao and Xian got up together and washed together. While washing, he entered the system interface with his mind. That's right. He wanted to see how many points he had accumulated in the mall. You don't know until you see it. He was so shocked that the toothbrush in his hand almost fell on the sink. Wow. It has exceeded 1 million points so quickly. These points are more than 1.5 million. He is not in a hurry to exchange for skills. After all, these points are not too few, but not too many. If he wants to exchange for a more advanced skill, he is still not qualified. Besides, he has to keep these points and exchange them for 1 or 2 traditional delicacies. Fortunately, on New Year's Day, he will fight for glory for Xian's class. In short, these points have to be used on the cutting edge for the time being. Just as he was about to see what traditional food these points could be exchanged for, he heard Xuan's sweet voice, Daddy, I've washed my face and put on perfume. Oh, you've washed so quickly. My Xian is awesome. While praising, Wang Tao also sped up his movements, finished washing and combing hair. The father and daughter came to the shoe cabinet at the door one after the other, ready to change shoes and go out. Meow. Hearing the noise, Mimi rushed out of the cat bed and followed closely behind them, meowing. This is the rhythm of being afraid of being forgotten by the big and small masters. Xian stopped, turned around, leaned over and picked up Mimi. Well, it's a bit heavy. She held Mimi with both hands with some difficulty, and her pretty eyebrows could not help but frown slightly, pouting her little mouth and said, Mimi, have you gained weight again? I can't hold you anymore. Mimi opened her round eyes and looked confused. Meow. My dear, what are you saying? This cat doesn't understand. It eats about the same as you every meal. When it is full, it stays in the cat bed and grows fat without moving. It would be strange if it is not fat. Wang Tao smiled when he thought of the saying 9 out of 10 orange cats are fat, and one is particularly fat. He felt that he should feed Mimi regularly and quantitatively in the future. Otherwise, if he continues at this pace, he will definitely become fat like a ball. He couldn't help but suggest to his precious daughter, we can't let it eat like this anymore. We have to control its diet and let it lose weight. Xian, you have to remember, don't always feed Mimi with food. Meow. Mimi cried out in complaint, as if saying, shit shoveler, this cat is not fat at all. No need to lose weight. Oh, Daddy, I know. Xian felt that what her father said was reasonable. So she nudged Mimi's cat nose with her nose and said, Mimi, then from today on, you should eat less and lose weight. No. Mimi fainted in Xuan's arms. Wang Tao didn't care about Mimi's sadness. He reminded Xian, put Mimi down and put on your shoes quickly. Xian nodded obediently, put Mimi down, and put her little feet in socks into 2 pink snow boots. Wang Tao couldn't help laughing when he saw that she had put her shoes on the wrong feet, and then reminded her, Xian, you put your shoes on the wrong feet. Hearing this, Xian quickly lowered her head to look at her feet wearing shoes. She looked left and right, and she always felt that it was right. She scratched her little head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said in confusion, Dad, I didn't put my shoes on the wrong feet. These are my feet. Dizzy it seems, what you said is not wrong. Wang Tao suddenly felt that he didn't express himself clearly. causing his daughter to be unable to understand. And he quickly corrected, Xian, your shoes are on the wrong feet. As he said that, he bent down, let her lean on his chest, and then reached out to help her change the shoes that were worn on the wrong feet. Now, Xian knew that she had worn the wrong shoes. Thank you, Dad. Xian smiled and kissed Huang Tao on the side of his face. Dad, you are so nice. Huang Tao felt sweet in his heart after receiving a soft and fragrant kiss from his precious daughter. He grabbed the key on the shoe cabinet and said, let's go. Dad will take you to the store. Thick hair, Xian said in a baby voice, and did not forget to reach out to greet her friend Mimi. Mimi, let's go. Mimi didn't care about being sad, and hurriedly followed. It's better to have something to eat than nothing to eat, isn't it? A big one, a small one, and a cat went downstairs, got in the car, and headed towards the old street in the west of the city. Xian sat obediently in the child's seat in the back seat, and boredly reached out to touch Mimi lying on the car seat next to her. Huang Tao felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, and he reached out to turn on the speaker button in the car. In an instant, the music echoed in the car. He hummed along while driving. We lost contact. Later in life, I listened to what others said. What happened to you? How you lived. And I was the one who couldn't let go. This song was sung by one of his favorite singers. But Xian obviously didn't like it. After listening for a while, she said coquettishly, Daddy, I want to listen to the song I Won't Be Fooled by You. Can you sing this? Sing this song again? Huang Tao was a little amused. Last night, when he came back from the store, he accompanied the little guy to dance to I Won't Be Fooled by You several times and sang this song several times. He was tired of singing it, and his ears were almost calloused from listening to it. Yes. Yes. Xian smiled with curved eyebrows and nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. Well, okay. Huang Tao couldn't do anything with his precious daughter at all. I had to clear my throat and sing, I won't do it. I won't be fooled by you. I won't do it. I won't be fooled by you. I accompanied my mother to buy groceries on Sunday morning. My mother said I was really obedient. I am getting better and better. Huang Tao singing of this kind of nursery rhyme is not good at all, mainly because it is difficult to sing out the cheerful and innocent emotions. Fortunately, his pitch is relatively good, and he sings in tune. He didn't sing out of tune. Xian blinked her crystal clear eyes and sang the following lyrics in a childish voice. Mom left for something and told me to wait there. After a while, an uncle came to me. Not to mention, she sang better than Huang Tao. Huang Tao smiled, then lowered his voice and spoke the male part in a heavy voice. Little friend, Uncle will give you candy. You and Uncle will play. Okay? Xuan's little hands danced while singing, I won't. I won't. I won't be fooled by you. There is nothing to say between us. I won't. I won't. I won't be fooled by you. I think you are the legendary big bad wolf. The father and daughter sang in unison. The childlike and cheerful singing floated out of the car, softening the winter on this street leading to the old street in the west of the city. Chapter 326 I Understand Everything. It was less than 8 o'clock in the morning. After Huang Tao finished his work in the store, he drove Xian to the entrance of the kindergarten. Daddy, I'm leaving. I will miss you. Xian, who was helped by her father to carry her small school bag and slung it over her shoulder, looked at her father squatting in front of her to help her organize her clothes, and waved her hand reluctantly. Baby, Daddy will miss you too. Huang Tao felt a touch of warmth in his heart, and looked at Xian lovingly. He reached out to rub her little head with a hat on, and smiled. Go. I'll make you something delicious in the evening. Delicious? Xuan's beautiful eyes were as bright as if there was light. After a few seconds of surprise, she blinked her big eyes full of joy. Okay, Daddy. I love you the most. After that, she pouted her pink little mouth, leaned close to Huang Tao's face, and kissed him. Huang Tao laughed. Go quickly. Don't be late. Yeah. Xian nodded like a little chicken, then made a heart shape with Huang Tao, hugged Huang Tao, and then turned around and ran to the school gate. This little figure was like a dancing butterfly, swaying in the cold winter wind, embellishing this beautiful scenery. Seeing that his baby girl had entered the campus, he drove to the vegetable market. He bought the ingredients and seasonings for deep frying the bells. He also negotiated with these vendors about the delivery of goods in the future. and added WeChat to each other. When he came back, it was less than 9 o'clock. At most, it was 8:50. But in front of the store, there were already 2 card tables and a chess table. Many old men and women played cards or chess according to their preferences. Uncle Li and Aunt Li were among them. But Uncle Li and some other old men watched Lao Qin and Lao Lu play chess. Aunt Li sat on one side of the card table, holding the cards in her hand, thinking intently. It seemed that it was her turn to play cards. There were also a few old men next to them, who brought their own thermos kettles, drinking tea and chatting at the same time. "Oh, you're playing cards so badly. I'm telling you. Hurry up and make an order. He has no orders. Hurry up and hang him. Hey, Lao Chung. Don't act like an emperor who is not anxious. Drink your tea and stop pointing fingers. That's right. Stop giving me advice. If you keep giving me advice, you'll be out of your way. Yes, yes. A gentleman is one who watches the cards without saying anything. Hey, Aunt Li, are you sure that's what you said? Isn't the original saying a gentleman is one who watches the chess without saying anything? Same. In short, whether you're watching the cards or the chess, don't point fingers." At this time, the old men and women saw Huang Tao getting off the car and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Mr. Huang, you're back." Huang Tao nodded. "Yes, I'm back." After that, he opened the trunk and took out the bags of food one by one. Seeing Huang Tao coming over with big and small bags, the uncles and aunts smelled a strange smell and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Huang, what's in your bag?" Huang Tao responded politely, "Oh, it's some ingredients. Just bought from the market." Ingredients? Ingredients just bought from the market? In principle, all the ingredients in Mr. Huang's store are delivered to the door by fixed cooperative vendors within the agreed time. There is no need for Mr. Huang to purchase them personally. The only reason he could go to the market to purchase them personally is the case is solved. Mr. Huang is going to launch new products. These uncles and aunts were suddenly possessed by Sherlock Holmes and began to analyze in their minds. Everyone looked at each other and saw each other's thoughts from the bottom of each other's eyes. Uncle Chung suddenly became energetic and asked cheerfully, "Boss Huang, you went to buy ingredients yourself. Are you going to serve new dishes at noon?" Lao Qin, who had been immersed in the world of chess and couldn't extricate himself, stopped playing chess when he heard the word new dishes. He hurried over and asked happily, "Boss Huang, what ingredients did you buy? What new dishes are you going to serve?" After saying that, he did not forget to gently shake the folding fan in his hand, bringing a gust of cool breeze. Huang Tao, whose face was covered with the cold wind from Lao Qin's folding fan, really wanted to greet Lao Qin. In the middle of winter, you are not afraid of freezing yourself with a folding fan. But in the end, he did not say this greeting to Lao Qin. In order to avoid embarrassing Lao Qin, Huang Tao smiled and nodded to the neighbors. "Neighbors, new dishes will indeed be served at noon. Boss Huang, what are the new dishes? Can you tell us a little bit in advance?" Old Chung asked with an impatient look on his face. Huang Tao smiled, but did not directly name the new dish. Instead, he pretended to be mysterious and said, "This new dish is one of the 36 dishes in Hangzhou. The ingredients of this dish are a food called golden cloves and top-quality tenderloin. I wonder if you can guess the name of this dish. Those who guess correctly can come to the store to try this dish before the store opens." Wow! A taste test. It would be so lucky to have a place to taste in such a popular little store. Now, the neighbors stopped playing cards and chess, and they all became excited, racking their brains for this taste test. By the way, what is this golden cloves? But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what this golden cloves was. Everyone looked at each other, and they all understood from their shaking heads. They still didn't understand. They couldn't even guess the name of the dish from Boss Huang's hints. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, expressing that they didn't know. And they were even more upset that they were too incompetent and couldn't guess the name of the dish, and missed such a good opportunity to taste the food. But Lao Qin, a former 5-star chef, had a completely different expression on his face. He was seen calmly shaking the folding fan in his hand and slowly saying, "I don't understand other cuisines, but I have a lot of say in Zhejiang cuisine. I know all the ingredients, heat, and seasonings. This temperament, this demeanor, is full of pretense. In terms of pretense, he is still a rare rival." Huang Tao finally understood why Lao Qin always kept the folding fan in his hand. This folding fan is a magical tool for showing off. Lao Lu, who was standing next to him, knew the nature of his best friend very well. He couldn't help but think of a line of words in his mind. Here he comes. Here he comes. He is showing off again. He was disgusted and interrupted him. Lao Qin, stop talking nonsense. Get to the point. Lao Qin, the friendship is over. Although Lao Qin was interrupted, he was unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He still said slowly and calmly, Fried Bell. Huang Tao smiled and praised. Mr. Qin is worthy of being a former 5-star chef. He guessed it right at the first guess. Lao Qin bowed his hands and said sincerely, Boss Huang, thank you for the compliment. Although I am a former 5-star chef, my cooking skills are still not as good as yours. Boss Huang. This move almost shocked all the neighbors. In their eyes, Lao Qin always looked like my cooking skills are the best in the world. And he was not the kind of person who would admit that others' cooking skills were better than his own. And Boss Huang was the first one. Everyone, thank you for letting me. Lao Qin smiled and bowed to the neighbors, and followed Huang Tao into the store. The neighbors saw Lao Qin's smile, which was almost to the roots of his ears, and he got a place to taste the food. They were all envious and jealous. It's better to learn cooking. I can guess the name of the dish right away, and I also get such a precious place to taste it. Old Qin is so proud. His big mouth is almost smiling to his ears. Mr. Chung couldn't help but say, next time we play cards, I won't be surnamed Chung if I don't post notes all over you. Mr. Lu reminded mercilessly, Mr. Qin doesn't play cards. He only plays chess. Mr. Chung and other neighbors, what nonsense are you talking about? Since Mr. Qin doesn't play cards, he can post notes when he plays chess. Chapter 327. The old man is reluctant to go back. A dark black commercial vehicle drove into the gate of a community in the old street in the west of the city. In the car, 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, sat in the back seat, both of them tapping on their mobile phone screens without stopping. The former was busy in the group, explaining work matters, while the latter was just swiping the screen. When the car suddenly passed through the speed bump, Chen Hongxia felt a little fluctuation, subconsciously raised her head, and looked out the window sideways. Mingtao. She put away her phone, reached out and patted Jiang Mingtao's arm, reminding him, we're here. Ah? Jiang Mingtao immediately stopped his work and looked at his watch. The assistant on the passenger seat was very perceptive and reminded him very considerately, Mr. Jiang, it's 9:30 in the morning now. It's already 9:30. Jiang Mingtao glanced out the car window and said in a light tone, this is the community where Xiao Xiao lives. It's okay. The old man should be staying at home watching TV now. As for Xiao Xiao, he should go to work in the store. Before leaving, I thought about calling the old man or Jiang Chao to inform them, but Chen Hongxia said that she wanted to give them a surprise. So, this phone call was shelved. That should be the case. He is probably busy now, and can't take care of us. Chen Hongxia thought for a while and said, after meeting Dad, let's go to Xiaochu's store together. If possible, she would like to try the food in the store. How delicious is the food that can completely capture the hearts of her son and father-in-law, and make them willing to stay here and not go home. She was not the only one who had this idea. Even Jiang Mingtao had this idea. He wanted to try the food in this restaurant. How delicious it was. So his son and father were fascinated. The couple got out of the car, took the assistant into the building where they were, got into the elevator, and went upstairs. Arrived at the door of their son's house. Chen Hongxia entered the password. After entering the house, the first words of Jiang Mingtao and Chen Hongxia were, Dad, we are here to take you home. However, no one responded. The living room was also empty and quiet. You go to the room over there. I'll go over here. The three of them immediately split up and went to other rooms, looking for the old man's figure, while shouting, Dad. Huh? Where's our dad? Could he have gone out? Chen Hongxia murmured. Jiang Mingtao looked at his wife and blamed her. I told you to call before coming, but you insisted on giving them a surprise. Now, we are the ones who got the surprise. I didn't know my dad would be out at this time. After saying that, Chen Hongxia gave Jiang Mingtao a sidelong look. Jiang Mingtao was speechless, and he didn't dare to blame his wife. The assistant next to him rarely saw that the boss, who was always vigorous and ruthless in the business world, was also afraid of his wife. He couldn't help laughing. This laugh made Jiang Mingtao look at the assistant with the majesty of a boss. It's funny, isn't it? You kid. Are you thinking of losing your job? The assistant glanced at his boss's usual majestic face and instantly fell silent, subconsciously shrinking his chin. He lowered his head and stood aside in silence. Jiang Mingtao was quite satisfied with his assistant's performance. After all, he couldn't fire an assistant with good ability just because of this matter. Then, he remembered his own business, picked up his mobile phone, and called his father. After a while, the call was connected. He hurriedly asked anxiously, "Dad, where are you? Where am I?" Jiang Shuyi was confused by his son's nonsense. He responded in confusion, "I'm here with Xiao Xiao. Don't you know it? Why are you asking me where I'm going? Are you confused in the meeting?" Jiang Mingtao, who was greeted by his father out of the blue. If it was someone else, he would definitely greet him back. But his father was another matter. He could only endure it and respond kindly. Jiang Mingtao adjusted his mood and said with a smile, "Dad, Hongxia and I are now in the old street in the west of Wenling City. We have already arrived at the house bought by Xiao Xiao. But I didn't see you, so I called you to ask where you went." "Oh, that's how it is." Jiang Shuyi understood, and then replied, "I am queuing in front of Shuchu's store now. Why don't you come to the store and eat together later?" "Ah." Jiang Mingtao thought he had misheard and couldn't help but repeating, "Queue?" Jiang Shuyi said disapprovingly, "Yes. Queue? Dad, what time is it? You're queuing?" Jiang Mingtao was still a little surprised. His hotel, at this time, has no customers yet. This small restaurant, at this time, has a queue? Could it be that the business of this small restaurant is better than his hotel? Of course, the answer in his heart is no. At this moment, he remembered that his son actually asked the old man to queue up in the store instead of arranging a VIP seat directly. And he was angry. "Is this how Xiao Xiao takes care of you? He actually asked you to queue up outside? I want to queue up by myself. It has nothing to do with Xiao Xiao." Jiang Shuyi said very sensibly, "Besides, Xiao Xiao has just joined the company not long ago. We can't make Xiao Xiao embarrassed for our own convenience." Right. What he said made a lot of sense. So Jiang Mingtao couldn't refute it. "Okay. I know. I'll come to you right away." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingtao told Chen Hongxia about the situation. The guys returned the same way, got in the car, and came to the door of Xinqiho restaurant. Looking at the queue at the door of the store, Jiang Mingtao and others who were prepared were also surprised. This small restaurant is really popular. There are so many people queuing up. Looking at those people queuing up again. Wow! They even brought their own folding chairs, card tables, thermoses, windshields, and other queuing equipment. So, are they queuing up? Or are they on vacation? The two of them saw this scene for the first time, and they felt that their cognition was refreshed. The two of them followed the queue and searched, and finally found their old man at the chess place. The old man was playing chess with an old man in high spirits, and there were many old men watching the game next to him. "Dad, where are you? It took us a long time to find you," Jiang Mingtao shouted. Jiang Shuyi heard his son's voice, looked up, and saw his son and daughter-in-law coming over. He smiled and asked, "Why did you two come here without saying hello? Did you come here on your way this time?" "No, Dad. We just came to see you and take you home." Jiang Mingtao smiled. Jiang Shuyi waved his hands again and again. "Just come to see me. But you don't have to take me home. I tell you, I'm doing well here with Xiao Xiao. And I get along very well with these neighbors. You don't have to worry about it. After dinner, you can go back by yourselves. As for me, I still say that when Xiao Xiao goes home for vacation, I will go home with him." Jiang Mingtao, Chen Hongxia. "Oh, I can't even take him back. The charm of this small restaurant is too great." Right? The old man is reluctant to go back. Chapter 328 Mo Shuyo and Han Shizhong. Time goes back to around 9 o'clock. In the back kitchen of Jinchi restaurant, as all kinds of ingredients were delivered by vendors, the staff in the restaurant immediately started to be busy. At this moment, everyone was busy with their own work. Under the leadership and training of Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu worked more and more skillfully. Every time they washed the side dishes, they would also wash the pig's feet, chicken legs, chicken wings, and pork belly. Because pig's feet, Chicken legs and chicken wings need to stew meat for a long time. And Ding Suqing can't do it alone. With their help, the progress of washing ingredients has been accelerated a lot. As usual, Su Hao drained the soup of the honey fire square first, and then steamed it in the steamer again. Then he started to toss the stewed flavor, stewing the already washed pig's feet, chicken wings, and chicken legs in the stew pot. After he has finished all the preparations, he will come to help Huang Tao, Lin Zifeng and Jiang Chao, each occupying one side, holding a kitchen knife, handled all kinds of ingredients. For a while, the sound of chopping, chopping, chopping echoed continuously in the kitchen. Ding Suqing and the other three could have rested after washing the ingredients, and waited for the business to open again, and then clean the dishes and chopsticks later. But the three of them did not go to rest, but followed the three assistants and helped. These employees get along very well and cooperate well, making the work in the kitchen much easier. Huang Tao now has this group of capable people, and occasionally he can feel the leisure of being a boss and wander around in the kitchen for a while. Old Qin, who was sitting on the dining chair closest to the kitchen, saw that everyone was busy, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Boss Huang, do you want to help wash and cut vegetables? I'm free anyway." That's right. In order to taste Huang Tao's fried bell earlier, he was willing to use his 70-year-old arms and legs to do his part for Huang Tao. Huang Tao appreciated this kindness, but of course he couldn't accept it. He smiled and declined, saying, "No, we can do it ourselves. You just sit down and rest." Huang Tao looked at the time. It was late, and it was time to prepare. He didn't delay, washed his hands quickly, and prepared to devote himself to the cooking business. At this time, Su Hao had already helped him put out the ingredients needed for the fried bell: Sixiang tofu skin, cut tenderloin, and various seasonings. For this fried bell, Sixiang tofu skin is the best, which is what Huang Tao said at the beginning. Golden cloves, also known as oil skin. Of course, the tofu skin used to make this dish cannot be from the north, but must be from Sixiang, Fuyang in the south. The tofu skin from this place has several characteristics: golden color, thin as a cicada's wing, and does not stick to water, commonly known as golden cloves. The dry fried bell made from Sixiang tofu skin is bright yellow, fresh and delicious, with a saying that the tofu skin is as thin as a cicada's wing, and it is crisp and ringing like a bell when eaten. This is also the origin of the word bell. Speaking of this bell, there is actually an allusion. It is said that Han Shizhong, a famous general of the southern Song dynasty, was relieved of his military power because he firmly demanded to resist the Jin dynasty. After seeing Yu Fei being killed by Gaozong and Qin Hui and others on the charge of false accusation, he went to question Qin Hui, thus making enemies with the treacherous ministers. Seeing that his ambitions could not be fulfilled, Han Shizhong simply retired from the army and lived in seclusion at the foot of Feilai Peak in Hangzhou. He often rode a donkey with a bell to wander among the mountains and waters of West Lake to relieve his depression. One day, Han Shizhong rode a donkey to a restaurant to eat fried tofu skin. Unfortunately, the tofu skin in the restaurant was just used up. Han Shizhong rode a donkey with a bell to get the tofu skin back from Si Township, Fuyang. The chef was moved by him, and when he learned that this person was Han Shizhong, he brought out all his special skills. Because Han Shizhong, who was admired by people, liked this dish, and he rode a donkey with a bell to get the tofu skin. People call this dish dry fried bell. Let's get back to the point. At this time, he took the basin containing the pre-cut tenderloin and took a look. To make this dish, not much meat is actually needed. It only serves to embellish and support the tofu skin, so it can't be chopped too finely. Just cut into mung bean-sized meat pieces. Well, not bad. Huang Tao was still very satisfied with Jiang Chao's knife skills. He added egg yolks, rice wine, message, and salt. The final product of this dish is to be eaten with dipping sauce, so the salt should not be too much. Just a little bit of base flavor for the meat filling is okay. Mix the meat filling evenly, and set it aside for marinating. Boss, the water is boiling. Lin Zifeng, who is responsible for boiling water, said with a smile. Huang Tao nodded and said, "Okay, I know. You turn off the fire on the stove first." "Okay." Lin Zifeng did it obediently, turned off the fire, and then waited for the boss's next instructions. Huang Tao picked up the god-level kitchen knife and started cutting tofu skin. This tofu skin cannot be used directly, because during the drying process, a circle of harder bean tendons will form on the outside, which needs to be cut off to avoid affecting the taste of the final product. Of course, there is another point. For the overall aesthetics, the tofu skin needs to be cut into squares. In this way, it will be much more convenient to roll it up later. And the most important thing is that the ringing bells made will be more beautiful when all the tofu skins are processed. The water in the pot has stopped boiling. Wang Tao put the tofu skin into the pot. I want the hot water in the pot to soak and wash it. There is a trick when doing this step. That is, you can't use boiling hot water, because the tofu skin is too thin and relatively dry. If it is put into boiling water all at once, it will crack. So you have to wait until the water in the pot stops boiling completely, and then put the tofu skin into the pot to blanch it. It takes a while to blanch. Wang Tao was not idle either, but took advantage of this time to pick up another wok. He fried some pepper and salt. When eating this dry vegetable ringing bell, you have to match it with some dipping sauce, such as sweet noodle sauce, ketchup or pepper and salt. Wang Tao has already prepared the first two sauces in the store. Now he only needs pepper and salt, which he has to fry now. He first stir-fries salt in the wok, then puts peppercorns into the wok and continues to stir-fry. After it is done, grind it into powder. Not bad. Watching Wang Tao stir-frying pepper and salt through the kitchen glass baffle, Lao Qin felt that Wang Tao's method of stir-frying pepper and salt was very traditional, and he gave him a thumbs up in his heart. After Wang Tao made the pepper and salt, the tofu skin in the pot was almost done. He picked up the colander and carefully fished out the tofu skin. After it cooled down a little, he immediately squeezed the water off the tofu skin, then picked up a piece and spread it flat on the chopping board. After blanching, the aroma of the tofu skin became stronger and the color became lighter. He reached into the pot of marinated meat filling, grabbed a little bit of meat filling, and began to spread it along one end of the tofu skin. This meat filling, don't spread too much, just a little bit of meat particles. The area of spreading should not be too large. A width of about 5 centimeters is enough. After spreading, he started to roll from the end where the meat filling was spread. If you roll, don't roll it too tightly. Just roll it loosely into a roll. When rolling to the end, Wang Tao dipped some water from a small bowl of water and spread it on the edge of the tofu skin. This is to make the tofu skin stick together better and not loosen. Then, he rolled the other tofu skins into rolls in the same way. Then all these rolls were cut into small pieces of about 3 centimeters and placed upright in the pot to prevent the tofu skin from deforming. Next, it was time to heat the oil. When the oil temperature in the pot reached 30% hot, he pinched some tofu skin rolls with his hands and put them into the pot one by one. Because the oil temperature was too low, there were no bubbles around the tofu skin rolls after they were put into the pot. Su Hao, who was standing by, was worried that the low oil temperature would not make the bells crispy. But then he thought, the boss must have his reasons for doing so. He humbly asked, "Boss, why do you use such a low oil temperature?" Jiang Chao and Lin Zifeng also had this question, and now they pricked up their ears to listen to their boss's opinion. Wang Tao stirred the pot with a spoon for a few times, turned up the heat, and said, "The key point of making dry fried bells is to put the oil into the pot at 30% temperature, and then turn on the high heat until the oil temperature rises to 60% or 70%, and then take it out of the pot directly. The delicious thing about this is that you only need to fry it once to make the tofu skin rolls crispy and thoroughly fried, without having to fry them again." Su Hao and the others understood. "Oh, that's how it is." Lin Zifeng couldn't help but say, "Boss, but all the fried dishes I've seen are fried again. Can we just fry them once?" Wang Tao smiled and said, "It's true that many fried dishes have the method of frying again, but not all dishes have to be done this way, and some ingredients are not suitable for this method. For example, our tofu skin. Once this ingredient is fried again, the skin will be fried too hard, and there will even be a faint bitter taste, and the aroma of the tofu skin cannot be tasted at all. Therefore, it has to be fried in this way. Only in this way can the fried tofu skin be mature inside and out, and the aroma will be very strong." While talking, it has reached the critical moment of frying. Wang Tao didn't say anything, and continued to stir the pot with a spoon. Seeing this, Su Hao and the others understood at once, and watched quietly without saying a word. Lao Qin couldn't help but take a few steps forward. staring at Huang Tao's operation through the glass baffle. When the oil temperature in the pot rose, and the tofu skin rolls in the pot also turned bright yellow, Huang Tao reached out and took a colander. While taking out the tofu skin rolls in the pot one by one, he gently shook the colander a few times. Let the excess oil flow down completely. Then he continued to put the colander above the oil pan and picked up a bottle of sesame oil. With one hand, he continued to lightly shake the colander, and with the other hand, he poured some sesame oil into the colander. Seeing Huang Tao's operation, Lao Qin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and he sighed in his heart that Huang Tao's craftsmanship was really superb. The reason for such an exclamation is mainly that the freshly fried tofu skin is very crispy. If the movement is a little too big, it will break. However, when Huang Tao used the colander to lightly shake it, there was no debris falling from the tofu skin roll inside. This is enough to show that Huang Tao's craftsmanship is really superb. At least among the young chefs he knows. No one can do this. Of course, he himself can only do this. And Huang Tao's method of frying the bell is also very correct. Unlike some restaurants, the bell is fried half-cooked every morning. If a customer orders this dish, it will be directly fried in a high-temperature pot. This speed of serving dishes is happy, but the taste will be greatly reduced. They don't use hot water to blanch the tofu skin. Don't ask why. The answer is that they are just lazy. There are not many chefs like Huang Tao who strive for perfection. After adding sesame oil, Huang Tao used chopsticks to place the fried bean curd in the colander on 2 rectangular plates. Then, he placed small square plates with pepper salt and sweet noodle sauce at both ends of the 2 plates. As he arranged the plates, it meant that the fried bean curd was ready. Chapter 329, It was originally for you. The ringing of the dry-fried bell, which had just come out of the pan, brought with it a burst of passionate and unrestrained burnt aroma, which went straight to everyone's nose. It made people feel the fragrance and their mouths water. Sniff, it smells so good. I can't stand it anymore. I feel itchy all over my body, as if there are thousands of ants crawling on my bones. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. I really want to grab a piece of it right away to satisfy my craving and suppress the greed in my stomach. Lin Qiyu and several other employees scratched their heads with exaggerated expressions, but their inner feelings were real. This fragrance is different from other dishes in the store. This is the aroma of beans with oily aroma. As they talked, everyone's mouths watered and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Looking at the golden and shiny color in the plate, the crispy skin, and the faint smell of meaty aroma, everyone was in agony. Under the illumination of the light, the color became more golden, and the meat filling was vaguely visible. This scene was very impactful, and the employees, who were already drooling over the aroma, almost collapsed. The desire to eat became stronger, and Lao Qin outside the kitchen could feel its crispy taste even through the glass baffle. It seems that I, an old man, have a good time. He shook his folding fan, with a happy face to relieve the restless glutton in his heart. Huang Tao looked up and saw the employees stretching their necks and swallowing their saliva. He said with a wry smile, "Okay, stop looking. If you want to eat, take a plate and try it." As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed joyful expressions, and they thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, boss. Then we won't be polite." Huang Tao pointed to a slightly larger plate of fried bells and said, "Don't be polite. This plate was originally prepared for you. This plate is only more than 20 yuan. Enough for everyone to eat 3 or 4. Although it's not enough to eat, it's enough to taste." Hearing that it was specially prepared for them, the employees' hearts were also very warm. After all, this kind of thought is precious. If China has a selection of the Best Boss Award, then our boss will definitely be on the list, and will definitely rank first. Huang Tao smiled. "Eat it. Try it first, and give me some advice." Lin Qiyu rubbed his hands and said expectantly, "The boss must be delicious." What a qualified supporter. Huang Tao smiled. "Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Eat yours." After that, he picked up another plate of fried bells, walked out of the kitchen, and came to Lao Qin's table. He put the plate of fried bell on the table and extended his hand to invite him with a smile. "Mr. Qin, it's ready. You try it." "Thank you, Mr. Huang." Mr. Qin quickly stood up and bowed to Huang Tao. He didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately, but looked at Huang Tao, gave him a thumbs up, and praised, "Mr. Huang, your method of making this fried bell is very complete and authentic." Huang Tao smiled modestly. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. Compared with you, I still have a lot of shortcomings. Mr. Huang, you are too modest. When I was your age, I didn't have your skills. Lao Qin praised sincerely. To be honest, there are not many chefs who can make Lao Qin convinced and praise him. And Huang Tao is one of them. And he is still a young generation. Lao Qin sighed in his heart that the younger generation is formidable. And the waves behind pushed the waves in front of him. After the two of them exchanged greetings for a while, Lao Qin looked at the plate of yellow and bright color, fresh and delicious, and the faint smell of meaty fried bells in front of him. Oh my! Spicy! He felt that it was very attractive. And the gluttonous bug in his stomach that had been suppressed by effort was ready to move again. Boss Huang, let's taste it together. He smiled and politely extended his hand to invite the other party. After saying that, he was no longer reserved, and directly picked up the chopsticks in the chopstick tube, picked up a round and golden tofu skin roll, and dipped it in pepper and salt. Put it in your mouth and take a light bite. The outer coat, as thin as a cicada's wing, suddenly made a crisp sound. The crispy crunching sound is very nice. And it sounds like the sound of a ring. Very crispy. The meat filling that popped out immediately afterwards was fresh and delicious. The crispy tofu skin was already amazing enough. But the juicy and delicious meat filling inside instantly elevated the taste of the tofu skin to a new level. It was so delicious that people wanted to swallow their tongues. If I had another sip of wine at this time, it would definitely be a great pleasure in life. Of course, without a little wine to drink. Lao Qin also felt that it was really delicious. He finished this dry fried ring in 2 bites. He was still chewing in his mouth. And he picked up another piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth to continue eating. After eating the second piece of dry fried bell, Lao Qin felt unprecedented satisfaction. The feelings of the employees who tasted it in the kitchen were no worse than his. Lao Qin closed his eyes and said, while tasting it carefully, "It is golden and beautiful, crispy and delicious. And it tastes amazing. It never feels like it is not fried thoroughly. It is very crispy. And the meat filling inside is very fresh and delicious. This is absolutely an irresistible fragrance." Su Hao had eaten the third piece. He finished the third piece, and then he agreed with satisfaction. Jiang Chao nodded in agreement and said, "Yes. Who could resist it?" The expressions of Li Qingzhan and the others were also blurred. They were immersed in the deliciousness of the dry fried bell and couldn't extricate themselves. Even if someone slapped them at this time, they would think that it was a short-term pain given to them by fate. Although they were intoxicated, their hands were not slow at all. After a while, the golden and bright food that was just piled up was immediately picked up. After eating, they were not idle and immediately continued to prepare in advance. Huang Tao also finished a piece of dry fried bell and felt that it tasted very good and almost perfect. But it was only almost perfect. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Of course, this still requires his accumulated experience to make him handle the details more properly. He looked at Lao Qin, who was immersed in the food, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Listening to Lao Qin's evaluation, he felt that tasting was actually a very meaningful thing. How to say it? He is also a layman, and he can't refuse such professional praise. He was thinking, should he continue this tasting mode? After all, it's not easy to find such professional tasters. But he didn't know. As long as he called, the people who wanted to taste the food would line up from the store door to the street. "Mr. Qin, you eat slowly. I'll go to work first." Huang Tao saw that it was getting late, and it was time to prepare for the business later. "Okay, Mr. Huang, you are busy. Don't worry about me." Old Qin nodded, watched Huang Tao leave, and continued to enjoy the food. As for the group of chess friends and close friend Lao Lu outside the door, he completely forgot about them. Chapter 330 New Product Tasting. In less than 3 minutes, Lao Qin ate the plate of fried clams clean, not even leaving any dipping sauces. The plate was so clean that it could be used as a mirror. Lao Qin closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of light and smile, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing an extremely satisfied smile. But when he looked down at the empty plate, his eyes dimmed a little, and suddenly he felt a little disappointed. If he couldn't eat such fried clams in the future, wouldn't his life be very boring? "Boss Huang, thank you for your hospitality." Lao Qin slowly stood up and thanked Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen. solemnly. Hearing this, Huang Tao was stunned for a moment, then looked up and said with a smile, "You're welcome. I invited you to the store just to taste it." Old Qin shook his head, then gently shook the folding fan in his hand, and said leisurely, "I can't find any fault with such delicious food. It's the first time I've eaten a plate of fried bells by myself. It's so delicious." After saying that, he took a few tissues, wiped the table, and sent the plates to the dishwasher. Then, he wanted to pay for the dishes. "Boss Huang, I'll scan the code and pay you." Huang Tao refused, waving his hand and said, "No. Old Qin, I agreed to let you taste it. How can I charge you? No money. How can that be? After eating the dishes, you should pay dozens of dollars. Besides, I don't lack that little money." He was already very satisfied to be able to taste this new dish in advance. Besides, Huang Tao has a daughter, and it is very hard and not easy to open such a restaurant. He can't take advantage of this. Otherwise, his conscience will hurt. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Really? This dry-fried bell actually doesn't cost much." But Lao Qin insisted on giving it. He didn't want to take advantage of Huang Tao. Lao Qin pretended to be angry and said, "Boss Huang, you have to charge this money. If you charge me, I will continue to eat here in the future. If you don't charge me, forget it." This, Huang Tao hesitated for a moment, thought about it and said, "Then 20 yuan? No. It's as much as it should be. I'm already very happy that you can invite me to taste it. This money must be based on the actual selling price." In the end, Lao Qin still gave 48 yuan. Before leaving, he did not forget to confirm, "Boss Huang, this fried bell is sold at noon, right?" Huang Tao nodded, "Yes. It is sold at noon when the business opens." "That's great." Old Qin's cloudy eyes brightened unconsciously. He looked up at the clock on the wall, and the hands ticked towards 11 o'clock. "Oh my! It's almost 11 o'clock now. Doesn't it mean that I can eat another plate of fried bell soon?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. "Okay. Boss Huang, you go ahead and come back later. I'm leaving first." Huang Tao politely responded to his back, "Take care, Mr. Qin." "Okay." Old Qin leisurely waved his folding fan, hummed a little song, and walked out of the store happily, as if he had married a second wife. As soon as he walked out of the store, he found that the queue was already very long. Fortunately, he had foresight and placed the folding chair and windshield in the queue in front of him. With the neighbors watching over him, he didn't have to worry about others taking his seat. When the neighbors saw Lao Qin, who was smiling so brightly that his smile almost reached his ears, coming out of the store, they all realized that he had tasted the new dishes they longed for but couldn't get. While they were envious, their faces turned unfriendly. "You Lao Qin, aren't you afraid of smiling?" Seeing Lao Qin's face, the neighbors were angry. They were so jealous. They were secretly thinking that they would cover Lao Qin's face with notes next time they played chess. Lao Qin was almost seen through by the envious and jealous eyes of the neighbors. But he felt relieved. He was even a little secretly happy. At this time, some neighbors who were familiar with him gathered around and started to chatter. "You old boy. You finally came out. Have you tasted the fried food?" Old Lu, who was a little unhappy because he didn't get a chance to taste Mr. Huang's new dishes, thought that when Lao Qin tasted the new dishes, he would think of him as an old friend and send him some so that he could also taste it. Who would have thought that his beautiful idea would be wrong after all? I waited and waited, but my old friend didn't feed me. Decades of friendship were wasted. So when he saw Lao Qin's happy face, he got angry and his words were naturally full of dissatisfaction. Uncle Chung and Lao Qin also have a good relationship. He asked with a smile, "Lao Qin, how many plates of fried bean curd does Mr. Huang plan to prepare for lunch?" Lao Qin said with a smile, "Well, I just tried this limited edition fried bean curd. However, I don't know how many servings of fried bean curd Mr. Huang plans to prepare for lunch. I forgot to ask just now. Judging from the amount he prepared, it doesn't seem to be a lot. But people like us who are queuing in front of us will definitely be able to eat it." Uncle Li on the side asked eagerly, "Lao Qin, how does this fried bean curd taste?" "It tastes amazing. After being fried, the tofu skin is golden in color, crispy and crunchy in the mouth. And the sound of crunching is amazing. The sound is as crisp as a bell. Before I ate the meat filling, I thought the main character today would be tofu skin. But I ate a bite of the meat filling, and I realized what I was wrong. There is no extra seasoning in the extremely simple meat filling. The delicious taste is like a suction cup, stimulating my tongue, making my mouth salivate, and strongly shocking my esophagus and stomach wall, making my appetite involuntarily ignite. Combined with the peppery aroma of pepper and salt, and the sweet and salty meat filling, the taste is simply indescribable. When talking about this taste, Lao Chin began to describe the deliciousness of the dry-fried ring bell just now. Lao Chin is worthy of being the head chef of a former 5-star hotel, and his ability to describe food is quite good. At least these regular customers next to him are already drooling when thinking about Huang Tao's dry-fried ring bell. And they feel hungry. I'm so hungry. Lao Chin. Don't say it. My stomach is like rebelling. It keeps growling. Old Lu interrupted immediately, not caring about his image, and said uncomfortably while holding his stomach. That's right. My stomach disease is about to flare up. Stop talking. Uncle Chum also stopped him immediately. Old Chin smiled knowingly and stopped talking. If he continued, he would be hated. When Jiang Mingtao, who was not far away, heard what Old Chin said, he was not greedy, but felt that his words were a bit exaggerated. His hotel has this dry-fried bell, which tastes good and is also loved by the majority of diners. But in terms of how delicious it is, it's just average. Nothing amazing. So he felt that what Old Chin said was a bit exaggerated. Chapter 331. Don't be so ungrateful. It was almost 11 o'clock. Everything was ready in Zenchichi. All employees had finished their lunch in advance. After they had cleaned up, they took their positions and prepared to welcome the arrival of the lunch market. Huang Tao, as usual, posted the photo of the fried bells he had just taken on a certain blog to increase the activity of the official account. Super delicious Zenchichi restaurant. New fried bells are available at noon today, limited quantity. Hurry up if you want to buy picture.jpg. The photo shows a large plate, and all you can see are round, golden and bright fried bells, piled up in the center of the plate. On both sides of the plate, there are small plates. One looks a bit like sweet noodle sauce, and the other can be seen as pepper and salt at a glance. From the golden color, you can vaguely see the crispy skin of the 7-point tofu skin roll, and from the inside of the skin, you can vaguely see the tender meat filling. You can imagine the fragrance through the screen. In short, it's very tempting and very tempting. After Huang Tao posted on Weibo, he put away his phone, washed his hands, and started to concentrate on business. As soon as the store door opened, Chengda and his friends, who were at the front of the line, quickly put away the folding chairs and tables and other queue-killing artifacts, put them beside the store door, and then rushed into the store without delay, as if they had been hungry for 8 lifetimes. Because they were not very good at using the automatic ordering machine, they all came to the counter and ordered food with Ding Suchin. Xiao Qin, come on. Give me a crab fried cake, a fried bell, a braised meat with dried vegetables, and a fish ball soup. I got a headache from the cold wind outside just now. I need to make up for it. Give me a serving of fried croaker, a serving of chicken drumstick rice, a serving of braised meat with dried vegetables, and a bowl of nourishing fish soup. I finally have time to line up today. I haven't had enough for several days. I want to order a new dish, fried croaker, and order all the dishes I haven't eaten before. I want to eat enough at once, and I must eat until I can't stop. Uncle Chung said with a spirited look, give me a bowl of yellow croaker noodles, and 2 servings of fried croaker. I just heard Lao Chin say how delicious the fried croaker is, and I'm so greedy. I must order 2 servings of fried croaker to satisfy my craving. As soon as the words fell, a series of cold eyes shot towards Uncle Chung like knives. Uncle Chang's heart trembled. Damn. Murderous. He knew very well that these neighbors must have heard that he bought 2 servings of fried croaker at once, and they were anxious. After all, Mr. Huang's portion is not too large, and they are worried that if there are more people in the queue in front of them, they may miss the new dish of dried vegetable ringing. But he pretended to be confused and pretended that he didn't see it. I want him to spit out the extra portion. No way. Although the neighbors were unhappy, Lao Chum also ordered 2 portions based on his ability, so it was not easy to say anything. I just secretly cursed Lao Chum for being unethical. Lao Lu at the back couldn't help but hurriedly urged, hey, you guys, can you order directly? Don't talk nonsense. After ordering, find a seat quickly. There are still many people waiting to order. That's right. And Lao Chung, don't eat too ugly. Just order one to try it, so that the neighbors and other customers behind can taste it. Lao Qin rarely stood on the same line with his close friend Lao Lu, and also echoed and expressed his own thoughts. Old Chung. Good old Qin. Don't be so ungrateful. Wait. Uncle Chung, who is not a vegetarian, had a small expression of I will not offend others if others do not offend me, but I will offend others if others offend me, and retorted, Old Qin, you have already tasted it first, so don't order this dry fried ring bell again later. Leave it to other neighbors or other customers to taste it. As soon as this was said, other neighbors looked at Old Qin in an instant. Stand and wait for the answer. Old Qin, who was suddenly retorted, was speechless for a moment. This is a naked shot in the foot. It is impossible not to order it. And it is impossible not to order it in this life. Old Qin pretended to ignore it, shook his folding fan and smiled. Just now I promised Mr. Huang that I would order another serving of dry fried ring bell to taste during lunch. So I can't break my promise and break my promise to Mr. Huang. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. It's not easy. It's not easy. For a bite of food? Lao Qin was instantly in a state of acting, contributing epic acting skills. The neighbors glanced at him and watched him perform alone the whole time. After watching it, they just wanted to wash their eyes. The neighbors who had ordered the food hurried to the seating area to sit down and wait for the food. Huang Tao, who had no idea that Lao Qin was using him as a shield, started to fry the dry fried bells after receiving the order. The kitchen was busy again, after the dozen people ordered their meals and found seats. Another group of people came into the store soon. The middle-aged man with a big belly stood in front of the automatic ordering machine, looking at the price of the dry fried bells. And after a pause, he said with some entanglement, Fuck. This dry fried bell costs 48 yuan. It's a bit expensive. Huang Tao, who has sharp ears, did not say anything when he heard this. The price of 48 yuan is not expensive. A plate of it outside costs at least 35 yuan. And the normal price is 38 yuan. However, the stuffing of those fried snappers is blended in a blender. His stuffing is hand-cut, which is not comparable to those things. Moreover, in order to save trouble, those restaurants outside fry the snappers half-cooked early in the morning. And if a customer wants it, they will directly fry it in a high-temperature pot. Unlike him, he fries it first. In terms of freshness and taste, it is much better than the fried snappers in those stores. Not expensive. Lao Qin waved his folding fan and said cheerfully, Boss Huang's fried bells are freshly cut with a kitchen knife and fried. They are not comparable to those slutty ones out there. You? Try it, and you will know if this dish is worth it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a big belly said with a tangled and aggrieved face, The main reason is that my current budget for a meal is only 60 yuan. So tangled. It's almost the end of the month. And the living expenses are not enough. I have to save some money. Otherwise, I will really have to eat dirt. Brother, do you smoke? A man behind him patted the middle-aged man with a big belly on the shoulder and asked. The middle-aged man with a big belly turned around and answered, Smoking. Why are you asking this? Listen to my advice. Quit smoking. And you can save a lot of money every day. You can save more than 1,000 yuan a month. Ah? You can still do this. The middle-aged man with a big belly was stunned. And then his eyes lit up. Yes. I quit smoking. And put the money I saved into food money. So I can eat a lot of food. Right? It's a wake-up call. I understand. Brother. Thank you. The middle-aged man with a big belly was surprised and quickly threw the remaining cigarettes in his pocket into the trash can beside him. And threw the lighter into the trash can. The man smiled and said, You're welcome. Brother. I also quit smoking in order to eat more of the food made by Boss Huang. I have quit smoking for almost a month now. Look at me. My whole life is full of energy, and my weight has soared. I have gained 4 kilograms. This scene surprised the people around. This brother is awesome. He said he would quit smoking, drinking and smoking. He is really a ruthless person. Boss Huang's food is so awesome. In order to eat the food made by Boss Huang, he even quit smoking after decades of smoking. I also want to quit smoking. And I also want to save the money for buying cigarettes and buy the food in Boss Huang's store. For a while, those customers who were addicted to smoking threw the cigarettes in their pockets into the trash can. Not for anything else. Just to have more delicious food from the Jinchi restaurant. Chapter 332 VIP treatment wherever you go. In the store, the old smokers suddenly had the determination to cut off their smoking addiction in order to eat more dishes made by Huang Tao. They threw all the remaining cigarettes and lighters into the trash can beside them. The determination is so great that the world can witness it. When they thought that the remaining cigarette money could contribute to the future meal money, so that they could eat more dishes or meals in the really delicious store, their cheerful voices continued to spread throughout the store. My happiness is back. I can finally eat more dishes made by Boss Huang. This cheerful voice fell into Huang Tao's ears, making him a little surprised, and couldn't help but smile. He never expected that these old smokers would quit smoking for many years just to eat more dishes made by him. It has to be said that they are all ruthless people. He smiled and continued the work at hand. Outside the restaurant, Jiang Mingtao, who had been waiting for a long time, was getting a little annoyed. Ouch! My old legs. They are almost numb from standing. Ouch! My old waist. It is almost broken. At this moment, his horse face drooped down, and his face was full of impatience. He had never waited in line for so long in his life. Everywhere he went, he was treated as a VIP. Who would have thought that in this small restaurant, he would have to queue up, and the queue would last for several hours. If his father had not been determined to continue waiting in line here, if his father had not allowed him to call Jiang Chao to arrange a seat, why would he suffer the ravages of the cold wind here? And he was so tired. He stretched out his hand and tugged at the clothes on his father Jiang Shui's arm, and asked with a smile, Dad, are you tired? How about? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Shui. He quickly shook his hand and said, Not tired. Not tired. In the end, thinking that his son did not like the noisy and bustling queue environment, he immediately smiled and patted his hands holding his clothes and said, If you are tired, go back with Hongxia first, and I will bring you food later. Okay. It's hopeless to ask for foreign aid. As soon as he saw the expression on his father's face, Jiang Mingtao knew that he had misunderstood, and he quickly denied it. Dad, I didn't mean that. I just... Okay. I know what you want to say. If you are willing to wait with me, stay and wait. Jiang Shui didn't waste his words with him. Seeing that it was about to be his turn, it was impossible to make him give up. Jiang Mingtao said helplessly, Okay. I'll wait with you. Even if it's my turn. I don't have much appetite after being exposed to the cold wind for so long. When Jiang Shui heard this, he knew that his son was in a bad mood. He was unhappy because he had been waiting in line for so long and didn't get to eat. He smiled and said, Master Huang's cooking skills are absolutely good. The size of the pan-fried buns this morning is just right. The skin is thin and transparent, and you can vaguely see the delicious soup and tight stuffing inside. The outside is sprinkled with chopped green onions, and the fragrance of green onions lingers after being fried in oil. The skin is soft, and the bottom is fried golden, crispy, and the stuffing inside is tender and tender. The soup is full of your mouth when you take a bite. It's so delicious. When Jiang Mingtao and Chen Hongxia saw the old man's face flushed and energetic when he described it, he even swallowed his saliva inadvertently when describing the soup. They knew better than anyone how much their old man cared about his image. Dad, look at what you said. It's like eating ginseng fruit, Chen Hongxia said jokingly, and she was looking forward to the food in this store. After all, a small pan-fried bun is so delicious, let alone the others. Jiang Shui smiled and replied, This is much better than the tasteless ginseng fruit. Jiang Mingtao knew his father's temper, so he didn't say anything. He compromised helplessly and continued to wait. In the store, Chengde and his friends, who entered the store first, and the group of people who wanted to quit smoking have already received their ordered meals. Sitting in the store, they enjoyed it happily. Of course, the first dish everyone tasted was the new dish, dry-fried bell. This dry-fried bell makes a sound when you pick it up with chopsticks. Each of them dipped some of their favorite dipping sauce. It sounds like a bell when you bite it. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fresh and delicious. The seasoning is not strong. Delicious. The taste is not complicated, but it is very crispy in the mouth. Uncle Chung enjoyed it and praised, This taste is too good. Boss Huang, the fried rings you made are so delicious. Boss Huang, the fried rings you made are the best I have ever eaten in my life. It is the best in the world. Not an exaggeration at all. The middle-aged man, with a big belly, also praised it vigorously. Listening to the praises, Huang Tao kept moving his hands, looked up and smiled and thanked, Thank you. As long as you like it. Lao Lu smiled and said, Lao Chin is right. This fried ring is really good. If you have a glass of wine now, it will be a good thing. When have I ever been wrong about food? Old Chin gently waved his folding fan and said calmly, This is indeed a good side dish for wine. Don't move here. I'll go buy a bottle of wine. After that, he got up and went to the beverage cabinet to buy wine. And everyone started talking. You say, why is Mr. Huang's cooking so delicious? Andy Lee would also cook this dish at home during festivals to get a good start. But in terms of taste, it is far worse than Huang Tao's. It's like heaven and earth. Of course, she is the earth. That can only mean that Mr. Huang is not an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person cook so well? Uncle Lee smiled and expressed his own opinion. That can only mean that Mr. Huang's craftsmanship is good. Old Lu admired from the bottom of his heart. Huang Tao listened to the neighbors' chat and laughed while working. And the customers, who took away the food, left happily with the takeaway boxes. While walking, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to spread the news that the new fried bells were available at noon today. As for whether he could buy them when he came over later, it was hard to say. It was probably uncertain. At the same time, after seeing the news from the official account of Zenhashi Restaurant on Weibo, many people who were relatively close to the restaurant immediately closed their shops and stopped doing business, and drove to the old street in the west of the city. They opened the shop in a hurry, fearing that it would be gone if they were late. In the end, it was the plate of fried bells that tempted them. Huang Tao took such tempting photos that you can feel its deliciousness through the screen. It was not enough for them to take action on their own. They also shared the news with their relatives and friends. After seeing the new product content posted on Weibo, some office workers just wanted to go over after get off work and buy one. The college students in Linjiang University have always paid close attention to this Zenchiho restaurant. Any news in the restaurant will appear on the campus forum. At this moment, a post appeared on the homepage of the campus forum. A new product, fried bell, is on the market. The quantity is limited. Buy it now. Many students who stayed in the dormitory to study without classes saw this title, and they knew that Zenchiho restaurant had a new dish without clicking on it. It is better to act than to be moved. They didn't even bother to turn off the computer, and immediately took the keys and mobile phone and went out. On the way, they clicked on the post and started to read it, and were instantly tempted by the food photos posted by the host. Not to mention, the host also used various beautiful words to describe the beauty of the fried bell. They were so greedy that they ran away. As soon as they arrived, they saw the queue at the door of the store, which was very long. Damn, there are too many people. It's a pity that I saw the news too late. I wonder if we can still buy it when it's our turn. It's only 11:15 now, but it's probably still a bit uncertain. Mr. Huang's new products are not much each time. As the few people talked, many more people lined up behind them. The cold weather can't stop everyone from wanting to eat fried bells and enemies. It's cold now, but if you can eat fried bells later, your happiness will definitely double. When the students who were in class at Linjiang University thought about going to eat after class, they clicked on the campus forum and saw this hot post. There are also hundreds of floors. 56L, I am still smart. I didn't have classes in the morning, so after breakfast, I strolled in the old street. I went to line up a little after 9 o'clock. It's already time now. Let me show you how lively the store is inside and outside. Picture 1.jpg. Picture 2.jpg. 57L, upstairs. I saw you, but I came a little later than you by 5 minutes. And there were already 10 people between me and you. You don't need to look at the pictures to feel the huge queue and the crowdedness of the store. 98L, wow. It's another profitable day. This fried rangoon is particularly crispy. The crispy tofu skin and the delicious meat filling are perfectly combined. It's amazing. It's even better than the fried rangoon in the hotel outside. 99L, no. No. I'm already greedy. I'm queuing now. I hope it's still available when it's my turn. 100L, I'm so jealous. I wonder if there's still any when I rush over after class. After browsing all the way, those who bought the fried rangoon showed off and shared their feelings in the building, which made people more greedy. There were also some envy and bitter comments about not being able to queue up immediately because of get out of class. Of course, many people still took a gamble. Maybe they could still buy it. So, everyone rushed to the Zenhachi restaurant. This made traffic police Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai very busy. They not only had to maintain the order of vehicles, but also the order of queues. Alas, it's all Mr. Huang's fault. He has launched a new dish, and the street is blocked again. Chapter 333 The ringing bell of our hotel's deep-fried food? Although the Jinchi restaurant has expanded, the store area is more than doubled compared to before, and there are many more seats than before. However, there are more customers entering the store than before, making the store still crowded. The customers who stayed in the store to eat have long been accustomed to it. After eating, they did not stop for a moment, but got up to clean up the table, put the bowls and chopsticks in the bowl basket next to the automatic dishwasher, and left directly, in order to make room for the customers behind. As soon as these customers left, immediately, another group of customers came in, and this time it was Jiang Shuyi's family, and some people in line behind them. Now, the small store was packed again. Jiang Shuyi walked into the store familiarly and called out, "Mingtao." "Hey." Jiang Mingtao agreed and asked, "Dad, what's up?" "Go to the automatic ordering machine over there and order Hongxia, and I will find a seat first." Jiang Shuyi pointed to the queue at the automatic ordering machine beside the store entrance and said, "Remember, if there is a fried food ring, you must order one. For the others, you can take care of it." After that, Jiang Shuyi walked to a table by the window with his crutches and sat down, looking at the queue of people at the ordering machine. Jiang Mingtao felt that he was either in the queue or on the way to the queue today. Suddenly I felt that the queues I had queued in the past few decades were not as long as the ones I queued this morning. Ah! If those business friends knew that he queued for more than 2 hours in front of a small restaurant today before he could have a meal, they would probably laugh their heads off. But he dared not disobey the old man. "Yes. Let's line up." The assistant beside him was very perceptive and quickly recommended himself, "Mr. Jiang, I'll go and order." "Okay." Jiang Mingtao nodded. He was still very confident in his assistant's ability to do things. After giving instructions, he asked the assistant to line up and order food. Turning around, he saw his wife Chen Hongxia still beside him, looking towards the kitchen room. And he understood it all at once. He was looking at his son. When his son looked up at the two of them, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. And then he smiled at them, but said nothing, and continued to help a chef of the same age as him. Jiang Mingtao guessed at once that this young chef must be the owner of this restaurant. He is also his son's boss. He pulled Chen Hongxia's arm and said, "Xiao Chao is busy now. Let's eat first. When he is not busy, he will come to us naturally." Chen Hongxia looked at her son's busy figure and felt a little distressed. But she did not go up to disturb her son. She followed her husband to the table where Jiang Shuyi was and sat down. "Huh? Are the two serving dishes over there Qingzhan and Chiyu?" Chen Hongxia looked at the two energetic young men who shuttled between the tables and felt that they looked familiar. She couldn't help but identify them carefully. Jiang Mingtao echoed, "I think they look like them too. It's Qingzhan and Chiyu." Jiang Shuyi gave a definite answer at once. Chen Hongxia couldn't help but sigh. The changes of these two children are really big. It's really big. It can be described as a complete transformation. Jiang Mingtao's serious face showed a trace of disbelief. If the old man hadn't pointed it out, he really couldn't believe that the two people in front of him were the two idol Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu. He was very curious. What made them change so much? Looking at Huang Tao busy in the kitchen, he found the reason at once. Just thinking about it, the meals they ordered were brought up by Li Qingzhan. "Grandpa Jiang, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Hongxia, this is the meal you ordered. It has been served to you. Please enjoy it," Li Qingzhan said with great affinity, while putting the plates on the tray one by one on the table. Jiang Shuyi smiled kindly and said, "Okay, let's put it here, and we'll sort it out ourselves." Chen Hongxia asked with concern, "Qingzhan, are you used to working here?" Li Qingzhan smiled and nodded repeatedly, and responded politely, "I'm used to it. I'm fine here. The boss and colleagues are also very caring towards me in Jiangchao. Don't worry, Aunt Hongxia." "That's good." Chen Hongxia saw his heartfelt smile, and thought it must be really good to work here. After all, this was the first time she saw him smiling so happily while working. She felt relieved. After Li Qingzhan went to work, they reached out for chopsticks and prepared to taste the dishes on the table. Jiang Shuyi smiled and greeted, "Mingtao, Hongxia, we are lucky today. We found some new delicious food and bought them. Come on, try it." Chen Hongxia picked up a piece of fried dough sticks for them and said, Dad, this is the first time I see you smile so happily for a bite of food. Jiang Shui smiled and said, Hongxia, after you taste this table of delicacies, you will know that eating what Boss Huang makes is simply a kind of happiness. Chen Hongxia was a little bit unconvinced. Isn't eating to fill the 5 internal organs? Can it make people happy? Jiang Mingtao has heard of it, but he has never experienced it personally, so he doesn't believe it. The two thought to themselves, and picked up a piece of dry fried rattle without showing it on their faces. The smell of burnt aroma rushed into the tip of the nose, making people feel fragrant, and saliva automatically secreted. The two looked at the bright yellow dry fried rattle, and thought it looked very good. They dipped it in sweet noodle sauce, and took a bite. It seems, it's really delicious. The timing of the rattle is extremely perfect. It's crispy in the mouth. And the sweet noodle sauce is also very delicious. The meat filling inside is also tender and delicious. His family runs a hotel, and it is also one of the best hotels in Jiang City. Of course, there is also this deep-fried crispy rice cake. As for the taste, to be honest, it is still not as good as the one made by Mr. Huang, and he is often invited by business partners to eat in other famous hotels and restaurants. But it is indeed the first time for him to eat such delicious deep-fried crispy rice cake. This cooking skill, amazing. Jiang Mingtao picked up another piece of deep-fried crispy rice cake and ate it. It tastes good, really delicious. At this moment, he felt happy in his heart. Chen Hongxia is no exception. She unconsciously showed a little expression of joy and intoxication on her face, seeing her husband picking up the deep-fried crispy rice cake with chopsticks one by one. She and Jiang Shui were a little anxious. She hurriedly said, "Don't grab it, Mingtao. It's a rare opportunity to come here to eat. You almost finished half of it by yourself." Jiang Shui was also a little dissatisfied and said, "That's right. Weren't you very dismissive of the dishes in the store, just now outside the store?" Hearing the old man's unhappy voice, Jiang Mingtao slowed down his movements a little and responded calmly, "Dad, Hongxia, it's just a fried crispy dish. When I go back, I will ask the head chef of our hotel to arrange it for you." Jiang Shui said mercilessly, "Can the fried crispy dish made in our hotel compare with this restaurant?" Jiang Mingtao, "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" Thinking that it would be difficult to eat it again after returning, he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up another piece of fried crispy dish. Chen Hongxia saw it and became even more anxious. She hurriedly stretched out her chopsticks to pick it up and also rushed to eat it. Jiang Shui didn't say much at this time. Besides, how come the bells are going to be gone? This family runs a 5-star hotel after all. They have tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. They have eaten all kinds of famous dishes. At this moment, they are almost fighting over a plate of fried bells. Chapter 334 Annual Salary of 20 million. Jiang Mingtao has always been a very self-disciplined person. Well, there is no way. Who made him suffer from a rich disease? The doctor told him to control his diet, not to eat too greasy food, eat less meat, eat less sugar, and avoid high-calorie foods. He also had to stop smoking and drinking, and avoid emotional excitement. For this, he also made up his mind to quit smoking and drinking. After all, if you want to live a beautiful life, you must first control your mouth. And if you want to avoid suffering, you must change bad habits. So, every time at a banquet, when someone poured wine and passed cigarettes, he would refuse with the sentence "Brother has not smoked or drunk for many years," and toasted with tea instead of wine. With his worth and status, others naturally couldn't say much. And the nutritionist also planned a nutritional meal recipe for him for 3 meals a day. They are all light and dietary adjustment. He has been sticking to these habits for many years. Greasy and high-calorie foods have not been eaten for a long time. However, after tasting the deliciousness of the deep-fried bell dish, he could no longer control his appetite, and could not stop. He took one with a chopstick, and then put all of them into his mouth, feeling the pleasant crisp sound, and then the rich meat taste. Ah! Happy! As for what the doctor and nutritionist said, he had already thrown it out of his mind. What a loss! What a loss! It's really a loss. Eating should be such an enjoyable thing. I didn't expect that I would live for 50 years, and I didn't eat right once. It's really a waste to come to this world. It's a waste that he still owns a hotel. He has never had such a pleasant feeling when eating in his own hotel. He suddenly felt that he had driven a lonely car. Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shui also nodded in agreement. But their hands did not stop moving. After a while, the golden and bright fried bells that were originally piled up on a plate were completely empty. It was so clean that their faces could be reflected. Not to mention the fragments. There was not even any oil on it. It was as if this plate had never been used. TSK, 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 TSK. There are only a handful of people in China who can fry this food without breaking or getting oily. But there is really no one who can do it so cleanly. Jiang Mingtao was still unsatisfied after eating. And when he looked at Huang Tao again, he couldn't help but admire him. Obviously he looks very young. But the fried bells he made are so delicious. And he can also do it so neatly. This strength should not be underestimated. Of course, this strength is beyond the reach of others. No wonder his son wanted to worship Huang Tao as his master. But when he failed, he still wanted to stay in the store to work. Based on this strength, it is worth his son to work for him. In fact, when he first heard his son say that he wanted to stay in this store to work, he specially sent someone to investigate Huang Tao's store. The amount of information in the information is quite large, and almost all of it is positive. But he thinks it's okay. After all, most rumors are exaggerated, and many things are only 5 points. But exaggerating to 10 points is really a very restrained result. Although he knew that Huang Tao had some strength through the information, it was not until this moment that he clearly understood that the evaluations in the information on Huang Tao's craftsmanship were still too restrained. Jiang Shi picked up a chopstick of honey fire square and said with a smile, "You try this honey fire square. The taste is also unique." Chen Hongxia, who always pays attention to her figure, wanted to refuse. She ate too much just now, and the calories were about to exceed the limit. However, looking at the shiny red honey juice fire square, she swallowed unconsciously and stretched out her chopsticks to pick up a chopstick. "Anyway, since we are here, let's eat first. At worst, we can work hard to lift weights after returning. If we don't eat enough, how can we have the energy to lose weight?" She and Jiang Mingtao tasted the honey juice fire square at the same time. As soon as the honey juice fire square entered their mouths, their eyes widened again unconsciously. The salty, fresh, sweet and fragrant taste is perfectly balanced. And the salty and sweet taste is excellent. It has the mellow fragrance of ham and the sweetness of rock sugar. The lean meat is crispy, and the fat meat is glutinous. Well, delicious. Another bite. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law like this, Jiang Shi also quickly picked up another chopstick. Jiang Mingtao couldn't help but praise, "Hey, how come everything Mr. Huang cooks is so delicious?" Chen Hongxia nodded in agreement. "It's really delicious. Even the lotus seeds and candied dates that have been stewed until soft have a hidden sweetness. To be honest, she hasn't tasted such delicious honey-glazed hot pot in her own hotel. Oh no! Even other well-known hotels and restaurants have never tasted such a taste. No, she has to satisfy her appetite. Otherwise it will be a big loss." She reached for the chopsticks again. As for the excessive calories, she had forgotten about it. Comfortable. Happy. A serving of honey-glazed hot pot is not a lot. And the three of them finished it quickly. Chen Hongxia put down her chopsticks, already feeling a little full. Usually at home, she only eats until she is 70% full. At this moment, she felt that her stomach was already sending out signals of fullness. Almost full. "Come, try the braised prawns." Jiang Shi put the braised prawns on the side in the middle of the table, motioning for the couple to eat. Due to her father-in-law's kindness, and because she also liked to eat prawns, Chen Hongxia tried one. And then she couldn't stop herself and picked up several prawns with one chopstick and put them in her bowl. Jiang Mingtao was anxious. "Hongxia, don't you want to maintain your figure? Why do you pick up several at once? Come on. Come on. I'll help you eat too." As he said that, he stretched out his chopsticks to the braised prawns in Chen Hongxia's bowl. Chen Hongxia quickly moved the bowl away and said with a smile, "Mingtao, the doctor told you not to eat too greasy food. This braised prawn is not good for you. I will eat it myself." The couple, who own many hotels and are involved in other industries, are worth tens of billions. But they are actually snatching food from this small store. If this scene is seen by the big bosses they are familiar with, they will definitely be shocked. Soon, the braised prawns were also eaten by them. Jiang Mingtao felt a little taste, scooped a spoonful of soup with fish balls, and ate it. What kind of fish balls are these? Take the first bite. It is very smooth and chewy. Elastic and chewy. The fish meat is sweet, and there is no fishy smell. This taste is quite amazing. He looked up at the direction of the kitchen and said in confusion, such a delicious and chewy fish ball soup is only sold for 20 yuan a bowl. I really don't know what Mr. Huang is thinking. Even if this bowl of fish ball soup is sold for 300 yuan, there will be a lot of people buying it. However, Huang Tao only sells it for 20 yuan a bowl. Jiang Shuyi said with great appreciation, the food in this store is so delicious every day, and there are so many people queuing that many people can't buy it. Even in such a situation of supply and demand, Boss Huang didn't raise the price by a penny. This surprised Jiang Mingtao, who is in the same industry. If the supply and demand relationship is not equal, the price of the dishes in their hotel will definitely increase. Why not make more money? But Boss Huang didn't raise the price. This is too honest. As he thought, he picked up a piece of braised pig's trotter and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes widened again. That's right. He was amazed by the taste of the braised pig's trotter again, and it instantly pulled him back from his distraction. Delicious. This braised pig's trotter is really amazing. Then, he kept eating. After all the food on the table was eaten, Jiang Mingtao slumped in the chair and couldn't sit up straight at all. Before he knew it, he had eaten too much. He had no idea how all these things got into his stomach. Jiang Shuyi couldn't help but burp, Mingtao. How is it? Is everything delicious? It's really delicious. Jiang Mingtao rubbed his stomach, thought for a while and asked, Hongxia, Dad, do you think we can invite Mr. Huang to be the head chef of our hotel? Annual salary of 10 million. No. Annual salary of 20 million. Or let Huang Tao raise the price himself. As long as it's not outrageous, he can accept it. If there is such a head chef in the hotel, the business will definitely increase several times. The key is that the guests can also enjoy the meal. Jiang Mingtao was very tempted. Chen Hongxiao was also tempted. If Boss Huang can come to work in their hotel, she will have a good meal when she returns to Jiang City. And her son can also go home. Jiang Shuyi asked back, do you think Boss Huang can earn the annual salary you offer if he wants to make money? Jiang Mingtao and Chen Hongxiao were silent. Indeed, with Huang Tao's skills, it would be too easy to make a lot of money. But he was still a little unwilling to give up. Besides, people who can make big business are thick-skinned and not afraid of being rejected. Jiang Mingtao smiled and said, you have to try it to know if it works. Maybe Boss Huang is willing to come to our Jiang City to be the head chef. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Mingtao suddenly felt cold all over. Looking sideways, the guests dining nearby were staring at him, with the stainless steel spoons in their hands, shining coldly. You can't hide the look of someone who wants to stab you. Jiang Mingtao's neck couldn't help but shrink. Jiang Shuyi reminded his son clearly, if you are not afraid of being beaten by these customers, go and tell Mr. Huang. Jiang Mingtao, this is not his territory. Even if he has money, he can't mess around. Besides, these customers look ordinary on the surface, but you really don't know what their identities are. Maybe there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Besides, even if he proposed to Huang Tao, the other party would probably refuse. Thinking of this, he decided that it was better to have less trouble than more. So this matter was shelved for the time being. He quickly said, ha ha ha. I'm kidding. Isn't it funny? Everyone. Chapter 335 The first postponement of the meeting. Jiang Shuyi smiled at the dining guests. Everyone. My brat just can't control his mouth. Don't pay attention to him. Jiang Mingtao, who was called a brat by his father. Dad, can you stop burying me? After all, I am also a well-known person. He was so helpless. But there was nothing he could do. After all, it was reasonable for his father to call him a brat. What else could he do? He could only smile awkwardly but politely, and nodded to the guests in the store. Let's go. Jiang Shuyi stood up and immediately pointed to the dishes on the table, and said to Jiang Mingtao and his wife, Mingtao, Hongxia, you two clean up the table, and then take all these dishes to the basket next to the automatic dishwasher over there. When these words came out, Jiang Mingtao and Chen Hongxiao were both stunned. Obviously, the old man's words were beyond their cognition. This was the first time they heard that customers had to clean up their own tables after eating. But they saw that other customers, who had finished their meals, cleaned up the tables, and put the dishes and chopsticks into the basket next to the automatic dishwasher. Well, is this the unwritten rule of the store? Yes. Since the food was delicious, they just followed the customs. To be honest, They liked this atmosphere. They could feel the human touch and the atmosphere of fireworks here. They were also envious. They envied Huang Tao for being taken care of by these guests, who told them that they had been running a hotel for decades. But they had never been treated like this by customers. Hey, why do I suddenly feel that a 5-star hotel is not as good as a small restaurant? Then, the couple divided the work. Chen Hongxiao was responsible for wiping the table. Jiang Mingtao was responsible for stacking the dishes and chopsticks together and sending them to the basket next to the automatic dishwasher not far away. However, when he thought that he, a dignified chairman, had to clean up the dishes and chopsticks after eating in a restaurant, he couldn't help laughing. If this scene was seen by his employees and his old friends in the business world, they would definitely be shocked. Maybe they would even laugh at him. But when he thought of the delicious food just now, he felt that it was right to help do something. If they help, Boss Huang and his employees will have more time to cook more dishes. But when he thought that it would be difficult to eat such delicious food after returning to Jiang City, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. At this moment, he envied his son again. I envy him for being able to eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang for 3 meals a day. Originally, he felt that his son was suffering here. Not only did he work every day, but he also thought that the food in the store was the best. He and Hongxiao felt sorry for him and planned to take their son out to a high-end restaurant for a good meal. Unexpectedly, after the meal, they realized that they should feel sorry for themselves. They have never eaten such delicious food in their lives. But his son eats it every day and doesn't have to queue. I envy him so much. If it weren't for such a big company to manage, he would have wanted to stay here for a long time like his old man. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Who made him born to be a hard worker? After finishing, the three of them walked out of the store and headed for the parking space. The assistant, who had just bought 2 3-in-1 braised rice and 2 nourishing fish soups, went to the roadside trash can not far away to throw away the garbage after eating with the driver. Seeing his chairman and his family of 3 coming over, he quickly opened the door of the back seat and watched them get in the car before he returned to his co-pilot seat. Then he turned his head to look at Jiang Mingtao in the back seat and asked with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, are you going back to Jiang City? You have a meeting in the afternoon." Jiang Mingtao shook his head without hesitation and said, "Please arrange the meeting this afternoon to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will have dinner in Wenling City in the evening before going back." The assistant was a little surprised. Jiang Shui, Chen Hongxiao, and the driver all had the same expression. After all, this was the first time Jiang Mingtao postponed a meeting. And the reason for postponing the meeting? Is it for such a small restaurant on the old street? It is most likely. The assistant, who had guessed it in his heart, did not ask more questions, but nodded and said, "Mr. Jiang, I understand. I will arrange it now." After that, he took out his mobile phone, edited the text calmly on the surface, and notified the company's senior management group about the postponement of the meeting. But he couldn't help but secretly happy in his heart. It's great to have a meal at Zenhachi restaurant again in the evening. Yes, he has been captured by the delicious food in Zenhachi restaurant without knowing it. If possible, he really hopes that the chairman can postpone this meeting indefinitely, so that he can stay here and eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang. Of course, he also clearly knew that this was impossible. Should he quit his job? Then come to the old street in the west of Wenling City to find a job. And then, buy a commercial house nearby. He has saved more than 1.8 million yuan in the past 6 years, which is more than enough for a down payment. With his working ability, it should not be difficult to find a job. He is not the only one who has this idea. Even the driver has this idea. It's just that he didn't save much money, not enough for the down payment, so he could only rent a house nearby. Jiang Mingtao didn't know at all that his right-hand assistant and driver had the idea of resigning in order to eat the meals made by Boss Huang every day. He didn't even know that his wife had the idea of staying here. Chen Hongxiao held his hand and smiled at him gently. "Mingtao, look, our dad and Xiao Chao are both staying here. No one is taking care of them. I'm really worried. How about I stay here to take care of their daily life? When Xiao Chao is on vacation, I'll go back with them." Jiang Mingtao, taking care of my son and dad is fake. Wanting to stay and eat the food made by Boss Huang is your real intention, right? He knows his wife very well, and he saw through her little thoughts at once. But he didn't say it, just smiled and said, "If you are worried, we can hire a nanny to take care of our dad and Xiaotao's daily life. I don't worry about others taking care of them. Besides, how could others take care of them as carefully and thoughtfully as my own family? Chen Hongxiao looked at Jiang Shui, smiled and blinked. Dad, don't you think so? This is a signal for help. Well, I'm still healthy now, so I don't need to be taken care of. Jiang Shui wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that if he didn't say a few words to help, his daughter-in-law might be unhappy and ask her son to take him back home, which would be a disaster for him. So, after thinking about it, he nodded. If Hongxiao is really worried about Xiao Xiao and me being here, let her stay and take care of us. Okay. Since the old man had spoken, Jiang Mingtao couldn't say much, so he nodded and agreed. Alas, a meal took his wife's soul away, and she didn't even want to go home. Alas, it's all because the food made by Boss Huang is so delicious that even his wife was captured by Boss Huang's cooking skills. For some reason, he always felt that the dishes made by Huang Tao had a special taste, as if they were endowed with souls, making people want to eat them again. It's really addictive, and it's really delicious in the restaurant. When Jiang Chao had some free time, he looked through the glass partition and found that his parents and grandfather had left without knowing when. Well, my parents have tasted the food made by the boss, so they should have a clear understanding of the boss's cooking skills and should be relieved. Jiang Chao was staring at the glass partition in a daze. Lin Zifeng saw it and waved his hand in front of Jiang Chao's eyes. Jiang Chao, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and chop the braised pig's trotters. Someone ordered braised pig's trotter rice. Oh, okay. Prepare it right away. Jiang Chao came back to his senses and immediately devoted himself to chopping the braised pig's trotters. Chapter 336. This thoughtfulness made him feel comfortable. It's really delicious. The customers in the queue in front all chose a portion of fried rice cakes without hesitation to try it. These 100 portions of fried rice cakes sound like a lot, but they were sold out in less than half an hour. Not enough to sell. When the last portion of fried rice cakes was ordered, the customers waiting to order food changed their expressions from expectation to despair when they learned that there was no fried rice cakes for lunch. The people waiting in the back didn't know what was going on. The people in front turned their heads and told him, I have a good news for you. Mr. Huang's fried rice cakes have been ordered. A few seconds later, the miserable wailing sound once again spread from the head of the team to the end of the team. These wailing sounds fell on the ears of the two traffic policemen Wang Zhoubin and Sun Lihai, who all had an expression of not surprised, accustomed to it, and their hearts were not fluctuating at all, and even a little balanced. The reason they thought so was that after they finished their shift, they would definitely not be able to count on the fried bells. They would be satisfied if they could get a meal in the store to fill their stomachs. Of course, they still felt disappointed deep in their hearts. And now, with so many customers who queued up but couldn't buy fried bells to accompany them, their slightly unbalanced mood was balanced all of a sudden. Sun Linhai picked his ears and flicked them, trying to flick away the wailing. He murmured as he picked his ears, Why do I feel that the wailing in front of Mr. Huang's store is even more sad than the one at noon yesterday? Maybe it's because there are more people queuing today than yesterday. Wang Zhoubin looked at the queue in front of the Jinchi restaurant from a distance, which was like a winding mountain road, and smiled helplessly. Well, it is indeed a lot more than yesterday. Sun Linhai also stretched his neck to take a closer look, nodded in agreement, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ah! Only Boss Huang can make customers wail like this. Ah! Only Boss Huang can attract so many customers to line up and block this street again. Therefore, the performance of their traffic police brigade has improved by leaps and bounds. Even with the power of one store, it has driven all the nearby stores. All the business is booming and full of people. He was right. As Huang Tao's restaurant becomes more and more popular, more and more customers come here. Some diners, who can't wait, will choose other stores to solve their own stomachs. So, the business of other restaurants on this street is also very hot. The one who benefited the most was the noodle shop closest to the Jinhaochi restaurant. When it was time for lunch, the restaurant was full, and there was a constant stream of diners. They all knew that they were benefiting from Huang Tao. When they were not busy, they would take the initiative to go to Huang Tao to chat, and occasionally give him some fruits. In the restaurant, as soon as Huang Tao sold out the fried bells, he put down his work, picked up his phone, and opened a certain blog. He told Lin Zifeng to take his phone and comment under the newly posted Weibo. All 100 fried bells at noon have been sold out. Thank you for your support. New and old customers. Refills. At this time, netizens were very active, especially for customers who failed to buy. They posted a lot of comments in less than a minute. Shanya doesn't know what's in his heart. Woohoo! I want to support it too. But Boss Huang, you don't give me any chance at all. It was my turn to order. But before it was my turn, I heard that the fried bells were sold out. All my expectations, and all the good things at that time turned into despair. Shishwili and Yinyong Ranchan, ha ha ha. I am lucky to be one of the 100. This fried bell is really super delicious. It's very crispy when you take a bite. Just like a bell. I look forward to the next time. Shake hands. Tender legs around waist. Help. I was supposed to order next. But there was no fried rang ling, so I could only buy a nourishing fish soup and a 3-in-1 braised rice. Well, it's not bad. But I just can't explain why I feel uncomfortable. It's not good. Crybaby. Little willful. Hey. Have pity on those of us who haven't even seen the shadow of fried rang ling. Now I can only try to refresh Weibo real time. Want to see the lucky ones who bought fried rang ling to share 1 or 2 pictures. And then look at the pictures to satisfy my craving. Thanga Wimishi, the above. This prosperous world is as you wish. Picture 1.jpg. Picture 2.jpg. Lin Zifeng couldn't help but click on the picture. Clicking it, it turned out to be a fried rang ling with good color and fragrance. And the angle taken by the photographer was also very good. It should be a food filter that made the color of the fried rang ling bigger and more tempting. Under the comments, a lot of people instantly shouted and cried. Some even accused the poster of being too much in a joking tone. Some replied that they wanted to eat fried bell peppers. Lin Zifeng picked out a few comments on Weibo and read them to Huang Tao. Hearing this, Huang Tao thought for a moment and asked Lin Zifeng to reply to the comment he had just posted. There will be 150 more servings of fried bells in the evening, which will be officially on sale after 5 o'clock. Remember to come if you want them. He is a blogger. And the comments he replies to will be pinned to the top so that fans can see them. As for increasing the amount of fried bells in the evening, one is because the fried bells sold quickly at noon and received a good response. And the other is because the fried bells are not complicated to make. And they can also be fried in a pan. Such an arrangement was actually beyond the plan. So he had to ask Lin Zifeng to send a WeChat message to Lao Wang at the pork stall and the vendor selling tofu skin, asking them to send more ingredients. After getting a confirmed reply, Lin Zifeng put away his phone, returned it to Huang Tao, and then continued his work. On the other side, as soon as Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai finished their shift, they came to line up without delay. Fortunately, they were blessed by the god of luck and were lucky enough to buy 2 servings of braised chicken drumstick rice. And then they enjoyed it happily. As soon as the rice entered their mouths, they both felt that their bodies, which were originally shivering in the cold wind, also warmed up. They ate heartily. Not long after, the lunch market was over. Huang Tao washed his hands, removed the chefs, walked out of the kitchen, and prepared to sit on the dining chair for a while and take a break. The last batch of customers who had finished their meals saw him come out and greeted him with a smile. Boss Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing. Not only is it delicious, the key is that you cook it every day so delicious. I can't eat enough even if I eat it for a lifetime. Just now I was lucky enough to taste a piece of dry fried ring bell from the neighbor in front of me. I have to say, this dry fried ring bell is really delicious. I'm so jealous. I came late today and didn't see the fried bells at all. But judging from the pictures posted on Weibo, they must be delicious. See Mr. Huang later. I'll go back to the bathroom and come back. I don't believe I won't be able to eat fried bells tonight. Huang Tao smiled and chatted with them for a few words. After they all left, he sat down on the dining chair. At this time, Jiang Wei lifted the wind curtain and poked his head. Mr. Huang, are you done? Brother Jiang, you're here. Huang Tao saw that the visitor was his good neighbor. He smiled knowingly, then pointed to the counter and said, the food you want is on the counter. Take it yourself. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Jiang Wei was particularly fortunate to have met Huang Tao before his shop opened. The relationship between the two has always been very good. This is why Mr. Huang has the honor of leaving food and dishes for him every day. Looking at the entire old street in the west of the city, how many people can have this treatment? Jiang Wei took the takeaway box and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, I heard that you made a new product. Fried bells? At noon? He went out to deliver goods in the morning. And when he came back at noon, he heard this great news. But it was too late. There were too many people queuing in front of the store. He didn't contact Huang Tao on WeChat to ask him to help save a new product. Fried bells? He saw how popular the small store was. Therefore, he didn't want to bother Huang Tao when he was busy, so as not to affect Huang Tao's work. Besides, asking Huang Tao to save 2 servings of 3-in-1 braised rice in the morning was already a big favor. No more excessive demands can be made. Thinking that he lives next door, it is much more convenient than others. And he will buy it in the evening. If he still can't eat it, he can only say that he is too lazy. Yes. Huang Tao nodded and said, I put a few pieces of fried crispy bells in the takeaway box for you. When you go back, try them with your sister-in-law. Jiang Gui felt very warm when he heard that he also had a share. This kind of thought made him feel comfortable. It was like the feeling of mutual care between neighbors in the past. It was really good. Really good. Of course, Huang Tao's affairs in the future would be his. Jiang Gui's affairs. Chapter 337 New Products? Daddy, I miss you so much. At the entrance of Jin Taiyang Kindergarten, Xian jumped into Huang Tao's arms. Hey, be careful. Run slowly. Huang Tao caught her and held her up, with a smile on his face, looking at the delicate and warm little cotton jacket in his arms. He couldn't help asking, Xian, how much do you miss me? I miss you so much. Xian answered without hesitation, and a warm current instantly flowed through Huang Tao's heart, flowing through his hot blood to his whole body. The smile on his face became even stronger. What do you think? Xian blinked, thought for a few seconds, and replied, when I followed Teacher Yi to the playground to do exercises in the morning. I missed you. When I went back to the classroom to listen to Teacher Yi telling stories, I also missed you. When I had snacks with the children in the morning, I also missed you. When I had lunch at noon, I missed you even more. I also missed the dishes you cooked. At this point, she might feel embarrassed. She giggled and buried her face in her father's shoulder, revealing only her 2 lively eyes. Yo! My little greedy cat is actually shy. Huang Tao couldn't help laughing, reached out and gently touched the back of his little cotton-padded jacket's head, and asked, Xian wants to eat the food made by Dad. Right? Yeah. Xian nodded, then shook her head quickly, looking at him with a pair of bright black eyes, and said seriously with a white and tender face, actually, I miss you more. From the moment I entered the kindergarten gate, I started to miss you. Really? Well, Dad knows. And Dad is thinking about you all the time. Huang Tao looked at her serious explanation, and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her hard on the cheek. The little girl laughed continuously like a silver bell, attracted many parents and children to cast curious eyes. Seeing that it was Huang Tao and his daughter, they all smiled and greeted Huang Tao. Boss Huang, come to pick up Xian. Boss Huang, I heard that the store launched a new product at noon. Yeah, that's right. Huang Tao nodded and smiled. The store launched a dry fried ring at noon. You can come to the store to try it when you have time. As soon as this was said, there was a response. Okay. I'll take my kids over to try it later. I saw your message on the official Weibo account at noon, and I rushed over immediately to buy one to try it out. Unfortunately, I was too late and couldn't buy it. I wanted to go there at the time, but there were customers in the store, so I had to give up. I thought about going there early in the evening to queue up to buy it. Okay. I'll pick up the kids and go there, so I won't miss it if I go too late. Boss Huang, will there be more fried bells tonight? Huang Tao smiled and said, there are indeed 50 more in the evening, but you still have to come early, otherwise they will be sold out. Xian, goodbye to Uncle, Aunt and children. Goodbye, Uncle, Aunt and children. Xian waved at them with curved eyebrows. Then she was carried into the car by her father. On the way, Xian, who was sitting in the back seat, looked up and said, Dad, we had mushroom soup and stir-fried pork with green peppers for lunch. They were so nasty. Cece secretly looked at me. She didn't like it either. Other kids didn't like it either. Even Teacher Yi didn't like it either. They all wanted to eat the food you cooked. Huang Tao asked worriedly. Xian, didn't you have enough food at noon? Dad, I'm full. Although I don't like these dishes, I still ate them up obediently. There was no waste. Xian always remembered what her father said, that she couldn't waste food or be picky about food, and she followed her father's words. Huang Tao felt relieved after hearing this. If his daughter was hungry in the kindergarten because of this, he would be very distressed. If it weren't for the school's regulations, he really wanted to send someone to deliver food to the kindergarten for Xian every day at noon, or take Xian home for lunch every day. Now Xian is not picky about food and is willing to finish the food in the kindergarten. He is still very relieved. He praised, Xian is so good and awesome. Yeah. Teacher Yi said the same thing to me. And she even gave me a little red flower as a reward. Xian had a proud expression on her face. And after that, she picked up the small thermos next to her and gulped down the water. Huang Tao asked with concern, Xian, didn't you drink water at school today? Why are you so thirsty? Dad, I drink water at school. Xian took several big gulps before putting down the kettle, answering her father's question and explaining the reason. Dad, Teacher Yi took us to Tian Paradise to plant vegetables in the afternoon. And our class planted carrots. My friends and I moved the tools over there. And we also turned the soil together, watered and planted seeds. Then I didn't drink any water. And now I feel a little thirsty. Listening to his daughter talking about school, he smiled and praised again. Wow. My Xian can actually grow carrots? That's great. She happily accepted her father's praise and felt great. Dad, Teacher Yi said that when the carrots grow up, they will be distributed to the children to take home. Huang Tao smiled. Okay. Then Dad will make you fried carrots with meat. Yeah. Dad's fried carrots with meat must be delicious. When she thought of delicious food, she unconsciously stretched out her tongue and licked her mouth. What a little greedy cat. When Huang Tao saw his daughter's little action through the mirror, he couldn't help laughing. Then you have a good rest. And when we get to the store, Dad will make you fried rattles. Yeah. Yeah. Although he didn't know what fried rattles were, it didn't stop Xian from being happy. Anyway, as long as it is made by Dad, it must be delicious. She said sweetly, Dad, you are the best. Even if you have a sweet mouth. Huang Tao felt sweet in his heart and said with a smile, Be good and sit down first. We will be there in a while. Yeah. Xian did it obediently. Along the way, the father and daughter talked and laughed. After a while, they arrived at the door of the store. Huang Tao parked the car, picked up Xian from the car, and went to the store. Seeing the neighbors playing cards and chess at the door of the store, and the college students who had no classes, she greeted them sweetly, Grandpa, Grandma, brothers and sisters. Hearing this, the neighbors and college students looked at her with a smile on their faces. Hey, little cutie Xian is back. Xian, is school fun? What did you learn? Xian, Grandma has some candy here. Do you want some? Thank you, Grandma Li. Xian thanked politely and waved her hand, saying, But candy will decay my teeth. Xian doesn't want it. So good and sensible. The neighbors couldn't help but praise her. They were not like their grandchildren, who would stuff candy into their mouths with their eyes shining as soon as they saw it. And no matter how they persuaded them, they would not stop. Unlike Xian, she would not want any candy even if it was handed to her. She was very sensible and knew that candy would decay teeth and should not be eaten. If their grandchildren were half as sensible as Xian, they would be secretly happy. Xian followed Huang Tao into the store, greeted Mimi, and then sat down at her own small dining table obediently, so that she would not affect the guests' meals later. Huang Tao, as usual, gave Xian a few instructions, then went into the kitchen to prepare some food for her. After a while, he fried some fried snappers, and also made a bowl of yellow croaker noodles for Xian, and brought it to his daughter's table. It smells so good. The little girl was instantly attracted by the smell of the fried snappers, and reached out to grab it. You can't grab it with your hands. Use chopsticks. Huang Tao quickly grabbed her little paw back and handed her a pair of children's chopsticks. Xian, who was stopped by her father, pouted her little mouth, picked up the chopsticks with a little displeasure, picked up a piece of fried snappers, and took a bite. Crack. The little girl's beautiful eyes widened, and she chewed curiously. So crispy. Delicious. Another one. She ate several pieces in a row. Meow. At some point, Mimi came over, tilted her head, and called out to her, as if to say, Little Masterine, let me have a few too. Xian picked up a piece of fried rattle and wanted to throw it to Mimi. But when she thought of what her father said, Mimi needs to lose weight. So she shouldn't feed Mimi casually. She said helplessly, Mimi? I promised Daddy that I won't feed you casually. Mimi. Mimi hesitated for a moment, turned back with difficulty, and did a backflip. Xian was a little surprised. But the next second, she quickly put the fried rattle in her hand into her mouth. Mimi. Little Master Ian? Why are you so smart? Chapter 338. There will be food soon. The windshield at the door of the store was lifted, and a cold wind rushed in, trying to take away the warmth in the house. But it was quickly swallowed up by the heat in the house. Sorry. We are not open yet. Ding Suchin, who felt the noise and a cold air, immediately looked towards the door of the store and apologized with a polite smile. She found that the other party was a familiar face. She did not ask the other party to wait in line outside the door. She smiled and greeted the other party. Zhihao. You are here. Hey. Sister Suchin. Gu Zhihao walked in with his girlfriend Zhang Linya. After greeting Ding Suchin, he walked to the kitchen, tapped the kitchen glass baffle and shouted to Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, Brother Tao. I am here. Since you are here, please sit down. Hearing this, Huang Tao raised his head and looked at Gu Zhihao, nodded at him, indicating that he understood. Okay. Gu Zhihao grinned, Brother Tao. I'll put this on the counter for you. Gu Zhihao put the bag in his hand on the counter next to him. Huang Tao raised his chin slightly and asked in wonder, What is this? Gu Zhihao told the truth. My mother sent me some fragrant pears and sugar oranges, which tasted very good. So I brought some for you and Xian to try. This old friend is not bad. He didn't forget his brother even after getting married. Huang Tao laughed. Sit down. I'll serve you the food later. Xian heard the conversation and looked over. Seeing that it was Gu Zhihao and his friends, she stretched out her little hand and waved to them, and called sweetly, Uncle Zhihao. Aunt Linya. Hello. Gu Zhihao smiled. Okay. Xian is really good. Eat more fruits, and you will definitely become more beautiful. Xian is already very beautiful. Even if she doesn't eat fruits, she will definitely be a great beauty in the future. Zhang Linya's eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Thank you, Uncle Zhihao. Hearing the praise, Xian was obviously very happy. Her beautiful eyes curved, and she looked very excited and cute. Why are you being polite to Uncle Zhihao? Gu Zhihao smiled at her, and then sat down with Zhang Linya at a table for two by the window. Huh? Is Xian eating fried bells? Seeing Xian eating with her head down, Zhang Linya couldn't help but curiously look around. This morning, when she just got off the electronic scale, looking at her own weight, which was 3 pounds more than before, Zhang Linya couldn't help but secretly make a decision in her heart. During this period, she must control her mouth, eat less, and lose weight. What happened? At noon, she received a call from Gu Zhihao, telling her that Huang Tao's store had a new product, fried crispy bells, and invited her to have dinner together in the evening and taste the new fried crispy bells. After hearing the news, she surrendered to her stomach in a very shameless way. She didn't want to do that, but that was a new product that others might not be able to buy even if they queued up. She saw with her own eyes how popular Huang Tao's restaurant business was. In such a popular little restaurant, she could have a spot to eat the new dish without queuing up, and she couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Yeah. Xian nodded quickly, and then smiled sweetly and praised her father's craftsmanship. Auntie Linya, the fried crispy bells made by my father are delicious, crispy and fragrant. Zhang Linya said sincerely, the food your father makes is always delicious. Yeah. Xian nodded vigorously. Gu Zhihao poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Linya and said with a smile, Linya, don't worry. You will have something to eat soon. Yeah. Zhang Linya's stomach couldn't help but call out. For this dinner in the evening, she only ate an apple at noon, and she only ate 2 slices of toast in the morning. No choice. Thinking about losing weight and eating the food made by Huang Tao, she could only do this. Smelling the fragrance that kept wafting from the store, her mouth was watery, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and her heart was tormented. In order to relieve this torment, she and Gu Zhihao both picked up the hot water and drank it. And at the same time, they felt the resentful and envious eyes of the neighbors outside the window. However, this feeling of being envied is inexplicably refreshing. Gu Zhihao smiled at the neighbors queuing outside the store and waved his hand. Be careful not to laugh your teeth off. Damn it. I'm so jealous. The neighbors just complained a few words. But they were not really angry. Seeing that it was getting late, the neighbors who were still playing chess and cards just now quickly put away the card and chess tables, and put them next to the door of Jiangguo's store. Then these uncles and aunts lined up seriously without affecting the people behind them. Jiang Mingtao, his old father, and his wife were also in the queue. They came to line up before 4 o'clock. Originally, Jiang Mingtao did not plan to come by himself, and he would come after his assistant got the queue. After all, his old waist and legs can't bear it. But the old father insisted on coming over, saying that the atmosphere at the door of the store reminded him of when he lived in a big courtyard. Everyone would come out with bowls when eating, and eat from door to door. After eating, everyone would get together, play cards, drink tea, and chat. He hasn't felt this kind of comfortable, lively and humane feeling for a long time. Thinking that the neighbors are fully equipped with their own stools, card tables and chess tables. He suddenly felt that watching these neighbors playing cards and posting notes, and then watching his son busy in the kitchen through the glass, it was still a rare relaxation. Of course, he learned to be smart when he came to queue this time. Let the assistant prepare all the queuing artifacts. At this time, he and his family, sitting here, have been watching the uncles play cards for an hour. Except for Jiang Mingtao's family of 3. The rich second generation also brought their own queuing artifacts and were queuing. As time went by, more and more people rushed over and joined the queue. The team was even more spectacular. This old street was once again caught in a traffic jam. There was also a time when 2 traffic policemen, Wang Dobin and Sun Linhai, were almost exhausted. Wait until 5:30. As soon as the Jinchi restaurant opened for business, the grandpas and aunts who had played cards for the whole afternoon took the lead in entering the store. Then they split into 2 groups. Those who were skilled in operating the automatic ordering machine went to the automatic ordering machine to operate it. Those who were not familiar with the automatic ordering machine, as usual, came to the cashier and ordered meals from Ding Suchin. 1 serving of fried rangoon, 1 serving of crab fried cake, and 1 serving of fish ball soup. Give me 1 serving of fried rangoon, 1 serving of 3-in-1 braised rice, 1 serving of dongfa pork, 1 serving of honey sauce hot pot, and 1 bowl of nourishing fish soup. I also want 2 servings of fried rangoon, 1 serving of braised prawns, 2 servings of 3-in-1 braised rice, and 2 servings of fish ball soup. Listening to the continuous orders coming one after another, Jiang Mingtao, who was standing at the back of the line, was a little anxious. Don't order fried rangoon. Leave him 2. Okay. Even 1 is fine. Chapter 339, Feeding a Mouthful of Dog Food. Hello. Your fried wrangling, braised prawns, pork with preserved vegetables. Li Qingzhan brought Gu Jihao's table of dishes to their table one by one, looking at the golden fried wrangling, which looked like 24K pure gold, stacked layer by layer on the white plate. Gu Jihao and Zhang Linya couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Linya, eat. Then I'll start. Zhang Linya didn't care about being reserved anymore, and quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet noodle sauce, and put it into her mouth. Crack, crack. Every time she chewed, her mouth made a crisp sound like a copper bell. The crispy and fresh taste also filled her mouth, adding a sense of satisfaction. The sweet noodle sauce was fragrant but not greasy, silky and moist, and blended perfectly with the bean skin and meat. In short, this is the best fried crispy pork she had ever eaten. No doubt about it. Gu Jihao felt the same way. They both couldn't help but put another piece in their mouths. The more they ate, the more delicious it was. After eating 5 or 6 pieces of fried crispy pork, he remembered his girlfriend and asked with a smile, Linya, is it delicious? Yeah. Zhang Linya's mouth was greasy from eating, but she didn't care. She said with an intoxicated look, it's delicious. So delicious. The skin is crispy. When you bite it, you can smell the bean fragrance. When you chew it, the meat fragrance overflows. The meat is fresh and tender. It's not greasy, but very refreshing. Gu Jihao nodded in agreement. My brother Tao's cooking skills are really amazing. Now, his admiration for Huang Tao is like a torrent of water. Her initial understanding of Huang Tao's cooking skills gradually changed to a state of admiration. Seeing that Zhang Linya had already finished her portion of fried clams, he hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and pushed the remaining 2 pieces of fried clams on the plate in front of him to Zhang Linya. smiling handsomely. These two. You can eat them. Ah, you don't want to eat them? Zhang Linya was a little surprised. Gu Zhihao pretended to be cool and lifted his bangs. As long as you like. Even if it is the stars in the sky. I will pick them and give them to you. What are 2 pieces of fried clams? Now is the time to show off. So he naturally has to show off well and leave a better impression in his girlfriend's heart, thereby developing his girlfriend into a wife, achieving zero distance as soon as possible, and embarking on a happy life. And his words made Zhang Linya's pretty face flush. Obviously, Zhang Linya was a little shy with such a blatant confession. She said coquettishly, "Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden?" Gu Zhihao smiled, "You are my girlfriend. Do I need a reason to be nice to you?" Zhang Linya's pretty face turned even redder. Her pretty face also added a bit of charming charm. Quite tempting. Gu Zhihao was almost stunned. Well, he was greedy too. Zhang Linya felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, lowered her head and didn't say anything, eating the fried bell in silence. In her heart, there were waves of joy and touching. If there weren't so many customers around, she would definitely give him a kiss as a reward. The diners nearby who were suddenly fed with dog food all looked at Gu Zhihao indifferently. Damn. I come to eat, and I'm fed a mouthful of dog food. Damn. I'm sour. I want to eat a few more pieces of fried bells to relieve my sourness. Boss Huang, I strongly suggest you kick out people who spread dog food. We are all enjoying delicious food. Why are you making trouble here? That's right. You keep spreading dog food. The dog is going to die of it. Please don't feed it. Gu Zhihao practiced his hands and said, I don't want to. But my girlfriend still wants to eat. What can I do? I can only spoil her. And spoiling her. I just want to give her all the best in the world. Don't you know that? Oh. Sorry. Singles will never be able to experience this feeling. Rich second-generation single diners dining and waiting for meals in the store. Single employees such as Jiang Chao, Huang Tao, who was forced to be the target. Shi Hao. This guy is not afraid of arousing public anger. Huang Tao looked at his good brother's appearance. And even he wanted to beat him up. Other diners had this idea. The feeling of wanting to stab someone could not be hidden. And the culprit Gu Zhihao, as if nothing had happened, continued to enjoy other delicacies with his girlfriend. Here, it was Jiang Mingtao's family of 3's turn to enter the store to order food. Jiang Mingtao told his assistant, order 2 servings of fried clams, and 1 serving of all the other dishes. For the main course, order 1 serving each of crab fried cakes and yellow croaker noodles, and 1 serving each of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Boss, only 1 serving of fried clams. When the assistant saw the number of servings of fried clams on the ordering machine, and could only order 1, he couldn't help but ask Jiang Mingtao, who was not far away. Jiang Mingtao was silent for a moment and said, then 1. The assistant's heart trembled. Every time Jiang Mingtao was silent, he was in a bad mood. Eating 1 less fried dough stick. Jiang Mingtao was even more upset than when the company lost tens of millions. He wanted to swear. But for the sake of face, he didn't get angry. When he and his family were looking for a seat, they saw that the store was full of guests, and only 1 large round table had vacant seats. He smiled and walked forward. Can we share a table? The neighbors were also very friendly and smiled and said, sure. Sit down. Jiang Mingtao and his family sat down. After the ordered meals were served, they stopped talking and started eating directly. Soon, they finished the table of dishes. After a short break, they got up and gave seats to the neighbors. Just like at noon, they cleaned up the garbage and dishes in front of their own tables before walking out of the store. Arrived at the car. Although Jiang Mingtao was reluctant to leave, he wanted to stay and have another meal tomorrow. No! He wanted to eat every day. Preferably 3 meals a day. But this meeting really couldn't be postponed any further. Besides, there were so many people under him to support. And he couldn't just give up as the chairman. It was all Jiang Chao's fault for not wanting to manage the company. Otherwise, he could hand over the company to Jiang Chao, retire early, and come here to enjoy his old age. And then come here with his father and Hongxia to eat at mealtime. Alas! But who told him not to enjoy a leisurely life? He said helplessly, Hongxia, you can help Dad back to Xiaochao's residence later. Mingtao, don't worry and go back. I'm here. Qin Hongxia smiled and gestured for him to go. She didn't even say she was reluctant to leave or try to stop him. Jiang Mingdao felt that his wife didn't feel reluctant to leave him. And she even wanted her to leave quickly. She was afraid that he would regret it. So she insisted on letting her go back. Right? Jiang Mingdao got into the car with a little disappointment. The driver drove off. The assistant sat in the passenger seat, holding a mobile phone and swiping the screen. Jiang Mingdao saw it and asked in confusion, "What are you looking at? Why are you looking so hard?" "Oh, Chairman. The assistant who was caught had to tell the truth. I was just looking at the price of the house here." And then? He hadn't finished his words yet. The sharp Jiang Mingdao immediately found the key point. "You are also planning to buy a house here? Then when you are on vacation, you can live here and go to Mr. Huang's restaurant for dinner. Right? I bought a house to be able to eat Mr. Huang's food nearby. And I also want to." The assistant hesitated about how to tell Jiang Mingdao about his resignation. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mingdao suddenly asked, "Is there an office building nearby? If the company headquarters is moved here and the office is located in the old street in the west of the city, you can come to Huang Tao's restaurant for dinner every day." The assistant was stunned. He was immediately delighted. If the headquarters is moved here, then he doesn't have to resign and can eat Mr. Huang's food every day. This is a happy occasion for everyone. He quickly looked around and said, "Chairman, it really exists. But the office building here is quite old and dated. If we buy it and use it as our headquarters, it will not be in line with our company's image." Jiang Mingdao said disapprovingly, "What's the big deal? Just renovate and redecorate it. You should quickly arrange someone to find an office building that can reach Zenhachi in 5 minutes by foot. Starting from the Zenhachi restaurant, it's probably a bit difficult to find an office building that can reach Zenhachi in 5 minutes. Then it will take at most 10 minutes. Okay. I'll arrange it right away." The assistant immediately assigned this matter to the head of the resources department and asked him to take care of it. When the head of the resources department suddenly received the notice of this work, he was confused and surprised. Why did we move the headquarters to Wenling City? But he didn't dare to ask more about the matters notified by the chairman's assistant. So he just did it obediently. Chapter 340. Fighting to be Xuanxuan's stepmother. "Sister Suqin, I'll leave the store to you to clean up. I'll take Xianxian home first." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, after Huang Tao finished cooking the last meal ordered by a customer, he took off his chef's uniform and said something to Ding Suqin and others who were sitting aside waiting for the customers to finish eating and then clean up. Then he prepared to take Xianxian home first. As for closing the store, Ding Suqin took care of it. Ding Suqin smiled and nodded. "Hey. Okay. Boss. You can go back without worry. We are here." Li Qingzhan on the side smiled and said, "Boss. We will do the work. You can rest assured." Lin Qiyu, who was unwilling to be a background wall, couldn't help but show his presence in front of Huang Tao, and tried his best to show, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Boss. You can rest assured. I promise to clean our store clean and spotless." "Okay. You do the work. I am at ease." Huang Tao smiled. Put the chef's uniform into the bag, ready to go home and wash it later, and then put on the down jacket. Many traffic police and police officers who stayed in the store to eat saw him and smiled and nodded at him. To greet him, Officer Zhang looked up and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, are you going back?" "Yes. You guys take your time eating. I won't keep you company." Huang Tao responded politely. Officer Zhang waved his hand. "Boss Huang, see you tomorrow." Huang Ziqing unconsciously reminded, "Take care of yourself. Boss Huang, go back and rest early. Don't disturb us from eating lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs and other delicacies tomorrow night." Wang Ziheng, the chief of Wangsu, couldn't help but agree, "Yes. We are all relying on your delicious food to survive." Now, for these traffic police and policemen, being able to eat a meal made by Huang Tao after a day of intense and busy work is simply the most wonderful thing in life. Agree. While Gu Jingyi nodded in agreement with Wang Su's words, she couldn't help but praise him. "The boss's cooking skills are so good. I feel that my life is over, and I have to rely on the meals made by the boss to survive." Hearing this, a traffic policeman said, "That's right. Since I ate the delicious food made by Boss Huang, I can't swallow other meals anymore. I have to rely on my strong mental will to eat them." Others all felt the same. "I am the same." Listening to the praise and admiration of his skills by these traffic police and policemen, Huang Tao smiled and gladly accepted these compliments and admiration. As a chef, The food he made can be liked by diners, which is the greatest affirmation of his cooking skills. Xian stood obediently and let her father help her put on her down jacket. When she heard what the police uncles and aunts said, she nodded repeatedly and said, "The uncles and aunts, grandparents, brothers and sisters who have eaten the food made by my father all said so. They all praised my father's food for being delicious." Xuan's face was full of pride. Although the police uncles were not praising her, she was her father's favorite daughter. Others were very envious. Everyone was amused by her cute little appearance. "This little girl is so cute." Several young traffic police and policemen were very envious of Xian. "I envy this little girl. She has such a great cooking father." Sure. If my father was Mr. Huang, I could eat other delicacies made by him every day. Why can't I taste other delicacies now? Let alone new ones. Ah! We can only envy. Huang Tao smiled and responded. Then said to Xian, say goodbye to the uncles and aunts. Goodbye, uncles and aunts. Xian stretched out her right hand and waved to the policeman, took her father's hand with her left hand, and walked towards the store door. Goodbye. Good Jingy raised her hand and waved, watching the backs of Huang Tao and his daughter leaving. Jingy, why do you keep looking at Mr. Huang? The other female policemen who were close to her saw that she was staring at him in a trance, and asked in confusion. As soon as she finished speaking, as if she had thought of something, she smiled and asked jokingly in a low voice, Jingy, are you attracted to Mr. Huang? Being asked so suddenly, Good Jingy's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Ah! Why is she so embarrassed? She immediately rolled her eyes at the female colleague. I'm just responding to Xuan's goodbye. Really? Then why are you blushing? The female colleague stopped teasing her to avoid her being embarrassed. She just smiled and sighed. Mr. Huang is really handsome. But he's married and has a child. Mr. Huang is a good person. And he's also a good cook. If I weren't married, I would definitely have thoughts about him, and would take the initiative to pursue him. A slightly older female colleague said with a smile. Xian is actually super cute. And she is also very well behaved and sensible. It should be nice to be her stepmother. Yes. Xian is indeed well behaved and cute. I also want her to be my daughter. Good Jingy was a little surprised. These female colleagues who don't have boyfriends used to swear that they would never marry someone who is married and has children. Unexpectedly, now they have changed their nature one by one. They are vying to be Xuan's stepmother. She knew very well that the reason why these people wanted to be Xuan's stepmother was completely because of Huang Tao. To be precise, they were going for Huang Tao's craftsmanship. After all, as long as Huang Tao was taken down, it would be a lifetime meal ticket. She asked herself, did she have the same idea as them? Well, she admitted that she did think about it. Was it just because she was greedy for Boss Huang's craftsmanship? Not at all. As a face control, she thought Boss Huang was very handsome and also in line with her aesthetic point. Moreover, according to her observation, Mr. Huang has a good temper, is kind, and is very caring. He doesn't smoke or drink, and is a good young man. He is a good candidate for marriage. She likes children very much, and does not think Xian is a burden. Instead, she thinks Xian is a super cute and well-behaved child. Besides, the store he opened is so prosperous. His ability to attract money must be super strong. He is rich and good-looking, and he is indeed a good candidate. If you don't worry about being married and having children. Of course, she doesn't have the courage to pursue Mr. Huang. First, she is thin-skinned and dares not take the initiative to pursue him for fear of being rejected. Second, if her mother Su Jiahong knew that she was looking for a married woman with a child, she would definitely not agree. Su Jiahong, who was watching TV at home, couldn't help but sneeze. She never thought that her daughter would have such an idea. If it were someone else, she would definitely not agree. But Boss Huang's words were another matter. On the other side, Huang Tao had no idea that these female police officers were actually greedy for him. At this moment, he held Xuan's hand and walked towards the parking lot. When the neighbors who were walking saw them, they all greeted them enthusiastically. The neighbors who were carrying things in their hands walked straight towards them. Boss Huang, are you taking Xian home? Go to bed early and make more sesame dumplings tomorrow morning. I didn't get to eat them this morning and I'm so greedy. What a coincidence. My family just dried sausages today. Take a few back to try. Anyway, I made a lot. The beef jerky I bought online this afternoon has arrived. Try it. It tastes good and is filling. Boss Huang. If you're hungry while working, you can eat some. You. Do you want bananas? Here. Take them. Boss Huang. My company sent a box of sunflower oil. Take a bucket. The neighbors all wanted to do their best to be nice to Huang Tao. Whoever saw Huang Tao and had something in their hands wanted to give Huang Tao some. After all, Huang Tao was their big baby. Their appetite depended on Huang Tao. Huang Tao didn't ask for sunflower oil. It was too much and too heavy. It was not appropriate to take it. The neighbors who were politely rejected had a regretful expression on their faces. Let's give you something else next time. After chatting for a few words, the neighbors consciously let Huang Tao go. Let him go back and rest quickly, so as not to delay the business tomorrow morning. They were still pointing at his pan-fried buns and sesame dumplings. Arrived in front of the car. Huang Tao put everything in his hand into the car. Bananas, apples, and oranges weighed more than 1 pound. A bag of beef jerky sausages also weighed more than 1 pound. Xuan's hands and pockets were filled with a lot of milk and biscuits. It was as if she had gone to the supermarket for a big shopping trip. After putting the things away, the father and daughter got in the car. Let's go home. Quofa. Go home. Xian happily shook her little feet and shouted sweetly. Accompanied by the shining stars, the father and daughter walked in the direction of home. Chapter 341. Guess the facial features. Daddy, I can't sleep yet. Can you play a game with me? After returning home, Xian washed up, put on her pink Peppa Pig pajamas, sat down on the bed, and looked at her daddy, who was tidying up her coat and hanging it on the hanger with expectant eyes. Perhaps because she sat down a little too much. The front strands of hair also flew up and scattered mischievously on both sides of her cheeks, which looked a little messy and blocked her sight. Her beautiful big eyes gurgled and turned left and right, looking at the strands of hair that fell down, then puffed up her pink little mouth and playfully blew air at the hair on the right, trying to blow it up, thereby returning it to its original position. But what can she do? Her strength was too weak to shake the scattered hair back to its original position, and she only made the hair shake a few times. Okay, let's use her hands. Xian had no choice but to give up this method and directly used her hands to pull the hair scattered on her cheeks and forcibly pull them behind her shoulders. The world in front of her finally became much clearer. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment after hearing his precious daughter's proposal. He didn't expect that the little guy was still very energetic after an afternoon of dance rehearsal and planting in Tian paradise. Ah! The child is really energetic. And now he just wants to go to bed. But he didn't want to disappoint his precious daughter. So he finally compromised and nodded. Okay. He walked to the bed, sat down, looked at Xian with a smile and said, What game do you want to play? Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought for a while and said, Let's play guessing facial features. This game was taught to me by teacher Yi. Really? Huang Tao smiled, and then asked in a tone of inquiry, But Dad doesn't know how to play. Can you teach Dad how to play? Sure. Xian nodded very seriously. It means that the two of us have to sit face to face first. And then if I point to my nose and ask you, Where is this? You have to answer me quickly and tell me that this is the nose. And then, your hand should point to any other facial features besides your nose. Dad, do you understand? After that, she tilted her little head and looked at Huang Tao expectantly. Huang Tao naturally understood the rules of such a childish game at once. He nodded and said, Dad understands. We can try it first. Okay. Xian smiled and moved her little butt to make some room for her father, then sat upright. After Huang Tao sat cross-legged on the bed and faced her. She was about to say that she was ready to start. But it seemed that she thought of something. She changed the subject and said to Huang Tao opposite, Dad, give me both hands. Ah? Why? Although Huang Tao didn't know what his precious daughter's intention was, his body was very honest. She obediently offered his two big hands. Xian stretched out her two chubby and white hands to hold her father's big hands. But her two little hands were too small to hold her father's big hands at all. She could only hold 2 fingers at most. Oh, okay. That's the only way. She pulled her father's 2 fingers with some effort, with her left hand at the bottom and her right hand at the top. Dad, you can only move your right hand when I say start later. Xian explained the rules of the game. She pointed to her father's right hand for fear that her father didn't understand. At the end, she didn't forget to continue solemnly, Dad, if I didn't say start, you can't put your hand on your face? Understand? I know. Wang Tao nodded solemnly. Seeing this, the little guy was relieved. He took away the little hand covering his father's right hand. The little guy's strength was too small to hold his father's hand at all. He dropped it all of a sudden, and through the soft furry pajamas, it rested on his own thighs. Wang Tao asked softly, Can we start? Yes. Let's start. Xian's beautiful eyes curved, and she immediately stretched out her right hand, pointed to her sparkling eyes, and asked, Where is this? Eyes. Wang Tao reacted very quickly, and while giving the answer, he immediately raised his right hand and pointed to his mouth. Wow! Daddy! How can you be so fast? You are so great! Xian's eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb. Obviously, she didn't expect her father, who played this game for the first time, to perform so well. Of course, in her heart, she admired her father even more. This compliment fell into Wang Tao's ears, and made him feel sweet ripples in his heart. Xian twisted her butt and asked her father to put down his big hand. Daddy, put your hand here. Let's play again. Okay. Wang Tao did it again, and played a new round of guessing facial features game with Xian. Xian also started the game again eagerly, wanting to see her father lose. However, in the next few times, no matter how Xian played, Wang Tao could immediately tell the answer, and avoid the answer by pointing to other facial features. Ah! It's not fun at all. After several rounds, her father won all the time. She was a little unhappy, and pouted her little mouth unconsciously. When playing with Teacher Yi, she would also say the right one and point to the wrong one. And Teacher Yi would also make mistakes. But Dad can't do it at all. Daddy is great, but the little cutie is boring. Wang Tao also felt that he had been winning all the time, which really made the joy of this game drop to the freezing point. Looking at his daughter's unhappy look, he was afraid that his daughter would have trouble sleeping at night because of this. Well, I can't continue like this. I still have to give her some water to make her happy. Xian, how about this? Wang Tao thought about it and comforted Xian. If you speak faster, Daddy will not be able to think about it all of a sudden, and he will say or point to the wrong thing. This reminder made Xuan's interest, which was almost extinguished, rise again. She blinked her bright eyes and nodded like a chicken sucking rice. Yeah, Daddy. Let's start again. She pointed to her nose and said quickly, Where is this? Nose. Wang Tao said it very quickly as usual, and stretched out his right hand, pointing at his eyes among his facial features. He was stunned for a moment, frowned, pretending that he was nervous and forgot the rules of the game, and then slowly moved down and moved it to the nose. Ah! He was regretful and hurried to move his hand down again, as if he wanted to cheat, acting like a real person. Xian believed it. She stretched out her little hand with excitement, and grabbed Wang Tao's hand, trying to prevent him from cheating. Wrong. Dad, you pointed at the wrong place. Dad, don't move. Hee. I saw it all. Dad, I clearly saw you pointing at the nose at first, but you cheated and pointed down at the mouth. Okay. Dad is not honest enough. Dad is wrong. I apologize to you. Wang Tao raised his left hand to surrender. As for the right hand, Xian was holding it hard. Daddy lost. Xian waved her hands happily, and her little butt kicked on the bed. But soon, the little guy remembered the business. She said with a smile, Dad, what you said and what you pointed are the same. So you are wrong, and you will be punished. Well, what punishment? Wang Tao asked curiously. I'm going to flick your forehead. Xian pointed at Wang Tao's forehead with great interest. Wang Tao nodded, okay. Daddy accepts the punishment. Xian bit her fingers, pouted her little mouth cutely, blew a breath of fairy air on his forehead, and then said, Dad, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. Wow! The little guy actually comforted him. Wang Tao had to cooperate and pretend that he was also a little scared. He leaned back slightly and frowned and said, Please. Xian bent her little hand and flicked her father's forehead. Daddy, does it hurt? After punishing her father, Xian asked with concern and rubbed her father's forehead to relieve his pain. Wang Tao held her little hand and smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. With Xian's help, it won't hurt anymore. Xian nodded in faith. Because when Teacher Yi flicked her forehead, it only hurt a little bit. Okay. It's getting late. Go to bed. Or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Wang Tao lifted the corner of her quilt and motioned her to get in. Xian got into the quilt obediently, revealing only 2 smart eyes. Wang Tao helped to straighten her quilt, kissed her on the forehead, and said softly, Baby, go to sleep. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. Xian smiled sweetly. Daddy, I want to eat something crispy on the outside and sweet on the inside. Crispy on the outside and sweet on the inside? Xian. What is this thing? Do you know its name? Wang Tao wondered. Xian thought about it. I don't know what it's called. I saw it in a story picture book in the kindergarten library. It's yellow and crispy on the outside, round in shape, and has sesame seeds inside. Xian can't recognize all the characters, so she only saw the word round. Wang Tao probably guessed, okay. Daddy knows. I'll try to make it for you tomorrow morning. Thank you, Daddy. You're so nice. Good night, Daddy. Xian hugged Wang Tao's arm. After a while, she fell asleep. The computer shuts down really fast. It seems like he is really tired from playing. Wang Tao reached out and turned off the small desk lamp and fell asleep. Chapter 342, Unmanned airship strayed into the incident. The winter morning gently carried thick fog, adding a sharp color to the cold morning. Wang Tao and Xian both woke up in the warm quilt at the same time. Daddy, hug. Xian's hair was fluffy, and she opened her sleepy eyes and rubbed into Wang Tao's arms. Okay, hug. Wang Tao reached out and held Xian in his arms. The little guy was soft and boneless, and holding him was as happy as owning the whole world. He felt her dependence, and his face, which was originally a little tired, unconsciously put on a smile, and the tiredness on his face seemed to dissipate a little. He gently helped Xian to comb her messy hair. Xian also snuggled in her father's arms, enjoying his breath and feeling his body temperature through her pajamas. Like a little hamster, her 2 little hands were still tightly grasping his clothes. She was very well behaved and docile. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and said sweetly, Daddy, I dreamed of you last night. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, looked at the little guy with bright eyes in his arms again, and a warm current flowed through his heart unconsciously. He couldn't help but kiss the little guy's tender face and said softly, Really? Yes. Xian raised her little head, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said seriously, I dreamed that we went out to play together. Oh, this dream is good? Yeah. Wang Tao looked at her with a smile in his eyes and said softly, Did you bring Grandpa and Grandma? Xian nodded vigorously. Her beautiful eyes curved. Of course I brought it. Hey, my precious daughter has a really good memory. She can remember a thing or two about the dream. That's good. Wang Tao smiled. Dad will take you and Grandpa and Grandma to travel during the Chinese New Year. Really? Xian was immediately attracted by her father's words, and couldn't help but ask expectantly, Dad, where are we going to play? He really hasn't thought about this in detail. Just now. He just continued the conversation and said it casually. Seeing his precious daughter's expectant look, Wang Tao was silent for a while before he slowly said, Go to a very beautiful place, where there will be many different kinds of fish swimming around in the water. There will be underwater tunnels. There will be big sharks swimming over your head. There will be big manta rays moving slowly. There will be charming corals. Xian tried hard to construct the picture created by her father in her mind. But the little guy's experience was a little pitiful. And when she heard the 3 words big shark, she unconsciously became excited. Dad, is that the sea? Xian asked expectantly. Huh? Is Dad going to take her to go diving? She has seen the underwater world on TV, where divers wear diving suits, fins on their feet, oxygen tanks on their backs, goggles and respirators, and swim around in the seabed. There are many different kinds of fish surrounding him. It's so interesting. She was looking forward to it. When she thought of this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Dad, do you want to take me to the seabed to dive? Then Xian wants to go. Daddy, when are we going during the Chinese New Year? Wow, I'm going. He couldn't even think about diving underwater. His precious daughter actually thought about it. Well, Xian, it's not possible to go diving underwater now. You are still too young. You have to wait until you grow up. Wang Tao had to smile bitterly, otherwise, it's not safe to go there. It's easy to get into trouble. And the staff there won't let you, a child, fall into the sea. Xian pouted a little bit, and said with regret in her heart, well, Xian has to eat well and drink milk well, so that she can grow up quickly. Oh, this is really like a little adult. Wang Tao smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her little head. Well, when you grow up, Daddy will take you to go diving underwater, just like Santa Claus. Leave some thoughts for this little one, so as to motivate her to eat well. Xian remembered the place where her father wanted to take her to play at the beginning, and couldn't help asking, Dad, where is the place you said you would take me to play at the beginning? Wang Tao told the truth, Ocean Park. Do you want to go? If you want to go, Dad will take you there during the Chinese New Year. Yes, of course. Xian nodded quickly, as if she had thought of something again, and hurriedly said, and take Grandpa and Grandma with you. Yes, she is still thinking about Grandpa and Grandma. If the two elders knew, they would definitely laugh from ear to ear, and they would naturally be happy in their hearts. Of course, after being with Xian for a while, Wang Tao smiled and said, Okay, it's time to get up and get dressed. Xian was in her father's warm arms, so she didn't want to let go. She was making a fuss in her father's arms. Woo! I want to hug you. He kissed Xian on the forehead and said, If you don't get up, Dad won't have time to make breakfast, let alone make you what you want to eat. When it comes to food, Xian stopped making a fuss immediately. She sat up and put on her clothes obediently. Wang Tao helped her to tidy up her clothes that were a little crooked, and then carried her to the bathroom to wash up. A moment. Washed up. Hair was done. The father and daughter, along with Mimi, went out and went downstairs. Hold Xian in the child's seat in the back seat and fastened her seat belt. Xian stretched out her right hand, did the classic Superman action, and sweetly shouted, Thick hair. Okay, let's go. Wang Tao got in the driver's seat, fastened his seat belt, started the car, and drove towards the old street in the west of the city. Maybe it was because the temperature in the car was very warm, or maybe it was because the sleepiness in the morning had not completely dissipated. She leaned back on the backrest of the safety seat and fell asleep. The little head was nodding like a chick pecking at rice. So cute. Wang Tao saw this scene through the rearview mirror. For the safety of his baby girl and for her to sleep more peacefully, he slowed down the car. When he arrived near the vegetable market, he parked the car in the parking area. I wanted to ask Xian to get off the car later, but I couldn't bear to wake her up because she was sleeping soundly. I wanted her to sleep a little longer, so I didn't wake her up. He was worried, so he pressed the button on the window in the driver's cab and lowered the window a little, leaving a large gap for air circulation. The car was also started, and the air conditioner was kept running. Prepare to go and come back quickly. As soon as he entered the vegetable market, he went straight to the stall selling all kinds of seasonings, and didn't even bother to greet the vendors who greeted him. In front of the stall selling seasonings, he bought 2 large bags of yellow bread crumbs. Because he didn't buy much, Wang Tao didn't spend a penny, and took the yellow bread crumbs out. There's nothing he can do. It's all because of this damn good relationship. The vendor selling seasonings, when he heard that he only needed 2 large bags of yellow bread crumbs, let him use it, and refused to take the money. Wang Tao couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to accept it. But he remembered this favor in his heart. When the vendor selling seasonings came to the store to eat in the future, he would also offer some food, as a courtesy. Back in his own car, seeing that Xian was still sleeping soundly and nothing happened, he drove to the parking area near the entrance of his own store with peace of mind. After waiting for a while, Xian finally woke up. Dad, did I fall asleep just now? Xian rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yeah. Wang Tao got out of the car, then took Xian down from the safety seat, held her hand, and walked to the store entrance. There was still a crowd outside the store entrance. The customers were basically familiar with each other and started chatting. Some talked about fishing. Some talked about chess. Some talked about entertainment gossip. Some talked about national affairs. And some talked about the accident of an unmanned airship entering the store. Wang Tao even saw a lot of people in suits and leather shoes. And they handed business cards to each other. Hey, It's amazing. Boss Huang is here. The group of people immediately separated neatly. Huang Tao walked in with Xian Xian and heard a voice of good morning. Boss Huang and good morning. Xian Xian. Huang Tao and Xian Xian both responded to them with a smile, and then entered the store. Chapter 343 Make some fried glutinous rice balls. There was a cold breeze outside the store. The store was warm and cozy, as warm as home, with soft yellow light, which illuminated every corner of the store. It looked particularly warm. But in the back kitchen, the incandescent light was particularly bright. While Huang Tao was making glutinous rice balls tirelessly, he was smiling at the little figure sitting at the exclusive dining table not far away. The little Xian Xian was sitting on the dining chair, leaning over the clean exclusive dining table, carefully using her painting sticks to rustle the colors on the picture book. Like a quiet little flower, Mimi was lying at her feet bored, squinting her eyes, and taking a nap. When Huang Tao's eyes fell on her side, Xian Xian raised her head in tacit understanding. And when her eyes met her father's, a shallow dimple appeared on her cheek. Suddenly, Xian Xian seemed to have thought of something. She quickly picked up the drawing paper on the dining table and raised it high above her head. She was showing her masterpiece to her father. Well, at this distance and angle, Huang Tao couldn't see the content of the painting clearly. But even so, he still gave her a thumbs up and gave her silent praise. Xian Xian laughed happily, and she was more motivated and continued to paint with her head down. Huang Tao saw that his daughter was immersed in the world of painting again. So he retracted his gaze and continued to make glutinous rice balls. Su Hao saw that his boss did not put the yellow bread crumbs he brought in the locker, but just casually put them on the stove, and saw that the boss put the glutinous rice balls that had just been made in the refrigerator to freeze. So he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, you brought this bag of breadcrumbs here. Are you going to make some fried food or something? You are not going to fry the glutinous rice balls, are you?" Huang Tao kept moving his hands and responded casually, "Well, prepare some fried glutinous rice balls." Li Qingzhan was immediately alert when he heard this. His eyes lit up, and he asked impatiently, "Boss, why did you suddenly think of making fried glutinous rice balls? Is this fried glutinous rice balls a new product to be launched this morning?" "It's not a new product." Huang Tao shook his head and denied it, and then smiled and replied, "Xian Xian said she wanted to eat something golden on the outside, crispy and with sesame inside. So I thought of frying some glutinous rice balls for her to try." "Oh, that's it." This made Su Hao, Lin Zifeng, Jiang Chao, Ding Suqin, Li Qingzhan, and Lin Qiuyu all show the word admiration on their faces. In their hearts, they couldn't help but envy Xian Xian. Li Qingzhan gave Huang Tao a thumbs up and said, "Boss, I don't care about anything but you. You are the boss of spoiling women. You spoil Xian Xian too much. Huang Tao has only one daughter. Who else should he spoil if not her?" "Okay, stop joking." Huang Tao laughed and said, "I'll fry more later. And you can try it too." Although he has no systematic experience and skills in frying glutinous rice balls, fortunately he has fully mastered the essentials of frying dry glutinous rice balls. So it's not a big problem. He should be able to hold it. Yes, that's right. He plans to fry the glutinous rice balls in low temperature frying later. As for the final fried result, he is 90% confident. When Li Qingzhan heard that they would also have a share of the fried glutinous rice balls, he was instantly overjoyed. By the way, they are benefiting from Xian Xian. Xian Xian is really their lucky little goddess. They thanked him happily. "Thank you, boss." "Don't thank me. Bring me a small basin and a large bowl. Beat 7 eggs in the small basin and break them up," Huang Tao said. Lin Zifeng, who was temporarily idle, quickly went to get the small basin and the large bowl. Then, according to Huang Tao's request, he cracked 7 eggs into the basin and quickly broke them up. Huang Tao poured yellow bread crumbs into a large bowl. The reason for using yellow bread crumbs is that it is easier to color when frying. The frying process is carried out at a low temperature, and it is not easy to color with white bread crumbs. He also brought the last tray of glutinous rice balls. After all the ingredients were prepared, Huang Tao started to make them. He put some glutinous rice balls into a small basin filled with egg liquid, and gently shook the small basin a few times, so that the glutinous rice balls in the basin could be coated with egg liquid 360 degrees without dead corners. Then he took a colander, scooped up the excess egg liquid, and poured it into a large bowl of yellow bread crumbs on the side. Then, He took the chopsticks and rolled the glutinous rice balls on the bread crumbs one by one, so that each glutinous rice ball was covered with bread crumbs. Finally, he picked up the glutinous rice balls that were already covered with bread crumbs with chopsticks, and carefully placed them on the tray next to him. Repeated this. He skillfully coated all the glutinous rice balls to be fried with egg liquid and bread crumbs. He picked up a large iron pot that was washed clean and placed it on the stove, ready to start frying the glutinous rice balls. Turn on the fire. When the pot was hot, he picked up a large oil pot and poured more than 10 pounds of peanut oil into the pot. Then, he turned the fire to medium. This move is naturally to prevent the oil temperature from rising too high all at once, which would result in failure to fry. However, at the beginning, the fire should not be too low, because the glutinous rice balls need to be kept frozen all the time. Once the glutinous rice balls melt, even if the oil temperature is already very low, the glutinous rice balls will burst. When the oil temperature in the pot is 30% hot, he turned the medium heat to low heat. Put the glutinous rice balls into the oil pan one by one. Because the oil temperature is low, the glutinous rice balls sink to the bottom of the pot as soon as they enter the oil pan. From the surface of the oil pan, there is no reaction. There is no need to worry about this, because the process of low temperature frying is an extremely slow process. It is not as fast and intense as high temperature frying. You have to wait patiently. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he picked up a bamboo spatula and carefully pushed it along the bottom of the pot. This move is naturally to prevent the glutinous rice balls from sticking to the pot, and to make the glutinous rice balls roll around and fry better. Next, you just need to control the oil temperature and wait patiently. When the golden glutinous rice balls slowly float from the bottom of the pot to the surface of the oil, it means that the glutinous rice balls have been fried. It can be taken out of the pot. As soon as Huang Tao picked up the colander, he immediately said, "Zifeng, bring me a large plate." As soon as he finished speaking, a large plate was placed next to his stove. Huang Tao used the colander to scoop out the glutinous rice balls and put them in the large plate. The golden glutinous rice balls are very tempting. Just looking at the color, you know that the skin must be very crispy. Lin Zifeng, who was helping out on the side, swallowed his saliva unconsciously. His eyes sparkled, and he looked like he couldn't wait to eat. Of course, our boss's work must be delicious. Li Qingzhan agreed, and the glutton in his stomach was clamoring loudly. If it weren't for the fact that the glutinous rice balls were still hot, and he couldn't taste them immediately, he would definitely try one right away. But in order to avoid getting his mouth burned, he had to wait patiently. After all, there were fats and sugars in the fillings of the glutinous rice balls, which would have been completely melted after being fried. If you eat rashly, you will only hurt your mouth. Those who are well versed in this dare not start eating rashly, and they all watch quietly, watching the dry fried glutinous rice balls to satisfy your cravings. Huang Tao fried the second pot of glutinous rice balls. Just at this moment, the cold reminder of the system suddenly rang in Huang Tao's mind. Chapter 344 Paradise for Dessert Masters. Everyone exclaimed. The fried glutinous rice balls are so beautiful in color. They all looked at the steaming fried glutinous rice balls in the tray with expectation. Cooling down bit by bit, they were drooling. After all, it's hard for anyone to resist the temptation of fried food, right? Anyway, they have completely sunk into the fragrant aroma and golden and crispy appearance of the fried glutinous rice balls, and can't extricate themselves. They just hope that they will cool down quickly and eat them quickly. They waited for a long time. Huang Tao put the remaining glutinous rice balls coated with bread crumbs and eggs into the oil pan, and said, "Come and try the taste of these fried glutinous rice balls." "Boss, we've been waiting for you to say this." Everyone rubbed their hands and smiled. "Boss, then we won't be polite." Li Qingzhan and the others picked up the chopsticks and tried to pick up a fried glutinous rice ball. They blew it again and again with some concern. When they felt it was almost done, they took a light bite. The bread crumbs are crispy and have a scent of eggs. One word, so crispy and so fragrant. I have to say that bread crumbs and eggs are definitely a perfect pair. No matter what kind of ingredients, just coat them with egg liquid and bread crumbs, and then fry them in the oil pan. I guarantee you will drool. And inside the crispy bread crumbs are soft and glutinous rice balls. It tastes very elastic and chewy. And you can also taste the sweet taste of the fillings. The black sesame filling inside is also sweet and delicious. It's so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Normally, even if they like sweets, they will always feel a little sick of them if they eat too much. But this fried glutinous rice balls combine sweetness with a crispy skin. It tastes especially crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. Sweet and delicious. And very satisfying. The main reason for such a taste is that the boss has a good grasp of the frying temperature. Li Qingzhan's eyes were full of tears, and he couldn't help but sigh, "Wow! I finally understand what a fried glutinous rice ball is. It's better than a living god. It's a must-have dessert for warming the heart in winter." Ding Suqin said sincerely, "I feel that the taste of this fried glutinous rice ball is quite good. It's much better than the fried glutinous rice balls that my daughter had been clamoring to buy before." Lin Qiyu nodded in agreement, "Okay, sure. This fried glutinous rice ball is definitely the best fried glutinous rice ball I have ever eaten. It's simply sweet. A paradise for food experts." Jiang Chao also commented pertinently, "The sweetness and crispy skin are perfectly blended. Crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. The granulated sugar lard is accompanied by the fragrance of the sesame filling inside, which is also a must-try. In fact, I have tried to fry glutinous rice balls before, but they burst and splashed oil when frying. The scene at that time was also quite scary. I almost got hurt. And the fried glutinous rice balls were exposed. They were not good-looking or delicious. Since the accident, I have never fried glutinous rice balls again." While chewing the fried glutinous rice balls, Lin Zifeng looked at the golden appearance of the fried glutinous rice balls in the tray and felt that the appearance was too high. And his previous masterpieces were simply dwarfed by his boss's, and they were much shorter than him. He unconsciously changed the subject and praised his boss's craftsmanship, but the boss's fried glutinous rice balls are really good. Not only are they golden and crispy, but they don't burst or reveal the filling. If you don't have two brushes, you really can't fry such an effect. That's natural. Our boss's dish is sure to be delicious and tasty." Su Hao, who was busy at the side, also praised it. However, the person being praised, Huang Tao, didn't have time to listen to their praises. It was because of the cold reminder sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making fried dumplings, completing the hidden side quest continuous innovation, and obtaining a perfect level meal upgrade card. Does the host want to use this perfect level meal upgrade card for fried dumplings now? Huh? This time, he accidentally completed the hidden continuous innovation side quest, and once again obtained a perfect level meal upgrade card. Although he had experienced a similar surprise once, he was still a little surprised when he faced it again. Originally, he made this fried dumpling simply to satisfy the appetite of his precious daughter. Unexpectedly, he completed the system's hidden side quest again. It's also a continuous innovation side quest. To be honest, he never thought there would be such a reward this time. But remembering the last time, when he made sesame dumplings for Xian Xian, he accidentally completed the system's hidden independent research and development side quest and got a perfect level meal upgrade card. Well, I can only say that Xuan Xuan's little cotton jacket is really a blessing to him. In the future, he should ask his little cotton jacket what she wants to eat, and then do his best to cook for her. Maybe he can also complete other hidden tasks of the system. It can satisfy his daughter's appetite, complete hidden tasks and get rewards. So why not do it? As for the perfect level meal upgrade card rewarded by the system, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. After the fried glutinous rice balls are upgraded, they can be sold as breakfast in the future. It is better to act than to think. He did not hesitate to reply to the system in his mind with a powerful mind. Upgrade. As soon as the voice fell, in his mind, it seemed that a golden light flashed rapidly. Then, in his mind, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect level meal upgrade card to upgrade the advanced fried glutinous rice balls to perfect level glutinous rice balls. As the cold prompt sound of the system fell, his mind soon flooded with a lot of relevant knowledge and experience about fried glutinous rice balls. There are many ways to make glutinous rice balls. In addition to boiling soup, you can also fry them, pan-fry them, add brown sugar, etc. There are many ways to make them more delicious. Especially fried glutinous rice balls, with a crispy outside and glutinous inside, have won the love of many girls. But many girls can only eat but not cook. This turn made Huang Tao feel calm and even wanted to laugh. Fortunately, the following content was much more normal. Precautions for fried glutinous rice balls. When frying glutinous rice balls, be careful not to use high heat. On the one hand, it is unhealthy to eat it. And on the other hand, it is easy to cause the glutinous rice balls to be fried, and the taste will be very bad. In addition, during the frying process of glutinous rice balls, you must stir them with a spatula from time to time to avoid sticking to the pan. Ingredients: glutinous rice balls, egg liquid, yellow breadcrumbs, cooking oil. Steps: there are 5 steps. The first step is to cook the glutinous rice balls. Boil water in the pot. Then put the glutinous rice balls in the water. Cook until the glutinous rice balls float up, and take them out immediately. Remember, you must take them out immediately. It is not good to cook them too soft. Skills: coat them with bread crumbs twice, so that the glutinous rice balls are shaped and will not be soft. After thoroughly absorbing the relevant practices and experiences, he suddenly felt that he had a new understanding of fried glutinous rice balls. He knew the shortcomings of his previous fried glutinous rice balls. Since the perfect fried glutinous rice balls have been sold, he decided to fry a few more glutinous rice balls according to the method taught by the system, and let Xian taste them, who let his precious daughter have the best skills. Besides, what he wanted was naturally the most important thing for his precious daughter. After the second pot was fried, he asked Su Hao and others to help put the prepared pan-fried buns into the frying pan one by one. And he did not dare to delay for a moment, and started frying the glutinous rice balls again, according to the method given by the system. Seeing that his boss's method of frying glutinous rice balls this time was different from the previous 2 times, Lin Zifeng expressed his curiosity. "Boss, your method of frying glutinous rice balls this time is different." "Yes." Huang Tao nodded. "I think the one I fried just now is still lacking. I want to try a different method to see if it can be better. The taste and appearance are already very good, but they still strive for perfection." Lin Zifeng felt that his boss had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he also admired his boss from the bottom of his heart. He admired his attitude of striving for perfection. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do this. Jiang Chao and Su Hao felt the same way. There was a reason why they couldn't reach the level of their boss. In addition to talent, this was the attitude they lacked. Huang Tao finished frying it soon. He put it on a plate and set it aside to cool. Then, he started to fry the steamed buns. Seeing that the newly fried glutinous rice balls had cooled down a bit, he took a bite of the fried glutinous rice balls with chopsticks, while the steamed buns were still frying. He felt warm all over. It was crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside, with a sweet taste. The egg blended in it added to the egg fragrance. If you take another bite, you can also take a bite of the black sesame filling, which spreads in your throat with a light sip. Very silky. Delicious. After eating one, he placed the glutinous rice balls neatly on a small plate. "When I was preparing just now, I was a little excited and accidentally prepared too much. Xian and the staff definitely can't finish them." He immediately said, "Sister Suqin, take as many fried dumplings as you want, and give the rest to the customers who bought sesame dumplings this morning. Give 2 fried dumplings to each customer. If any customer asks, just tell them that they will be ready tomorrow morning. This fried dumpling is not a high-end dish, and the taste of the first 2 pots is not perfect, so it is not easy to sell. Besides, if you can't finish this kind of fried food and leave it there, the taste will be greatly reduced. So just give it to the customers so that they can have a taste." Just as Ding Suqin couldn't help but show surprise when she heard this. "I thought I had misheard. Free? Let's not even count the labor costs of the boss. Even the glutinous rice, black sesame, and lard are not cheap." Huang Tao nodded and said, "Well, everyone likes to eat sesame dumplings recently, so it's a good opportunity for them to try our fried dumplings. Anyway, most customers who come in the front are here to buy sesame dumplings, so it won't cause dissatisfaction among the people in the queue behind. It's the same principle as first come first served." "Okay, boss." Ding Suqin nodded. She began to organize her words in her mind, thinking about what to say to the customers later, so as not to cause complaints from them. During this period, her eloquence has improved a lot, and she speaks more generously and appropriately than before, and is no longer so reserved. This is all practiced by facing so many customers every day. The other employees have already started to eat breakfast, and occasionally eat a bite of fried dumplings. This heart is full of happiness. They are all thinking that their boss is really generous. Organizing activities is to do it generously. These 2 large pots of fried dumplings are given away as soon as they are said to be given away, which is a real return to customers. There has never been any publicity in advance, and it is more like a matter of interest. Not to mention that those customers really like the food in the store and take the trouble to line up to buy it every day. Even the employees working in the store like them. They are also eating every meal and never get tired of it, and they follow the boss to enjoy the new products in advance. Happiness. Chapter 345 comparable to a chef in a high-end hotel. Wang Tao put the fried glutinous rice balls on a delicate plate, making them successfully counterattack his high-end food, and they still looked delicious. Then he put them on a tray together with the pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and took them to his daughter's table, while calling softly, "Xian Xian, go wash your hands first. It's time to have breakfast." "Daddy, wait a moment. I haven't finished painting yet." Xian Xian, who was still immersed in the world of coloring, responded subconsciously when she heard her father's call. Wang Tao was not annoyed, and directly put the large plate of fried glutinous rice balls in front of Xuan's table. A faint burnt aroma came. Xuan's attention suddenly came back from the world of coloring. The cute nose wings fluttered slightly unconsciously, and she saw the fried glutinous rice balls at a glance. Looking at the golden little sun glutinous rice balls in the plate, they are stacked in the middle of the plate like a small golden mountain. The edge of the plate is rolled into a beautiful rose with apple peel, and the petals are carved from the flesh underneath. The appearance of this plate of fried glutinous rice balls has risen several levels. It is comparable to the work of a chef in a high-end hotel. Xian Xian, who is obsessed with appearance, was immediately attracted by this plate of high-value fried glutinous rice balls. She greedily stretched out her tongue to lick her mouth, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful." Her little mouth also opened, as if she could stuff an egg in. Then she subconsciously covered her mouth with her little hand like a lady. "Your hands are dirty. Don't put them near your mouth." Wang Tao saw it, and quickly took her hands away from her mouth to prevent the paint of the colorful sticks on her hands from entering her mouth by mistake. Xian Xian pouted her pink little mouth, pointed at the plate of fried dumplings, and said with a salivating look, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to eat this. I want to eat this. It smells so good. So good." Xian Xian really wants to eat it right away. Wang Tao naturally satisfied her small request. Of course, he also had a small request. "Okay, Daddy will feed you a dumpling first, and then you go wash your hands obediently. Okay? Yeah. I know it's spicy." Xian Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and nodded seriously. Wang Tao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a fried dumpling, blew it worriedly, and put it to Xian Xian's mouth, saying softly, "Come, take a bite." Xian Xian, who was already hungry, couldn't help but open her mouth wide and took a big bite gently. Sizzle. The liquid black sesame filling overflowed from Xuan's mouth and dripped onto her clothes. The little girl was stunned. It was obvious that she was frightened by this sudden situation. "It's okay. Dad will wipe it for you." Wang Tao comforted the little girl while reaching out to take out a few tissues and wipe the clothes on her chest. Xian Xian obediently let her father wipe the stains on her clothes while chewing in her mouth. Soon Xuan's eyes lit up, and her little tongue greedily licked the corners of her mouth. "It's delicious. It's crispy, sweet and sticky, and there is the sweet fragrance of sesame. It tastes great." Xuan's beautiful eyes are shining with stars. "Daddy, it's delicious. Papa, it smells so good. It's also crunchy and sticky. This is the most delicious fried glutinous rice balls she has ever eaten." Wang Tao smiled and put the remaining half of the fried glutinous rice balls into her mouth. Xian Xian also obediently abided by the agreement with her father and went to wash her hands. Meow. Mimi jumped up when she smelled the fragrance. Seeing the fried glutinous rice balls, which seemed to be a new variety that she had never seen before, Mimi's 2 black eyes couldn't help but light up. Wang Tao looked at Mimi, who couldn't wait, raised his chin to Mimi, and said, "Mimi, come on, do a backflip." Meow. Mimi obediently turned over her legs, dragged her slightly bulky cat body, and did a backflip with some effort. Ouch. This cat is so tired. After it stood still, it tilted its head and meowed at Wang Tao again, asking him to feed it quickly. Wang Tao, who wanted to let Mimi exercise, continued, "Come on. Turn 3 times. Awoo." Mimi was a little unhappy and even whistled. Wang Tao raised his eyebrows and ignored it. He picked up a fried glutinous rice ball and put it in his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. He looked like I'll eat it while you watch. Mimi, who was greedy, stretched out his little tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. In the end, it still raised its white flag for food and surrendered. It called softly, meow. It seemed to say, shit shoveling officer. I'll turn. Isn't it okay? Then it turned in circles. 1 circle. 2 circles. 3 circles. It squatted on the ground, tilted its cat head, and called to Huang Tao, meow. It seemed to say, shit shoveling officer. This is okay. Right? Huang Tao smiled and did not continue to embarrass Mimi, who would definitely become a fat orange in the future. He put 4 fried dumplings and a 3 fresh vegetarian pan-fried bun in its exclusive cat bowl. Mimi ate with a slurp, and all the unhappiness in her heart was swept away. At this time, Xian, who had washed her hands, came back, climbed onto the dining table, and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Picked up a fried dumpling with some effort, and started eating. She ate with a smacking sound. There were some bread crumbs on the little face. Huang Tao couldn't help laughing. He took a tissue and wiped the little guy's face, and said softly, don't worry. No one is competing with you. Look at you. You have become a big cat. Hurry. Daddy. Hurry up. Xian couldn't help twisting her little butt. She couldn't wait to continue eating. Okay. After wiping, Huang Tao couldn't help but reach out and hook her little nose and said, then you sit here and eat obediently. Dad will go to work first. Yeah. She nodded like pounding garlic. Dad. You go. I will take good care of myself. Oh. The tone of this speech is really like a little adult. Huang Tao smiled. And seeing that Xian was eating happily, he didn't bother her anymore and turned to the kitchen, worried that his daughter would get angry if she ate too many fried dumplings. He planned to go to Jianghui's convenience store to buy a bottle of children's honeysuckle dew for Xian when he sent Xian to school. Let her cool down. Back in the kitchen, Huang Tao and Jiang Chao started to fry the pan-fried buns they bought in the morning and cook the dumplings. 7 o'clock. Open for business. The uncles and aunts walked into the store. They came to Ding Suchin's counter and ordered, Suchin, give me a sesame glutinous rice ball, 5 pork stuffed pan-fried buns, and 5 beef stuffed ones. I also want a sesame glutinous rice ball, 2 marinated eggs, and 5 shrimp stuffed pan-fried buns. I want 2 sesame glutinous rice balls, 10 pork mushroom pan-fried buns, and 10 3 fresh vegetarian pan-fried buns. At the same time, they noticed that there seemed to be small portions of fried glutinous rice balls in the counter, and they were about to ask. Then they heard Ding Suchin say, hello, uncles and aunts. Today you buy sesame glutinous rice balls and get a small portion of fried glutinous rice balls for free. They are crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside and very delicious. There are only 50 portions, each with 2. First come first served. The uncles and aunts were shocked. Buy sesame glutinous rice balls and get fried glutinous rice balls for free? If you go out to buy a fried glutinous rice ball snack, it will cost at least 10 yuan per portion. But today it is free at Zenhashi restaurant. Uncle Li said quickly, how can we let Mr. Huang give it away for free? Ding Suchin smiled and said, the boss made too many fried dumplings this morning. We couldn't finish them, so we just gave them back to the customers. But the portion is not large. You ordered the sesame dumplings first, so you can take them. Uncle Li and his group felt a little warm when they heard this. Then we won't be polite. We'll take them. Ding Suchin responded politely, you can take them. Just taste them. Don't complain about the small amount. As she said that, she quickly ordered their meals. And after they paid, she picked up small portions of fried dumplings on the counter and handed them to the aunts and uncles who ordered sesame dumplings. These uncles and aunts said thank you, took the small portions of fried dumplings, and happily went to find a seat. Chapter 346, I forgot to block my husband. It's really delicious in the store. Customers who entered the store and ordered sesame dumplings all received a small portion of fried dumplings. Ding Suchin would give 2 fried dumplings to those who bought 2 sesame dumplings at a time. The neighbors and the rich second generation who stayed in the store to eat sat at the table, looking at the golden dumplings in front of them, smelling the fragrance of glutinous rice, the sweet fragrance of sesame, and the burnt fragrance of bread crumbs. The glutton in the stomach couldn't bear it anymore. Then, one by one, They picked up chopsticks like a gust of wind, picked up a fried dumpling, and tasted it. The outer layer of crispy burnt shell tasted fragrant and crispy, and the inside was soft, sweet, and bouncy. It has a unique flavor, and it changed the original sweet and sticky feeling of the dumplings. The taste is also richer, delicious. The taste is not very complex, but it is very crispy, soft and chewy, with a hint of sweetness and the strong aroma of sesame. The diners who stayed in the restaurant couldn't help but praise it. Uncle Lee gave a thumbs up to Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen not far away, and said, "This fried glutinous rice balls taste so good. Boss Huang, the fried glutinous rice balls you make taste so good." The second-generation Rich Lin Annan asked with lingering interest, "Boss Huang, can you make this fried glutinous rice balls for sale? I really want to buy it. It's so delicious. Much better than those in those big hotels." Xiao Yuqiu was excited and said sincerely, "The skin is crispy, and the juice bursts in one bite. It's so delicious." Liang Liang echoed with an intoxicated look, "Yes. The skin is crispy, and the inside is a soft and dense glutinous rice ball. Take a bite. The taste is rich and delicious." Ma Junwen used exclamation words to express his mood that could not calm down for a long time. "Wow, is this really something I can eat for free without spending money?" Huang Tao listened to the chats of these neighbors, and the second generation of rich people while laughing and rushing to work. Soon, it was Jiang Shi and Chen Hongxia's turn to enter the store to order. As soon as she entered the store, she smiled and said, "Dad, you go find a seat first. I'll go to the automatic ordering machine over there to order." "Okay." Jiang Shi nodded, and then he went to find a seat with his crutches. Li Qingzhan, who was serving dishes, saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to remind her and Hongxia, "Today, if you buy sesame dumplings in our store, you will get a small portion of fried dumplings for free. Buy 2 and get 2 small portions for free." "Ah, there is such a good thing." Hearing this, Chen Hongxia was a little surprised. After hearing Li Qingzhan's words, she didn't plan to order 2 sesame dumplings at first, so as to get an extra small portion of fried dumplings. After all, she usually doesn't eat fried foods in the morning. I think it's too greasy. But she is still looking forward to the products of Zenhashi. Fried dumplings sound very crispy, and there are not many of them, so only a few people can get them. If you miss it, you don't know how long you will have to wait to eat it. So, she ordered 2 sesame dumplings without hesitation, as well as 10 beef-filled pan-fried buns and 10 pork and shrimp-filled pan-fried buns. Of course, she was also secretly complaining to her son in her heart, blaming him for not revealing such important news to her in advance. If Li Qingzhan hadn't reminded her, she would have missed it. But when she looked sideways at her son's busy figure in the kitchen, she felt distressed again, thinking that her son was too busy to inform her. After hearing the news, the customers in the queue behind spread the word. The queue in the back immediately became a little agitated. Everyone was amazed that the restaurant was giving away fried dumplings today, and they were also very happy that they were lucky today. Luckily, they came to line up early. After a while, 50 servings of fried dumplings were delivered. When the customers in the queue heard the news, they asked, "Are you really not giving away the fried dumplings? If not, can I buy some more?" Ding Suqin had already thought of an explanation, and now she calmly replied, "I'm sorry, customer. There are really no more. The fried dumplings were made by our boss for her daughter. Because we made too much, we gave them back to the diners. We made a total of 50 portions, and they have all been given away. Tomorrow morning, our store should officially serve the new fried dumplings. You can also order them individually at that time. Please wait patiently." Hearing this, the diners who were not lucky enough to get the fried dumplings all sighed with regret, thinking that they must come earlier tomorrow morning and buy several fried dumplings to taste. Let themselves eat it all at once to make up for the regret of not being able to eat it today. Thinking of this, they reluctantly ordered other dishes. Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shi, who were lucky enough to get the fried dumplings, have also received the fried dumplings. The color is particularly attractive, compared with the fried dumplings that I usually eat in my own hotel. It is even better. Chen Hongxia is like many young people. After the dish is served, let the camera eat it first. Who let her get lucky today? It is worth celebrating and taking a souvenir. She snapped a few photos of the fried dumplings and posted them to her friend's circle to say, "The beauty of vanity is eclipsed. I came to this delicious restaurant for breakfast again today. I am lucky to get a fried dumpling this morning. Picture 1.jpg. Picture 2.jpg. Then she started eating. She picked up a golden fried dumpling and brought it to her mouth. Took a bite, tasted it carefully for 3 seconds, swallowed it, and sighed. This fried dumpling is really good, especially crispy. The crispness of the bread crumbs and the softness of the glutinous rice are combined together, and the eggs are embellished to enhance the fragrance and make the taste richer. Compared with the fried dumplings in her own hotel, it is much more delicious. Jiang Shui also ate silently, with an expression of enjoyment. The two of them shared the taste while eating, and then talked about family matters, eating beef-stuffed steamed buns from time to time, which was particularly leisurely. Jiang Mingtao, who was far away in Jiang City, had already gotten up, washed up, and came to the restaurant to prepare for breakfast. He ate the sandwich and milk in front of him, and couldn't help thinking for a moment, if he could eat the food of Zenhashi restaurant now, how wonderful it would be. Ah! He sighed helplessly, thinking of his wife. He should have breakfast in Zenhashi restaurant now. He opened WeChat. Sure enough, the next second, he saw the photos posted by his wife in the circle of friends. It was still the new fried glutinous rice balls. Those golden fried dumplings were very tempting. He suddenly felt that the sandwich in his hand was not fragrant. It was so uncomfortable to see but not eat. He was eating tasteless sandwiches at home, while his wife was enjoying the food made by Mr. Huang in the Jinchi restaurant. He felt mixed emotions, clicked on his wife's avatar, and sent a message. In the restaurant, Qin Hongxiao was particularly satisfied after eating 2 fried dumplings, and also tasted the legendary sesame dumplings and pan-fried buns. She touched her slightly bulging belly and sighed, "Oh, this is life." When she received a message from her husband, Qin Hongxiao's first reaction was bad. She forgot to block her husband. If her husband is unhappy because he didn't get to eat, and asks her to go back quickly, it will be a mess. Jiang Mingtao thought that when he went to the company later, he must ask his assistant to find an office building quickly. Chapter 347. Many people do the same thing together. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Wang Tao has already fried the last 2 pots of pan-fried buns, and cooked the last 2 pots of sesame dumplings. The rest of the work was handed over to 3 capable people. What about him? He has to send Xian to school. He walked to his daughter's exclusive dining table and asked softly, "Xian, are you full?" "Daddy, I'm full." Xian touched her bulging belly, leaned back in her exclusive dining chair in an unladylike manner, and smiled at Huang Tao. There was still a small half bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the bowl, but it was just that the precious daughter couldn't eat it anymore. Whether it was the crispy and delicious fried dumplings, the fragrant and silky preserved egg and lean meat porridge, or the tender and juicy pan-fried buns, Xian liked them all very much. The kind you never get tired of eating. Then tomorrow morning, Dad will make you fried glutinous rice balls again. Huang Tao reached out and touched Xuan's little head with a smile on his face. His face seemed calm, but deep in his heart, he was actually very proud. Even though he had received countless compliments in the morning, none of them gave him a sense of accomplishment as the compliments from his own precious daughter. Xian nodded vigorously with curved eyebrows. Huang Tao ate the century egg and lean meat porridge she had not finished, put the bowl and chopsticks aside, and said with a smile, "Let's go. Dad will take you to kindergarten." Hearing this, Xian pouted her lips in a depressed mood. If she goes to the kindergarten, she won't be able to eat the delicious food made by her father at noon. She can't follow her father either. Huang Tao naturally saw through his precious daughter's little thoughts at a glance, and he has a way to deal with such situations. He smiled and squatted down. Using his trump card, Xian, when you come back from school, Dad will make you yellow croaker noodles. Xuan's cloudy weather suddenly turned sunny. Her bright eyes curved into a bright crescent, and she smiled and said without hesitation, "I want to eat 3-in-1 braised rice." Huang Tao compromised and said, "Okay. Then I can only eat a little. I want to eat honey sauce fire square. Donfa pork. Fish ball soup. Wow. This is the rhythm of eating all the dishes in the store. Baby, aren't you afraid of breaking this little belly? Also, this little girl is not unhappy at all. It's obvious that she wants to take the opportunity to eat." Huang Tao suddenly felt that he was tricked by the little girl. "No." Huang Tao shook his head helplessly. "If you eat too much, your stomach will be bloated and uncomfortable." Xian's little mouth pouted unhappily. Her beautiful eyes gurgled open. And then her eyes lit up. Then I can eat slowly. That won't work either. You will be bloated. And eating too much at night is not easy to digest. For the sake of his daughter's health. Wang Tao reluctantly declined. And then continued, just eat yellow croaker noodles and a small portion of 3-in-1 braised rice. Then I'll have a small portion of preserved vegetable braised pork and fish balls. Xian used her ultimate move. And her two smart big eyes looked at her father with pleading. That little look. I felt pity for her. She stretched out her little arm, took his big hand, and asked softly, Daddy. Please? Please? How could Wang Tao not agree? Wang Tao gently nodded Cece's little head and said softly, Okay. Okay. Daddy is the best. Xian pouted her little mouth and kissed Wang Tao's side face, leaving a sweet kiss, and then smiled contentedly. Let's go. Accompany Dad to deliver these pan-fried buns and sesame dumplings to Uncle Jiang. And the fried dumplings in this takeaway box. Let's take them to school for the two teachers and children to taste together. Wang Tao took 2 takeaway boxes prepared in advance, put one in Xuan's small school bag, and held one in his hand. Then he took Xuan's little hand, walked out of the store, and came to Jiang Gui's convenience store next door. Put the takeaway box on the counter. Jiang Gui said with gratitude, Boss Wang, I was just about to go to your store to get it, but I didn't expect you to specially send it to me. Thank you. I just brought it to you by the way. Wang Tao smiled slightly, and then reminded, Oh, there are still a few fried dumplings made this morning. You and sister-in-law will try them later. There is also my share. Jiang Gui was surprised. When he came to open the store, he heard many customers in line complaining that the fried dumplings were gone. After asking around, he found out that Jinchi restaurant gave away fried dumplings for free this morning. They were upset because the portion was too small. Jiang Gui, who came late, also felt that he had missed 100 million. He didn't expect to taste it himself. But now he heard that Wang Tao had specially left a few for him. So his heart was naturally warm. After thanking repeatedly, he hurriedly took various snacks from the shelf and fed them to Xian. Wang Tao quickly declined, Brother Jiang. No. Xian has been a little irritated recently, and it's not suitable for her to eat these snacks. I came here to ask you to buy a bottle of children's honeysuckle dew. Take it first, and eat it when you are no longer irritated. Jiang Gui refused, and Mr. Huang, you are too polite. If you want honeysuckle, just take it directly. What else do you need to buy? Don't be polite to me, Brother Jiang. After that, he took 2 bottles of children's honeysuckle from the shelf and put them in the bag together. Wang Tao had to accept the kindness. Xian smiled sweetly and thanked, Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Gui said happily, You're welcome. If you want to eat snacks in the future, just come to Uncle Jiang to get them. Understand? Xian didn't answer, but looked at her father beside her. The little cutie didn't dare to agree without her father speaking. Brother Jiang, if you collect money in the future, I will let Xian take it. After Wang Tao and Jiang Gui chatted for a few words, they took Xian away. He got into his car and drove Xian to Golden Sun Kindergarten. Office workers and college students who were unable to eat breakfast at Zenhachi for personal reasons like to check Weibo after lunch, seeing customers and netizens who bought food from Zenhachi, sharing food photos and rainbow farts. After all, seeing is equal to eating. But it was already past 8 o'clock, and they still couldn't check a new food photo. This is unscientific. It's too unscientific. They exited first and checked other Weibo content. Then, they clicked in again. As expected, they really saw the sharing. But they are used to looking at food photos first, and then the copywriting. Huh? Why are everyone posting pictures of the same fried food this morning? It looks a bit like fried glutinous rice balls. Kai Jia scrolled down and looked at the food photos first, and couldn't help wondering. Su Meiji was sitting on her bed, scrolling too. She said with envy, Oh, what a pity. I missed 1 billion this morning. Junhao restaurant is having an event this morning. Buy sesame glutinous rice balls and get a small portion of fried glutinous rice balls for free. The quantity is 50. First come first served. But these fried glutinous rice balls look delicious. The 2 of them ate sesame glutinous rice balls for several days in a row. Last night, they couldn't get up this morning because they were watching the most popular anti-corruption drama recently. They simply stayed in the warm bed and continued to sleep without buying breakfast. What? What did you say? Free-fried glutinous rice balls? Kai Jiajia looked incredulous and subconsciously lowered her head to look at her phone. She had just scrolled through it but hadn't had time to read the Weibo copy. Ink painting Nisham. This morning's happiness was given by Zenhashi Restaurant. The fried glutinous rice balls made by Mr. Huang are particularly delicious. They are crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. The breadcrumbs are very crispy. And the sesame flavor is also very strong. There is also a fragrance of eggs and the sweetness of white cotton sugar. Picture JPG. Shishui Lionian Ranchin. Dessert Party simply loves the fried glutinous rice balls sent by Zenhashi Restaurant. They are crispy on the outside and soft, sweet and chewy on the inside. The taste is absolutely amazing. You won't feel sick even if you eat too much. I've made a big loss. I really want to try this fried glutinous rice ball. It looks 10,000 times better than what we eat at the fried food stall. Oh! I don't know if I will buy breakfast tomorrow morning. Will it be delivered? Kai Jiajia sighed helplessly. Without any expectations. I clicked on the official account of Zenhashi Restaurant to see if there was any relevant information released. There are many people who share the same idea as her. Not being able to grab the sesame dumplings is sad enough to make people cry. Now, they miss the fried dumplings again. They regret it. They may even regret it for the rest of their lives. In fact, fried dumplings are also sold in fried food stalls or restaurants. But is it produced by Zenhashi? Is the color so beautiful and attractive? Envy and greed of netizens ran to the official account to wail and asked if fried dumplings would be available at noon. Soon. They also waited for the official response. Super delicious Zenhashi. I heard that all netizens like the fried dumplings that I caught a glimpse of. The shop will officially sell fried dumplings tomorrow morning. Thank you for your support. Pen refills. Crybaby. Little Willful. Woohoo. Why do you arouse my curiosity? But you still want me to wait. Boss Huang. What's the difference between you and a scumbag? The first day of checking in and waiting for fried dumplings. Many towers in the mist. I support. I definitely support. But Mr. Huang, you have to give us a chance to support. Oh. Without further ado, I'm waiting for the first day of deep-fried glutinous rice balls to check in. When the fans and netizens behind saw it, they also spontaneously lined up to check in. I want to eat and also want to join in the fun. After all, it is always very interesting and fun when many people do the same thing together. Chapter 348. Adding a bit of anticipation. Time goes back to 7:20. I have to say that Gujingi must have been favored by the goddess of luck this morning to be the lucky one who went to the Zenhashi restaurant. To be honest, she also likes to eat sesame dumplings. It's a pity. Her mother's cooking skills are even average, especially when it comes to making pastries and desserts. She has no talent at all. She keeps failing. As a result, she has never been able to enjoy the delicious sesame dumplings since her father passed away. The sesame dumplings sold in restaurants outside have uneven tastes, and eating a few will make people sick. In short, she hasn't been able to eat sesame dumplings that satisfy her for many years. So on festivals such as the Winter Solstice and the Lantern Festival, where dumplings must be eaten, she can only go to the supermarket to buy small bags of quick frozen dumplings to complete the ritual of these festivals. Recently, when she learned that Zenhashi Restaurant also produced a new breakfast product, sesame glutinous rice balls, her long silent heart for sesame glutinous rice balls once again set off a huge wave. Thinking that the products of Zenhashi Restaurant must be delicious, she couldn't help but look forward to it. But 2 days ago, she went too late in the morning and was not lucky enough to buy a portion of sesame glutinous rice balls to taste. This made her obsessed. So, she got up before 5 o'clock this morning without believing in evil. After washing up, she immediately ran to Zenhashi Restaurant to queue up, and successfully bought sesame glutinous rice balls and a small portion of fried glutinous rice balls. On the way back to the institute, facing the cold wind, it was always a bit cold. Even if she was wearing a thick down jacket and a wool scarf, she still felt a bit chilly in the cold wind. She couldn't help but pick up the package of sesame dumplings, warm her hands, and pick up a still warm fried dumpling, put it into her mouth, and took a bite. In fact, fried dumplings are only delicious when sold at snack stalls. The fried dumplings made by restaurants always feel that the taste is still a bit unsatisfactory and lacks a bit of meaning. But if this fried dumpling is labeled really delicious restaurant, it will simply make people more expectant. What's more, the golden color looks very tempting. The sweet and dense sesame slowly flowed out of the crispy and tender dumplings and poured on her tongue. The warmth was particularly comfortable. The next second, the crispy skin blended with the chewy glutinous rice, and the sweetness was just right without feeling sticky. It made her linger. It tastes really good. This time I'm lucky. Good Jingy sighed unconsciously, chewed a few more bites, and swallowed the fried dumplings in her mouth like a whirlwind. However, after one bite, she still felt unsatisfied. But the chill in her body was released, and she felt much warmer and happier. She took out her phone and took a photo. Then she opened WeChat and shared it with her mother. Since her mother fell in love with the food at Zinhachi restaurant, she basically goes there for lunch. I heard that she has been eating there with her sister Ding Shuwan from the same village these days. I also heard that Ding Shuwan signed her up for a choir. The two of them also agreed to sing in the choir together. After the meal, they came to Zinhachi restaurant for a meal. This spare time life is so comfortable. This way, Good Jingy no longer suffers from the constant calls from her mother. It also allows the leaders of the institute to have peace of mind for a while. Even the two directors and her master were a little uncomfortable for a while, and they all missed her mother's greeting calls. They were also wondering if something happened to her mother. Why is it so quiet these days? There was not even a phone call to greet. Her master and director Wang Yiheng also specially asked her about her mother's recent situation in private. They also said that if there are any difficulties at home, just speak up, and the institute will do its best to help if it can. When she said that her family was fine and there were no difficulties, Director Wang couldn't help but ask about his mother's health with concern. This series of concerns made her a little amused. Finally, after she told her mother that she was busy singing in the choir and queuing up to buy food at Jinchi restaurant, Wang was still in a daze and couldn't believe what he heard. He always felt that the Su Jiahong described by Good Jingy was not the Su Jiahong he knew. You said that Su Jiahong, who wanted to be around her daughter every day, suddenly changed her nature? Thinking about the last time at noon, Su Jiahong came to the institute with a bag of Jinchi restaurant takeaway boxes and had lunch with Jingy. And then his world became quiet. In other words, Su Jiahong was conquered by the food made by Boss Huang, and became fascinated by the food made by Boss Huang, which made her busy queuing and had no time to think about it. Wang Ziying thought this was also good. At least she won't be in a state of self-isolation. And it can also broaden her own circle of life. And people can be more cheerful. When Good Jingy and her mother were at home, they often shared with each other what kind of food they had eaten at the Zinhachi restaurant, how it tasted, how delicious it was, etc. And their relationship was much closer than before. The atmosphere at home has gradually become more harmonious and warm. And it is not as depressing as before. Jingy, hey, Mom, I bought sesame dumplings at the Zinhachi restaurant this morning and got a small portion of fried dumplings. I just ate one on the way, and it tasted so good. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sweet and glutinous. Rich in layers. And the sesame filling was also very fragrant. I knew that the best sesame was used as soon as I ate it. Jingy, picture.jpg. Her mother didn't reply to her immediately. She didn't care. Put her phone back in her pocket and walked quickly to the Qingxi police station. When she just arrived at the station, she received a reply message from her mother on WeChat. Mother, this color looks delicious. I heard that only 50 small portions of fried dumplings were given away this morning. And you actually got one. But you, girl, didn't buy one for me, .jpg. Good Jingy. Seeing this, she quickly replied, Jingy Mom, the waiter in the store said that fried dumplings should be on sale tomorrow morning. And I will buy you one then. Mother, okay. It's okay that you have this intention. I have to get ready to go out. So be careful on the way. Good Jingy smiled and put away her phone. Sitting at a long table in the office, she began to taste the sesame dumplings. Soft, sticky and sweet. Delicious. People started to come to work in the office. A female colleague saw her eating and greeted her in surprise. Hey, Jingy, did you bring breakfast here today? Good Jingy looked up and said with a smile, well, I went to Zenhachi this morning to buy breakfast. The female colleague was surprised, and then said with a smile, what a coincidence. Jingy, I also went to Zenhachi this morning to pack breakfast. Because she was standing. She lowered her eyes and saw the takeaway box on Good Jingy's desk and the sesame dumplings and a fried dumpling inside. How to say it? How come the fried dumplings look so much like the fried dumplings photographed on Zenhachi's official Weibo account? looking at the small paper box containing the fried dumplings. There is also the logo of Zenhachi. So, Gujingi bought sesame dumplings and got a free fried dumplings? Oh my god. This is the fried dumpling she wanted so badly. Thinking that she got up early this morning and went to Zenhachi to buy breakfast. She still couldn't get sesame dumplings. Nor did she get a free fried dumplings. She said helplessly, actually, I wanted to buy sesame dumplings this morning. But it's a pity that Zenhachi's business is too hot. When I went there, they were sold out. Not to mention the free fried dumplings. I didn't even see a shadow. In the end, I bought a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and 3 fresh vegetarian fried buns. Okay. In fact, these fried buns and 8 treasure porridge were also what she wanted 2 days ago. But this comparison, her heart is still a little unbalanced. She looked at the sesame dumplings and fried dumplings on Gujingi's table again reluctantly. The white and tender sesame dumplings looked very tempting. Ah, there are also golden fried dumplings. I want to eat them. The female colleague sat at her own seat and opened the food bag. Gujingi lowered her head and continued to eat sesame dumplings, feeling the delicious taste on the tip of her tongue, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. I didn't expect that my colleague was not so lucky to get the gift of fried dumplings. Thinking of this, the sesame dumplings and fried dumplings on the table became more fragrant, and she ate vigorously. The female colleague drank 8 treasure porridge and ate 3 fresh vegetarian fried buns, which tasted quite good. While eating, she took out her mobile phone and browsed Weibo, seeing many netizens wailing in the official account of Zenhachi that they were not lucky enough to get the gift of fried dumplings. She felt less uncomfortable in her heart. At least she still had 8 treasure porridge and 3 fresh vegetarian fried buns. But this person is always dissatisfied, especially when she put down her mobile phone and concentrated on eating. The fragrance of glutinous rice and the sweet fragrance of sesame came from the next table from time to time. Her envious and unbalanced mood also came again. So, she picked up her phone with a complaint and sent messages to her boyfriend frantically. I am the fairy. I am so angry. I went to the Jinchi restaurant early in the morning to queue up for breakfast. I heard that the restaurant was holding an event and gave away fried dumplings. Unfortunately, I went too late and the sesame dumplings were sold out. Sold out. I didn't get the gifts. I am the fairy, and one of my female colleagues not only bought sesame dumplings, but also got fried dumplings as gifts. I am the fairy, woo woo woo. I want to eat sesame dumplings. And I also want to eat fried dumplings. I can't help it all. Then she sent several HS in a row. The boyfriend over there was probably frightened by his girlfriend's crazy bombardment, and immediately sent an emoticon package, touch the fairy, hug her and kiss her. JPG. Big raising a fairy, baby. Be good. Tomorrow morning, the store will officially launch fried dumplings. I will go to line up for you at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and promise to buy you fried dumplings and sesame dumplings. Big raising a fairy, don't worry. I promise to complete the task for you. Salute. JPG. The female colleague saw it, and her mood improved a little. Oh! It would be great if there was some for sale at noon today. She could taste it earlier. Chapter 349 Secretly Organizing Activities. Wang Tao drove Xian to the kindergarten gate, and met Yuan, who was on duty near the gate. Yuan came over and smiled at Wang Tao, who got out of the car. Xian's father. You came early today. Teacher Yi. It's so cold. You still have to be on duty outside. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Tao smiled politely, opened the back door, took Xian down, and put her on the ground. Not hard. Yuan smiled and reached out to hold Xian's hand. Leave Xian to me. Then thank you, Teacher Yi. When Wang Tao took the school bag, he suddenly remembered, unzipped the school bag, took out a packing box from it, and said with a smile, oh, by the way, this is the fried glutinous rice balls I fried this morning. You can take it back and taste it with your friends. What a coincidence. She likes fried glutinous rice balls the most. Yuan was secretly happy. When she was browsing Weibo this morning, she learned that Zenhachi restaurant was giving away fried glutinous rice balls this morning. And she also saw many customers and netizens who were unable to buy them and were begging frantically in the comments. I didn't expect Wang Tao to bring a portion for her and the children to taste. Well, could it be this situation? Wang Tao actually wanted her to taste it, but he was embarrassed. So he found such an excuse and said that he wanted her to taste it with the children? Could it be he really cares about her? It is said that if you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Oh! She suddenly remembered those things. Every time Huang Tao came to pick up Xian after school, he would not forget to let her go to the store to eat. They even reserved a seat and food for her. Thinking of this, Yuan's heart beat faster, and a blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. She was even a little embarrassed to look at Huang Tao. She lowered her head and whispered shyly, "Thank you, Xuan's father." "You're welcome." Huang Tao was a little surprised. Was Teacher Yi not feeling well this morning? He looked down a little and suddenly realized. Well, maybe relatives came? Xian. Listen to Teacher Yi. Dad will pick you up in the afternoon. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and said goodbye to him. Goodbye, Dad. Teacher Yi. I'll leave first. Huang Tao waved to his daughter, said goodbye to Yuan, and drove back home and returned to the store. Walked around the kitchen. After checking the honey-glazed fire square that had been steamed early, Su Haojin followed his instructions and drained the soup from the honey-glazed fire square within the appropriate time period, and put it back into the steamer for steaming. He tied several gauze bags with the marinade ingredients prepared in advance according to the proportions, and put them into 3 marinade pots to boil the marinade. This is also to prevent the large pot from having too much water and making it difficult to boil out the fragrance. After doing all this, the other ingredients needed for lunch had not yet been delivered by the vendors. As a result, he was very idle. He leisurely found a table by the window and sat down. While taking a rest, he also basked in the sun and supplemented calcium. Of course, he also dealt with important business. He picked up his mobile phone. He contacted Lao Jiantu, the fellow villager who bought black sesame seeds before, and asked if there were any black sesame seeds grown by himself. He wants the same quality. If he has it, he wants 600 kilograms. And he wants 200 kilograms of sugar osmanthus, the same quality as last time. After seeing the message sent by Huang Tao and confirming the quantity Huang Tao wants, Lao Jiantu's wrinkled face relaxed. He was undoubtedly happy. The black sesame he planted was not selling well in the market this year. It took time to go to the market to sell it by 1.5 kilograms, which was not only time-consuming, but also hard work. And Huang Tao wanted 200 kilograms of black sesame and 30 kilograms of sugar osmanthus at once last time, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. A smart person would naturally want to seize the opportunity, not to mention that a big customer like Huang Tao is hard to come by. Lao Jiantu naturally had to treat him well. He quickly replied that he had it, and said that he could deliver it to him today, because Huang Tao wanted more this time. He reduced the price by 20 cents on the original basis. He gave a bargain price. After confirming the price, Huang Tao readily transferred the money. The other party promised to deliver it before 2 p.m. After finishing the purchase, he did not put away his phone directly, but prepared to refresh the screen to kill the boring time. The first choice is of course Weibo. Not only are customers used to refreshing the official Weibo account of Zhenhaoqi during mealtime to see if there are any new dishes or new activities released on the official account. Huang Tao has also become accustomed to refreshing Weibo when he is free after closing the business to see the new comments of customers under the official account. When he first registered, when there were not many comments, he read them carefully one by one. Now, as more and more people follow the official Weibo account of Zhenhaoqi, the number of comments has also increased. He couldn't read them all, so he would just check the latest or interesting comments. When he opened the comments, he saw many customers and netizens wailing wildly under the latest Weibo. Splashing ink, painting colorful clothes, I'm crying. I ate breakfast in the delicious restaurant every day a while ago, and there was no promotion. I just went on a business trip yesterday, and this morning in the hotel restaurant, I saw fried dumplings. The hotel-exclusive breakfast in my hand suddenly lost its taste ors. Crybaby. Little willfulness, knocking the big bowl with chopsticks. I heard that Mr. Huang will serve new fried dumplings tomorrow morning. Waiting for Mr. Huang's fried dumplings. How many towers in the rain, Mr. Huang? You don't follow martial ethics. This morning, you secretly held an event and gave away fried dumplings. Chen, woohoo! I'm so greedy that I can't eat or sleep all day. Whose fault is this? Boss Huang. You have to pay. Pay me so that I can buy fried glutinous rice balls tomorrow. Woohoo! Wind and smelling the code, Boss Huang. Can you sell fried glutinous rice balls at noon? Have pity on us office workers. If I don't eat these fried glutinous rice balls, I won't have the energy to go to work this morning. This little fairy. One person wrote a blood letter to beg Boss Huang to sell fried glutinous rice balls at noon. And the portion must be sufficient, so that everyone can satisfy their appetite in advance. Wang Tao looked at these comments and couldn't help laughing. These days, customers are omnipotent when urging new products to be released. But he was unmoved after reading it, and prepared to follow his own plan. To be honest, there is a reason why there is no plan to release new fried glutinous rice balls at noon. First of all, there are not enough raw materials in the store. Secondly, he thinks that this crispy, sweet, and sticky fried glutinous rice balls are more suitable for breakfast and more suitable for selling in the morning. Okay. He won't pretend. He admitted that he was just too lazy to do it. After all, the preparation work for lunch and dinner dishes is already tedious enough. In addition, the variety and quantity of dishes for each meal have also increased a lot. He and his 3 assistants are already busy enough. So after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to sell fried glutinous rice balls only during breakfast time. As for why, he didn't say it on Weibo in advance this morning. It was because he fried the fried glutinous rice balls at first. So the taste might be worse, and the quantity was small. So he simply didn't sell it. If the enthusiastic customers and netizens on Weibo saw it, they would definitely rush over from all directions to line up to buy it. The quantity is too small. And it's not worth it to come all the way here. He was afraid of wasting the enthusiasm of customers. So he didn't promote the extra fried glutinous rice balls he made this morning on Weibo, but simply regarded it as a benefit for customers who came early to buy sesame glutinous rice balls. Who would have thought that those customers who tasted the fried glutinous rice balls couldn't help but share it on Weibo? Then it spread and caused heated discussions. Chapter 350 Mouthwatering. The days are like an hourglass. With the passing of time, in a blink of an eye, it is almost the end of the month. Today is the 28th. It is also the birthday of Li Qingzhan's grandmother Qin Yuman. Li Qingzhan had informed his boss of the exact date 2 days ago, and confirmed the time for dinner tonight. The banquet will start on time at 8 p.m. That is, the time period after the store closes. For Huang Tao, this meal is the first banquet order he has received in his life. It is of great significance. If this meal is well done and the reputation is spread, then people who order meals like this will continue to come in. Maybe at the end of the year, a New Year's Eve dinner package can be launched. And it will continue until the 15th day of the first lunar month. Open during the Spring Festival. Make a fortune. Okay. These are just his random thoughts. And there is no such plan at all. Besides, he and his precious daughter have already agreed to take her out to play during the Spring Festival. What's more, visiting relatives and friends during the Spring Festival is enough for him. So how can he have the energy to do these things? He doesn't want to be tired even worse than a dog. Besides, you can never make enough money. Just enough to spend. You have to combine work and rest. When you need to rest, you should rest well and enjoy life. So, it is impossible not to close. And this idea is impossible to implement this year. I have gone too far. Let's get back to the point. Thinking that the protagonist of tonight's birthday party is the family of his own employees, Wang Tao naturally has to take it seriously. And he can't lose face for his own employees. But he has to make his own employees proud. Therefore, he notified the vendors via WeChat 2 days ago and asked them to send more ingredients this afternoon. He also informed them of the exact amount of ingredients. He also asked the fish stall owner to feed more grass carp in the past few days to meet the needs tonight. But before that, he still needs to operate normally. The store started to get busy again. Wang Tao also planned to implement the new braised pork rice and roast chicken that he had been thinking about before. Customers have been eating 3-in-1 braised rice, braised chicken leg rice, braised pig's trotter rice, and braised chicken wing rice for so long that they are probably a little tired of their taste. After all, no matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it if you eat it continuously. He chose to make braised pork rice just because its form is similar to the braised rice in the store, all of which are braised meat with rice. Put the braised meat pieces on the rice. Put the vegetables with soup. And add a braised egg cut in half. And it becomes a braised rice with color, fragrance and taste. The operation is simple and labor-saving. The key is that he can hold on and not fail. He is very confident about this point, as he has the skills of making delicious marinade recipes. The braised rice on sale in the store is the best proof. The reason why he plans to use the new roast chicken. He wants to make full use of the fully automatic roasting machine. By the way, let's also satisfy the wishes of customers and netizens. Recently, when diners dining in the store eat roast duck, they will ask Huang Tao from time to time when the store will have new roast chicken. To be honest, he has studied it and found that this roast chicken is as simple to make as roast duck. With the help of the fully automatic roasting machine, the original flavor of the chicken can be retained to the greatest extent, and the meat is firm, and the moisture inside can also be retained. The outer skin was waxy yellow and particularly crispy. So, he notified Lao Su, the owner of the chicken and duck stall, last night, and asked him to send 60 processed chickens when he sent the ducks in the morning, the same way as the ducks. When Lao Su heard the news, he laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He also promised that he would pick the best chickens every day, kill them, and send them over. At this time, all the ingredients needed for lunch have been cleaned. Huang Tao first boiled the long strips of pork belly, removed the fishy water and foam, and then fried them in hot oil. Then sprinkle the prepared sauce into the pot and boil it for a while, and then put it into the marinade pot that had been cooked in advance after it was colored. In order to make the taste more fragrant, he also turned on the fire and fried some onions, ginger and garlic, and sprinkled them into the marinade pot to boil. Then he started to make roast chicken according to the method of making roast duck. Su Hao asked curiously, "Boss, why did you suddenly think of braised pork belly? And you bought so many chickens. Are you going to make some new dishes?" Huang Tao smiled. "Yes. I plan to launch roast chicken and braised pork rice at noon, and everyone will try it later." When everyone learned that their boss was going to make roast chicken and braised pork rice today, they were very excited. Roast duck and other braised rice are really delicious and delicious. But if you eat it often, especially those who are in the kitchen every day, they will turn their white moonlight into cinnabar mole after smelling it for a long time. At this time, roast chicken and braised pork rice have suddenly become their white moonlight. Everyone is looking forward to it. Of course, everyone is not idle, and they are doing their own work seriously. At 10:30, most of the ingredients were ready. Huang Tao opened the lid of the braised meat pot, and a familiar and strong smell instantly hit him. He felt that this wave was safe when he smelled the aroma. "Sister Suchin, please bring some rice. And Su Hao, please take out some pork belly slices and make braised meat rice." After giving instructions, Huang Tao walked to the fully automatic roasting machine again. At this time, the button of the roasting machine had already automatically jumped to the off direction. He looked inside through the machine door. The skin of the 10 chickens was evenly covered with a layer of wax. The attractive color and crispy skin could be felt through the machine door. Seeing that the temperature had dropped, he put on gloves, opening the machine door. Instantly, a smell of barbecue rushed out. Compared with the aroma of roast duck, it is absolutely on par with each other. His face couldn't help showing that he took out a roast chicken and put it on the chopping board. Pick up the god-level kitchen knife and start cutting. Start with the 2 chicken legs, then cut down from the middle of the chicken breast, and cut off 2 large pieces of chicken breast meat. Then slice the chicken breast. A moment. The perfect roast chicken is cut like this. Arrange it on a plate, and then add a sweet and a salty sauce. It's done. The appearance alone makes people salivate. He also took the braised pork rice that Su Hao had arranged on the plate, found a good angle, started taking pictures, and then posted it on Weibo. Super delicious and delicious restaurant. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Do you still remember the roast chicken by Daming Lake? It's here. It's here. It's finally here with braised pork rice. Welcome to the store to taste it. Figure 1.jpg. Figure 2.jpg. Figure 1 shows a simple white porcelain plate with neat long-edge roasted chicken. It doesn't look greasy at all. The rich color makes it very tempting. From the side, the chicken pieces are firm and tender, and you can imagine how delicious it is. Let's talk about the braised pork rice in figure 2. In the white porcelain bowl, there are caramel-colored braised pork slices with a strong color impact. There is a layer of brown sauce on top, which looks a bit like marinade. Through the marinade, you can vaguely see the fat and lean of the braised meat. The braised eggs are very tasty at first glance, and the green vegetables are green with a hint of oil. Customers who habitually check the Weibo of Jinchi restaurant are about to explode. They never expected that Boss Huang is so diligent. He is so diligent in serving new dishes. His fingers quickly clicked on the picture and were tempted by the roasted chicken. The next second, his fingers slid to the left and were hooked by the braised pork rice again. After releasing the pictures one by one, they quickly expressed their excitement in the comment area. Splashing ink, painting colorful clothes, ha ha ha. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Of course, I remember the roast chicken by Daming Lake. The roast chicken I wanted to eat so much in November was finally realized at the end of December. Everyone, please don't stop me. I'm going to close the store and go to Zenchichi now. I must eat it at noon. Sure shui lun yen yen ranchen. I finally waited for the roast chicken. But I really couldn't leave at noon. So I could only rush in the evening. Crybaby. Little willfulness. When I think of the delicious roast duck, this roast chicken must be delicious too. I rushed to the restaurant. No one can grab food more than me. Feng Hiwen Ma Shi, Zhenhaoqi restaurant is so prolific. Seeing the two new dishes, I am shamefully greedy again. I declare that the 3-in-1 braised rice and roast duck are banished to the cold palace. And the braised pork rice and roast chicken will become my new favorite concubines. Hee hee. 2 beloved concubines. I'm here to mess with them. I away, hee hee hee. I have liked roast chicken since I was a child. And I have been looking forward to Mr. Huang's new roast chicken. Now I finally waited for it. I am so happy. It happened that I didn't have classes today. So I came to the door of the store early to line up. This time I must have a share. Every time Zhenhaoqi restaurant has new dishes, it can cause a carnival among customers. In addition to liking to eat the food of Zhenhaoqi restaurant. In fact, everyone also has a herd mentality. I am used to rushing to try it on the first day. Otherwise I will be very itchy.